The rain continued to fall relentlessly. In the village of Rain, the sky perpetually appeared dreary, as if even the heavens wept for this forsaken land. Raindrops cascaded from the dilapidated eaves, forming rivulets that mingled with soil and the scent of blood, flowing toward the distance. This was a battlefield, or rather, the fringes of one. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly, some charred by ninjutsu, others pierced by shuriken, their lifeless forms appearing especially pallid beneath the soaking rain. The air hung heavy with the stench of death, inducing nausea. Yue, clad in an ill-fitting raincoat, stood at the edge of the battlefield, gazing at the grim tableau before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Having traversed into this world 3 years prior, he had grown accustomed to such scenes, yet each sight still stirred a wave of discomfort within him. What a waste! He murmured softly, his voice swallowed by the downpour. Yue was but an ordinary individual, devoid of any talent for ninjutsu or combat experience. His sole expertise lay in survival amidst the chaos of war. In this tumultuous era, death was the most common currency, and he happened to be one who thrived in its wake. He crouched down and began to rummage through a corpse. This was a ninja from the Rain village, wearing a gas mask, with a shuriken embedded in his chest, his demise swift and merciless. Yue moved swiftly and deftly, soon scavenging the belongings from the corpse. A shuriken, 2 kunai, and an unburned explosive tag. He stuffed these items into the cloth pouch at his waist before rising and proceeding to the next body. The battlefield was not expansive, yet every inch was soaked in blood. Pockmarked with craters, many had formed puddles. The distant woods lay ravaged by ninjutsu, leaving only charred trunks resembling twisted skeletons pointing skyward. Such small-scale skirmishes occurred by the hundreds across this land daily. The expendable ninjas of the Rain village clashed with those of the Leaf village, leaving behind corpses before hastily retreating. He approached another ninja's body and crouched down once more. This was a young ninja, adorned with the Leaf village's forehead protector, appearing no older than his teens, his face still bearing the innocence of youth. His chest had been pierced by a shuriken, blood congealed, yet his eyes remained wide open. They should have harbored hatred or some stronger emotion. Yet in the end, all was consumed by the encroaching darkness. Yue gently closed his eyes, then began to search through the belongings of this young ninja. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from a distance. Yu's body tensed, akin to a startled beast, swiftly hiding behind a corpse, holding his breath as he focused on the source of the sound. A figure emerged through the rain, a ninja from the Rain village, wearing a Hanya mask. His steps were slow but imbued with a palpable aura of menace, a bloodied short blade in hand, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Yu's heart raced, aware that this ninja did not come to cleanse the battlefield, but rather to fulfill a mission. Just as the Leaf village possessed special teams, such as the Umbu, the Rain village too had its secret recovery units, tasked with executing high-stakes missions, including intelligence gathering, assassination, and battlefield cleanup. In this time of turmoil, their existence had become less known. These ninjas typically wore masks to conceal their identities, ensuring that no intelligence or dangerous items remained on the battlefield, while also recovering valuable corpses and ninja tools. Certain special ninja corpses contained vital information, thus even destruction was preferable to letting them fall into enemy hands. Though their actions did not directly intervene in the battle, they influenced the course of war from another perspective. In a sense, they were Yu's most dreaded competitors. Yue tightened his grip around the shuriken he had just collected, his fingers whitening from the strain. He was merely an ordinary person, with no chance against a ninja. If discovered, his fate would be sealed. The rain continued to pour, and Yu's breath all but halted as he peered through the gaps in the bodies, awaiting the decree of fate. The ninja approached a nearby corpse, crouching to inspect it. Yu's heart leapt into his throat. He knew he needed to escape, yet there was no cover nearby, and any movement could lead to discovery. Just then, the ninja raised his head, scanning the direction where Yue concealed himself. Yu's heart nearly ceased in that moment. He braced himself for a desperate struggle, yet the ninja merely glanced before hoisting the corpse and walking away. Yue exhaled in relief, his body nearly collapsing from tension. He recognized that he had narrowly escaped death. In the battlefield, killing and being killed required no justification. It was survival that demanded a reason. Whether that reason stemmed from hatred, the instinct to survive, or a desire to forge a peaceful world mattered not. After a considerable time, the fear within him began to ebb. Taking a deep breath before his body became entirely rigid, Yue stood up, brushing the dirt from his clothes, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached a corpse, crouching down to begin digging. The rain had softened the earth, yet his fingers were still cut by sharp stones and branches. Yue seemed undeterred, gritting his teeth as he continued to excavate until he had formed a shallow grave. He gently placed the body within the pit and covered it with dirt. Though rudimentary, it at least provided a resting place for the fallen ninjas. Yue repeated this process, burying one corpse after another. His movements were slow yet earnest, as if he were paying homage to the lives that had departed. Having survived by scavenging the resources from these corpses, he felt it only right to extend them the final respect, at least in Yu's heart. Such a tribute was justified. At the other end of the battlefield, the Umbu ninja paused, glancing back toward the direction Yue had departed. His gaze, penetrating through the Hanya mask, appeared cold and profound. "That fellow is burying bodies again," he murmured, his voice calm and devoid of fluctuation, as if only the awareness of being a tool remained. As a member of the recovery unit, he had witnessed too much death and had ended many lives with his own hands. Enemies existed, yet more often were comrades. However, the actions of that young boy surprised him slightly. "Perhaps sparing his life is not a bad idea," he muttered, before turning and vanishing into the curtain of rain. Meanwhile, when Yue buried the last body, darkness had already descended. Standing amid the rain, Yue gazed at the makeshift graves, his emotions no longer as complex as when he had first buried a corpse. Over the course of 3 years, he had witnessed death countless times, thus learning to accept it with a certain tranquility. However, upon interring the final body, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Host has buried 100 ninja corpses detected. The 6 paths reincarnation system is activated. Host has activated the reincarnation eye for the first time, initiating body transformation, bestowing the host with the eye of death and life, the Rinnegan." A surge of excruciating pain assailed him. Ugh! Yue instinctively covered his eyes, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. The rain pelted against him, mingling with cold sweat cascading down his cheeks. The agony felt as if it erupted from the depths of his soul, tearing through every nerve. His vision was engulfed in darkness, as though consumed by an endless void. Yue clenched his teeth, striving to suppress any cries of anguish. His fingers dug deep into the earth, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The torment persisted for an indeterminate time before gradually subsiding. Yue slowly released his grip, lifting his head, the rain blurring his sight. Yet, when he opened his eyes, the scene before him rendered him breathless. The world had transformed utterly, in his vision. Everything was enveloped in a soft purple glow. He could perceive the chakra wafting through the air, even sensing the residual life energy lingering on every corpse surrounding him. These energies manifested as tiny points of light, slowly rising before ultimately dissipating into the curtain of rain. He lifted his hand and gently touched his eyes, a faint sting coursing through his fingertips. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed once more in his mind. "The 6 paths reincarnation system has been activated. The host has acquired the eye of control over life and death. Rinnegan. Current ability level, primary. The host may enhance the Rinnegan's ability level by burying ninja corpses and absorbing their residual life energy." Rinnegan, gazing at the intricate patterns within his own pupils reflected in the puddles on the ground, Yue murmured to himself, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. 3 years had not been an excessively long span of time, insufficient for him to forget his identity as a traveler from another world. Yet, 3 years were also not brief enough to prevent Yue from relinquishing the delusion of being the protagonist in this realm. However, at this very moment, and in this precise location, fate seemed to play yet another trick on him. Slumped on the ground, Yue raised his gaze to the pitch-black night sky, the rain striking his face, cold yet undeniably real. After a brief interlude, as the pressure in his eyes subsided, Yue gradually stood. His gaze once again fell upon the modest grave, seemingly lost in thought, yet perhaps contemplating nothing at all. Ultimately, he simply turned away in silence, as he had always done, departing the battlefield without uttering a word. Chapter 2. Harvest and goals. Ensuring that the trigger mechanisms outside his home remained undisturbed, Yue pushed open the creaking wooden door and re-entered his dwelling. The conflict between Konoha and Amigakure had spread across much of Amigakure, rendering the village's administrative divisions unsustainable due to the war's devastation. In an effort to simplify management, the village had resorted to numbering all residential areas. Each designated zone was now overcrowded with refugees and displaced villagers, characterized by harsh conditions and scarce resources. Yue currently resided in Zone 7, a slum on the outskirts of Amigakure. Nevertheless, it was only a matter of time before this area would also be engulfed by the battlefield. Yue's abode was small and damp, cluttered with dilapidated furniture and miscellaneous items in the corners. The roof bore several leaks, allowing rainwater to drip onto the floor, producing a rhythmic patter. The air was thick with the musty smell of mold, mingled with the scent of rain, creating a stifling atmosphere. He removed his rain-soaked outer garment and hung it on a wooden peg by the wall, droplets cascading to the floor and forming a small puddle. There was no fire to warm the space, only a flickering oil lamp that barely illuminated the room. Approaching the table, Yue lit the lamp, casting a dim yellow glow that revealed his somewhat fatigued visage, along with a faint violet aura in his eyes. The manifestation of the Rinnegan seemed to have altered something within him. Yet paradoxically, it felt as though nothing had changed. Yue meticulously laid out the ninja tools and supplies he had gathered from the battlefield that day. Most of these items were scavenged from fallen ninjas, including shuriken, kunai, scrolls, medicinal bottles, and even some unused explosive tags. While these items were not particularly rare, they could fetch a considerable sum in the black market. He carefully tallied his findings, categorizing them. The bulk of his haul consisted of ninja tools, including 12 kunai, 20 shuriken, 3 rolls of wire, and 5 explosive tags. He had 2 unused blank scrolls and 1 scroll containing basic ninjutsu. The remainder consisted of various medicinal supplies, 3 bottles of hemostatic medicine, 2 antidotes, and 1 bag of soldier pills. Today's skirmish had been relatively minor, with only 6 or 7 corpses in total, accounting for one that had been taken away and another that had been obliterated. This yield was quite substantial. He extracted a soldier pill, swallowing it expressionlessly, as the gnawing hunger in his belly subsided somewhat. Although soldier pills were unpalatable, they were sufficiently nutritious to stave off hunger and were considered a rare commodity. In the current climate of Amigakure, a bag of soldier pills would command around 2,000 ryo on the black market, an impressive sum indeed. In Yue's recollection, during the peaceful era in Konoha, a genin would typically earn 5,000 ryo for completing a D-rank mission, while a C-rank mission would reward an average of 30,000 ryo. The current value of this bag of soldier pills, at 2,000 ryo, starkly illustrated the inflated costs of wartime commodities, which far surpassed the expectations of those who had lived in peace. Previously, Yue had little interest in currency. In this war-torn village, the primary concern for everyone had become mere survival. The notion of a future felt like a luxury. However, possessing the Rinnegan, even in its nascent form, had significantly bolstered Yue's chances of survival, igniting within him a nascent desire to contemplate a future. After organizing his findings, Yue began strategizing on how to liquidate these items. All ninja-related materials were strictly regulated in terms of circulation. Thus, trading them in an ordinary market was futile. Only the black market would suffice. He understood that the black market was the optimal avenue for handling such materials. Despite the likelihood of lower prices, the safety and anonymity it afforded were invaluable. He retrieved a small notebook and flipped to a page detailing the black market's trading prices from a month prior. 50 ryo for each kunai, 30 ryo for each shuriken, 500 ryo for each explosive tag, 200 ryo for each blank scroll, with medicinal supplies varying between 100 to 300 ryo per bottle. And ninja headbands priced at 1,000 ryo each, a rare item with a higher cost. Over the past 3 years, Yue had engaged with the black market multiple times, mastering the fluctuations in prices to assess the value of his goods, an essential survival skill in Amigakure. There was a fine balance. Too much could attract envy, while too little would prove inadequate for trade. After a rough calculation, excluding the soldier pills, he estimated that his haul could yield around 8,000 ryo. This amount would sustain him for a time and even allow for the acquisition of additional supplies. He turned the page of his notebook, which listed the essential supplies he needed: food such as rice, flour, and rations, clothing, including spare clothes and shoes, and medicines, specifically common hemostatic and antidote supplies. After some contemplation, he added a new line: basic training supplies, including chakra training tools and scrolls for the body flicker technique. He resolved to visit the black market first thing in the morning to convert today's bounty into currency and procure the necessary supplies. Once his inventory was organized, Yue's thoughts returned to the awakening of his Rinnegan. He approached a small mirror in the corner of the room, wiped away the condensation, and scrutinized his own eyes. Within those eyes, swirling violet patterns flickered, exuding an aura of mystery and power. System, I wish to review my current status. Upon detecting that the host had activated the 6 Paths reincarnation system for the first time, the system initiated a preliminary scan to read the host's information. Scanning physical data. After a brief moment, a status screen materialized before Yeyue's eyes. Host information. Name. Yeyue identity. Orphan of Amage Cure Chakra attribute. Unknown ninjutsu. 0. No ninjutsu mastered. Physical. 1. 8. Average adult. 1 0. Jinjutsu. 0. No jinjutsu mastered. Sage. 2. 1. Average adult. 1 0. Strength. 1. 8. Average adult. 1 0. Speed. 2 0. Average adult. 1 0. Precision. 1. 8. Average adult. 1 0. Hand seals. 0. No hand seal techniques mastered. Bloodline limit. Rinnegan. Beginner. Ability status. Deva path. Gravity manipulation. Jinin level. The host can exert slight control over gravity, attracting or repelling objects. However, the host chakra is currently very weak, allowing only brief control over small objects with limited range and strength. This ability can be utilized once every 10 minutes. Azura path. Body enhancement. Jinin level. The activation of the Rinnegan has granted the host initial physical enhancements, improving strength, speed, and endurance. Yet the host chakra remains very weak, limiting the extent of these enhancements and preventing mechanical transformation. Animal path. Summoning technique. Reincarnation contract. Jinin level. The host can enter into contracts with specific summoning beasts, calling upon them for assistance in combat or tasks. However, due to the host's weak chakra, only small summoning beasts can be called, and the summoning duration is limited. Hungry ghost path. Chakra absorption. Jinin level. The host can absorb a minimal amount of chakra from a target upon contact. However, the host's ocular power is extremely weak, leading to a slow absorption rate and an inability to nullify ninjutsu entirely. Hell path. Life energy absorption. Jinin level. Ability description. The host can absorb residual life energy by burying the bodies of ninjas, using it to enhance themselves or heal injuries. However, due to the host's weak ocular power, currently, they cannot resurrect the dead or interrogate souls, only absorbing life energy. Perception of life and death in the mortal realm. Lower ninja level. The host possesses the ability to sense the state of life and death surrounding them. However, due to the host's inherently weak ocular power, they are currently unable to extract souls or read memories, and can only perceive the state of life. Main quest. 1. Elevate the level of the reincarnation eye to intermediate. Task requirement. Bury 500 ninja corpses unrelated to the host, absorbing their life energy and chakra. Task progress. 1/500. Advancement requirement. All attributes must exceed 50 points. Side quest. 1. Master the fundamentals of chakra cultivation and the 3-body technique. Task requirement. Complete basic chakra cultivation and proficiently utilize the 3-body technique, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique. Task progress. Not started. Task reward. Enhancement of basic attributes. Precise chakra control. Proficiency in the 3-body technique, Chunin level. Chapter 3. Black market transactions. It seemed that Night Moon had celebrated too soon. As he exited the system that night, he contemplated the numerous restrictions before him, and his mood gradually sobered. Although the Rinnegan is the pinnacle of ocular techniques within the world of Naruto, its power is fundamentally reliant on the prowess and vast chakra reserves of the wielder. This is hardly surprising. Nagato, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, possessed life energy and chakra that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Yet even he, after abruptly acquiring the Rinnegan, displayed only mediocre strength for several years. It was only after a significant passage of time that Nagato's abilities began to reveal themselves in any remarkable manner. Ultimately, he veered down a misguided path, forcibly converting his vitality into the ocular power of the Rinnegan through the use of the Outer Path's demonic statue, enabling him to perform formidable forbidden techniques like the Gedan Shuriken, thereby gradually attaining the capability to contend with shadow-level shinobi. As for Night Moon, despite possessing the Rinnegan, the frailty of his current body rendered him incapable of harnessing even a fraction of its formidable power. However, it must not be said that there were no advantages. At the very least, he now enjoyed a physical condition comparable to that of a healthy adult. With this thought, he moved to the corner of the room and retrieved several items from a dilapidated wooden box, a hooded black cloak that, while ill-fitting, would conceal his visage and form. Since he now wielded the Rinnegan, employing means to obscure its presence became imperative. He was not the Nagato of the original narrative, who could merely rely on his bangs to shield himself from prying eyes. After changing into the cloak, Night Moon extracted an old wallet from beneath his sleeping mat. This wallet, meticulously crafted, had been salvaged from the corpse of a Konoha ninja and contained a modest amount of coins from previous transactions for emergencies. The items and scrolls intended for today's dealings were neatly organized within the shinobi tool pouch he had gathered. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, he approached the door, reset the triggering mechanism, and returned to his bed to rest. The sound of rain outside continued to patter softly, as if accompanying his thoughts. He closed his eyes, and images of the Rinnegan and the events from the black market that day filled his mind. Strengthening oneself is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day, yet time must be seized. Calming his thoughts, Night Moon soon drifted into slumber amidst the soothing sound of rain. The following morning, as dawn broke, Night Moon opened his eyes. The rain had ceased, yet the air still bore a damp chill. He quickly rose, washed up, donned the prepared cloak, and pulled the hood down to obscure his eyes, which shimmered with a violet hue. Pushing open the door, he cast a glance at the dilapidated buildings flanking him, feeling a wave of oppression at the state of Amigakure. Once a relatively prosperous village of shinobi, it had deteriorated significantly due to the ongoing wars. Many homes lay in ruins, and the streets were littered with debris and refuse. The villagers lived in fear and poverty, constantly confronting the trials of survival. The village's leadership appeared to have abandoned the common populace, diverting all resources toward the war effort. While shinobi battled on the front lines, civilians struggled desperately in the rear. This was the grim reality of Amigakure. The black market he intended to visit today was a byproduct of this dire situation, its origins traceable to the early days of the war several years prior. As resources dwindled, many civilians, and even shinobi, found themselves ensnared in a survival crisis. To acquire supplies, some began engaging in clandestine transactions underground, gradually forming a hidden market. Initially, the black market consisted of small-scale trading venues primarily dealing in ordinary shinobi tools and medicinal herbs. However, as the war intensified, the market expanded, and its offerings diversified. Today, the black market has become a significant location on the outskirts of Amigakure, attracting shinobi, merchants, and vagabonds from afar. The trading rules within the black market are simple yet ruthless. As long as you possess money or resources, you may procure whatever your heart desires. However, there exists no law or order here, and both parties must rely on their strength for protection. Many have struck it rich overnight within the black market, yet countless others have lost their lives. Night Moon's fortune had been relatively favorable. At least, he had survived thus far. As he traversed a narrow alleyway and approached the entrance of the black market, he noticed an increased presence of unfamiliar guards at the entrance. Their gazes were sharp, emanating an aura of danger. A sense of trepidation gripped Night Moon, yet he maintained an outward calm. He approached without uttering a word, instead producing an iron token from his wallet and presenting it to them. One of the guards accepted the token for inspection, while the other scrutinized him from head to toe. After a brief moment, the guard returned the token with a nod, permitting him entry. Inside, the black market remained brightly lit, yet the atmosphere felt more tense than usual. Night Moon observed that many vendors bore grave expressions, and some stalls had already begun to close. He approached a familiar stall, run by a middle-aged man named Fujita, whose face bore a prominent scar. "You've arrived," Fujita whispered, his tone tinged with anxiety. His eyes flickered around, as if wary of being observed. Night Moon nodded, placing the parcel from his back onto the stall, and quietly inquired, "The atmosphere in the black market seems off lately. What has transpired?" Fujita leaned in closer, lowering his voice further. "Recently, a group calling themselves the Hand of Shadows has emerged within the black market. They have been covertly acquiring vast quantities of shinobi tools and medicinal supplies, even threatening vendors to sell at lower prices. Many have suffered losses, and some have even gone missing." Night Moon furrowed his brow, scanning the area and noting the somber expressions of the vendors, with some already closing their stalls. "The Hand of Shadows? What is their origin?" he asked in a hushed tone. Fujita shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm uncertain, but they possess considerable strength, rumored to have the backing of the village's higher-ups. You should be cautious. Do not draw their attention." Night Moon nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He unwrapped his belongings, revealing the shinobi tools and resources he had recently collected. Fujita examined them carefully, picking up a kunai and flicking it lightly to produce a crisp sound. "These are decent items, but the market is poor lately. I can only offer this price," he stated, extending 5 fingers. Night Moon glanced at Fujita's gesture, his brow slightly furrowing. 5,000 ryo. That's nearly a 40 decrease from the usual rate. Fujita sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. "There's no choice. The acquisition channels in the black market are under the control of the Hand of Shadows, and prices have plummeted. If I offer you a higher price, they'll undoubtedly come after me." Night Moon remained silent for a moment. "Add 3,000 ryo, or I shall seek alternative vendors." Fujita hesitated, a flicker of conflict crossing his eyes. Night Moon was one of his few stable suppliers over the past year, and Fujita was reluctant to offend him over such a trivial sum. "All right, 8,000 ryo, he finally acquiesced, nodding. "But you must remain vigilant. The black market is tumultuous lately. Do not become their target." Chapter 4 Side Quest. Acquiring the Scroll of Body Technique. Having completed the transaction, Yu did not take her leave, but instead gazed up at Kinjiro Fujita and quietly inquired, "Do you possess any scrolls for chakra cultivation techniques, or the body technique?" Fujita cautiously glanced around before whispering, "I happen to have a scroll for chakra cultivation techniques, But recently, acquiring a scroll for the body technique has become quite challenging. The Shadow Hand has monopolized nearly all the ninjutsu scrolls, particularly the basic ones. Yiyu maintained a calm demeanor. Please hand me the chakra cultivation scroll for now. Do you know where I might find the body technique scroll? Fujita retrieved a slightly worn scroll from a hidden compartment beneath his stall and handed it to Yiyu. This is the basic chakra cultivation technique. While it may not be of the highest quality, it should suffice for your needs. The price is 1,000 Rio. Extracting 1,000 Rio from her total of 8,000. Yiyu accepted the scroll just as the system chimed with a notification. The host has acquired the basic chakra cultivation technique scroll. Learning its contents will enhance the progress of the side quest. Yiyu's gaze shifted slightly, realizing that the system was far more convenient than she had anticipated, as it could automatically authenticate the legitimacy of items. With the system's confirmation in hand, she felt no trepidation regarding the scroll's authenticity. After a brief inspection, she handed the money to Fujita. Fujita accepted the payment and continued in a hushed tone. As for the body technique scroll, I've heard that the black market in the Eastern District may still have some stock, but their prices are quite steep, and they have recently attracted the attention of that group. Yiyu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and carefully stored the chakra cultivation scroll away. Turning on her heels, her silhouette swiftly merged with the throng in the black market, resembling a silent shadow as she moved toward the Eastern District. The atmosphere in the Eastern District of the black market felt even more oppressive than before. The stalls lining the streets had noticeably diminished, replaced by men in black patrolling the area. Yiyu lowered her hood, striving to avoid drawing attention. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings until she spotted a modest shop tucked away in a secluded corner, displaying several ninjutsu scrolls. Approaching the stall, she found the proprietor to be a middle-aged man wearing a mask. Although his features were obscured, the chakra emanating from him was unmistakably potent, reminiscent of the ninjas she had encountered before. What is the price for the body technique scroll? Yiyu inquired softly. The vendor appraised her briefly before producing a scroll from beneath the counter and placing it on the table. 3,000 Rio. His voice was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Yiyu furrowed her brow. This price exceeded her expectations, yet she refrained from voicing any objections. She retrieved 3,000 Rio from her wallet and placed it on the stall before securing the scroll in her possession. The host has acquired the body technique scroll. Learning its contents will enhance the progress of the side quest. With an expressionless face, Yiyu tucked the scroll away and returned to the Northern District, using her remaining funds to purchase essential supplies before heading toward another exit of the black market. After navigating several turns and confirming through her Rinnegan's life perception that she was not being followed, she made her way back to her residence. Once there, Yiyu eagerly unfurled the scroll. The contents of the basic chakra cultivation technique were not overly complex, primarily focusing on how to sense and refine the chakra within one's body. In contrast, the body technique scroll meticulously detailed the hand signs and usage techniques for the clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique. Yiyu sat cross-legged, applying the methods outlined in the chakra cultivation scroll to attempt sensing the chakra within her body. From the 8 attributes scanned by the system, it was evident that Yiyu lacked any foundational skills in ninjutsu, with her attributes for ninjutsu, seals, and jinjutsu all at 0. This level was even inferior to that of ordinary ninja students studying at the academy. However, thanks to the presence of her Rinnegan, she quickly perceived 2 energies flowing within her body and brain. As she concentrated her mind, these energies became increasingly distinct. Is this what they refer to as mental energy and physical energy? Yiyu murmured to herself, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. The process of refining chakra was essentially about harmonizing mental energy with physical energy. The task was not particularly intricate. After a cursory glance at the scroll's introduction, Yiyu began her attempts at chakra refinement. As time passed, she gradually sensed a surge of azure energy accumulating within her body's meridians. Though the process was slow, she understood that this was merely the beginning. Having stocked up on supplies at the black market and possessing a bag of military rations, Yiyu devoted herself wholeheartedly to chakra cultivation in the days that followed. Each day, she dedicated hours to refining and mastering her chakra. Concurrently, she began practicing the body technique. Although her initial speed in forming hand signs was sluggish, her movements gradually became more fluid with persistent practice. Before she knew it, 3 days had passed. Yiyu finally completed her training in the basic chakra cultivation technique and became proficient in the body technique. Just as she finished the final hand sign for the transformation technique, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Side quest complete. The host has mastered basic chakra cultivation and the body technique. Ninjutsu, Attribute 1. Seals, Attribute 1. Task rewards, precise chakra control, body technique proficiency, Chunin level. A warm surge of energy flooded through Yiyu's body, enhancing her control over chakra, as if every strand of chakra lay within her grasp. Simultaneously, her body technique became more refined, and her hand sign formation speed significantly improved. Is this what it means to possess Chunin level body technique? Yiyu mused quietly. a hint of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Approaching a mirror, she attempted the transformation technique. As the hand signs were completed, her form swiftly morphed into a completely unfamiliar visage. The entire process was smooth and natural, devoid of any hesitation. It seems my abilities have indeed seen considerable enhancement. This is fortuitous, as it greatly increases my chances of surviving through these tumultuous times. During that week, although you did not venture far, she utilized the chakra she had refined to summon small animals through her Rinnegan for reconnaissance, gathering insights into the surrounding situation. Currently, the battlefield in Amigakure was overwhelmingly one-sided. Despite Hanzo's expertise in poison and large-scale combat, he remained but a single individual. On the surface, the Konoha forces, led by the new generation of the legendary Three Nin, faced little resistance in Amigakure, their tactics sharply defined, avoiding direct confrontations with Hanzo's troops. Eventually, even Suna joined the fray, further complicating Amigakure's predicament. It was apparent to all that victory was unattainable, yet the village found itself caught in the crossfire of two great nations, unable to effect a dignified surrender. Trapped in a hopeless situation. Aside from Hanzo's diehard loyalists, an increasing number of Amigakure ninjas and civilians had come to realize that their nation was devoid of hope. Given this context, it was highly plausible that the shadow hand Fujita spoke of was akin to the Akatsuki, an organization formed by individuals disillusioned with Hanzo's rule, secretly uniting against him. Shaking her head, Yu cast these thoughts aside, just as she prepared to further familiarize herself with her newfound abilities. Her Rinnegan detected several chakra signatures rapidly approaching from outside the door. Chapter 5. Orochimaru. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully flung open, and several men clad in black rushed in. Their eyes were cold and merciless, and the kunai and short blades in their hands glinted ominously under the dim light. They were not wearing ninja headbands, clearly intent on concealing their identities. You've run into some bad luck, kid. Hand over what you've got. The leader of the black-clad men sneered, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Yu's heart tightened as he swiftly drew a kunai from his waist, vigilantly fixing his gaze on them. The Hand of Shadows? In the current Rain Village, it was an unspoken truth that ninjas engaged in murder and theft. If they belonged to Konoha, Suna, or even the Rain ninjas, there would be no need to hide their identities. The only possibility was that they were rogue ninjas, not aligned with any of the three factions. Oh, the expression of the black-clad man shifted slightly, then he coldly chuckled. Looks like you're a bit clever. You remained silent, realizing that his actions had not escaped the notice of the Hand of Shadows. Kid, I've heard you've acquired quite a few valuable items. Hand them over, and we might consider letting you off easy, the leader taunted. Yu's gaze hardened, his right hand subtly inching closer to his ninja tool pouch. On what grounds? On the grounds that this is the territory of the Hand of Shadows. The black-clad man snarled. Brothers, attack. Before he could finish, the black-clad men charged toward Yu in unison. He quickly retreated, seizing a smoke bomb from his pouch and hurling it to the ground. Instantly, thick smoke enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. Ninja tools are of little value in battle environments. They are convenient to use and do not require chakra, which is why you had prepared plenty. Seizing the moment of chaos, he leaped onto the rooftop and dashed toward the outskirts of the base. The black-clad men coughed in the smoke, and the leader bellowed. Pursue him. Don't let him escape. In an instant, several members of the Hand of Shadows flanked him. Compared to these trained ninjas, Yu's speed was insufficient, and he was quickly cornered. Yet, the captured Yu merely smiled at them, and with a bang, he vanished amidst the smoke. Clones. This is bad. We've been deceived. Meanwhile, the real Yu navigated through the night, his heartbeat pounding and breath quickening, yet his eyes remained unnaturally calm. Just moments ago, he had utilized the smoke bomb as cover to cast the shadow clone technique, successfully diverting the majority of his pursuers. However, he did not dare to relax, for his Rinnegan sensed a chakra signature lingering nearby, clearly not fooled by his ruse. Thus, he continued racing toward the center of District 7, where the Rain Village's encampment lay. If these individuals were indeed members of the Hand of Shadows, they would be unlikely to expose themselves in front of the Rain Village's ninjas. Yet, contrary to his expectations, just as he was about to break free from the bounds of the Rain Village, a shadow abruptly blocked his path. It was a tall man, his face obscured by a mask resembling a demoness, wielding a bloodied short blade. Do you think you can escape? The masked man's voice was icy and low, imbued with a suffocating pressure. Yu's heart sank, and without responding, he swiftly formed hand seals, once again employing the shadow clone technique. Instantly, 3 images of Yu appeared before the masked man, each sprinting in different directions. Childish trick. The masked man scoffed, swiftly swinging his short blade. A lethal flash of steel cut through the air, obliterating 2 of Yu's clones, leaving only the real Yu to retreat just in time to narrowly avoid the strike. Impressive. You can even use the substitution and clone techniques to switch places, the masked man remarked coldly, vanishing in a flash to reappear before Yu. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all efforts proved futile. Startled, Yu instinctively activated the substitution technique, replacing himself with a piece of wood. Too slow. However, The masked man's speed was overwhelming. Just as you completed his substitution, the blade pierced his shoulder. Ugh. You stifled a groan as blood flowed from his wound. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the masked man. You cannot escape, the masked man declared coldly, raising his blade once more. You realized he could no longer flee. Taking a deep breath, a hint of resolve flickered in his eyes. It seems I must rely on the powers of my Rinnegan. But just then, a chilling voice cut through the rain. How pathetic. You looked up abruptly to see a long-haired man in a Konoha battle vest standing before him. His pale face and serpent-like golden pupils sent a jolt through Yu's heart. Hearing that raspy voice, Yu quickly lowered his head. Orochimaru. He had not anticipated encountering him here. Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle, his gaze sweeping over Yu and the members of the Hand of Shadows with disdain. The members of the Hand of Shadows clearly recognized Orochimaru, and the leader's expression shifted, filled with trepidation. Orochimaru, we have a pact with Konoha, please do not interfere. Orochimaru sneered. That is of no concern to me. This is my territory, and I have taken an interest in this little brat. You may leave. The masked man's expression faltered, evidently reluctant. Yet, Orochimaru's patience had worn thin. With a mere wave of his hand, several enormous snakes erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the masked man. The masked man let out a chilling scream as his body was crushed by the snakes, blood splattering as he was reduced to a mere remnant, leaving behind only a ninja headband marked with the Rain Village insignia, slashed through with an X. You stood dumbfounded, his heart racing with both shock and caution. This masked man possessed nearly Nin level strength, yet he had fallen to Orochimaru in a single move. It seemed that at this time, Orochimaru had already attained the prowess of an elite jonin. Then, you felt a piercing gaze from Orochimaru. Fearful, he quickly murmured. Thank you for saving me, Lord Orochimaru. You know me? Orochimaru turned, his golden pupils regarding you with keen interest. Yu's heart raced, instinctively taking a step back. He had only just overheard the previous conversation. Although Orochimaru formally allied with Danzo after the Third Great Ninja War to pursue human experimentation, it did not mean that he was a benevolent figure at this time. Otherwise, he would not have suggested killing the young Pain and his companions upon their first meeting. Orochimaru's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his tone laced with mockery. Since I saved you, what do you intend to offer in return? What does that mean? Has Orochimaru already developed a penchant for manipulating children? Yet, he was not a prodigy like Kimimaro or Uchiha Sasuke. What could have caught Orochimaru's eye? Did he perhaps discover his Rinnegan? Thinking this, a cold sweat broke out on Yu's back, and he could only steel himself to ask, Lord Orochimaru, what do you need me to do? Orochimaru slowly approached Yu, his shadow enveloping him entirely. You are quite the clever little rascal. I wish to cultivate you into my spy to gather intelligence on the Rain Village. Of course, you may refuse, but the implications of such a refusal are evident. As the hissing of the serpent whispered ominously in Yue's ear. A spy? Upon hearing this request, Yue exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the existence of his Rinnegan remained undisclosed. In the world of Naruto, various ocular techniques abound, and it is not uncommon for individuals to possess unique eyes, such as Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils. As long as he refrained from revealing the existence and abilities of his Rinnegan, it was unlikely that the other party would associate his eyes with that particular power. After all, within the original narrative, both Orochimaru and Tsunade had encountered Nagato, yet they did not immediately connect his eyes with the Rinnegan. After a moment of silence, Yue weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He recognized that Orochimaru's danger far surpassed that of the Hand of Shadows, yet he had no alternative. To refuse would be unwise. Orochimaru was not Jiraiya and might very well take immediate action against him. Very well, I accept your offer, Yue murmured softly. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, placing a hand on Yue's shoulder. A chilling chakra surged from Orochimaru's palm into Yue's body, and soon an eerie serpentine mark appeared on his shoulder. This is a cursed seal, allowing me to locate you at any time, Orochimaru whispered in a gravelly tone, laced with a hint of menace. Do not attempt to betray me, otherwise, you know the consequences. Yue nodded, signaling his understanding. Now, I shall teach you some fundamental ninjutsu and chakra control techniques, Orochimaru stated. Turning away. Follow me. Chapter 6. Life in the Stronghold. Yue followed Orochimaru through the dimly lit alleyways of the Rain Village, arriving at a concealed stronghold nestled within the wilderness. This stronghold, hidden deep within a dense forest on the outskirts of the Rain Village, was cleverly disguised as an abandoned mine. Were it not for Orochimaru's guidance, Yue would have never discovered this place. The chakra response from his Rinnegan indicated that the vicinity was laced with concealed observation points and lookout posts, strategically positioned among the treetops and behind rocks, ever ready to respond to unexpected situations. The interior of the stronghold was far more expansive than Yue had imagined. Although it appeared dilapidated, it was meticulously organized. Several ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector were busily sorting scrolls and ninja tools. Upon seeing Orochimaru enter, they paused their tasks and respectfully bowed. Orochimaru-sama. One ninja murmured, casting a glance at Yue, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Orochimaru nodded, his tone indifferent. This is Yu Yi. Assign him a position away from the core area. The ninja nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed Yu Yi. Follow me. As Yu Yi trailed behind the ninja, he encountered numerous Leaf Village ninjas along the way. Unlike other travelers, Yu Yi felt no sense of familiarity with these ninjas. Although they bore the Leaf Forehead Protector, their demeanor was taciturn, each chakra emanating a strength surpassing that of the masked figure he had previously encountered. Their eyes conveyed a chilling detachment, their presence more akin to the root or umbu that emerged in later years. The interior was a labyrinthine underground network, characterized by a dark and damp ambience, with serpentine patterns adorning the walls. A faint aroma of herbs mingled with the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. After a brief moment, Yu Yi was brought to the door of a room. This is your room, the ninja stated. Orochimaru-sama has instructed that you may utilize the resources here, but do not leave the stronghold at will. Yu Yi nodded, murmuring, I understand. After conveying this message, the ninja departed. Once the door was closed, Yu Yi sat at the edge of the bed, his thoughts momentarily scattered. Rising to his feet, he began to inspect the room's layout. The space contained merely a bed and a table, the latter piled with a spent candle, basic ninja tools, and scrolls, alongside a map. The walls were made of compacted earth, bearing remnants of significant chakra imprints. From this, one could surmise that the stronghold was constructed using advanced earth release techniques, reminiscent of the underground base where Uchiha Sasuke resided during his time with Orochimaru. His gaze fell upon the map, which clearly delineated the various regions of the Rain Village, including Hanzo's sphere of influence and the station points of the Leaf Village. Different colored lines indicated the current front lines, red signifying enemy offensive routes, and blue denoting friendly defensive lines. On the map's periphery, the presence of the Sand Ninjas was also noted, marked in yellow. It appeared that while the Sand Ninjas were not directly supporting the Rain Village, they were consuming a considerable amount of the Leaf Village's resources. It was evident that the conflict in the Rain Village had escalated to a critical stage. Hanzo's control was steadily diminishing, and aside from his stronghold, the territory he commanded was now less than one-third of the Rain Village. Conversely, the Leaf Station points formed 3 lines, scattered throughout the Rain Village, creating a tightly knit encirclement. The future of the Rain Village seemed bleak. Observing the map, Yu Yi shook his head slightly. Even without a deep understanding of the struggles in the ninja world, he recognized that the front lines were not deceiving. Unless a figure of Uchiha Madara's caliber descended from the heavens, Hanzo alone would inevitably lead the Rain Village to defeat. Lifting his gaze to the ceiling, Yu Yi instinctively touched the mark left by Orochimaru on his shoulder. Truth be told, he was indifferent to the existence of this mark, as it bore no resemblance to the later curse marks infused with natural energy and Orochimaru's cells. With the power of his Rinnegan and the ability to absorb chakra via the Hungry Ghost path, he could gradually assimilate the chakra constituting this curse mark. But he had no intention of doing so. Firstly, hastily absorbing the mark would undoubtedly expose the abilities of his Rinnegan, inviting more trouble. Secondly, he currently lacked a stable environment for self-improvement, and within the confines of the Rain Village, there was likely no safer place than Orochimaru's stronghold. Thirdly, even if he were to acquire the capability to confront Orochimaru in the future, there was no need to reveal his hand prematurely. Retaining the existence of this curse mark could serve to disorient his opponent. Nonetheless, one certainty remained. He must quickly acclimate to his new surroundings. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within his mind, detected that the host has entered a new environment, Orochimaru's temporary stronghold, triggering side quest, spy training. Yu Yi's heart leaped with joy, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity for growth. He swiftly accessed the system panel to review the details of the task. Side quest, spy training, task content. Under Orochimaru's guidance, learn the fundamentals of spy coursework. Task rewards, basic attribute enhancement, reconnaissance skills, Chunin level, interrogation skills, Chunin level. Spy skills, Jonin level. While the reconnaissance, interrogation, and spy skills included a Jonin level skill, as a traveler with the Rinnegan, he felt that acquiring an additional spy skill would not significantly bolster his combat prowess. Seeing these rewards left Yu Yi somewhat disappointed. However, considering that he would be under Orochimaru's tutelage for several years, mastering these skills could not be deemed entirely unnecessary. In the ensuing days, Yu Yi refrained from venturing outside. At designated times, food would be brought to him, and occasionally, updates to the map would be provided. Life within the stronghold was not easy, yet as an outsider, he was neither trusted nor tasked with missions, allowing for a semblance of stability. Each day, he dedicated several hours to refining his chakra and honing his ninjutsu. Orochimaru seemed to have forgotten him. Since that day he had been cast into the stronghold, Yu Yi had not seen him again. The other ninjas within the stronghold were neither friendly nor hostile towards him. Their demeanor was more one of indifference. Yu Yi did not mind, for his sole purpose here was to grow stronger, and these ninjas would likely meet their end on the battlefield against Hanzo, rendering any interaction unnecessary. One day, while training, Yu Yi's Rinnegan suddenly detected a chilling and potent chakra surge approaching. He promptly ceased his activities, warily eyeing the doorway. Orochimaru's silhouette appeared, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Come with me, Orochimaru whispered. Yui nodded and followed Orochimaru through the corridors of the stronghold, arriving at a concealed underground chamber. The basement was filled with various experimental apparatus and scrolls, the air thick with the scent of herbs. Starting today, you will undergo my special training, Orochimaru said, surveying the surroundings with a raspy voice. Yuya's heart tightened, but he found himself with no alternative. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, he replied softly. Chapter 7. The Art of Breath Disguise. Orochimaru led Yue to a secluded grove outside their base. The nighttime forest was enveloped in silence, with moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern on the ground. Yue, do you know what the most essential skill is for a spy ninja? Orochimaru's voice slithered through the air like the scales of a serpent. Although he had not yet become the life mentor and scientific aberration of the future, he exuded a beguiling power. Yue pondered for a moment before responding, concealment and disguise? Seemingly satisfied with Yue's answer, a sinister smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. Indeed, concealment and disguise are the foundations of a competent spy. You must learn to mask your chakra, blend into your surroundings, and even alter your appearance and demeanor. For instance, he continued, his form suddenly blurring into obscurity before vanishing from Yue's sight. Despite his ability to perceive Orochimaru's chakra and life energy through his Rinnegan and life-sensing skills, Yue feigned confusion, scanning his surroundings as if oblivious to Orochimaru's presence. However, it was undeniable that this technique was indeed effective, especially against those lacking special ocular jutsu or unique sensing capabilities like Karen. Do you sense it? Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed from all directions, merging with the essence of the forest. Concealment is not merely about hiding your body. It encompasses the suppression of your breath, blood, even your metabolism, and anything that amplifies your presence. But this is not enough. With that, Orochimaru reappeared abruptly. This time, he slowly raised his hand, a yellowish viper gliding down his arm to silently land on the ground. The serpent slithered along the damp earth, its scales barely making a sound as it moved gracefully, merging seamlessly with its environment. Yue fixated on the snake, observing its target, a frog leaping through the grass. The frog appeared utterly oblivious to the lurking danger, leisurely snatching at flying insects. The viper's form gradually became indistinct, blending harmoniously with the grass, soil, and shadows. Its movements were so slow that they seemed to betray no signs of life, resembling a mere twig or rock, perfectly camouflaged within its surroundings. Suddenly, the viper sprang forth, its jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs that sank into the frog before it could emit a sound. The potent venom swiftly rendered the creature rigid, leaving it lifeless on the ground. The entire sequence transpired in silence, as if nothing had occurred. Did you witness that? Orochimaru's voice turned cold and deep. The essence of disguise is such that even when standing before them, they remain unaware of your presence, just like this snake, capable of delivering a fatal blow when the target is most relaxed. Yes, I understand, Yue replied, a tremor coursing through him as he bowed his head. Orochimaru's expression remained inscrutable, perhaps indifferent. He produced a complete snake shed from his sleeve, the semi-transparent skin glinting faintly under the moonlight, still retaining the serpent's essence. Take this, sense its aura, and adjust your own chakra to align with it. Yue accepted the shed, its surface cool and smooth. Taking a deep breath, he began to attune his chakra, attempting to synchronize his essence with that of the snake's shed, with the assistance of his Rinnegan. And the fact that the shed was an inanimate object, Yue successfully achieved the disguise in a single attempt. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's golden pupils. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. He continued in a gravelly tone, true breath disguise is not just about mimicking these lifeless forms. It extends to embodying living beings, harmonizing your essence, chakra fluctuations, and even your life energy to match your target completely. Without any visible motion, Orochimaru's body began to contort and transform. Scales emerged upon his skin, his eyes elongated and turned frigid. At that moment, his aura morphed, becoming icy and slick, indistinguishable from that of a snake. Do you perceive it? Orochimaru's voice bore an unsettling weight, an oppressive chill. The essence of transformation lies not only in appearance. You must learn to synchronize your essence, chakra fluctuations, and even your life energy with that of your target. Yue, both astonished and apprehensive, instinctively took a step back. Despite his Rinnegan and life-sensing abilities allowing him to perceive Orochimaru's chakra and life energy clearly, the aura emanating from him now was wholly serpentine, instilling a primal fear within Yue. Orochimaru appeared unfazed by Yue's reaction. His gaze remained cold and penetrating, as if scrutinizing a specimen. He slowly raised a hand, slender and pale fingers curling slightly, resembling the claws of a reptile. The viper, which had been resting on Orochimaru's shoulder, began to slither down his arm toward Yue. Yue stiffened slightly, acutely aware of the serpent's cold scales against his skin, the slick sensation causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yet he remained still, allowing the viper to coil upon his shoulder. Now, it is your turn, Orochimaru commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Adjust your aura to align completely with it. Focus your mind. Using his Rinnegan and life-sensing abilities, he could distinctly perceive the icy, slick, primal essence emanating from the viper. Akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, poised to strike its prey, Yue endeavored to synchronize his aura with that of the viper, gradually diminishing his presence to become subtle and elusive. However, the process proved challenging. His chakra fluctuations oscillated between being overly intense and too faint, failing to achieve complete alignment with the viper's energy. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Detection of host performing chakra fine control. Triggering system assistance function. Chakra fine control activated. Upon hearing this, Yue felt a surge of elation. Simultaneously, an invisible force guided him in adjusting the flow of his chakra. His chakra fluctuations stabilized, and his essence began to sync with that of the viper. Seconds later, the transformation in Yue's aura became evident. The warmth and vibrant life energy characteristic of humanity turned cold and desolate. His breathing grew faint, and his heartbeat slowed to the brink of cessation. Yet, this metamorphosis was not flawless. Traces of human essence still flickered within his aura and chakra fluctuations. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Yue for an extended moment, his golden pupils narrowing, sharp and icy, as if piercing through every detail of Yue's being. After a brief pause, a rare, enigmatic smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips, evoking a chilling sense of dread, as though he were admiring an exquisite specimen. In that instant, Yue felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, causing his aura to spiral out of control. The cold, serpentine essence dissipated swiftly, replaced by the warm, vibrant essence of humanity. A layer of cold sweat beaded on Yue's forehead, as he pondered whether his recent performance had captured Orochimaru's attention. The enigmatic smile on Orochimaru's face instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure within him, akin to standing precariously at the edge of an unfathomable abyss, with the looming threat of plummeting into the depths below. Fortunately, Orochimaru's subsequent words allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Your talent surpasses my expectations. Orochimaru's voice echoed once more, imbued with a chilling calmness. But it is still not perfect. Continue your training. I shall assess your progress in 3 days. With that, a gust of wind swept through, and Orochimaru vanished in an instant. As he departed, the overwhelming and ominous chakra that had permeated the area gradually dissipated. At that moment, a prompt from the system suddenly resonated in Yue's mind. Chapter 8. The interrogation mission. The host has mastered the techniques of breath concealment and breath disguise, and the side quest, spy training, has been updated. Task details. Under Orochimaru's guidance, learn the fundamentals of espionage. Current progress. Mastery of breath concealment and breath disguise. Task rewards. Ninja, illusion, wisdom, basic attribute 1. Enhanced scouting skills, Chunin level. Interrogation techniques, Chunin level, and espionage skills, Jonin level. As the panel updated and the notification sound faded, a warm current surged within Night Moon, rapidly spreading throughout his entire being. It felt as if he were enveloped by an invisible force, each cell infused with a newfound energy, granting him a rebirth. This sensation was akin to awakening from a deep slumber, with every inch of his skin and every nerve becoming more sensitive and alive. Upon attempting to channel his chakra, Night Moon discovered that its quantity had more than doubled. Previously, his chakra could barely support a few transformations, classified as E-rank ninjutsu, but now he could distinctly feel the flow of chakra within him becoming more fluid, akin to a broad river rushing through his veins. That single point of basic attribute may seem trivial, yet its effects were undeniably significant. Night Moon mused quietly, considering that due to his initially weak foundation, every enhancement in basic data represented a qualitative leap. Simultaneously, a plethora of knowledge regarding scouting, interrogation, and espionage flooded his mind. Although this was his first encounter with such information, it felt as if it had been etched deeply into his memory, seamlessly integrating into his thoughts and instincts. Various interrogation techniques emerged in his mind. How to discern the emotions and thoughts of others. How to use chakra to stimulate the target's pain receptors. How to employ psychological tactics to dismantle an opponent's mental defenses, and how to extract crucial information in the shortest time possible. Though uncertain of their utility, acquiring additional abilities could only be beneficial. Returning to his room, Night Moon sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to organize his thoughts. Today's training left him somewhat fatigued, but what intrigued him more was the system's rewards. Whether it was the enhancement of attribute points or the acquisition of new skills, he felt the system's formidable power. The bountiful rewards of the system's side quests made him ponder. If he could trigger them more frequently, his strength would surely escalate rapidly. Night Moon contemplated. Yet how exactly were side quests triggered? Reflecting on his past experiences, he realized that the activation of side quests seemed to correlate with his environment and actions. In other words, the system issued corresponding tasks based on his movements and situational changes. If I could actively create opportunities, perhaps I could trigger more side quests. A daring thought flickered in Night Moon's mind. However, he currently could not leave this stronghold. As an outsider, it was impossible for him to proactively accept missions. How then could he trigger side quests? Just as he was mulling over this, a low murmur of conversation drifted from outside his door. Night Moon's ears perked up. Utilizing his recently enhanced scouting skills, he could distinctly capture the dialogue beyond the door. I heard they've recently captured a member of the Shadow Hand. But no matter how we interrogate him, he refuses to speak, a deep voice remarked. Indeed, that fellow is quite stubborn. Even Lord Orochimaru couldn't extract anything from him. Another voice replied, tinged with exasperation. Interrogating a member of the Shadow Hand? Night Moon furrowed his brow, a sudden idea forming within him. He rose, opening his door and approaching the two conversing Konoha ninjas. Esteemed seniors, I have heard that you captured a member of the Shadow Hand, but have been unable to extract any information from him. Night Moon's tone was calm. Having witnessed Orochimaru's presence, he felt little pressure in the face of these ninjas. The two Konoha ninjas turned to him, one frowning slightly, impatience creeping into his voice. And what of it? What does that concern you? Night Moon did not falter, continuing, under Lord Orochimaru's guidance, I have been learning some unique interrogation techniques. Perhaps I could give it a try. The other ninja scoffed, skepticism evident in his tone. You? A mere child without even a forehead protector? What special skills could you possibly possess? Night Moon refrained from directly responding. Instead, he raised his hand, channeling a thread of chakra at his fingertips. The chakra, under his command, coiled around his fingertip with precision and grace. He flicked his finger, and the chakra traced a beautiful arc in the air before dissipating. My chakra control exceeds that of the average person, Night Moon stated calmly. Moreover, I have mastered certain techniques that can stimulate the target's pain receptors through chakra, dismantling their psychological defenses. The two Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, taken aback by Night Moon's display. After a moment of hesitation, one murmured, even if your chakra control is commendable, that doesn't guarantee you'll extract any information. That prisoner is quite resilient. Night Moon replied serenely, even if I fail, there is little to lose. However, if I succeed, it could potentially yield a significant intelligence breakthrough for you. The two Konoha ninjas exchanged another glance before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, you may give it a try, one said, but you will need to blindfold yourself. Agreed. Night Moon nodded, his tone unwavering. One of the Konoha ninjas produced a black cloth from his pocket, approached Night Moon, and blindfolded him. Instantly, darkness enveloped his vision, yet he did not panic. Instead, he focused intently, utilizing his scouting skills to perceive his surroundings. Follow us. And do not move around, warned another ninja, his tone carrying a note of caution. Night Moon nodded, trailing behind the footsteps of the two ninjas. His ears twitched slightly, capturing the sounds around him, footfalls, breaths, even the faint fluctuations of chakra in the air. Gradually, a vague mental map began to form in his mind, as though he could visualize himself traversing a narrow corridor, turning several corners, and ultimately entering a more confined space. After walking for several minutes, Night Moon sensed the two ahead come to a halt. We've arrived, one whispered, then removed the blindfold from Night Moon's eyes. He blinked, adjusting to the sudden light. He found himself in a dimly lit room, its walls adorned with various ninja tools and implements of torture, the air thick with a heavy scent of blood. In the center is the member of the Shadow Hand. One of the Konoha ninjas stated coldly, you have 10 minutes. If you fail to extract any information, you must leave immediately. Night Moon, however, paid little heed to the ninja's words. For, as anticipated, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, triggered side quest. Interrogation of the Shadow Hand. Task details. Extract key intelligence from the captive of the Shadow Hand. Task rewards. Basic attribute points 5. Intelligence analysis ability, Jonin level. Chapter 9. The art of eradicating tongue troubles. A flicker of joy surged within Yue, for he knew his conjecture had been correct. However, he maintained a stoic expression, observing the man before him with a blank visage. The man's face was marred by scars, a testament to previous tortures endured, yet he remained resolute, defiantly locking eyes with Yue in a provocative glare. Another one? Huh. The ninjas of Konoha are indeed relentless. He scoffed. But I advise you not to waste your efforts. I will reveal nothing. Within the confines of Konoha, the interrogation techniques employed by the specialized teams or the genjutsu used to extract information could easily compel a confession. Yet, individuals of such caliber were seldom dispatched to the front lines. It was precisely this circumstance that allowed Yue to seize the opportunity. He refrained from rushing in, instead turning to the two Konoha ninjas stationed outside the door, whispering, have you previously interrogated his comrades? One ninja responded, yes, we captured 2 individuals. The other is a young man, seemingly under 20, yet he remains tight-lipped despite our attempts. A glimmer of contemplation passed through Yue's eyes as he inquired, where's that young man now? The other ninja replied, he is confined in a separate interrogation room. We intend to question them separately to prevent collusion. Nodding, Yue formulated a plan. Very well, I understand. Please leave me for a moment. I require a tranquil environment. As he entered the interrogation room, the 2 ninjas retreated and closed the door behind him. With the iron door shut, the atmosphere inside became suffocatingly silent, leaving only Yue and the captive. Now, it is just the two of us, Yue declared, standing before the captive, his gaze sharp as a blade, meticulously assessing the man's demeanor. From their first exchange, Yue discerned that this man had undergone extensive counter-interrogation training. Extracting information through sheer brutality would prove difficult. Thus, Yue resolved to adopt a different approach, one that exploited the captive's fear, uncertainty, and human frailty, gradually dismantling his psychological defenses. Rather than immediately pressing for answers, he leisurely approached a nearby table, poured a glass of water, and gently slid it toward the man. Have a drink. Yue's tone was calm, even tinged with warmth. You appear to have gone a long time without rest. The man lifted his gaze, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly replaced that surprise with suspicion. He did not reach for the glass, instead coldly fixing Yue with a stare, a mocking smile still playing on his lips. Spare me your false compassion. Unfazed by the man's reaction, Yue smiled slightly, his voice reflective. You know, I once felt as invincible as you, thinking that if I gritted my teeth and endured, I could withstand anything. But I soon discovered that some things are more terrifying than pain, like loneliness, like the unknown. The man's eyes flickered, yet he quickly regained his composure, remaining silent as his only reply. Seeing this, Yue continued, what is your name? Or rather, how would you prefer I address you? After all, we may be spending some time together. The man remained mute, but Yue noticed a slight tremor in his fingers, as if the notion of spending time together had struck a chord. Yue did not press further. Instead, he turned to the window, his back to the man, speaking nonchalantly. In truth, we both know that the organization backing you will not come to your rescue. They have long viewed you as expendable. Do you believe such loyalty is worthwhile? The man's breathing quickened slightly, but he swiftly suppressed his emotions, sneering defiantly. Don't try to sow discord. I'm not so easily swayed. Yue pivoted to meet the man's gaze, his voice low and steady. I understand your thoughts. You believe you can endure, that by remaining silent, you can bury your secrets. But do you truly think your silence will alter anything? The man's eyes flickered once more, yet he maintained his obstinate response. Konoha's scum. Do you think I could be intimidated by you? Don't be naive. I have long grown accustomed to suffering. Is that so? Yue replied, not engaging further, but instead gliding silently behind the man, subtly channeling chakra to mask his presence with an unsettling aura of darkness and cold. The man's body stiffened slightly, as if sensing the chilling energy emanating from Yue. Yue's fingers brushed against the man's nape, a delicate surge of chakra penetrating the base of his skull. Simultaneously, his rinnegan flickered, activating the ability of the realm of humanity. Although Yue's power was still nascent, allowing him only to access the most superficial layers of consciousness, he nonetheless grasped a vital piece of information. The man's name was Yamada. Retracting his fingers, Yue spoke with a hint of feigned sympathy. You know, I have the utmost admiration for individuals like you. Even when there seems to be no escape, you maintain such composure. Unfortunately, your comrade may not possess the same fortitude. The man's body tensed imperceptibly, yet he gritted his teeth, striving to uphold his calm. What do you mean? Yue offered no direct answer. Instead, he produced a ninja headband from his pocket, emblazoned with the symbol of the Hidden Rain Village. It was the very headband that had fallen from the deceased ghost-faced ninja slain by Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru had not paid it any mind, Yue habitually collected such items after the fact. He placed the headband on the table before the man, his tone laced with regret. This was found on one of your comrades. He is younger than you and more fragile. In less than an hour, he divulged everything. The man's pupils constricted slightly, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the headband. He attempted to scrutinize its details, to confirm its authenticity. Yet, Yue had anticipated this reaction. He adjusted the angle of the headband, causing it to reflect the harsh overhead light. In an instant, the surface of the headband gleamed with a blinding radiance, momentarily dazzling the man's eyes and obscuring the truth. This only heightened his unease, yet the lingering hope compelled him to clench his jaw. You are deceiving me. He wouldn't speak. Yue let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with derision. Do you truly place such faith in him? Regrettably, you are mistaken. He is not as strong as you imagine. Do you know what his last words were before he confessed? He said, Yamada-senpai, I am sorry. I still wish to live. See, isn't it foolish to protect a comrade with such a secret? At the utterance of his true name, Yamada's chest heaved violently. He struggled to control his voice. Yet a hint of panic seeped through his tone. You are lying. He wouldn't speak. Is that so? Yue pressed. Recognizing that his words had breached the man's psychological defenses, he continued to apply pressure. Do you believe your silence will safeguard them? Who would express gratitude? No. They would consider you a fool for enduring unnecessary pain when you could have chosen a path of less suffering. Yamada's breathing grew more frantic, his chest rising and falling sharply, clearly beginning to waver. Yue offered no respite, continuing, do you know? Your comrade has already found freedom. We presented him with a choice, reveal everything or remain here forever. He chose the former. And yet, here you are, suffering on his behalf. Is it worth it? Yamada's lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to utter something, yet ultimately he clenched his jaw and remained silent. Yayue understood that the other was teetering on the brink of collapse. A mere nudge could shatter his psychological defenses entirely. He approached the man slowly, crouching down to meet his gaze, his tone imbued with a chilling calmness. Do you know what I despise most? Wasting time. I can either alleviate your suffering or render your existence a living torment. The choice is yours. A flicker of fear crossed Yamada's eyes, his breathing growing increasingly erratic. As he spoke, Yayue produced a small vial from his bosom, containing a pale blue liquid. This is the dream drug, Yayue explained. It can induce a semi-conscious state, weakening your willpower while bypassing the constraints of your consciousness. Naturally, its side effects are quite evident. You may become eternally lost in your own dreams, unable to awaken. In truth, the vial merely contained ordinary water mixed with a trace of snake venom, which had mild hallucinogenic properties, unbeknownst to the other. The essence of interrogation techniques, excluding certain powerful ninjutsu for forcibly extracting memories, fundamentally revolves around the game of information disparity. Judging by Yamada's lips, now devoid of color, it was clear that he had been cornered by Yayue's rhetoric and psychological tactics. With just a bit more pressure, his mental fortitude would crumble entirely. With this thought, Yayue slowly opened the vial, pouring the liquid onto a cloth. A faint fragrance permeated the air, causing Yamada's breathing to quicken, his eyes filled with dread. Observing this, Yayue did not hesitate. He brought the cloth closer to the man's mouth and nose. Yamada's body trembled violently, and he could no longer contain his pleas for mercy. I will speak. The Shadow Hand is Lord Han's subordinate, secretly formed by Lord Hoya to serve as a bridge to a mysterious faction. They seem to be plotting a large-scale war. Will you? Yayue queried. Who is that? This was yet another unfamiliar name, just like the Shadow Hand. If it was unknown, it likely held no significance. Reflecting on this, a glint of cold light flickered in Yayue's eyes as he pressed further. Which faction is collaborating with you? What are their intentions? Confusion flickered in the man's gaze, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. I truly do not know. I only know the leader refers to them as. Suddenly, the man's body convulsed violently, his eyes growing vacant as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Yayue was startled, rushing forward to check, only to find that the man's heartbeat had ceased. What is this? Yayue murmured to himself, furrowing his brow as he opened the man's mouth and pulled out his tongue. On the tongue, he discovered a mark that should not have been present. The tongue of calamity eradication technique, he murmured. Chapter 10. Continuous tasks. The technique for eradicating the tongue's treachery is a jutsu specifically employed by Danzo to control the members of the root organization. This jutsu ensures that members of the root's dark division remain tight-lipped, unable to divulge any information. Failure to comply results in death. However, why would it manifest on the tongue of a member from the shadows of the hand? Staring at the lifeless body, Yayue's mind raced. If Yamada bore the mark of the root, one possibility emerged. Danzo had established a connection with the rebel faction in the Rain Village known as the Shadows of the Hand. The root organization has always been notorious for its secrecy and ruthlessness. With the third Hokage's indulgence, it was inevitable that the root's influence would extend beyond the Land of Fire, potentially even aligning with enemies like Hanzo in the near future. Thus, it is not surprising that the root had infiltrated a place like the Rain Village and collaborated with an organization such as the Shadows of the Hand. If Danzo truly allied with the rebels, what could be his objective? Yayue swiftly analyzed in his mind. Was it to weaken Hanzo's power? Or perhaps to establish a puppet regime in the Land of Rain? Or was there a more grandiose scheme at play? Self-proclaimed as the shadow of the ninja, Danzo has always acted under the pretense of protecting Konoha's interests, yet his methods are often extreme and unscrupulous, lacking any moral boundaries. Should Danzo indeed conspire with the rebellious forces in the Rain Village, the war's backdrop might conceal an even more convoluted plot. However, this remained a personal conjecture. Yayue mused. But before proceeding, he needed more evidence to substantiate his theory. He rose to his feet, casting a glance over Yamada's corpse, already formulating a plan. With the root organization's intervention, it was certain that more individuals linked to Danzo lurked within the rebel faction of the Rain Village. By locating these individuals, he could unearth Danzo's machinations. Just as Yayue reached this conclusion, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Key intelligence detected. Danzo's root organization has intervened in the internal strife of the Rain Village. Task completed. Acquired crucial intelligence. Based on the interrogation process evaluation. Ninjutsu Attribute 1, Wisdom Attribute 2, Illusion Attribute 1, Body Attribute 1, Gain Skill, Intelligence Analysis, Jonin level. Subsequent task triggered. Uncover Danzo's conspiracy. Task objective. Collect further evidence regarding Danzo's collusion with the rebel forces in the Rain Village and report the findings to the higher-ups of Konoha. Task reward. Unknown. Assessed based on task completion. With the system's notification, a warm surge coursed through Yayue's body. He felt his chakra becoming more substantial, and both his strength and agility noticeably enhanced. His mind sharpened, allowing him to perceive even the faintest currents of air in the interrogation room. Yet, Yue paid little heed to these changes. Instead, he focused on the subsequent task that had been triggered, his brow slightly raised as he pondered. So, this is a continuous task? It seems the system is guiding me to delve deeper into this matter. He stood, once more surveying Yamada's corpse, his plan crystallizing. Since the root organization had become involved, it was certain that more individuals connected to Danzo remained within the rebel faction of the Rain Village. Discovering these individuals would unveil Danzo's scheme. Nevertheless, this remained merely a personal thought, Yue acknowledged, but prior to any action, he required additional evidence to validate this hypothesis. However, now was not the time for such contemplation. He had another pressing matter to address. With the captive deceased in this place, and being the only person in the room, he might soon face some physical repercussions. 10 minutes later, he swiftly organized his thoughts and turned towards the door of the interrogation room, knocking lightly. You two may enter now. However, just as he prepared to push the door open, it was abruptly swung open from the outside. Two Konoha ninjas stepped inside. One glanced at Yamada's body, and his expression darkened immediately. He is dead? Yue nodded, his tone calm. Yes, he triggered a preordained jutsu after confessing, which led to his demise. The other ninja stepped forward to examine Yamada's corpse, then lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at Yue. Suspicion evident in his voice. What did you do to him? Why did he suddenly die? Yue furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure. I have already stated. He triggered a certain technique after confessing. It is an advanced curse seal technique. Should he attempt to reveal information, he would immediately perish. I suspect his organization imposed some form of control over him. Control? One of the ninjas scoffed, skepticism lacing his tone. You were alone with him during the interrogation. And he died while you remained unscathed? That seems rather coincidental. Yue understood that trust was not forthcoming. Yet he remained composed. I acquired confidential intelligence that I must report to Lord Orochimaru. If you have questions, you may address them with the higher-ups. However, should you continue to act irrationally, you will bear the consequences. Bear the consequences? I am keen to see what those consequences might be. The ninja sneered, suddenly launching a punch towards Yue's abdomen. Yue let out a stifled grunt, his body shuddering slightly, yet he did not fall. He raised his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Are you prepared to make a move? And what if we are? The other ninja stepped forward, hostility evident in his tone. A person of unknown origin like you should have been locked up long ago. Before he could finish, he kicked towards Yue's knee, attempting to bring him down. However, thanks to his recently augmented attributes, Yue managed to dodge the attack, albeit awkwardly. It seems you are resolutely intent on causing me trouble. Enough chatter. Both ninjas lunged at Yue simultaneously, one from the left and the other from the right. Yue opted not to confront them head-on, but instead retreated swiftly, evading their attacks. His Rinnegan had already sensed a dark, massive chakra approaching from beyond the iron door. As anticipated, just as their strikes were about to land, the interrogation room door swung open once more, a cold voice cutting through the air. Stop. The two ninjas halted immediately, turning to face the entrance. Yue too lifted his gaze, resting it upon the figure who entered. Orochimaru stepped slowly into the room, his eyes scanning Yue and the two ninjas before settling on Yamada's corpse. His gaze lingered momentarily on Yamada's bloody tongue, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he revealed a knowing smile. It seems something intriguing has transpired here. Lord Orochimaru, this individual, one of the ninjas began to explain, but was interrupted by Orochimaru raising a hand. No need for further explanation. His voice was cold yet calm. I shall personally handle this matter. You two may leave. The ninjas exchanged glances, a hint of reluctance evident, yet they bowed respectfully and exited the interrogation room. Chapter 11. The ominous Orochimaru within the interrogation room. Only Yue and Orochimaru remained. The air was thick with a stifling silence, punctuated solely by the lifeless form of Yamada, sprawled on the ground. His blood congealed at the corners of his mouth. Orochimaru's gaze shifted from Yamada's corpse to Yue, a knowing smile curling upon his lips. It seems you have accomplished quite a bit here. Yue nodded, his tone composed. I was merely carrying out my mission. However, the identity of this captive is likely more intricate than it appears. Oh, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Pray tell? Yue glanced at Yamada's body, feigning contemplation as he spoke. After his confession, he triggered some sort of curse, resulting in his demise. This curse resembles an advanced sealing technique. Any attempt to divulge information leads to immediate death. I suspect the organization behind him has exerted some form of control over him. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, and so, noticing Orochimaru's piercing gaze, Yue felt a measure of relief. He understood that Orochimaru had discerned traces of the tongue curse eradication technique, though he refrained from overt acknowledgement. Lord Orochimaru, Yue continued, this captive mentioned that the Shadow Hand is connected to a mysterious faction, which is orchestrating a large-scale war. I believe the origins of this enigmatic force are far from ordinary. Orochimaru fixed Yue with a scrutinizing stare, his tone laced with amusement. A mysterious faction? Whom do you refer to? Yue pretended to ponder, yet rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. drawing upon memories from his previous life. He knew that the tongue curse eradication technique was a unique method of the root organization led by Danzo. However, he could not disclose this information directly. If Orochimaru were to realize how well acquainted Yue was with the root organization, it would inevitably raise his suspicions. After all, how could an ordinary orphan from the Rain Village possess such intimate knowledge of the nefarious methods employed by an organization situated 1,000 miles away in the Leaf Village? Nonetheless, this did not prevent Yue from steering the conversation in that direction. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, his tone cautious. I am not well versed in the ninja world, but the ability to impose such an advanced curse upon a captive clearly indicates that this is no ordinary organization. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Yue for a moment before he slowly raised his hand. With a puff of white smoke, a massive serpent emerged, its dark-scaled body coiling through the air, its cold, slitted eyes fixated on Yamada's corpse as it flicked its crimson tongue. Since he has perished, let him serve his final purpose. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with a chilling detachment. The serpent slithered toward Yamada's remains, opening its gaping maw and gradually consuming the body piece by piece. Yue stood silently by, observing this macabre spectacle as tumultuous thoughts swirled within him. Orochimaru clearly possessed knowledge of the tongue curse eradication technique. His actions here were likely motivated by more than mere disposal of a corpse. After the body had been dealt with, Orochimaru's gaze returned to Yue, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his golden slit pupils. In just 2 days, your chakra seems to have strengthened considerably. It appears you have not been idle. Yue felt a jolt of apprehension, realizing that Orochimaru had detected the change in his chakra. He feigned calmness, nodding. Yes, in recent days, I have sensed an enhancement in my chakra control. Orochimaru's lips curled into a knowing smile. Excellent. Your potential exceeds my expectations. Perhaps your future accomplishments will surpass even my predictions. Yue refrained from responding, merely lowering his gaze. You need not come for the assessment tomorrow. From today onward, you are free to move about the base. Orochimaru continued casually, although the core areas are temporarily off-limits to you. After all, there are certain sensitive matters at play here. Yue nodded respectfully. I understand, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, turning to the door, his voice echoing in the empty interrogation room. Make good use of this opportunity, Yue-kun. I have high hopes for your future. As Orochimaru departed, the interrogation room fell silent once more. Yue stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the great serpent that had finished consuming the corpse. Contemplating the implications, Orochimaru had clearly developed an interest in Danzo's root organization, which could serve as a potential opportunity for collaboration in the future. I must find my own position amid the power struggle between him and Danzo. Taking a deep breath, he turned to leave the interrogation room, his mind racing with thoughts. Orochimaru's endorsement was a double-edged sword, offering the promise of resources and power while potentially ensnaring him in greater peril. He recalled Orochimaru's golden slit pupils, which conveyed not just interest, but a cold, calculating scrutiny, as if assessing the value of a tool. Individuals like Orochimaru are, in many ways, akin to Danzo. Both are ambitious and avoid frivolous investments, with every ounce of attention driven by a clear purpose. The distinction lies in Orochimaru's adeptness at manipulation, capable of convincing Na'vi individuals like Kimimaro that he genuinely comprehends them. Yet, in truth, whether it be Kimimaro, Sasuke, or even Mitarashi Anko or Kabuto, they were merely instruments employed by Orochimaru to fulfill his own aims. Once they ceased to be useful, they would be ruthlessly discarded. The only one who successfully utilized Orochimaru and managed to rebel against him was likely Uchiha Sasuke. Ultimately, this world is governed by strength. With this thought, Yue clenched his fists, resolving within himself, I must grow stronger, strong enough to elude his grasp. Reflecting on his training over the past few days, he acknowledged a noticeable improvement in his chakra control, yet he understood this was far from sufficient. Completing side missions was undoubtedly an expedient method for gaining strength, but this subsequent task would likely not be accomplished in the short term. Moreover, leaving the base to investigate the situation was no simple feat therefore. Aside from fulfilling the system as tasks, I must discover a more rapid path to strength, Yue pondered. He returned to his room, sitting cross-legged as he commenced meditation. With the rhythm of his breath, he felt his chakra flowing steadily within him. Yue recognized that mastery over chakra control formed the foundation of a ninja's power, and his aspirations extended beyond mere mastery. He sought to transcend. Perhaps I could explore alternative methods. A peculiar thought flickered through Yue's mind. Chapter 12. The actions of all parties in the dimly lit underground chamber of the Hidden Leaf Village. Flickering candlelight illuminated the stern and profound face of Danzo. His single eye was partially closed as he held a recently delivered confidential letter. The contents of the letter caused a subtle smile to emerge at the corners of his lips, hinting at an elusive satisfaction. Hanayu's actions have exceeded expectations, Danzo murmured to himself, his tone tinged with approval, yet laced with caution. Beside him, a guard slightly bowed, his black trench coat collar raised high, obscuring the lower half of his face, revealing only his piercing eyes. He spoke in a hushed tone, Lord Danzo, Hana Yu has successfully infiltrated Hanzo's core forces and incited considerable rebellion among his ranks. Should we expedite our actions? Danzo shook his head, his tone steady and composed. There is no need. Hana Yu is an astute individual. He understands what must be done. We merely need to provide support from the shadows, ensuring that Hanzo's influence is thoroughly dismantled. Premature involvement would only raise his suspicions. The guard nodded, then inquired, what about the resources of the Rain Village? A glimmer of greed flickered in Danzo's gaze. The resources of the Rain Village must rightfully belong to us. Hana, you may hold the title of the Rain Village leader, but true power and resources must remain firmly in our grasp. The geographical positioning of the Rain Village serves as a strategic stronghold against the sand and rock villages, essential to our future endeavors. The guard frowned slightly, expressing concern. But will the Shadow's hand willingly relinquish their resources? Danzo scoffed, a shadow of malice passing through his solitary eye. They certainly won't do so willingly, but they have no alternative. Without our backing, they cannot challenge Hanzo's rule. And once Hanzo falls, Hana will discover that half of his subordinates have already fallen under our control. The guard nodded subtly, recalling the plans of recent times, and chose not to voice further concerns. At that moment, another root ninja suddenly appeared, kneeling before Danzo. Lord Danzo, it seems the Sand Village has recently reinforced their troops at the border, possibly eyeing the Rain Village. Should we take precautions? Danzo's brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with disdain. The Sand Village? Just a pack of frightened dogs, cowed by the Hidden Leaf Village. They pose no threat. However, if they dare to meddle in the affairs of the Rain Village, we would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. The guard whispered. The Sand Village's puppet masters and poison specialists are renowned in the shinobi world. If they ally with the Rain Village, they could disrupt our plans. Danzo chuckled coldly. The enmity between the Sand and Rain Villages runs deep. Given the temperaments of Chiyo and Hanzo, the likelihood of their cooperation is almost non-existent. Nevertheless, if the Sand Village dares to interfere in the Rain Village's matters, we would not mind making them our pawns. The guard nodded in agreement, remaining silent. His figure appeared particularly stern in the candlelight, as if merging with the surrounding shadows. Danzo rose and approached a corner of the chamber, tracing his fingers over the shinobi world map on the wall. His fingers halted at the location of the Rain Village as he murmured softly. The era of Hanzo has come to an end. The future of the Rain Village shall be controlled by me, Shimura Danzo. The future of the Rain Village cannot be left to outsiders. Meanwhile, Hana Yu sat in a dim room, holding a cup of sake, his gaze deep and composed. In front of him stood several core members of the Shadow's Hand, reporting the latest developments. We have infiltrated a significant portion of Hanzo's core forces, one ninja said quietly. Many of his confidants have been swayed to our side, and the remainder are under our surveillance. Hana Yu took a gentle sip of sake, his tone calm. Excellent. Hanzo is aging. His time is at an end. Another Rain ninja hesitated before asking, Lord Hana Yu, can we truly trust Danzo? A cold glint flashed in Hana Yu's eyes, his tone laced with sarcasm. Danzo is an ambitious man. He covets the resources and power of the Rain Village. We, however, only require the name of the Rain Village. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. The ninja remained apprehensive. Yet, Danzo's methods are notoriously insidious. Could we become his tools? Hana Yu laughed coldly, setting down his cup and moving to the window. Outside, the streets of the Rain Village were veiled in a light drizzle, exuding an aura of desolation. The sky here was perpetually shrouded in clouds, with the persistent rain creating a stifling atmosphere, reminiscent of the unending specters of war and death. Utilize? Hana Yu's voice was low and frigid. He believes he is using us, unaware that we are also using him. Once Hanzo is overthrown, the Rain Village will be ours. As for Danzo, the true power in the leaf is not his. It belongs to Saratobi Hiruzen, who is far too weak. This will be his fatal flaw. The ninjas exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Hana Yu turned to face them, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. His tone resolute. Hanzo's tyranny has plunged the Rain Village into stagnation. We must enact change. These ambitious men are merely tools to achieve our objectives. The situation is dire. In the Sand Village, within the office of the Kazekage, several high-ranking ninjas were deliberating the situation surrounding the Rain Village. Kazekage sat at the head of the table, his expression grim as he held a recent battle report concerning the Rain Village. Based on intelligence from the front lines, it was evident that the Rain Village's defenses were showing significant vulnerabilities. One Nin from the Sand pointed to the map laid out on the table. Their eastern defenses have been breached twice within 3 days. Although Hanzo personally intervened to stabilize the situation, their forces are stretched thin. Another ninja added, moreover, the Rain Village is experiencing supply issues. Our intelligence operatives have discovered that their food and weapon reserves are running low, and even medical supplies are beginning to dwindle. If this continues, the Rain Village's defenses may collapse entirely. The Kazekage surveyed the room, his tone cautious. The resources of the Rain Village are indeed enticing, but our front lines are under immense pressure. Dividing our forces to engage the Rain Village could lead to the collapse of our own defenses, placing the Sand Village in a precarious position. Nin spoke softly. Kazekage-sama, the forces of the leaf are indeed exerting considerable pressure on us. However, if we were to consolidate our defenses and fortify key positions while dispatching troops to the rain village to attack the leaf ninjas, we might compel them to divert more forces to the rain front, thus alleviating the pressure on us. The Kazekage raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Elaborate. Certainly, Kazekage-sama. The J-mean stepped forward, indicating the rain village on the map. Currently, the Leaf's main forces are concentrated on the front lines, leaving their rear defenses relatively weak. If we could dispatch an elite unit to raid the rain village, they would need to redirect some of their forces either to protect their main body or to support their troops in the rain village. This would relieve the pressure on the front lines, allowing us to establish a foothold in the rain village. The advisor, Kaiza, nodded in approval. This plan is indeed promising. If we can successfully restrain the Leaf's main forces, the situation on the front lines will become more favorable for us. The Kazekage contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. This plan is indeed feasible, but we must ensure the element of surprise and secrecy in our actions. Should the Leaf become aware of our intentions, they may respond preemptively. The confident Jonin proclaimed, Lord Kazekage, rest assured, our puppet masters and poison specialists are fully prepared to catch Konoha off guard. The Kazekage nodded, a hint of determination in his tone. In that case, let us proceed with this plan. Assemble our elite forces immediately and prepare for a surprise assault on Amigakure. Chapter 13. A new identity in the dense forest surrounding the rain-hidden village. A gentle drizzle fell, the leaves whispering softly as they were pelted by rain. A lizard hung upside down from a branch, its deep green skin blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. Its eyes, slightly ajar, revealed eerie purple spiral patterns within its pupils. After scanning the woods and confirming the absence of anomalies, it gradually opened its mouth. In the next moment, a figure emerged from within, landing firmly on the ground. Yu stood in the rain, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. After ensuring his safety, he muttered to himself, the reverse summoning technique is indeed effective. Orochimaru's spies should not detect my movements. He then reached out to stroke the lizard's head, whispering, thank you for your hard work. You may return now. The lizard nodded and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Since parting ways with Orochimaru in the interrogation room, nearly half a month had elapsed. During this time, you had not only studied some basic ninjutsu but had also devoted significant effort to mastering the reverse summoning technique and shadow clone technique. Unlike the summoning of large ninja beasts or the multiple shadow clones that Naruto could create, the overall chakra requirements for these techniques were modest, necessitating only sufficient chakra control. Fortunately, you met these criteria, allowing him, after 2 weeks of diligent practice, to easily locate related scrolls within the base and learn their contents. The reverse summoning technique was meticulously prepared by you to facilitate his escape from Orochimaru's stronghold, enabling him to act independently. By utilizing the animal path abilities of his Rinnegan, he could summon a contracted beast and then use it to reverse summon himself to a designated location. The shadow clone technique served as a supplementary means to ensure that Orochimaru would not suspect his absence. The combination of these methods was not only discreet but left no trace, making it challenging for even Orochimaru to detect such maneuvers. Even if, hypothetically, Orochimaru became aware of the situation, the clones could swiftly reverse summon you back, averting any potential exposure. Ultimately, to rapidly enhance his strength, the completion of the main quest was imperative, although the requirement of 500 corpses and the addition of 50 attribute points seemed somewhat absurd. Fortunately, the current chaos in the rain-hidden village meant that corpses were plentiful, and you possessed the basic means of self-preservation. As long as he avoided direct confrontation with overwhelming foes, he would not lack for bodies to bury. Transformation technique. With a puff of white smoke, his appearance swiftly altered. His formerly jet-black hair turned a shade of gray, and his visage became unremarkable and unfamiliar. He donned a standard rain-hidden village ninja outfit, his aura completely transformed, and a large coffin slung over his back, blending seamlessly with the rain-soaked surroundings. From this moment forth, I am no longer you, but the leader of the Rinnegan group, Burial. Once his disguise was complete, you quickly produced a map from his pocket, densely annotated with various symbols and lines. This map, meticulously drawn by him based on the recent shifts in the battlefront within the rain-hidden village, clearly delineated the key areas of conflict, frequently contested zones, and the extent of Hanzo's influence. The focus of the battlefield had shifted southeast, the region being the weakest point of Hanzo's forces and also the area with the most corpses. Yu murmured to himself, his gaze darting across the map until it settled on a marked area in red. He stowed away the map and cast his eyes toward the horizon. Contemplating, avoiding direct encounters with Hanzo's elite troops, I should be able to infiltrate the periphery of the battlefield and find sufficient corpses. The risks are considerable, but to expedite my growth and strength, this is essential. With his resolve solidified, Yu's figure darted swiftly through the curtain of rain. Raindrops cascaded off his trench coat, and the ground beneath him, softened by the rain, yielded shallow footprints that were quickly washed away. Moments later, Yu arrived at his target area. This was an abandoned village. Most of the houses in ruins, ninja tools and shattered headbands strewn about, the air thick with the stench of blood. After ensuring there were no living souls around, Yu sprang into action. He approached a corpse, crouched down, and swiftly formed hand signs, murmuring, "Earth release, burial technique." The ground trembled slightly as the corpse was gradually engulfed by the earth, as if it had never existed. After completing this task, he moved to the next body, repeating the same process. Once he had interred all 8 corpses present, Yu formed hand signs again and softly intoned, "Rinnegan, activate." As his Rinnegan activated, countless pale blue light orbs appeared in his vision. These represented the residual life energy within the corpses. Once buried, this energy would manifest. A faint smile graced Yu's lips as he extended his hand, palm facing the orbs, and softly chanted, "Rinnegan, life energy absorption." An invisible force drew the energy orbs into Yu's body, his Rinnegan shimmering subtly as he sensed his strength gradually augmenting. Simultaneously, system notifications chimed repeatedly. Ding. Successfully absorbed a portion of life energy. Main quest progress 1. Current task target, 2500. Ding. Successfully absorbed a portion of life energy. Main quest progress 1. Current task target, 3500. Ding. Successfully absorbed a portion of life energy. Main quest progress 1. Current task target, for 500. Before long, Yu had absorbed all the life energy from the corpses. Without lingering, he swiftly moved to the next burial site. Shortly after his departure, 3 ninjas adorned with rain-hidden village headbands hurried onto the battlefield. They had received intelligence to provide support, yet the scene before them left them momentarily stunned. What is happening? Wasn't the report indicating a battle here? One of the lower-ranked ninjas questioned, scanning the area, only to find the battlefield utterly deserted, devoid of enemy presence or the corpses of comrades. The leading ninja furrowed his brow, crouching down to inspect the ground closely. His fingers brushed the soil, detecting an unusual tremor. Something is amiss. The earth has been disturbed here, he said in a low, cautious tone. Another lower-ranked ninja also knelt to examine the traces on the ground. Indeed, the soil bore signs of having been turned over, and these areas seemed softer compared to the surroundings. The leading ninja quickly formed hand signs, murmuring, "Earth release, earth flow perception." As chakra flowed into him, his sensory abilities expanded rapidly, and moments later, his expression grew grave. There is something beneath the earth. Beneath? Both lower-ranked ninjas gasped in unison. The leading ninja nodded, his voice somber. Someone has buried the corpses underground, and the chakra and life energy have been completely drained from them. What? The 2 lower-ranked ninjas exchanged shocked glances. The leading ninja stood, his gaze steely. Whoever it is, if their target is the corpses, then similar phenomena are likely occurring across the surrounding battlefield. Quickly, we must search the nearest battlefield. Understood. The 3 ninjas rapidly departed the scene, racing toward the direction of the rain-hidden village. Chapter 14. The first encounter. Yue stood silently beside a lifeless body, raindrops cascading down his hood. His hands deftly formed seals as he murmured softly, "Earth release, burial technique." The ground trembled slightly, and the corpse gradually sank into the earth, the sand ninja symbol on its forehead glaringly visible. This marked the 3rd battlefield Yue had discovered. Within less than half a day, he had already interred over 20 bodies. To his surprise, the proportion of Sand Village ninjas among these corpses had noticeably increased, nearly matching that of the Leaf Village, while the bodies from the Rain Village were the fewest. It seemed that the Sand Village was intensifying its operations in the Land of Rain. Yue pondered to himself. At this pace, the target of 500 corpses would not be overly difficult to achieve. He rose and surveyed his surroundings. Scattered across the battlefield were various ninja tools, including the unique poison darts of the Sand Village and the signature shurikens of the Leaf Village. Not far away lay the corpse of a sand ninja, accompanied by a discarded puppet. Yue crouched down to examine the puppet closely. Its joints bore evident signs of wear, indicating it had endured numerous battles. Residual chakra strings remained inside, a testament to the intricate craftsmanship that only a ninja of at least intermediate rank could accomplish. The deployment of puppet troops suggested that the sand was indeed preparing for significant maneuvers in the Rain Village. Something felt amiss. Yue furrowed his brow. The main forces of the Sand Village should still be engaged in a standoff with the Leaf. Yet, they had redirected elite puppet troops to the Land of Rain. What could they possibly be planning? He stood up, casting his gaze over the ravaged battlefield. Most sand ninja corpses faced eastward, towards the heart of the Rain Country, while the bodies of Leaf ninjas were scattered, evidently ambushed during a pursuit. Suddenly, a flicker of realization flashed in Yue's Rinnegan. The Sand Village was shifting its strategic focus. He recalled recent intelligence gathered from Orochimaru's stronghold. The offensive of the Leaf's White Fang at the Wind Country border had indeed diminished, but this was likely a ruse. A more plausible explanation was that the Sand Village intended to alleviate pressure on its front lines by establishing a secondary battlefield in the Rain Country. If that were the case, the Land of Rain would soon transform into a new slaughterhouse. The Sand Village aimed to intensify the conflict in the Rain Village to mitigate its own losses. On the Rain Village's side, Hanzo was already besieged on all fronts, struggling for survival, and was unlikely to divert his attention. As for the Leaf, Yayue's gaze fell upon a leaf ninja's corpse. The third Hokage. That cunning old fox would undoubtedly discern the sand's strategy to lure the leaf away. Yet, in line with the third style, he would likely choose to play along. Yayue mused, perhaps dispatching elite forces to reinforce the rain country while simultaneously launching penetrating attacks along the wind country border. Contemplating this, Yayue shook his head. At this juncture, aside from the lightning country, the strength of other ninja villages paled in comparison to that of the current leaf. Attempting to confront them alone would be exceedingly perilous. However, a glint of insight flickered in Yayue's Rinnegan. This might not be a detriment to me. The deeper the entanglement between the leaf and sand in the rain country, the less likely my movements would be detected. The intricacies of this war were escalating, and his circumstances would only become more perilous. As the last body was buried, Yayue rose, scanning the area once more to confirm there were no anomalies before preparing to depart. Suddenly, his ears caught an unusual sound, footsteps splashing in puddles, faint yet distinct. Yayue's heart raced as he quickly concealed himself behind a crumbled wall, holding his breath. Through his Rinnegan, he discerned 3 indistinct chakra signatures drawing near. This is it. A low voice resonated. In the previous 2 battlefields, evidence of buried bodies was found. If my hypothesis is correct, that individual should be nearby. Had they caught up so swiftly? Yayue was taken aback. While his movements were not entirely concealed, he had selected his route carefully. Yet, he had still been discovered so quickly? He reflected on his path, only to realize the source of the oversight, those disturbed patches of soil. Although he had washed them with rainwater, a ninja skilled in earth release could certainly detect the subtle clues. Split up and search, commanded the leading rain ninja. Signal immediately upon discovering any suspicious individuals. Yayue heard the footsteps disperse. He cautiously peeked out, spotting a lanky rain ninja approaching his hiding spot. Time was running short. Yayue swiftly formed seals, creating a shadow clone. The clone sprang from behind the wall, darting in the opposite direction. Over there, the lanky rain ninja shouted, pursuing the clone. Seizing the opportunity, Yayue slipped from his hiding place, but after only a few steps, he heard a derisive laugh behind him. Humph, so there are accomplices after all. He spun around, confronting a burly rain ninja who stood behind him, a short blade drawn. Water release, water surge. The burly ninja completed his seals, sending a torrent of water surging toward Yayue. He leapt swiftly, executing seals mid-air, lightning release, ground walk. During the past month and a half of training, Yayue had significantly improved his foundational attributes in chakra control, mastering several basic ninjutsu with ease. Lightning crackled along the puddled ground, racing toward the burly rain ninja. Clearly caught off guard by Yayue's aerial seals, the ninja hastily leaped back. However, this delay allowed the leading rain ninja to close in. With swift hand seals, he declared, Earth release, Earth spike. The ground erupted with several earthen spikes. Yayue barely evaded, though his clothing sustained a tear. Surrender, the leading rain ninja icily stated, you cannot escape. Yayue remained silent, his gaze darting around. The lanky rain ninja was entangled with his shadow clone in the distance, the burly ninja blocked his retreat. And the leader was advancing steadily. A plan to extricate himself formed rapidly in his mind. In the next moment, Yayue hurled 3 shurikens while quickly forming seals, invoking Orochimaru's signature technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust carried the shurikens toward the leading rain ninja, forcing him to retreat to evade the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Yayue surged toward the only opening. Don't let him escape. The burly rain ninja swung his short blade to intercept. Yayue abruptly halted, pressing his hands to the ground. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. The earth beneath the burly ninja suddenly collapsed, and he cried out, half his body sinking into the ground. Not lingering for battle, Yayue dashed through the gap, racing into the depths of the nearby thicket. Pursue! The leading rain ninja roared, but just then, a series of urgent whistles echoed from afar. The 3 rain ninjas halted simultaneously, their expressions turning grave. It's a rallying signal, the lanky rain ninja murmured. The main force is about to mobilize. The leading rain ninja cast a reluctant glance in the direction where Yayue had vanished. He got lucky this time. Let us go. The next time we meet, he will surely pay the price. Chapter 15. Gathering intelligence on the black market, Yayue swiftly navigated through the dense forest until he confirmed that the chakra signatures of several rain ninjas had vanished from his perception. Only then did he pause, leaning against a tree to catch his breath. At that moment, a distant sound of urgent assembly echoed through the air. Gasping for air, Yayue's eyes flickered. He could sense a substantial amount of chakra converging towards this area. It seemed that the rain ninjas were preparing to seal off this region. And Yayue furrowed his brow, realizing that it would soon become a new battlefield. Time was of the essence. He unfurled a map, the Rinnegan in his eyes shimmering faintly in the dim light. Not far from his location were 2 smaller battlegrounds, where, based on previous experience, he might still find some corpses. Anything I can absorb is better than returning empty-handed, Yayue murmured to himself. He swiftly set his plan into motion, cautiously avoiding the patrolling rain ninjas. Should avoidance prove impossible, he would resort to using shadow clones to create diversions, ultimately managing to infiltrate the target area. The two battlegrounds were considerably smaller than the previous one, yet the devastation was equally severe. Unlike the prior battlefield, the corpses scattered here predominantly belonged to rain and sand ninjas, with the number of Konoha ninjas markedly diminished. It appeared that Konoha had begun to retract its defensive lines. As Yayue hastily performed hand seals to bury the bodies, he analyzed the shifting dynamics of the situation. The reinforcements from Sunagakure had indeed exerted significant pressure on the land of rain. With the last body interred, Yayue felt a surge of life energy within him. He nodded in satisfaction. Today's gains far exceeded his expectations. It was time to head to the black market. He stowed away the map, hoping to uncover information regarding the Hand of Shadows. Yayue was no stranger to the black market. It was a chaotic place, teeming with all manner of individuals, making it the prime location for acquiring intelligence. However, it was fraught with danger, as a moment's carelessness could reveal his identity. He reminded himself to tread cautiously, remaining vigilant not only against the eyes of the rain ninjas but also against potential spies from Danzo's route. Standing amidst the rain, Yayue retrieved a specially crafted wooden token from his pocket. The surface of the token was inscribed with intricate symbols, which changed monthly. Only those privy to the password could deduce the specific location of the black market for that month. He examined the symbols closely, his fingers gliding over the surface to feel the variations in texture. This month's password comprised the combination of water and iron. According to the pattern, the black market should be located at. His gaze fell upon a distant ruin, once a small marketplace in the land of rain, now long abandoned. Yet, through his Rinnegan, he perceived faint chakra fluctuations emanating from the ruins. Indeed, it lies there, he concluded, tucking away the token, pleased that his hypothesis proved correct. However, Yayue did not act immediately. He retrieved the token once more, as a faint purple glow emanated from his Rinnegan. With meticulous control, he erased the original chakra information embedded in the token and infused it with chakra belonging to Zong. This way, if anyone were to investigate, they would only trace back to the identity of Zong. Satisfied with his preparations, Yayue traversed the streets, navigating through two narrow alleys until he arrived at a rusted iron door. The door was set into a weathered brick wall, overgrown with weeds, and surrounded by decaying wooden crates and shattered pottery. Above the door hung a dim oil lamp, casting a flickering glow in the rain. Yayue noticed peculiar symbols etched into the walls flanking the iron door, seemingly a form of warning technique. He did not shy away from these symbols. Inserting the token into the door's coin slot, the door bore no markings, only a small opening. As he inserted the token, the iron door opened silently. Behind it lay a staircase descending into darkness, where the dim light cast wavering shadows upon the damp walls. Yayue could sense a faint metallic tang of blood and the aroma of herbs in the air, mingled with the distant sounds of chatter, a hallmark of the black market. Descending the staircase, he was met with a vast underground space that unfolded before him. Various stalls were haphazardly arranged, and most vendors wore masks or cloaks that concealed their true identities. The din of sales pitches and bargaining filled the air, interspersed with the sharp sounds of clashing ninja tools. High-quality explosive tags, for cheap. The latest antidote, specifically for Sunagakure's poison. Ninja technique scrolls, all negotiable. Lowering his hat, Yayue blended into the crowd. His eyes swiftly scanned the stalls, searching for the presence of information brokers. This place was a melting pot of individuals. Amidst the wandering samurai and rogue ninjas, he even spotted some nobles clad in fine garments. Evidence that, in this chaotic era, the black market had become a gray zone for transactions among various factions. Suddenly, Yayue's gaze sharpened. He observed several individuals dressed as ordinary merchants, though well disguised. Their gait and occasional chakra fluctuations betrayed their true identities. Spies from Sunagakure? Yayue mused, realizing that the infiltration of Sunagakure into the land of rain was deeper than he had anticipated. He feigned nonchalance as he continued forward, heightening his vigilance as he passed them by. At last, he spotted his target in a corner, a slender man wearing a fox mask, standing before a wooden board advertising intelligence exchanges. A small group surrounded him, engaged in hushed conversation. Yayue patiently waited until the others departed before approaching. His voice hoarse as he spoke, "I wish to purchase some information." The masked man lifted his head, scrutinizing Yayue. "That depends on what information you seek, and what you can offer in return." "Information regarding the Hand of Shadows," Yayue replied, lowering his voice. "The price is negotiable." Upon hearing the words Hand of Shadows, the masked man visibly stiffened. He stood up, glanced around cautiously, and then whispered, "This is not the place for such discussions. Follow me." Yayue trailed behind him through a series of narrow passages until they arrived at a concealed room. Inside were only a table and two chairs, adorned with several eerie masks hanging on the walls. "Please, sit." The masked man gestured for Yayue to take a seat. "However, let us be clear. Information regarding the Hand of Shadows does not come cheap." Yayue produced a bag from his robe and placed it on the table. "Is this sufficient?" The masked man weighed the bag, nodding in satisfaction. "It seems you know your trade. Now, what do you wish to know? Are there any recent activities concerning the Hand of Shadows?" Yayue inquired. "I mean regarding their significant figures." Indeed, The masked man lowered his voice. 3 days ago, a suspected high-ranking member of the Hand of Shadows was sighted at the border of the Land of Rain. It is said they had contact with Chiyo, the leader of Sunagakir's puppet troops. Yuyue's pupils constricted slightly. Based on prior interrogations, the Hand of Shadows was believed to be entangled with Danzo's root. Yet now they were also in contact with Sunagakir's puppet forces. If this information proved true, the Hand of Shadows might be playing both sides. Fascinating, Yuyue thought. Realizing their ambitions were significant, they likely aimed to wait for Konoha and Sunagakir to exhaust each other before reaping the benefits. Reflecting on the various clues he had gathered previously, Yue gradually clarified his thoughts and asked, "What is their exact location?" The masked man weighed the bag once more. "That will require an additional fee." Yue snorted coldly, pulling out another bag. "Is it time to speak now?" "Certainly." The fox-masked man revealed a covetous smile. Situated in an abandoned temple in the eastern part of the Rain Country's 3rd district, it was quite conspicuous. However, I must caution you that it currently constitutes a focal point of surveillance for the Sand-Hidden Village. Without certain skills, venturing there would likely be tantamount to walking into a trap. You need not concern yourself with this. With that said, Yue rose and swiftly melded into the throngs of passers-by. Chapter 16. The Water of Calamity diverted meanwhile, deep within the core of the abandoned temple in District 3. The legendary puppeteer of Sunagakir, Chiyo, sat at a dilapidated wooden table, toying with a specially crafted puppet core. Her gaze occasionally wandered over the map laid before her, which detailed the military deployment of Sunagakir within the Land of Rain. Lady Chiyo, a Sunagakir ninja, hastily entered, speaking in a hushed tone. "The representative of the Shadow's Hand has arrived." With a swift motion, Chiyo folded the map, and, with a delicate flick of her finger, a nearly imperceptible thread of chakra guided the scroll back to a nearby shelf. She then lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. "Let him in." A moment later, a man clad in a black robe entered. His face was obscured by a peculiar mask, leaving only his cold eyes visible. "Lady Chiyo," the masked man inclined his head slightly. "It appears our collaboration is progressing smoothly." Chiyo let out a disdainful laugh. "Spare me the pleasantries. What does the Shadow's Hand bring this time?" Unperturbed, the man replied, "We have heard that Sunagakir is encountering some difficulties in the Land of Rain. Perhaps we can offer assistance." Chiyo fixed her gaze on the masked figure, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. "This is not our first collaboration. The Shadow's Hand is known for its self-interest. Your sudden offer of help is likely not as simple as it seems." The masked man remained nonchalant. "Lady Chiyo, you worry too much. We merely perceive that Sunagakir and the Shadow's Hand share common interests in certain matters." Chiyo scoffed. "Common interests? When did the Shadow's Hand start caring about the welfare of Sunagakir?" The masked man replied calmly, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? Hanzo and Konoha are enemies we both face. Let us dispense with the unnecessary probing," Chiyo stated directly. "What is it that you seek?" A faint smile crossed the masked man's lips. "We wish for Sunagakir to intensify its assaults on Hanzo's forces, particularly his elite troops." Chiyo laughed coldly. "Your calculations are quite clever. First, you want us to attack the ninja forces of Konoha, and now you wish for us to confront Hanzo directly, while the Shadow's Hand remains in the shadows to reap the rewards." The masked man replied calmly, "I do not deny that. However, we believe that Hanzo's influence poses a significant threat to Sunagakir. Weakening his power would be mutually beneficial." Chiyo scrutinized the masked man for a long while before finally asking, "What can you provide in return?" He produced a scroll from within his robe and placed it upon the table. "This contains the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of Hanzo's toxins." Chiyo's gaze sharpened. The toxins of Hanzo had long been a nightmare for Sunagakir. Even as the strongest medical ninja of her village, she had not found an effective means to counter them. Each encounter with Hanzo's forces resulted in severe losses due to the old man with the breathing pipe and his toxins. If they possessed information about these toxins, the casualties for Sunagakir could be drastically reduced, perhaps even turning the tide in their favor. "And what are the conditions?" Chiyo inquired bluntly. The masked man smiled slightly. "We hope for Sunagakir to increase its offensive against Hanzo's forces, especially his elite squads." "You certainly have a well-calculated plan," Chiyo remarked with a sneer. "But why should I trust that your intelligence is accurate?" The masked man remained unfazed. "If the information is erroneous, we are willing to bear all consequences." After a long moment of contemplation, Chiyo finally nodded. "Very well, I agree to this transaction. However, should you attempt any deceit," the masked man slightly bowed. "Rest assured, Lady Chiyo, the Shadow's Hand has always upheld its word." Chiyo waved her hand dismissively. "Go now. I will arrange for personnel to assist your plans." As the masked man turned to leave, he quickly vanished into the dim corridor. Chiyo gazed at the scroll on the table, a look of deep contemplation crossing her features. After a brief pause, she commanded, "Bring this intelligence to the intelligence department and have them verify it swiftly." "Yes." A Sunagakir ninja hastily entered, taking the scroll and exiting in a hurry. Chiyo rose and moved to the window, where the incessant rain continued to pour. "Who would have thought I would one day long for the arid desert? I must truly be aging," she mused softly. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions erupted from outside. Chiyo's expression hardened as she quickly stowed several puppet scrolls into her ninja tool pouch and burst out of the meeting room. What is happening? She demanded sharply. A Sunagakure ninja rushed in, visibly agitated. Report, Lady Chiyo. There is a battle in the western woods. It seems the ninjas from the Land of Rain are clashing with others. Chiyo furrowed her brow. Ninjas from the Land of Rain? How did they come to be here? Meanwhile, Yue sprinted through the dense forest, pursued relentlessly by the ninjas from the Land of Rain. Damn it, these guys are truly persistent, he cursed inwardly. It was unfortunate that after leaving the black market, he had sensed several pairs of eyes following him. Through subtle probing, he quickly discerned that these were Hanzo's subordinates. Possibly even the same Rain ninjas that had previously pursued him. Initially, he had simply aimed to shake off his tail, but after several attempts, it became evident that their pursuit was too relentless. His counter-surveillance skills were insufficient. Since you insist on pursuing me, I shall offer you a grand gift, he thought. Deciding to lead them toward the abandoned temple in the east, he created a shadow clone, its chakra intentionally weak, not a true shadow clone, but merely a diversion. Once the clone appeared, it dashed eastward, deliberately leaving clear traces, while Yue himself concealed his presence and stealthily maneuvered to flank the pursuers. There, the Rain ninja shouted. After it, as anticipated, the pursuers took the bait and chased after the clone. Seizing the opportunity, Yue launched several shuriken, precisely striking a tree branch beneath the feet of the Rain ninja. The branch snapped and crashed to the ground, sending mud and debris flying. Ambush, the Rain ninja cried, swiftly entering a combat stance. The other Rain ninjas wasted no time, drawing explosive tags and kunai to throw at the clone. The tremendous explosion took Yue by surprise. Had he engaged directly, even with the power of his Rinnegan, he would have sustained injuries. However, such a loud disturbance would surely alert the Sunagakure forces. This confrontation with the Rain ninjas was now inevitable. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several teams from Sunagakure emerged from the abandoned temple. It's the Rain ninjas. How did they arrive here? A Sunagakure ninja exclaimed. Regardless, we cannot allow them to approach the temple. Another Sunagakure ninja quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, sandstone shuriken. The swirling sand and stones surged forth, forcing the Rain ninjas to halt in their tracks. Upon realizing they were facing Sunagakure, the Rain ninjas were taken aback, and in the ensuing chaos, a melee erupted. Concealed in the shadows, Yue watched the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze. Now both Sunagakure and the Rain ninjas will be drawn into this conflict. I am quite curious to see what the Shadow's hand is truly up to. Chapter 17. Chiyo's test in the shadows outside the abandoned temple. Yue quietly concealed himself in the darkness, within the scope of his Rinnegan. The chakra flow inside the temple was vividly apparent. Suddenly, a series of intense explosions resounded. Both sides engaged in combat seemed to have unleashed their full fury, employing powerful ninjutsu against each other. Most of the Sand Ninja's chakra was concentrated near the main entrance, battling with the Rain Ninja, which caused a flicker of light to pass through Yue's Rinnegan. An opportunity has arisen. He surged the power of his Rinnegan, and in an instant, the entire abandoned temple transformed in his sight. Its walls were adorned with numerous barrier techniques, and through the lens of his Rinnegan, the chakra flowing through these techniques was laid bare. The third technique on the left exhibited a vulnerability. Yue murmured to himself, that would be his point of entry. He swiftly formed hand seals and invoked the earth release, underground submarine technique, burrowing into the ground. The vision granted by his Rinnegan allowed him to perceive the chakra flow beneath the surface clearly, enabling him to evade all traps and barrier techniques, thus successfully reaching the temple's core area. This is the place. Yue cautiously emerged from the ground, and through the Rinnegan, he observed that the surrounding chakra flow appeared normal. However, just as he steadied himself, a cold voice echoed from behind. I didn't expect anyone could infiltrate here so silently. Yue's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned around to find Chiyo standing not far away, coldly scrutinizing him. Truly, the esteemed Chiyo of Sunagakure is remarkably perceptive, Yue thought, lowering his voice and replying with a hoarse tone. Chiyo's gaze lingered on Yue's Rinnegan for a moment, a flicker of something unusual flashing in her eyes. Those eyes. Who are you? Surprised by Chiyo's reaction, Yue realized that his transformed, towering figure had a far greater impact than he had anticipated. He decided to boldly reveal his premeditated identity. I am the leader of the Rinnegan organization, Requiem. Chiyo furrowed her brow, struggling to recall any information pertaining to the Rinnegan organization. There is no need for you to rack your brain, Lady Chiyo, Yue said nonchalantly. We are an emerging organization dedicated to addressing issues that even the 5 great nations cannot resolve. Conceited, Chiyo scoffed. Regardless of who you are, what is your purpose in infiltrating here? Gaining some confidence, Yue's tone became increasingly provocative. Information about the Shadow's hand. To be frank, Sunagakure has no need to squander time on an organization that is on the verge of extinction. After all, it will soon cease to exist. Chiyo's gaze turned icy. What do you mean by that? It is quite simple, Yue replied with a slight smile, a glint of coldness in his eyes. The Shadow's hand is betting on both sides, maintaining ties with Konoha's Danzo while collaborating with your Sunagakure. Such duplicity will inevitably lead to their downfall. Upon hearing this, a flicker of contemplation crossed Chiyo's eyes. She understood that Yeyue's words were not baseless, yet his intentions and origins remained equally dubious. Do you wish to annihilate the Shadow's hand? Chiyo asked coldly. With just you? Yeyue shook his head. Lady Chiyo, you underestimate the Rinnegan organization. Since I dare to make such a claim, we possess the necessary confidence, and the organization is willing to demonstrate its strength. Chiyo's gaze remained fixed on Yeyue's Rinnegan for a moment before she snorted coldly. Then let me see if your strength matches your arrogance. Before her words had fully dissipated, the puppet scroll in her hand suddenly unfurled, and amidst a cloud of smoke, a finely crafted puppet emerged, rushing toward Yeyue under Chiyo's command. A flash of purple light ignited in Yeyue's pupils as he swiftly formed hand seals, maintaining his composure. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth erupted from the ground, blocking the puppet's path of attack. However, Chiyo's puppet was extraordinarily agile, swiftly maneuvering around to the side and launching another assault. As Yeyue dodged, he meticulously observed the puppet. He noted that while it was exquisitely crafted, it was not one of the father or mother puppets that Chiyo was known to use in later generations. This was intriguing, Yeyue mused. If Sasori's parents had indeed perished at the hands of Shodai, then Chiyo must have already begun crafting the father and mother puppets. Did this imply that Sasori's parents were still alive? Or at the very least, that Chiyo remained unaware of their fates? This was valuable intelligence. Lady Chiyo, why rush to violence? Yeyue said, maintaining a calm tone as he evaded the attacks. Perhaps we could collaborate, considering that Sunagakure's current position is far from optimistic. Chiyo offered no response, merely letting out a cold snort. She then flicked her fingers, and the puppet transformed into a blur, charging toward Yeyue from the side. Its wooden arms unfurled sharp blades, gleaming coldly as they aimed for Yeyue's vitals. A flash of purple light ignited in Yeyue's eyes as he swiftly sidestepped. But the puppet moved with incredible speed, its blades grazing the edge of his clothing. Chiyo's fingers moved again, and the puppet executed a sharp turn in midair. Attacking from another angle, the blade sliced through the air with deadly precision, forcing Yeyue to retreat rapidly. The relentless onslaught sparked a flicker of cold determination in Yeyue's gaze. Suddenly, he raised a hand, directing it toward the puppet, and the power of his Rinnegan erupted. Shinra Tensei, as the cold purple light flashed through his Rinnegan, a powerful repulsive force exploded outward from Yeyue, creating an invisible barrier that pushed everything around him away. Just as Chiyo's puppet neared him, about to make contact, it was struck by this force, causing its body to momentarily halt before being propelled backward at tremendous speed, as if struck by a colossal hammer. With a loud crash, the puppet slammed into the temple's wall, producing a dull thud, before sliding to the ground with a piercing metallic screech. A glimmer of surprise crossed Chiyo's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She skillfully maneuvered the puppet to stand once more, though its movements were noticeably slower than before. Seeing this, Yeyue frowned slightly. Although his recent training and side mission rewards had enhanced his chakra and ocular power, allowing him to compress the range of the repulsive force's explosion, he still felt inadequate overall. The power of Shinra Tensei was still limited. At such close range, he found himself unable to suppress a puppet of Chiyo's caliber. Nonetheless, on the surface, Yeyue maintained an air of indifference. I didn't expect you to have such abilities. On the other side, Chiyo's tone now carried a hint of wariness. The so-called leader of the Rinnegan organization had executed no hand seals and made no unnecessary movements, with merely a lift of his hand. He had obliterated a third of her puppet's internal components, a capacity that was undeniably peculiar. Oh, has Lady Chiyo been intimidated by me? Observing her hesitation, Yeyue's mind raced, and he assumed a posture reminiscent of the Akatsuki, infusing his voice with a touch of arrogance. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Rinnegan organization. However, I did not come here to squander time competing with you. Chiyo's brow furrowed, and she withdrew her puppet as well. What exactly do you intend to do? Yeyue's smile faded, his tone turning serious. I am here to advise you that the main force from the direction of Sunagakure should swiftly consolidate their defenses, particularly the puppet division. They must not act lightly, but if they do, they must act quickly. Chiyo's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Yeyue gazed directly at Chiyo, a glimmer of icy light flickering in his eyes. The movements of the Sand Shinobi had not gone unnoticed by Konoha. They would seize the opportunity to dispatch an elite team led by the Leaf's White Fang to breach the Sand's defenses. If you do not concentrate your forces for defense, the losses may be catastrophic. Upon hearing the name of the Leaf's White Fang, Chiyo's expression shifted slightly. Why should I trust you? Yeyue shrugged, his tone nonchalant. Believe it or not, but if I were in your position, I would not gamble the elite forces of Sunagakure on an uncertain possibility. Chiyo fell silent. The other S words held merit. Given Konoha's strength, such an arrangement was highly probable. Moreover, though this man appeared young and his chakra response was not particularly intense, his abilities were enigmatic. It would not be wise to oppose him before clarifying his stance. Very well, I can provide you with information on the Hand of Shadows, Chiyo finally spoke. Her tone tinged with compromise. Yue smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. Lady Chiyo, the cycle never engages in transactions without certainty. Chiyo retrieved a scroll from her robe and tossed it to Yue. This contains recent activity reports of the Hand of Shadows, including their stronghold locations and contact methods. I hope you will fulfill your promise. Upon receiving the scroll, Yue immediately heard a notification in his mind. Ding. Key information detected. Activity strongholds and contact details of the Hand of Shadows. Once the system confirmed the accuracy, Yue stored the scroll away, his tone imbued with deeper significance. Indeed, Lady Chiyo, your decisiveness is commendable. I believe we will have further opportunities for collaboration in the future. With that, Yue swiftly formed hand seals and vanished underground. Chiyo remained in place until the sensation of his chakra faded from her perception. Then she retracted her puppet, murmuring to herself. After the Hand of Shadows, now comes Cycle. It seems the situation in Amigacure is far more intricate than it appears. Chapter 18. The mysterious ninja. Only after distancing himself from the stronghold did Yu pause, leaning against a large tree. Clutching the intelligence scroll obtained from the Shadow Hand's base, he unfurled it under the faint moonlight, his mind racing to analyze the information contained within. The scroll was densely packed with records of the Shadow Hand's activities, logistical movements, and personnel shifts. Yu's Rinnegan flickered slightly, swiftly capturing the key details from the scroll. The distribution of the Shadow Hand's strongholds was more concentrated than he had anticipated. Yu murmured to himself, his brow furrowing. It appeared their influence had permeated every corner of the rain-hidden village. The areas of frequent logistical movement were primarily located in the northwestern region of the rain-hidden village, particularly in the valley near the border with the sand-hidden village. Although the transport routes were scattered, they ultimately converged in one area, the valley. He closed his eyes and, in conjunction with the map from Orochimaru's base, swiftly constructed a three-dimensional image in his mind. The terrain at the junction of the rain-hidden village and the sand-hidden village was complex, filled with numerous valleys. However, one particular valley was perilously situated, surrounded by mountains with only a narrow passage for entry. This geography was easy to defend yet difficult to assault, making it an ideal location for a secret base. Furthermore, the scroll mentioned that the personnel movements of the Shadow Hand had recently increased, especially among CH9-level ninjas and above, who had been frequently spotted in this area. Yu continued to analyze. If it were merely an ordinary stronghold, there would be no need for such frequent mobilization of elite forces, unless it was their core base. His gaze lingered on the scroll for a moment before he noticed an inconspicuous entry. Recently, a significant amount of chakra fluctuations had been detected in the valley area, suspected to be the activation of a large-scale barrier technique. The barrier technique. It seemed the Sand Ninja were indeed taking precautions against the Shadow Hand. Otherwise, they would not have conducted such thorough investigations. He tucked the scroll away, raising his gaze towards the northwestern direction. That location was strategically significant. Easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. It was evidently an important stronghold of the Shadow Hand. Yu murmured to himself, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was time to confront them. Yu swiftly adjusted his course, racing towards the valley. Just as he was about to reach his next target location, several shadowy figures suddenly emerged silently from the surrounding trees, blocking his path. Unlike the ninjas he had encountered previously, these assailants wasted no time. Several shuriken flew through the air, aimed directly at Yu's vital points. His expression turned icy as he quickly pivoted, using the coffin behind him to deflect the shuriken, which embedded themselves in the tree trunk. Finally stabilizing himself, he cast a cold, scanning gaze around. The ninjas before him bore no identifying insignia, cloaked entirely in black, their faces concealed behind bizarre animal masks, exuding an aura of icy menace. From their sudden appearance to their immediate assault, their movements were precise and efficient, as if they existed solely to fulfill a mission, machines devoid of emotion. Yu's heart raced with caution, though uncertain of their identities. Their attire and demeanor suggested that these individuals were far from ordinary ninjas. As he pondered, the mysterious ninjas swiftly dispersed, closing in from various angles. Their taijutsu was formidable, wielding short swords with the swiftness of the wind, their presence blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Realizing the peril, Yu clapped his hands against the ground. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. A hefty earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking the mysterious ninjas' assault. However, their combat experience exceeded Yu's expectations. As the wall rose, several ninjas leaped over it, unleashing a torrential barrage of shuriken and kunai. Utilizing the insight of his Rinnegan, Yu evaded this wave of weaponry while rapidly analyzing their movements. These ninjas exhibited a chillingly efficient fighting style, with no superfluous actions, each strike aimed at critical points. Their combat experience remarkably seasoned. The outcome of prolonged combat was evident. Engaging them head-on was not an option. Deep in thought, Yu swiftly formed hand seals, employing the shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shadow clones appeared instantaneously around him, engaging the blocking ninjas. Yet, the opponent's strikes were exceptionally fierce. Yi Yu had infused little chakra into his clones, rendering them nearly defenseless against such formidable foes, and they were shattered in an instant. Fortunately, during this brief moment of respite, Yi Yu adjusted his rhythm, channeling his chakra into his eyes. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted, sending the foremost ninjas reeling backward. Though Shinra Tensei could only be used once every 10 minutes, enough time had elapsed during his journey. However, the ninjas exhibited remarkable skill in mitigating damage. Despite being propelled away, they swiftly adjusted their positions in midair, approaching Yi Yu once more. Truly troublesome. In light of this, Yi Yu's eyes shimmered with a purple glow. Animal path, summoning technique, reincarnation contract. Bang! A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing a flock of crows beside Yi Yu. While his summoning capabilities were not yet sufficient to conjure large beasts like the Yada no Kagami, he had successfully summoned and controlled multiple smaller creatures. The crow's rinnegan glowed with an eerie purple light. With a flap of their wings, countless black feathers shot forth like blades towards the advancing ninjas. The feathers hurtled through the air, poised to strike several ninjas' bodies. However, just as the feathers were about to make contact, bang! A sudden explosion of white smoke erupted. The feathers pierced through several wooden stakes, yet the ninjas had vanished without a trace. As the smoke cleared, the wooden stakes thudded to the ground, and at that moment, the targeted ninjas appeared at Yi Yu's flank, their movements unaffected, as if the prior assault had never transpired. Body replacement technique. When such an overpowered ninjutsu is employed by the enemy, it invariably causes a sense of vexation. Yi Yu's combat experience was still lacking, even with the rinnegan. He could not see through their tactics. It was futile to engage them further. Retreat was the only option. Yi Yu felt an overwhelming pressure. Without a decisive advantage in strength, these adversaries were indeed formidable. With the intention to withdraw, Yi Yu once again formed hand seals. Slapping his hands against the ground. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. The ground split open, and an earthen dragon surged forth from the depths, charging towards the ninjas. Remarkably, the ninjas seemed to possess foreknowledge. As the earth dragon approached, they swiftly dispersed, their movements crisp and efficient, clearly prepared for such ninjutsu. Go! Yi Yu called out, swiftly leaping onto the backs of the crows. With the support of dozens of crows, he rapidly escaped the battlefield. The opponents, witnessing this, did not pursue. Instead, they scattered quickly, their figures and presence vanishing into the pouring rain. Chapter 19. Hans's scheme. Yue stood atop the raven, gazing down at the forest below, lost in thought. They have not continued their pursuit, Yue murmured, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. This indicates that their mission is not aimed at me, but rather serves another purpose. The location of these suspected root ninjas is not far from the Shadow Hand's base. Coupled with their cold, decisive approach to combat, Yue swiftly deduced a conclusion. These ninjas are likely dispatched by Danzo to specifically monitor the movements of the Shadow Hand. Blocking my approach was merely a secondary task. Monitoring my allies? Yue mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seems that he does not place much trust in the Shadow Hand, as both sides harbor their own suspicions. He mentally reviewed the current situation. The scenario in Amigakure was more intricate than he had anticipated. Danzo from Konoha, Chio from Sunigakure, Hans from Amigakure, and the enigmatic Shadow Hand, all intertwining to create a delicate balance of power. Danzo secretly surveils the Shadow Hand, clearly seeking to extract benefits. Chio collaborates with the Shadow Hand, attempting to expand her influence within Amigakure while diverting Konoha's attention, and Hans, as the leader of Amigakure, now finds himself in the most passive position. Yue's eyes glinted coldly as he continued, regarding the Shadow Hand. Ostensibly a rebel organization opposing Hans, they actually maintain connections with various factions, evidently harboring ambitions to exploit the chaos. It merely requires a spark to ignite this stalemate. Since Danzo has set his sights on the Shadow Hand, Hans, as the leader of Amigakure, would naturally not tolerate other forces acting recklessly within his territory. What is Hans waiting for? Yue pondered. As the leader of Amigakure, Hans's strength and intelligence are beyond question. He cannot be oblivious to the existence of the Shadow Hand, nor indifferent to Konoha's infiltration. The only plausible explanation is that he is awaiting an opportune moment, a chance to reverse the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck Yue. Perhaps Hans intends to use Konoha's hand to weaken the Shadow Hand before launching a counterattack. This strategy of leveraging power against power aligns perfectly with Hans's traditional approach. If this is indeed the case, the crux of the situation lies in Hans's timing and how he intends to balance the relationship between Konoha and the Shadow Hand. At that moment, I shall discern the true trajectory of this game. With this thought, Yue's figure gradually faded into the rain, hastening toward Amigakure. Meanwhile, on another side of Amigakure, Orochimaru stood atop a high point, his golden slit-like eyes radiating a cold, reptilian gleam. The battlefield before him lay in ruins, saturated with the heavy scent of blood and scorched earth. Scattered across the ground were shattered shuriken and kunai, with flames ignited by explosive tags still flickering. billowing black smoke that melded with the overcast sky. Bodies of Amigakure ninjas lay strewn about, their blood staining the earth in dark crimson patches. Occasionally, a few severely injured ninjas struggled to rise, only to collapse feebly, emitting faint groans. The Konoha ninjas were in the process of clearing the battlefield, their faces marked by exhaustion, yet their eyes glimmered with a hint of victorious delight. Despite the offensive on this front nearing completion, and the defenses of Amigakure crumbling under his command, Orochimaru's expression bore no trace of triumph. Instead, it was shrouded in a somber contemplation. Too easy, Orochimaru murmured, his voice hoarse and frigid. His gaze swept over Amigakure's defenses, where strategic strongholds that should have been impenetrable were easily breached under Konoha's assault. Several critical positions that could have been held were abandoned before he even initiated his offensive, as if they were deliberately conceding territory. This is abnormal. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. Recalling the entire offensive, he noted that while Amigakure's ninjas were numerous, their preparation and fighting spirit were evidently lacking, as though they had not anticipated their presence here at all, even though his side had taken great care to sever the enemy's communication. The absence of any intelligence reaching the rear was exceedingly peculiar. Hans, dubbed the demigod, undoubtedly possesses formidable personal abilities. Such an individual would not easily relinquish control. The current anomalous situation must conceal some form of conspiracy. We cannot proceed recklessly, Orochimaru swiftly resolved, raising his hand to signal the Konoha ninjas to halt their advance. Relay orders to the entire army to regroup and await the arrival of Jiraiya and Tsunade's forces, he commanded coldly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. A Konoha ninja promptly responded, turning to convey the orders. Orochimaru stood atop the high ground, his eyes coldly surveying the distant Amigakure. He knew that Jiraiya and Tsunade's forces were advancing from two other directions, with their rendezvous point being a forward stronghold. Once they arrived, they would decide on the next course of action. Orochimaru was not in haste to advance. Rather, he chose to proceed with caution. Besides the formidable strength of Hans, Amigakure's unusual movements compelled him to remain vigilant. Soon after, Jiraiya and Tsunade's forces arrived at the meeting point. The atmosphere among the three factions was notably tense. Orochimaru, your movements are remarkably swift, Jiraiya approached, his tone laced with jest, though his expression remained serious. Orochimaru cast him a cold glance, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that Amigakure's resistance is far weaker than anticipated. At this, Tsunade furrowed her brow and stepped forward, stating, it seems that Amigakure's ninjas are intent on retreating, many strongholds surrendering without a fight. Orochimaru nodded, his gaze icy. That old fox Hans must be plotting something. We cannot act recklessly. Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Could he be attempting to lure us in for a decisive strike? Orochimaru scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Regardless of his schemes, the advantage lies with us now. I will report the situation here to our master and seek his judgment. The other two nodded in agreement, clearly consenting to Orochimaru's decision. Chapter 20. The strategy of devouring wolves and tigers atop the highest edifice of rain-hidden village, the Tower of the Gods. Stood Hanzo of the Salamander, surveying the movements of the entire village below. Raindrops cascaded from his black cloak, which draped over his towering and imposing figure, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. His face was obscured by a specially crafted breathing mask, emblazoned with the emblem of rain-hidden village, concealing his mouth and nose. While sharp, hawk-like eyes glinted beneath, the assault from Konoha had indeed commenced. Through the respirator, Hanzo's voice resonated with the calm and coldness of a seasoned warrior. He stood upon the high tower, his gaze scanning the distant battlefield with an icy demeanor, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips, suggesting a deeper understanding of the unfolding events. Although Konoha's offensive was fierce, it was all within his expectations, perhaps even a deliberate outcome of his own machinations. Those fools from the Shadow's Hand believe they can undermine my reign by leveraging Konoha's assault. Hanzo's tone dripped with sarcasm, revealing their naivety. As the sovereign of Rain-Hidden Village, Hanzo had long been aware of the existence of the Shadow's Hand. In truth, after years of turmoil, similar organizations had emerged, and he had dismantled numerous insurgent factions. Yet, the strength of the Shadow's Hand had surpassed his anticipations. In previous engagements, whenever he attempted to strike against the Shadow's Hand, they invariably sensed his plans in advance, swiftly retreating or concealing themselves, causing his dispatched forces to return empty-handed time and again. This led Hanzo to suspect the presence of a traitor among his ranks, one of considerable standing who could access critical intelligence. Thus, he played into their hands. Upon learning of Konoha's impending offensive, he discreetly consolidated his loyal troops within the heart of the village, while those whose loyalty was questionable were dispatched to the front lines to fend off Konoha's onslaught. Under his intentional misdirection, Konoha's ninjas found themselves, astonishingly, in a position of intelligence superiority over the native forces of Rain-Hidden, launching a rapid and ferocious attack. In stark contrast, the response from Rain-Hidden was muddled and feeble, with most strongholds crumbling almost instantaneously. However, as he observed the front lines disintegrating before him. A flicker of surprise crossed Hanzo's eyes. He had anticipated the collapse of the front lines, having purposefully sent his restless subordinates to the forefront to eliminate internal discord. Yet, he had not expected the disintegration to occur with such swiftness and thoroughness. The younger generation of Konoha has indeed matured. A complexity tinged Hanzo's voice. Although he, as the supreme leader, rarely engaged directly in battle, he had heard whispers of Konoha's commanders this time. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. These names had long resonated throughout the ninja world, especially as they were disciples of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Konoha. It is no wonder that all fear you. He recalled the history of Konoha. When the sudden death of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the defection of Madara Uchiha had left Konoha vulnerable, prompting other ninja villages to covet the opportunity to carve it up. At that moment, Konoha resembled a fierce beast stripped of its fangs, becoming the target of all. The Wagakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and even the distant Kirigakure eyed Konoha hungrily, eager to seize the chance to divide it during an unprecedented period of weakness. However, Konoha did not succumb as they had wished. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, emerged with an iron fist to stabilize the situation. He not only inherited the will of the first Hokage, but also utilized his own wisdom and strength to withstand the pressure from all sides. Remarkably, the new generation of Konoha ninjas rapidly matured during this crisis, becoming the backbone of the village. Tobirama Senju, indeed an extraordinary figure. A complex emotion colored Hanzo's tone. The ninja world is one where individual prowess can dictate the course of an era. Thus, if one possesses sufficient strength, it can overshadow other shortcomings. This is why in the ninja world, the first Hokage is often held in higher regard than the second. Yet, in Hanzo's eyes, he valued the second Hokage even more than the first. While the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was unmatched in personal strength, in terms of governance, he was eclipsed by Tobirama. Tobirama not only inherited the will of the first, but also transformed the structure of Konoha, establishing its educational system. He institutionalized the transmission of ninjutsu through the founding of ninja academies. He also refined Konoha's organizational framework, creating divisions such as the Umbu, Medical Corps, and Intelligence Department, rendering Konoha's operations more efficient and orderly. It was through Tobirama's initiatives that Konoha witnessed an unprecedented emergence of talented ninjas, from Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura to later figures like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, all exemplary representatives of Konoha's educational system. One could say that the explosion of talent within Konoha was largely driven by Tobirama's efforts. Konoha, truly an object of envy, Hanzo murmured to himself, his tone laced with bitterness and indignation. The current state of Rain Hidden Village bore a striking resemblance to Konoha of yore, teetering on the brink of collapse and besieged from all sides. Despite having several capable ninjas, they paled in comparison to Konoha's might. The emergence of a rebel faction like the Shadow's Hand among his ranks, attempting to undermine his authority, filled him with profound anger and humiliation. As a sovereign, he would not permit anyone to threaten his rule, nor would he allow Rain Hidden Village to descend into decline due to internal strife. Since you seek to defy me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A glint of severity flashed in Hanzo's eyes as he turned to a trusted ninja standing behind him. Utilize the secure channels to relay orders. All loyal forces should remain concealed and refrain from exposing themselves. As for those on the front lines, let them fend for themselves. The trusted ninja nodded and swiftly departed. Hanzo stood atop the tower, his cold gaze sweeping over the distant battlefield before he turned and strode into the interior of the tower. The outcome of this battle was already predetermined, and those who dared to oppose him would be utterly eradicated in this conflict. In Rain Hidden Village, there could only be one voice. Chapter 21. The dismantling of cooperation in contrast to the turbulent machinations of the various factions within the ninja world at this moment. Yue had been executing his plans methodically over the past few days. At present, he had just finished surveying a battlefield and was enjoying his dinner amidst the ruins. As for the progression of side quests, he initially intended to dispatch a shadow clone to Hanzo's territory to deliberately leak intelligence regarding the location of the Shadow's Hand strongholds. According to his calculations, once Hanzo's subordinates became aware of these stronghold locations, a conflict would inevitably ensue with the nearby root ninjas, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. During a moment of respite, Yue received news from his shadow clone regarding the front lines of Konoha. Notably, due to the unexpectedly successful offensives at the Konoha front, the map in Yue's room had yet to be updated. Now, however, a sudden shift had occurred, with Konoha's controlled territory expanding by nearly a third. This significant development immediately captured his attention. Utilizing his intelligence analysis skills, Yue soon grasped Hanzo's true objective, to manipulate others for his own gain. Upon realizing this, Yue swiftly adopted Hanzo's perspective to ponder, what does this demigod truly seek? As the long-standing ruler of the Rain Village, Hanzo's personal prestige was beyond question. Despite the apparent precariousness of the Rain Village, as long as Hanzo remained alive, Both Sunagakure and Konoha would ultimately have to cede control of the Rain Village back to him to restrain each other's power. This principle elucidates why Hanzo could maintain a firm grip on the Rain Village even after suffering defeat in the narrative. The conflict of interests between Sunagakure and Konoha precluded any consensus on the ownership of the Rain Village. Hanzo's willingness to allow Konoha to launch an offensive served to eliminate internal dissent, thereby exploiting this very reality. It was likely that the self-proclaimed darkness of the ninja, Danzo, was now feeling exceedingly restless. Hanzo's maneuver not only ensnared the military forces of the Shadow's Hand, but also placed Danzo, the puppet master behind the scenes, in a particularly awkward position. Once one comprehends Hanzo's strategy, Danzo finds himself with no alternative but to sever ties with the Shadow's Hand and proactively reach out to Hanzo. Otherwise, all prior investments would render themselves meaningless. It wouldn't be surprising if a confrontation had already erupted between the two factions. Yu mused aloud, inadvertently demonstrating a talent for foreboding, for at that very moment, within the clandestine stronghold of the Shadow's Hand, the upper echelons were equally cognizant of their dire situation. Hanzo. Truly a cunning old fox, Huayu remarked, his tone laced with frustration and resignation. Initially, he had not discerned Hanzo's scheme. At the onset of hostilities, he believed Konoha's offensive to be merely coincidental, even considering it an opportunity for the Shadow's Hand to expand its influence. However, as the conflict progressed, he began to sense something amiss. The resistance from the Rain Village was alarmingly feeble, with many strongholds surrendering without a fight. And even Hanzo's most trusted forces had yet to make an appearance. By the time Huayu realized the gravity of the situation, it had deteriorated to a critical level. Their strongholds had been obliterated, and they suffered catastrophic losses, with many members unable to evacuate before being overwhelmed by Konoha's ninjas. He and all members of the Shadow's Hand had profoundly underestimated Hanzo's ruthlessness and cunning. Now, ensnared in Hanzo's trap, reversing the situation would require an alternative approach. Chief, what should we do next? A subordinate inquired softly, anxiety evident in his voice. After a moment of silence, Huayu's eyes glinted with resolve. Hanzo's aim is to force us into the open. Thus, we cannot remain passive. He turned to his elite subordinates, his tone resolute. Rally all personnel and prepare to counterattack. Simultaneously, request assistance from Sunagakure. If Chiyo's puppet forces can arrive in time, we may still have a glimmer of hope. Sunagakure had previously collaborated with the Shadow's Hand, be it for mutual benefit or to reshape the post-war landscape of the Rain Village. The Shadow's Hand remained a vital asset for Sunagakure, which would not idly stand by. As long as reinforcements from Sunagakure could arrive promptly, they would have a chance to turn the tide. Just then, a voice echoed from all directions. You might not have that opportunity. With a whoosh, several kunai flew through the air, targeting the throats of the Shadow's Hand team members, resulting in several casualties. Who goes there? Huayu barked coldly, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. From the shadows, several figures emerged, cloaked in black and adorned with animal masks, exuding an icy chakra that warned others to keep their distance. Root, you. Huayu stammered, momentarily taken aback. Yet the leader of the Root team offered no reply, simply gesturing with a hand, prompting the Root ninjas to disperse rapidly, surrounding the Shadow's Hand team entirely. Leave none alive, the dark-clad figure commanded, his tone dripping with undeniable malice. At these words, Huayu's heart sank. He was not foolish. He realized that Danzo, under Hanzo's coercion, had already resolved to abandon them. A confrontation was now unavoidable. He swiftly formed hand seals and murmured to his team, prepare for battle. We must break through their blockade, no matter the cost. After a brief standoff, both sides plunged into chaotic combat. However, it soon became clear that despite the Shadow's Hand's high-ranking members possessing considerable strength, the Root ninjas were evidently superior. Their coordination was seamless, their offensive relentless, leaving the Shadow's Hand team little room to breathe. Before long, the Shadow's Hand team found themselves being steadily pushed back, the situation becoming increasingly precarious. With a thunderous crash, a high-ranking member of the Shadow's Hand was struck down by a Root ninja's jutsu, crashing to the ground, incapacitated. A flicker of anxiety crossed Huayu's eyes. He understood that if this continued, they would never break through the Root's encirclement. Retreat, scatter, and withdraw, Huayu commanded in a tone tinged with determination. The members of the Shadow's Hand quickly dispersed, attempting to break free from the Root's encirclement from multiple angles. However, the Root ninjas moved even more swiftly, their blockade forming an impenetrable barrier, leaving no gaps whatsoever. Think you can escape? Too late. The Root team's ninja sneered coldly, their voice laced with derision. With swift hand seals, they shouted, wind style, pressure damage. A powerful gust of wind erupted, sending the members of the Shadow's Hand tumbling, trapped within its force, unable to extricate themselves. Could it really end here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Huayu's eyes. Chapter 22. A changed world. Just as the Root ninja prepared to deliver the final blow, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest. Immediately following, a deep voice resonated. The subordinates of Danzo truly are omnipresent. The movements of the root ninja momentarily faltered as his vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. The leader of the Shadow Hands team was also taken aback, uncertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe. From the shadows, a figure emerged slowly, bearing a large coffin adorned with strange runes that emitted a faint chakra aura. The black cloak billowed gently in the night breeze, revealing a pair of coldly glimmering eyes. Unique ocular patterns radiating a purple light, as if capable of seeing through all things. "Who are you?" Hua Yu inquired softly, his tone laced with uncertainty. He had never encountered this individual before, and judging by his attire, he did not appear to belong to Sunagakure. Yue chose not to respond, for he now stood as the leader of the reincarnation, a role that demanded a certain gravitas. How could he allow an inconspicuous minion from the original narrative to question his identity? In truth, his swift arrival at the scene was facilitated by his control over various small animals within the Rain Village through the abilities of the animal path, enabling him to monitor the movements of the Shadow Hand's stronghold from afar. As the clash between the Shadow Hand and Danzo's subordinates erupted, he had already sensed the disturbance and quickly pinpointed the location. Subsequently, he utilized the reverse summoning technique of the animal path to hasten his arrival at the battlefield. The captain of the root team narrowed his eyes. "I remember you. A few days ago, you attempted to invade the stronghold in District 10 but were repelled by my subordinates. Regardless of your identity, interfering with the affairs of the root is tantamount to courting death." Yue let out a cold laugh, tinged with disdain. "Court death? Then let us see." Before his words had fully dissipated, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind a root ninja, his kunai poised at the opponent's throat. Bang! The root ninja had no time to react before collapsing to the ground. The masked figure moved with a swiftness and ferocity akin to a specter, eluding the root ninja's grasp entirely. How could this be possible? The captain of the root team felt his pupils constrict sharply. He recalled the intelligence from a few days prior indicating that this individual, while formidable, had not reached such a level of prowess. Yet now, Yue's speed, strength, and chakra intensity far surpassed any prior descriptions. Surprised? To be honest, I am too. The ninjas of the root are surprisingly weak. At this moment, Yue's voice was deliberately modulated, carrying a low, icy resonance that invoked an invisible pressure. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the captain's forehead as a chill coursed through his veins. In truth, Yue's sudden enhancement of strength astonished even him. It was largely thanks to the recent battles and Hanzo's deliberate retreat. In the past few days, the number of fallen ninjas on the battlefield was staggering, with large-scale conflicts occurring frequently, something previously uncommon. The sight of corpses strewn across the ground was harrowing, and even the rogue ninjas typically scavenging for valuable tools and scrolls found themselves overwhelmed. They navigated the battlefield, racing against time to scavenge valuable ninja tools, scrolls, and corpses. The abundance of resources leading to a scarcity of the usual struggles over remains. Thus, no one paid heed to Yue's actions, utilizing the natural cover of the battlefield. Yue had secretly absorbed the life energy of nearly 200 ninjas over the past few days. Most of these were Chunin or even Jounin level, their life energy vastly superior to that of ordinary individuals. This infusion significantly bolstered his fundamental attributes, enhancing his chakra, speed, strength, and reflexes, resulting in a transformative leap in power. In just a few days, the values on his attribute panel had changed dramatically. Ninjutsu, 30, Taijutsu, 23, Jinjutsu, 12, Intelligence, 7, Strength, 18, Speed, 20, Precision, 18, Seals, 16. Except for Intelligence, which was difficult to elevate, the other 7 attributes had seen substantial advancement due to the life energy infusion. The captain of the root team attempted to form seals to retaliate, but Yue's ocular prowess was astonishing. Once more, Yue vanished from sight, only to reappear before the root team captain. The captain's heart raced, and he quickly formed seals, attempting to unleash a jutsu encounter. However, Yue's actions were swifter. Shura Path, Enhancement. In an instant, Yue's right arm was enveloped in a metallic sheen, his fist hurtling toward the root captain like a cannonball. The captain barely raised his arm to block, but the force of Yue's taijutsu, bolstered by the Shura Path's enhancement, exceeded all expectations. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed as Yue's punch shattered the root captain's arm, the excruciating pain eliciting a muffled groan. With unrelenting momentum, Yue sent the captain flying. Bang! The captain's body collided with a large tree, the trunk splintering upon impact, wood shards scattering. He tumbled to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. His complexion pale as paper, clearly gravely injured. "You." The captain gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock and fury, yet more so with disbelief. He had never imagined being sent flying by a single punch, with no opportunity to resist. The strength of the figure before him had utterly surpassed his understanding. He was a monster. Yue regarded him coldly, refraining from pursuit, his tone laced with mockery. "What? Do you wish to die here? Retreat." The captain of the root team staggered to his feet, his voice tinged with reluctance. The root ninjas swiftly withdrew. vanishing into the shadows of the forest. Yue remained in place, casting a frigid glance at the members of the Shadow Hand before finally fixing his gaze on Huayu. You are the leader of the Shadow Hand? Do you not realize that the entire Shadow Hand has been infiltrated by the root? Chapter 23. Collaborative Intelligence. Huayu's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by the news. However, he quickly regained his composure, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. What did you say? His voice was low and calm, yet his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. Yi let out a cold laugh, laced with sarcasm. It seems you are not quite the leader you fancy yourself to be. The roots have infiltrated your ranks long ago, and you remain utterly oblivious. Huayu's face darkened instantly. That is impossible. Yi scoffed again, his tone dripping with derision. Impossible? Do you truly believe that the roots could locate your hideout with such precision without your ignorance? And why do you think they are here to intercept you? As the words left his lips, the members of the Shadow Hand team exchanged wary glances, suspicion and tension filling the air. The atmosphere thickened, taut like a string ready to snap. Huayu inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over his team before finally resting on Yi. What evidence do you have? Yi did not respond verbally. Instead, he merely smiled coldly and raised his hand. An invisible force surged through the air, causing a high-ranking ninja of the Shadow Hand to stiffen abruptly and be drawn toward Yi's grasp. Yi's long fingers deftly pinned the ninja's chin, his thumb pressing against the man's throat. With a sickening crack, the ninja's mouth was forced open, revealing a writhing black curse mark at the root of his tongue. The runes slithered beneath the skin like living creatures, glistening ominously in the moonlight. This is the evidence. Yi's voice was cold and deep, his Rinnegan bestowing an unspoken pressure upon his words. All eyes converged on the high-ranking ninja's tongue, where a ring of black curse marks coiled like venomous serpents, exuding a chilling aura. Several seasoned ninjas immediately recognized the distinct curse mark, Danzo's tongue curse of root severance. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Disbelief and fury were etched across every face, especially Huayu's, whose pallor intensified as he fixed his gaze on the high-ranking ninja, anguish and disappointment flashing in his eyes. The ninja, unable to speak due to Yi's grip, conveyed a glimmer of fear and despair through his eyes. Huayu slowly approached, a kunai appearing in his hand, its blade glistening ominously in the dim light. A flicker of pleading crossed the ninja's eyes, muffled sounds escaping his throat as if attempting to explain. But Huayu offered no further chances. With a sharp sound, the poisoned kunai was drawn, its blade leaving a trail of ethereal blue light. Huayu's wrist twisted at an impossible angle, the tip of the blade precisely piercing between the third and fourth ribs. The high-ranking member's pupils dilated in shock, blood gushing from the kunai's channel and splattering across Huayu's pristine clothing, staining it instantly. Huayu withdrew the kunai, allowing the lifeless body to collapse to the ground. His expression remained devoid of emotion, as if the act had been nothing more than a trivial affair. Yi observed the scene coldly. Having encountered the tongue curse of root severance previously, he had memorized its unique chakra signatures through his Rinnegan. While distant observations might yield uncertainty at this proximity, no Shadow Hand member could escape his scrutiny regarding the curse mark. His tone remained calm. Now, do you still believe I am lying? Danzo's tendrils have long reached into your organization, and you remain blissfully unaware. The members of the Shadow Hand exchanged glances filled with trepidation and doubt. The once united team began to fracture, the foundation of trust crumbling in an instant. Huayu took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. His gaze turned to Yi. What is your true objective? Are you seeking to seize control of the remnants of the Shadow Hand? Yi released the high-ranking ninja, allowing him to slump lifelessly to the ground. His gaze was cold and profound as he surveyed the members of the Shadow Hand, ultimately settling on Huayu. His tone was indifferent, yet suffused with undeniable authority. I have no need for the obedience of the weak, nor loyalty that cannot withstand scrutiny. I require only one thing, the records and evidence of the Shadow Hand's collaboration with the roots. Huayu's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of suspicion and wariness crossing his eyes. What do you intend to do with such information? Can I simply say it is to fulfill a side quest for the system? Yi's scoff was tinged with disdain. That is my concern, not yours. You need only understand that this evidence is valuable to me, and it can also liberate you from the root's grasp. Huayu fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. His gaze lingered on the lifeless body on the ground, and then on his team members, whose expressions were a complex mix of emotions. Finally, he inhaled deeply and nodded. Very well, I can provide you with those records. But you must guarantee that this evidence will not be used against the Shadow Hand. Yi regarded him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. You are not yet worthy of my efforts. Huayu's expression shifted slightly, yet Yi's harsh words quelled his apprehensions. He quickly regained his composure, turning to his team. Huado, take your subordinates and return to the base immediately. Gather all records and evidence of our collaboration with the roots. The team members exchanged uncertain glances, and a young ninja hesitated, eager to voice his thoughts. However, Huayu's gaze turned sharp, his voice rising. Do as instructed. The young ninja jumped at the command. Silenced by the intensity of Huayu's tone, Yiyu stood aside, a cold observer of the unfolding events. Huayu said no more, striding deeper into the base. Moments later, the young ninja returned, carrying a tightly sealed scroll. The scroll was inscribed with intricate sealing runes, indicating its critical importance. Huayu handed the scroll to Yiyu, his expression revealing a tinge of complexity. This contains all records and evidence of the Shadow Hand's collaboration with the Roots, including mission details, personnel lists, and transaction contents. All the intelligence is contained within. Yiyu accepted the scroll, his fingers gliding over the sealing runes, sensing the potent chakra within. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Key intelligence detected. Upon hearing this sound, satisfaction flickered in Yiyu's eyes as he stowed the scroll away, choosing not to utter another word before turning to leave. However, just as he took his first step, Huayu's voice rang out again. Sir, who exactly are you? Yiyu paused momentarily, turning his head slightly. His purple eyes were cold and deep. If you survive this war, perhaps you may earn the right to know. With that, his figure vanished into the shadows. Chapter 24. Analysis of the three ninjas' personalities. Meanwhile, within Orochimaru's stronghold, the shadow clone left behind by Yakuyu rose from the bed. In the dimly lit room, only a few faint rays of light filtered through the cracks, illuminating the dust motes floating in the air. The shadow clone swiftly surveyed the surroundings, its gaze sharp and keen, akin to that of a hawk, attentively perceiving the slightest movements. There were no fluctuations of chakra, nor were there any approaching ninjas. After confirming the area was secure with a quiet murmur, the shadow clone made its way to the corner of the room and retrieved a summoning scroll from a hidden compartment, quickly unfurling it. Pressing his palm against the scroll, the shadow clone intoned softly, summoning technique. A puff of white smoke erupted, and Yakuyu's figure materialized in the center of the room. His expression was cold and profound as he scanned the surroundings, ensuring there were no anomalies before directing his gaze towards the clone. Upon seeing the original had arrived, the shadow clone nodded slightly before dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. Yakuyu swiftly formed a hand seal and whispered, "Release." With two more puffs of smoke, the shadow clone vanished, and his appearance reverted to its true form. Approaching a workbench, he placed the intelligence scroll on the table and sat down, lost in contemplation. The next step of the system's mission was to inform the higher-ups of Konoha. Yakuyu murmured to himself, furrowing his brow slightly. However, deciding who to inform proved to be a troublesome matter. Currently, the most direct access he had to Konoha's upper echelon was through the future three ninjas, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who had all regrouped and were playing significant roles within Konoha's forces. Yet, the personalities and stances of these three were starkly different, and choosing to confide in one might directly influence the subsequent developments of the mission. Yakuyu settled into a thoughtful analysis. Jiraiya, carefree and passionate about peace, had little enthusiasm for the village's high-level politics, even showing distaste for it. This was evident when he refused to accept the position of Hokage when invited by Koharu and Hamura following the third Hokage's death. If he were to share the intelligence with Jiraiya, it was likely he would take immediate action. But it might not be the most effective way to relay the information to Konoha's core decision-makers. Moreover, post-war, Jiraiya was likely to remain in the Rain Village for 3 years to instruct Nagato and Yahiko. Of course, Yakuyu was indifferent to the impact on the storyline. However, if this caused his side quest to be delayed for 3 years, it would be quite troublesome. That period was crucial for his own growth. With the power of the Rinnegan, time for development was limited. Once exposed, he could easily attract the attention of formidable entities like Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, or Black Zetsu. What if Jiraiya was not a viable option? What about Orochimaru? As one of the most acclaimed geniuses of the new generation in Konoha, Orochimaru had yet to take an extreme stance. Through recent interactions, Yakuyu had discerned the essence of Orochimaru's character. To some extent, he and Danzo were similar, having inherited a darker side from the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. However, Orochimaru's talents surpassed those of Danzo. Given Orochimaru's intellect, he might have already surmised Danzo's conspiracy during their last encounter at the stronghold. Yet, Orochimaru's motives were intricate. According to the storyline, after the battle in the Rain Village, he would align with Danzo upon returning to Konoha to conduct human experimentation. Handing over this intelligence to Orochimaru would likely result in it being lost in obscurity. And the worst-case scenario could lead to a fatal consequence for Yakuyu himself. Thus, only one candidate remained. Tsunade, Yakuyu pondered. As the future fifth Hokage and the highest leader of Konoha, her strength, though somewhat lesser among the three ninjas, was complemented by many virtues, calm decisiveness, and a profound sense of responsibility towards the village's interests. At present, she had yet to experience the deaths of her lover and brother, thus remaining untainted by the gambling addiction that would later characterize her as the legendary sucker. If he informed her of the intelligence, she would undoubtedly act swiftly. Furthermore, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a disciple of the third Hokage, her standing in Konoha would be sufficient to deter Danzo from treating her as he did Uchiha Shursui. As for whether the third Hokage would confront Danzo after learning this, that matter was irrelevant to Yakuyu. He closed his eyes, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolution flashing within. The pressing question now was how to earn her trust, or should he directly present the evidence to her? Tsunade, like any rational ninja, would have a limited trust in strangers, especially concerning high-ranking figures like Danzo. She would undoubtedly question the source and authenticity of the intelligence. If he carelessly handed over the evidence, the intent to incite discord would be too apparent, potentially backfiring and even instilling animosity within Tsunade. What he needed now was an opportunity, one that would allow him to relay the intelligence to her in a reasonable manner. Yakuyu was confident that amidst the chaos of the battlefield, such an opportunity would soon present itself. A few days later, has the old man said anything yet? In the temporary camp of Konoha's army, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru sat around a simple wooden table, over which a strategic map was spread. The atmosphere within the tent was somewhat oppressive, with all three wearing grim expressions. Jiraiya spoke, his brow furrowed, arms crossed, leaning back in his chair as he glanced at Tsunade and Orochimaru, evidently dissatisfied with the current situation. Tsunade shook her head, her expression grave. No, the Hokage merely instructed us to hold our positions and await further orders. As for the reason, he did not mention a word. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, a fleeting look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Humph, the old man has always enjoyed these mysterious games. Jiraiya nodded, a note of discontent in his tone. This is the best time to launch a full-scale assault. The Rain Ninja Village's defenses have shown significant vulnerabilities. If we strike now, we could easily dismantle them. Yet the old man insists we wait. Just what is he waiting for? Tsunade fell silent for a moment. She had her suspicions, but lacking evidence. She could not voice them. Meanwhile, Orochimaru squinted his eyes, his gaze revealing a deeper meaning. At that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the tent. A Hyuga clan ninja with white eyes lifted the flap, hastily entering, his face marked with visible tension and urgency. Report. The ninja knelt on one knee. His voice hurried and subdued. We have just received word from the frontline reconnaissance unit that a large number of Sand Ninja forces have gathered in several battle zones north of the Rain Ninja Village. Their numbers far exceed expectations, and they seem to be increasing. Chapter 25, The Invasion of the Sand Ninjas. What? Jiraiya sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed. How could the Sand Ninja forces appear at the border of the Rain Ninja Village at this time? Have they not been engaged in battle with us all along? Tsunade's expression also turned grave as she quickly approached the map, her gaze sweeping over the area between the Rain Ninja Village and the Sand Hidden Village. If they have diverted some of their forces to ally with the Rain Ninja, our current situation could be perilous. She traced her finger across the map. The terrain of the Rain Ninja Village is already complex. If the Sand forces strike from the west, surrounding the Rain Ninja, our main forces would find themselves embroiled in a two-front battle. The Sand's puppet army and wind techniques pose a significant threat in open areas, and our defenses could be swiftly torn apart. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. Our original plan was to concentrate our forces to breach the Rain Ninja's defenses. But the emergence of the Sand Ninja means we must split our troops to respond. Consequently, our strength would be diluted, and our offensive capabilities severely diminished. It appears that the old man had us hold our positions for a reason. He must have sensed the Sand Ninja's movements long ago. Orochimaru remarked casually. The Sand Ninja were initially engaged with us on the eastern front, yet they have suddenly mobilized a large contingent southward. Clearly, they come prepared. If I am not mistaken, they may have forged some clandestine agreement with the Rain Ninja. Tsunade furrowed her brow, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Would Hanzo really be willing to reach such an agreement with the Sand Ninja? Orochimaru placed one hand on his hip, his voice raspy as he replied. The internal order of the Rain Ninja is on the verge of collapse. Although Hanzo is nominally the leader, his actual control has significantly waned. It is not impossible that other factions within the Rain Ninja have allied with the Sand Ninja to bolster their own power. Jiraiya's furrowed brow deepened, a hint of wariness in his tone. Are you suggesting that someone within the Rain Ninja has betrayed Hanzo and colluded with the Sand Ninja? Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, unwilling to explain himself to the fool. Tsunade, however, interjected, Orochimaru is correct. Given our overwhelming offensive, it is evident that significant upheaval has occurred within the Rain Village. It would not be surprising if a faction sought to leverage the Sand Ninja's strength to overthrow Hanzo, or even replace him. Realization dawned on Jiraiya, and he hastily added, regardless, we cannot remain passive. We must immediately adjust our strategy to avoid being caught between two forces. Orochimaru chuckled derisively. You can be clever at times, though lacking in constructive ideas. He then disregarded Jiraiya's exasperated expression and laid out his plan. While our forces are considerable, our front lines are stretched too thin, and our supply lines are overly dispersed. If the Sand Ninja were to launch a concentrated assault from the flank, they could easily sever our supply lines, leaving our frontline troops isolated and defenseless. He moved to the map, tracing a potential path of attack for the Sand Ninja with his finger. Thus, I propose we temporarily abandon our offensive against the Rain Ninja and concentrate some of our forces to set an ambush along the Sand Ninja's likely route. If we can strike while their advance guard is still unsteady, we could disrupt their overall plan, buying us time to consolidate our front and reconfigure our deployment. Orochimaru paused, his gaze sweeping over Jiraiya and Tsunade. Ultimately, we only need to stall them. This, I suspect, is the very reason the old man has refrained from allowing us to take decisive action. Jiraiya was still somewhat bewildered, but Tsunade had already grasped Orochimaru's intent. The Sand Ninja, engaged in battle with Konoha, would undoubtedly face increased pressure on their main front, as long as they maintained order on their side. The Sand strategy of dividing their forces to draw Konoha's attention would not only fail but could also lead to significant losses for their main forces. Once the course of action was determined, the three ninjas swiftly set their plan into motion. Orochimaru remained at the front lines, tasked with monitoring the movements of the Rain Ninja village to prevent a sudden counterattack by Hanzo. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade each led an elite unit, quietly departing the camp towards the area where the Sand Ninja forces were gathering. Their mission was to lay in wait, anticipating the arrival of the Sand's advance guard for a decisive ambush. Simultaneously, within Orochimaru's stronghold, Yue suddenly sensed that the remaining ninjas were mobilizing urgently. He exited his room and approached a Konoha ninja who was arranging equipment, quietly inquiring, "What is happening outside? Why is everyone in such a hurry?" The ninja looked up at Yue, recognizing him as the youth favored by Orochimaru, and replied, "Do you not know? A large contingent of Sand Ninja has suddenly appeared at the border of the Rain Ninja village. The front line is now in a state of emergency. Lord Orochimaru is holding the camp, while Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade are leading elite forces to ambush the Sand Ninja." At those words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yue's eyes. An opportunity has arisen. He had been contemplating how to establish contact with Tsunade, and now this unexpected chance unveiled itself. The variable of Chiyo not only diverted Konoha's attention, but also granted him greater maneuverability. Yue swiftly returned to a concealed corner of the stronghold, unfurling a map and surveying the potential routes of the Sand Ninja forces. Moments later, he hastily formed hand seals and murmured, "Shadow clone technique." A puff of white smoke enveloped him, and a shadow clone appeared by his side. Yue instructed in a hushed tone, "Stay here and notify me immediately if anything unusual occurs." The shadow clone nodded, its tone calm. "Understood." It then moved to sit cross-legged by the bed, closing its eyes in meditation. After organizing the shadow clone, Yue repeated the process, whispering, "Transformation technique." Another cloud of white smoke erupted, and his appearance swiftly morphed into that of an ordinary Konoha Chunin. Checking his attire to confirm everything was in order, he quietly departed the stronghold. In the night, Yue's figure glided through the dense forest like a specter. His steps were light and swift, each movement expertly avoiding the dry branches and fallen leaves underfoot. As his mind rapidly analyzed the possible routes of the Sand Ninja forces, if the Sand Ninja were to strike from the west, they would inevitably traverse the cliff valley. Yue murmured to himself, his tone contemplative. That location, characterized by its narrow terrain and towering rock walls on either side, would serve as an ideal ambush site. It was likely that Tsunade and Jiraiya's forces would set their trap there. He quickly adjusted his course, racing towards the Valley of Wind. Chapter 26. The fierce battle in the Valley of Cliffs at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. Fierce gales swept through the valley, stirring up a tempest of dust that rendered the already murky night even more chaotic. In the distance, the undulating mountains loomed like the spines of a colossal beast, silently watching over this land ravaged by war. On this desolate terrain, a formidable Sand Ninja army advanced stealthily, clad in dark brown combat attire and wearing masks to shield against the wind and sand. Their piercing eyes glinted like those of hawks. Their steps were light and swift, seemingly merging with the sound of the wind, leaving no trace of their passage. At the forefront of the formation, several enormous puppet beasts moved slowly, their joints creaking softly as if whispering of the impending slaughter. In the heart of this army, Chiyo stood atop a gigantic puppet scorpion, her gaze sternly fixed on the map in her hands. As she approached a marked point on the map, she waved her hand, signaling the troops to halt. Before she could speak, her respectful Sand Ninja lieutenant inquired, "Lady Chiyo, should we dispatch a reconnaissance team?" Chiyo nodded. "Send a scouting party to investigate the situation. But do not delve too deep. Let the puppets go in." 2 days prior, Chiyo had encountered the beleaguered Hanzo's shadow, Hanyu, at an abandoned temple. From him, she learned of the internal disarray within the Rain Ninja village, as well as the clandestine collusion between Danzo and Hanzo. More crucially, Hanyu provided her with the defensive layout of Konoha's forces in the rain. Time was of the essence. Upon acquiring this intelligence, Chiyo swiftly assembled her troops and launched an offensive against the Rain Ninja. Moments later, the Sand Ninja reconnaissance team returned hastily, reporting in hushed tones, "Lady Chiyo, we have detected anomalies ahead. There appear to be signs of Konoha ninja activity." Chiyo narrowed her eyes, a chill in her voice. "Indeed, Konoha has already sensed our movements." Her lieutenant quietly questioned, "What should we do now? Should we alter our marching route?" After a brief silence, a flicker of determination crossed Chiyo's gaze. "Concentrate our forces and launch a full assault on the Valley of Cliffs," she commanded, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. The lieutenant hesitated momentarily before asking, "A full assault on the Valley of Cliffs? The terrain is treacherous, and Konoha is likely to have set ambushes. Should we reconsider?" Chiyo replied. "No matter how swiftly Konoha reacts, they cannot amass a formidable force in such a short time, even if they hold the advantage of terrain. The Valley of Cliffs is equally suitable for our sand ninjas to engage." She paused, surveying the sand ninja troops behind her, her voice carrying an encouraging tone. "Moreover, we possess numerical superiority. If we can swiftly breach the Valley of Cliffs, Konoha's defenses will collapse entirely." The lieutenant nodded, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Understood. Lady Chiyo, I will relay the orders immediately. The entire army shall advance towards the Valley of Cliffs." Both sides had thought of this at the same time. From high above, an indifferent voice echoed. The figure of Yagami, now disguised as an ordinary Konoha ninja, stood atop a flock of summoning crows. The wind howled past his ears, tugging at his garments, yet he remained motionless. The crow's wings provided natural concealment against the night sky, their eyes reflecting the power of the Rinnegan shared by Yagami. Utilizing the crow's vision and the capabilities of his Rinnegan, Yagami gazed through the layers of darkness, overseeing the entire battlefield and clearly observing the movements of both Konoha and Sand Ninja forces. The terrain of the Valley of Cliffs acted as a natural barrier, dividing the two armies into separate factions, while their actions unfolded quietly within this obscured expanse. In his line of sight, Konoha's forces were diligently establishing their defensive lines. At the entrance of the Valley of Cliffs, Jiraiya led an elite unit, setting up multiple traps and barriers with swift precision, clearly having sensed the Sand Ninjas' reconnaissance efforts. Jiraiya stood atop a high point, forming hand seals as he directed the ninjas in laying explosive tags and earth-style traps. The young Toad Sage, yet to embark on his journey of acquisition, bore a serious demeanor akin to an ordinary elite jonin of Konoha, fully aware of the imminent battle ahead. On the opposite side of the Valley of Cliffs, Tsunade commanded a medical unit, preparing with utmost urgency. Through the Rinnegan's perspective, her chakra and life energy radiated even more intensely than Jiraiya's. Although renowned as a medical ninja, Tsunade led her elite squad in fortifying their defenses. Behind her, several Konoha ninjas stood ready, evidently prepared for the impending fierce confrontation. As for Konoha's medical base, it was strategically located further back, managed by other medical ninjas. Even in Tsunade's absence, her command and organization ensured that the entire medical system functioned seamlessly. Yagami's gaze swept over Konoha's defenses, internally assessing their arrangements. Overall, while Konoha's defenses appeared robust, they still bore critical weaknesses in the face of the Sand Ninjas' aggressive onslaught. Particularly, although the terrain of the Valley of Cliffs was advantageous for defense, it could easily be countered by the Sand Ninjas' wind techniques and puppetry. Furthermore, despite being on the defensive, Konoha's forces did not hold a significant numerical advantage at this moment. Though their defenses were fortified, the pressure would mount considerably should the Sand Ninja launch their assault. Yagami pondered. His gaze shifted back to the Sand Ninja troops. Following the intelligence from the scouts, Chiyo had swiftly led her army toward the Valley of Cliffs, and the formation of their troops indicated they were poised for a powerful offensive. The Sand Ninja's puppet units paved the way, while their wind-style ninjas closely followed, each carrying numerous scrolls. Indeed, in the next instant, the sounds of explosive tags and the vibrant colors of various ninjutsu erupted from the valley ahead. Countless explosive tags detonated before the Sand Ninja forces, flames soaring into the sky. Although the puppet beasts initially deployed chakra shields, the tremendous blast waves swiftly engulfed the front line of puppet beasts. Enemy attack. The ninjas controlling the puppets quickly retreated, while the wind-style ninjas behind them formed hand seals, ready to counterattack. However, Konoha's offensive did not cease. Jiraiya's figure emerged from the heights of the valley, swiftly forming hand seals as he shouted, "Earth-style, Hell Swamp." The ground instantly became soft, ensnaring the Sand Ninjas' puppet troops and hindering their movements. Simultaneously, Tsunade's elite squad surged from the flank, her fist, enveloped in potent chakra, struck with ferocity, shattering a colossal puppet beast. Chapter 27. Jiraiya, Tsunade vs. Chiyo Sand Ninjas. Your plans have been uncovered. Jiraiya's voice echoed through the night, laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this irreverent tone, Chiyo's expression darkened instantly, followed by a cold smirk as she retorted, "The young ones from Konoha may lack skill, yet their bravado is unwarranted. Do you truly believe these petty tricks can thwart us?" With a wave of her hand, the wind ninjas behind her launched their assault. A tempest roared as countless wind blades sliced through the air towards Konoha's defenses, turning the ground beneath into a muddy whirlpool. The ninjas of Konoha quickly formed hand signs, erecting walls of earth to barely withstand the onslaught, yet many still fell, struck down by the fierce wind blades. The battle escalated into a fervor. This was not merely a skirmish typical of the ninja world, nor a clash between individual titans. It was a full-scale war. Under Cheeto's command, the puppet army of the sand, having momentarily faced obstacles from explosive tags and ninjutsu barriers during their initial advance, finally surged into the cliffside valley. These fearlessly massive puppets rampaged across the battlefield, their joints creaking ominously as they unleashed glimmering blades and poison needles, each swing conjuring a rain of blood. In one instance, a puppet resembling a colossal scorpion, maneuvered by a puppet master from the rear, thrust its tail's poison needle, piercing a Konoha ninja's chest and spraying blood onto the ground. Another puppet lunged like a ferocious tiger towards Konoha's lines, its sharp blades shooting forth from its joints, forcing several defending ninjas to retreat in haste. The Konoha ninjas fought with desperation, hurling shurikens and kunai at the puppets, but their efforts seemed futile against the fortified exoskeletons of these war-hardened constructs. We cannot afford to engage these puppets directly. A Konoha ninja gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand signs as he shouted, "Fire release, dance of the flames." Dozens of enormous fireballs erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the cluster of puppet masters behind. However, a massive sandworm-like puppet suddenly erupted from the ground, blocking their path. The fireballs merely charred its exterior, and in the next moment, the colossal sandworm puppet burrowed underground, violently charging towards Konoha's defenses. Several ninja squads recognized the impending danger and swiftly banded together to employ Earth-style ninjutsu to halt the puppet's advance. They formed hand signs in unison, then slammed their hands to the ground, exclaiming, "Earth release, Earth flow great wall." Thick walls of earth rose from the ground like steadfast barriers, adorned with intricate runes, a testament to the Konoha ninja's earnest defense. Yet, the massive sandworm puppet's head, resembling an indomitable shield machine, gleamed with metallic menace as it struck the earthen wall. Boom! The thunderous impact echoed as the earth flow great wall was effortlessly torn apart, debris scattering and dust swirling. The Konoha ninjas watched in dismay as their proud defensive jutsu crumbled before the puppets, their faces paling in disbelief. "No, these puppets are unlike any we have faced before," a Konoha nin shouted. Chiyo, noting the shift in battle, cast a triumphant glance at Jiraiya, who was engaged with her. Her eyes glinted with satisfaction as she proclaimed, "These puppets have been personally upgraded by me. Your resistance is utterly futile. Damn puppet old hag." Jiraiya's brow furrowed, the veins at his temples pulsating. He drew a deep breath, rapidly forming hand signs as his chakra surged like boiling magma. Ninjutsu, lion's mane technique. As he uttered the incantation, his disheveled white hair elongated, transforming into countless razor-sharp strands that swirled towards Chiyo like a wild lion's mane. With chakra amplifying each hair as potency, they bore the strength to rend stone and pierce steel. Chiyo's gaze sharpened. With a flick of her finger, two of her puppets sprang to her defense, their arms unfolding to reveal hidden mechanisms that successfully blocked Jiraiya's secret technique. Just then, Tsunade charged in from the side, her fist infused with raging chakra, aimed at Chiyo's flank. The air crackled with the pressure of her impending strike. Chiyo's eyes widened as she swiftly maneuvered another puppet to shield her. The puppet's arms crossed, forming a robust barrier. However, Tsunade, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, struck with cataclysmic force. Boom! The moment her fist collided with the puppet's arms, a deafening explosion erupted, as if the earth itself trembled. The puppet's arms shattered upon impact, its wooden structure splintering, internal mechanisms scattering like shrapnel, sparks flying. The overwhelming force sent the puppet careening backward, gouging deep trenches into the ground, debris and dust swirling as though a great dragon had thrashed upon the earth. The puppet contorted midair, its joints creaking under the strain, as though on the verge of disintegration. Chiyo's chakra threads tightened as the puppet flew away, her fingers trembling slightly as she sensed the immense impact transmitted back to her. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Her fingers danced, and the chakra threads coiled like serpents, pulling the puppet back from the brink of collapse. It crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. Its surface was marred with fractures, its joints loosened, threatening to fall apart at any moment. Nevertheless, Chiyo's chakra threads remained firmly in control, the puppet wobbling as it managed to regain its stance. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya formed hand signs once more, slamming his hands to the ground. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Prison. Instantly, his form was enveloped in a layer of hardened hair, crafting an impervious armor. Simultaneously, his hair extended outward like a forest of needles, advancing rapidly toward Chiyo. As Chiyo distanced herself from Tsunade, her fingers deftly flicked, unfurling a scroll that released 3 humanoid puppets. Her mastery of puppetry had reached an extraordinary level. Each puppet appeared to possess its own consciousness, moving fluidly and precisely as they formed a triangular formation. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. The 3 puppets simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing a tremendous wind-based suction that ensnared Jiraiya's Needle Earth Prison. Though powerful, Jiraiya's technique struggled to breach her defenses at that moment. His expression shifted slightly. Realizing the impasse created by the 3 treasures absorption, he called out, "Tsunade, go intercept that sandworm puppet." With her fists infused with dense chakra, Tsunade struck out, obliterating a massive puppet beast. Acknowledging his command, she nodded and charged towards the rampaging sandworm puppet army wreaking havoc on Konoha's stronghold. Chapter 28. The troublesome giant sandworm puppet you stood above the clouds, the wispy formations beneath his feet flowing gently in the night breeze. Resembling an endless expanse of black ocean, his gaze pierced through the layers of mist, firmly fixating on the battlefield below. Despite the distance, the rising flames, the sounds of explosions, and the clashes of ninjutsu resonated with clarity. The situation in Konoha was far from optimistic, although the ninjas of Konoha were valiantly resisting. The tide of battle evidently turned against them. The puppet forces of Sunagakure were vast in number and fearlessly relentless, akin to modern warfare's drones. Additionally, these puppets had been meticulously modified by Chiyo, exhibiting a stark contrast in lethality, defense, and mobility compared to ordinary puppet troops. Konoha's defenses were being gradually compressed. Despite the ninjas' utmost efforts, they found themselves retreating under the relentless assault of the puppets. Tsunade had swiftly approached the massive sandworm puppet that was sowing chaos. Towering like mountains, its body was covered with thick sand armor, rendering conventional ninjutsu attacks futile. The sandworm puppets rampaged across the battlefield, each charge akin to a minor earthquake. Konoha's ninjas attempted to organize an effective defense, but their formations were repeatedly shattered by the onslaught of the sandworm puppets. The once cohesive defense line disintegrated, forcing the ninjas into scattered combat, unable to mount a substantial counterattack. Quick, concentrate fire and block that sandworm puppet. A Konoha J-nin commanded loudly, but his voice was soon drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. Several Konoha ninjas hastily formed hand seals, attempting to use fire-release ninjutsu to halt the advance of the sandworm puppet. However, as the flames grazed the surface of the sandworm, they were effortlessly absorbed by the sand armor, akin to a drop in the ocean, proving utterly ineffective. No, fire release is useless against it. A ninja exclaimed anxiously. What about earth release? Let us try earth release. Another ninja swiftly formed hand seals, and the ground erupted with a heavy earthen wall, aiming to obstruct the sandworm's progress. Yet, the sandworm puppet merely slowed slightly before crashing into the earthen barrier. The tremendous force instantly shattered the wall, sending debris flying in all directions, with several unfortunate Konoha ninjas being hurled away and landing heavily on the ground. Damn, this thing is impossible to stop. One ninja gritted his teeth, despair evident in his eyes. Just then, a cold and commanding voice resonated from behind. Let me handle this. You all fall back. Before the words faded, a golden figure surged from the crowd like lightning, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Her golden hair billowed in the night wind. The forehead protector on her brow radiated a fierce light, and her eyes betrayed not a hint of fear. Tsunade-sama, a Konoha ninja exclaimed, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Tsunade did not respond. Her figure accelerated dramatically, charging directly at the sandworm puppet. Her fists clenched tightly, chakra surged wildly within her. And with each step, the ground beneath her cracked, unable to bear the explosive power brewing within her. Boom. Tsunade's fist struck fiercely against the side of the sandworm puppet. The shockwave from her chakra causing the puppet to momentarily halt. A significant portion of its sand armor shattered, revealing the intricate mechanisms within. However, the sheer size of the sandworm puppet rendered Tsunade's attack, though devastating, insufficient to impede its operational capacity. Creak. The joints of the sandworm puppet emitted a piercing metallic screech as its body wobbled slightly before regaining stability. Its massive maw suddenly opened, unleashing a torrent of thick sand towards Tsunade. This creature is even more troublesome than anticipated. Tsunade swiftly retreated, evading the direct impact of the sand. Her expression grave, this sandworm puppet's defense and recovery capabilities exceeded her expectations, although her monstrous strength could shatter the sand armor and even damage some internal structures. Such harm was far from fatal for a puppet of this magnitude. Worse still, the sandworm puppet seemed capable of rapidly repairing its damaged sections by absorbing the surrounding sand. The sand armor Tsunade had just destroyed was visibly reforming at an alarming rate. I cannot allow it to continue repairing. In the next moment, Tsunade leaped into the air, spinning like a top, her feet enveloped in turbulent chakra, descending like a meteor towards the puppet's back. Painful sky kick. Her strike accurately struck the puppet's core, the immense force causing the sandworm puppet to sink, creating a massive crater in the ground. Boom. The deafening roar resounded across the battlefield, as if the very heavens trembled in response. The sandworm puppet's form plunged, the earth yielding a crater several meters in diameter, cracks spiderwebbing outward. Dust and debris launched into the air, enveloping the area in a shroud of chaos. The shockwave's power exceeded all expectations. Nearby Sunagakure puppets and Konoha ninjas, attempting to draw closer, were swept away by the violent force. The puppets disassembled mid-air, parts scattering, while the ninjas were tossed like ragdolls, crashing heavily to the ground. Fall back. Don't get too close. A Konoha J-nin shouted, but his voice was soon swallowed by the din of explosions. The sandworm puppet emitted a deep, rumbling roar, its back armor completely shattered, exposing the complex core mechanisms within. Sparks erupted from the damaged components, as if its very life force was rapidly waning. Yet, even in this state, the sandworm puppet did not cease its movements. It twisted violently, attempting to shake off Tsunade. It's not over yet. Tsunade gritted her teeth, lunging forward, her hands seizing the exposed core mechanism of the sandworm puppet, chakra coalescing in her palms. Break for me. Tsunade's hands thrust forward with tremendous force, her chakra piercing into the puppet's core like a blade. The core emitted cracking sounds, sparks flying, as the sandworm puppet's movements began to slow. However, just as Tsunade thought victory was within reach, the puppet's tail lashed out violently, whipping up a fierce wind that struck Tsunade's side. Bang! Tsunade was sent flying by the blow, tumbling through the air before barely regaining her composure. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, indicating the severity of her injury. Damn, this creature's defense and attack power are absurd. Tsunade wiped the blood from her mouth, a flicker of frustration crossing her eyes. Although the core was damaged, the sandworm puppet had not entirely lost its ability to move. Its body slowly shifted, attempting to reintegrate into the battlefield. In the distance, more sandworm puppets emerged, and Konoha's defenses teetered on the brink of collapse. If this drags on, we stand no chance. Tsunade mused inwardly. I must find a weakness in these creatures. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared beside her. Tsunade-sama, I know where its weakness lies. Chapter 29, United Efforts. Lady Tsunade. The core of these sandworm puppets is not located on their backs, but rather in a concealed position beneath their abdomens. Only by utterly destroying the core can we render them immobile. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback and turned to regard the ninja who spoke. The newcomer was none other than Yayue, who had stealthily approached amidst the chaos. Were it any other time, Tsunade, a ninja with keen insight, would have questioned how Yayue procured such intelligence without the Byakugan. However, this was a battlefield, and despite her doubts, she lacked the luxury of time for meticulous deliberation. Moreover, after the recent skirmish, she had begun to form a similar conclusion. Narrowing her eyes, a flurry of thoughts raced through Tsunade's mind in an instant. Ultimately, she refrained from probing further and swiftly cast her gaze over the underbelly of the colossal sandworm puppet that she had previously toppled. Indeed, she discerned a slightly protruding area, obscured by its thick sand armor. Had the puppet not been overturned, this vulnerability may have remained hidden. Are you certain? Tsunade inquired in a low tone. Yayue nodded affirmatively, his voice resolute. Absolutely. However, striking that position will not be easy, as the sandworm puppet will fiercely guard its weakness. I will require your cover, Lady Tsunade. Very well. Let us proceed. Tsunade replied decisively. With her resolve set, she wasted no time as chakra surged within her. Her figure lunged forward, aimed directly at the sandworm puppet. Come on, you behemoth. Let us see if you can withstand the might of the Senju clan. Tsunade's taunt immediately captured the attention of the sandworm puppet. As it recovered from its injuries, its massive form twisted suddenly, and its gaping maw unleashed a torrent of thick sand, attempting to ensnare Tsunade. Anticipating this, she deftly maneuvered in midair, evading the onslaught of sand. Meanwhile, Yayue stealthily maneuvered to the side and rear of the sandworm puppet, his focus locked onto its abdomen. Hands poised at his waist, seemingly ready to draw something at any moment. Now, Yayue whispered urgently. Tsunade, hearing his cue, instantly grasped his intent. Her fist crashed down upon the head of the sandworm puppet, the tremendous force causing its body to momentarily falter. At the same instant, Yayue sprang into action. His explosive tag kunai aimed directly at the core of the puppet's abdomen. Concurrently, chakra flowed within him, the power of his Rinnegan shimmering within his gaze. Deva path, gravity manipulation. Yayue waved his right hand gently, and an invisible gravitational field enveloped the sandworm puppet's belly. The puppet's body seemed to be tugged by a colossal force, its movements imperceptibly delayed. Seizing this opportunity, Yayue hurled the explosive tag kunai. Although it appeared ordinary, this kunai was forged with the strength of the Azura path, its power exponentially greater than a typical explosive tag. Upon contact with the core, it detonated, unleashing a ferocious explosion. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the internal mechanisms of the sandworm puppet crumbled under the explosive impact, metal parts scattering in all directions. Sparks erupting like fireworks in the air. A searing flame erupted from the puppet's abdomen, its fiery tendrils reaching skyward, igniting the surrounding air into a tumultuous haze. The immense body began to tremble violently, the surface armor shedding in large chunks, revealing the shattered internal mechanisms. Its massive limbs thrashed weakly in the sand, as if making a final desperate struggle, but with its core destroyed, it had lost all ability to move. Boom. At last, the enormous body of the sandworm puppet could no longer sustain itself, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth trembled violently at its fall, akin to a minor earthquake. Dust swirling like colossal waves, enveloping the nearby ninjas and puppets in a shroud of gray. As the dust began to settle, the remnants of the sandworm puppet came into view. Its massive form lay completely shattered, internal mechanisms strewn across the ground, sparks flickering amidst the debris, emitting crackling sounds. We did it. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Tsunade's eyes, as she retreated to avoid the dust kicked up by the fallen puppet. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to Yayue. Who was this leaf ninja? She had little recollection of him. In the distance, the sand ninjas' expressions shifted dramatically, while the leaf ninjas were invigorated by the sight. Lady Tsunade has defeated that sandworm puppet. Quickly, let us attack their abdomens in the same manner. The ninjas sprang into action, mimicking the tactics demonstrated by Tsunade. although their strength paled in comparison to hers, under clear tactical guidance. The threat posed by the sandworm puppets was swiftly diminished. Observing the setbacks faced by her forces, Chiyo would not remain idle. Her gaze swept across the battlefield as she flicked her finger lightly, retracting the chakra threads. The 3 puppets previously engaged with Jiraiya swiftly returned to her side. Jiraiya furrowed his brow at the sight, speaking in a low tone. Chiyo, what trickery do you intend to employ this time? Chiyo offered no reply, swiftly forming hand seals. The scroll behind her unfurled dramatically, and 7 brilliant beams of light erupted from it, akin to 7 meteors streaking across the night sky. Upon landing, each beam coalesced into a uniquely crafted puppet. These puppets were distinctly different from ordinary sand puppets. They emanated powerful chakra fluctuations, as if each possessed an independent consciousness. Clack, clack, clack. The joints of the puppets emitted crisp sounds as they moved fluidly and swiftly, forming a tight formation before Chiyo. Each puppet bore a unique stance. Some wielded massive blades, their edges glinting with a purple poison. Others spread their arms to reveal internal mechanisms, poised to unleash lethal poison needles. And some were towering and formidable, adorned with horns, resembling ferocious beasts ready to pounce. That is Lady Chiyo's secret technique, the art of the fingers. A sand ninja exclaimed in astonishment. Boom. The puppets simultaneously unleashed potent chakra waves, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly, a heavy atmosphere pervading the air. Their eyes glimmered with a crimson light, seemingly surveying every enemy on the battlefield, prepared to launch a deadly assault at any moment. Chiyo's fingers danced lightly, the chakra threads coiling around each puppet as if orchestrating a masterful performance. Has she finally decided to get serious? Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Even he had heard of this legendary puppeteer, who had once effortlessly conquered a city using this very technique. White secret technique, the 10 of Chikamatsu. Chiyo's lips curled into a slight smile as she flicked her fingers, and the 10 puppets launched their coordinated attack. Chapter 30. The power of combined ninjutsu. Prepare to meet your demise. Chiyo's fingers flicked lightly, and the strands of chakra entwined around each puppet like ethereal serpents. As the legendary puppet master of the Sand Shinobi, Chiyo's manipulation skills had reached a level of unparalleled mastery, with each thread precisely connecting to a critical joint of the puppets. 3 of the puppets swiftly broke formation, racing toward the sandworm puppet. One of the puppets unfurled its arms, releasing countless tiny poison needles from its mechanisms, each coated with Chiyo's specially concocted venom, capable of swiftly paralyzing an enemy's nervous system with the slightest scratch. Another puppet wielded a massive blade, charging into the surrounding leaf ninja squads with a speed and strength that surpassed that of an average jonin, engaging in fierce combat. The 3rd puppet unleashed a powerful chakra shockwave, severing the route ahead of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Simultaneously, Chiyo directed 4 of her puppets to rapidly form a formation, encircling Jiraiya within. The movements of these puppets were fluid and swift, employing varied attack methods. After a brief clash, Jiraiya felt immense pressure, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Realizing that Tsunade was also entangled by 2 other puppets, placing them in a dire situation. Damn, their coordination is too quick. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He understood that he must resort to his trump cards, otherwise, the situation would worsen. Resolute, he opened his mouth, biting into his finger to draw blood, and swiftly formed hand seals as chakra surged wildly within him. Summoning jutsu. With his incantation, his figure vanished from sight, and in a puff of immense white smoke, a gigantic deep red toad appeared in his stead. This toad held a pot lid shield in one hand, and a harpoon covered in spikes in the other, appearing somewhat foolish, yet it immediately began spinning the harpoon, driving back the encircling puppets with unimaginable speed. Observing the toad below him, Jiraiya squatted, puzzled. Gama-chan, why are you here today? Where's Wanta? Big brother is sleeping. Gama-chan replied in a deep, bubbly voice. Little Jiraiya, though I may be clumsy, I will do my utmost to assist you. Jiraiya grimaced, but then rallied with fervor. All right then, Gama-chan, use oil. Gama-chan nodded, its enormous mouth opening wide to unleash a torrent of viscous toad oil. The oil cascaded down like a waterfall, swiftly coating the surrounding puppets and the ground. The noxious scent permeated the air, and the viscous texture slowed the puppets' movements. Well done, Jiraiya praised, quickly forming hand seals as his chest expanded, then exhaling a surge of intense flames. Combined ninjutsu, toad oil fireball. The moment the flames contacted the toad oil, a deafening explosion erupted. The scorching inferno rapidly spread, the flames radiating an alarming heat that distorted the surrounding air, charring the ground beneath, causing rocks to crack and pop under the extreme temperature. Boom. As the flames swept through, the puppets engulfed by the fiery sea ignited, their surfaces rapidly ablaze. Despite Chiyo's desperate attempts to retract her chakra threads and pull the puppets from the inferno, the stickiness of the toad oil rendered their movement sluggish. The intense heat penetrated the puppets' defenses, causing their internal mechanisms to gradually disintegrate, producing ominous cracking sounds. Damn it! Chiyo's eyes glinted with cold fury as her fingers danced rapidly. the chakra threads coiling around the puppets in an attempt to stabilize them. However, the flames exceeded her expectations, causing the puppets to move ever more sluggishly. With several of their core mechanisms completely destroyed, their massive forms slowly collapsing and stirring up clouds of dust. Boom. Meanwhile, the vast flames carved out a significant gap, tearing through the puppets that had been restraining Tsunade and Yakumo. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade dashed forward. "Now's our chance," she called, her figure darting through the sea of fire like lightning, heading toward the battlefield ahead. Yakumo followed closely, his movement swift and silent, gliding through the chaos like a specter. Though it was their first collaboration, their synergy was remarkably seamless, allowing them to break through the blockade of nearly 10 sand shinobi and reach the area where the Leaf Ninja squad was divided by the sand puppet forces. "Hold on. We're here to support," Tsunade shouted. The Leaf Ninja squad, previously cornered, felt a renewed sense of hope as they faced the overwhelming pressure of the sandworm puppets. "It's Lady Tsunade," an excited Leaf Ninja exclaimed. Tsunade's fist, infused with violent chakra, struck the side of a sandworm puppet with force. The moment her fist made contact, an earth-shattering boom echoed. The surface of the sandworm puppet shattered, revealing its intricate internal mechanisms. Yakumo's figure flickered, appearing instantaneously at the abdomen of the sandworm puppet. His rinnegan glimmered slightly, the ocular power flowing steadily within him. Simultaneously, his hands made contact with the exposed core. Hungry Ghost Path, Chakra Absorption. Yakumo's form flashed like a wraith, instantly reaching the sandworm puppet's abdomen. His rinnegan shimmered as the ocular power coursed through him, hands pressing firmly against the exposed core. Hungry Ghost Path, Chakra Absorption. With his incantation, a powerful suction erupted from his palms. The chakra within the sandworm puppet's core was swiftly drawn toward Yakumo, like a whirlpool consuming its prey. The ethereal blue light dimmed at a visible rate, and the puppet's movements grew stiff, ultimately coming to a complete halt. Crack! The core mechanism of the sandworm puppet disintegrated upon losing its chakra support. Its massive form froze momentarily before letting out a low growl and slowly collapsing, raising a cloud of dust. This colossal puppet required an exceptionally strong chakra source to operate. Although Yakumo's rinnegan could not absorb advanced ninjutsu that had undergone transformation and nature change instantaneously like Nagato, it could continuously draw upon this pure chakra source. Moreover, in facing the sandworm puppet, he did not need to drain all the chakra from its core, merely absorbing enough to render it immobile sufficed. Thus, the seemingly useless Hungry Ghost Path ability found its purpose. Chapter 31, The Slug That Turned the Tide. Well done, Tsunade praised from a distance, swiftly turning to charge at another sandworm puppet. Night Moon moved with equal swiftness, his figure darting across the battlefield like a wraith, each strike precisely targeting the puppet's vulnerabilities. The morale of the Konoha ninja team surged as they organized a counterattack in seamless coordination with Tsunade and Night Moon, systematically dismantling the remaining colossal sandworm puppets. Shio, controlling the 10-man squad of the Near Pines, felt a twinge of unease. The situation was spiraling beyond her expectations. Particularly troubling was the rapid counteroffensive from Tsunade and the suddenly appeared Konoha ninja, who had swiftly discerned the weaknesses of the giant sandworm puppet she had painstakingly created, resulting in significant losses for her puppet army. This cannot continue, Shio muttered to herself before abruptly lifting her head. All sand shinobi, execute Plan B. At her command, over 30 sand shinobi suddenly leaped from the cliffs on either side of the battlefield, each wielding a large sealing scroll, encircling the Konoha ninja forces in a vast, coordinated formation, evidently premeditated. The sand shinobi simultaneously formed hand seals, their hands smashing against the ground, instantly activating the techniques within the scrolls, unleashing a powerful torrent of earth chakra. The ground trembled violently as the surrounding soil rapidly softened under the chakra's influence, transforming into a vast expanse of quicksand. Earth release, quicksand river technique. Boom. The surrounding cliffs and earth were instantly converted into quicksand under the overwhelming chakra, surging forth like a great river, swiftly engulfing the center of the battlefield. The encircled Konoha ninja team had little time to react before the ground beneath them became soft, and their bodies began to sink rapidly. Not good. It's quicksand, one Konoha ninja exclaimed, struggling to free himself. But this quicksand was unlike any ordinary type. It flowed with remarkable speed and provided no resistance. The more the Konoha ninjas fought, the faster they sank. Damn that old hag, employing such a trick. Jiraiya stood atop Gamaken, his eyes gravely surveying the quicksand around them, then formed hand seals. He tapped his feet together in midair before heavily stomping down on Gamaken. Gamaken seemed to understand Jiraiya's intention, propelling itself skyward with a powerful leap, carrying Jiraiya aloft. Now, Jiraiya's voice echoed in the air, water release, giant waterfall technique. Jiraiya's chest swelled as he unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, cascading down like a waterfall. Simultaneously, Gamaken opened its enormous mouth, releasing a powerful stream of water in tandem with Jiraiya's technique. The two torrents converged mid-air, forming an even grander curtain of water, reminiscent of the Milky Way in reverse. An awe-inspiring sight. Boom. The moment the water collided with the quicksand, the sand rapidly became viscous, the flow substantially slowing. The immense water pressure even dispersed portions of the quicksand, revealing the buried ground beneath. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya shouted urgently, his voice tinged with desperation. As seasoned comrades, Tsunade instantly comprehended Jiraiya's intent. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, and she made a swift decision. Without hesitation, she bit her thumb, allowing blood to drip from her fingertip as she slammed it against the ground. Summoning technique. With her incantation, the combination of blood and chakra activated the summoning jutsu. The ground trembled violently, and amidst the billowing dust, an enormous slug materialized on the battlefield. Its body glistened with slime, exuding a faint luminescence. Upon its emergence, the colossal and terrifying slug spoke in a gentle tone that belied its appearance. "Oh dear, Tsunade, why summon me to the desert's edge? This dry place is hardly suitable for me." Yet, upon contact with the ground, the slug paused, its tone shifting to surprise. "Huh? It seems it's not so dry here after all. Rather, a bit moist? Great slug, I beseech your aid. My companions are in peril." The massive slug swept its gaze over the battlefield, noting many Konoha ninjas trapped in the earth. With a gentle sigh, it remarked, "All right, since I'm here, I shall lend a hand. But next time, do refrain from summoning me to such places, Tsunade." In the next moment, the slug's massive body split into countless smaller slug clones, each agilely burrowing into the viscous soil towards the ensnared Konoha ninjas. "Hang on, we'll rescue you soon," Tsunade called out, her voice imbued with a reassuring strength. The slug clones swiftly enveloped the trapped Konoha ninjas, using their slime to pull them free from the quicksand. The Konoha ninjas recognized the slug as Tsunade's summoning beast and, without hesitation, allowed themselves to be guided out of the quicksand's grasp. Simultaneously, the healing jutsu from the slugs began to take effect, rapidly mending their injuries. How is this possible? Chiyo, initially indifferent at the sight of Gamaken, was struck with disbelief upon witnessing the slug. Apart from a few rare specialized summoning beasts, the size of most summoning creatures directly determined their potency. The slug Tsunade summoned was colossal, occupying nearly half the valley, its massive form akin to a moving mountain, its mere presence suffocating. More alarmingly, the slug exhibited unique physical traits and formidable regenerative abilities in the face of the surrounding puppet army's assault. It was nearly immune to all toxin and physical attacks. Its slime effortlessly neutralized the poison needles and blades of the sand puppet army, and even explosive shockwaves inflicted no substantial harm upon it. Conversely, its body could expel a corrosive liquid that, upon contact, would swiftly erode even the exoskeleton of a sandworm puppet. Konoha possesses such a formidable summoning beast. Chiyo murmured, disbelief lacing her tone as her gaze swept across the battlefield, realizing that the sand army's offensive was thoroughly suppressed. The once advantageous quicksand strategy was rendered futile under the slug's slime and Jiraiya's water release techniques. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas, aided by the slug clones, swiftly extricated themselves from the quicksand's clutches and restructured their defensive line. "It is no longer tenable. All sand shinobi, retreat," Chiyo commanded loudly, rapidly directing her forces to withdraw, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and slowly settling quicksand. Tsunade stood atop the slug, her gaze coldly fixed on the retreating sand forces, finally exhaling a sigh of relief as she turned to the towering slug beside her. "Thank you, great slug," Tsunade spoke softly, gratitude evident in her voice. The slug replied gently, "Oh dear, Tsunade, please do not summon me to such places again. However, I am glad to have been of assistance." Chapter 32. Information leak. As the battle drew to a close, the ninjas of Konoha began to methodically clear the battlefield. Natsuki, blending into the crowd, suppressed the urge to collect the fallen bodies, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Tsunade and Jiraiya. It was time to depart. Although his breath concealment and transformation techniques were flawless, he was not a formal member of Konoha's ranks. During the personnel count, the internal mechanisms of Konoha would inevitably expose him as an outsider. He could not linger. Yet, before his departure, he had to achieve his objective. With this in mind, he discreetly retrieved the intelligence scroll he had obtained from the hands of the Shadow, detailing the collaboration between the enemy and Danzo's roots. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, he swiftly tucked the scroll into the embrace of a fallen sand ninja, whose body lay prominently in the center of the battlefield, nearly impossible to overlook. Konoha was already aware of the factions within the Rain Ninja that had allied with the Sand, though they had little regard for such minor powers. However, if this faction were to collaborate with certain elements within Konoha, the implications would be far more significant. A subtle smile graced Natsuki's lips as he feigned indifference and continued to clear the battlefield, all while secretly observing the Konoha ninjas around him. Before long, his gaze settled on a medical ninja under Tsunade's command. This ninja was busily tending to the wounded and was the closest to his position, quietly forming a hand seal. He unleashed the power of his Rinnegan. Nearby, a vulture scavenging among the ruins abruptly halted, its eyes shimmering with a faint purple light. Natsuki seized control of the bird and directed it toward the sand ninja's corpse. The vulture circled in the air before diving down sharply, its talons scratching at the scroll nestled within the body, creating a piercing noise. The medical ninja was drawn by the sound and turned to investigate. His attention was immediately caught by the vulture's actions, and he soon noticed the corner of the scroll protruding from the corpse's grasp. What is this? He furrowed his brow and hurried over, shooing away the vulture before crouching down to retrieve the scroll. His eyes scanned the sealing technique inscribed upon it, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Tsunade-sama, I found a scroll, the medical ninja exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Tsunade, upon hearing this, quickly approached. She took the scroll, examining it intently, her brow furrowing slightly. Although the seal had been broken, the residual curse markings indicated that this was at least an A-rank intelligence scroll. But how could such a critical piece of information be carried into battle? She unfurled the scroll, her gaze lingering for a moment before she swiftly rolled it up again. In that fleeting instant, Natsuki, observing Tsunade's facial expressions through his rinnegan, discerned the emotions he sought: surprise, confusion, and a hint of barely contained anger. Well done, Tsunade commented calmly, her tone steady as though merely fulfilling a routine task. Continue treating the wounded and clearing the battlefield. Yes, Tsunade-sama, the medical ninja replied, nodding before turning back to his work. Once he had departed, Tsunade turned to leave. Natsuki noted that her pace had quickened slightly, and her expression had grown more serious. She had evidently recognized the scroll's significance, though she refrained from showing it openly. Natsuki mused silently, a smile creeping onto his lips as he took advantage of Tsunade's distraction. His figure slipped away into the crowd. In a secluded corner, he swiftly formed seals and whispered, "Earth release, subterranean voyage." As the technique activated, his body slowly sank into the ground, vanishing completely moments later. The vulture, having been controlled by the rinnegan, circled briefly in the sky before soaring off into the distance. When Tsunade found Jiraiya, he was at the edge of the battlefield, grappling with a wounded individual trapped beneath a fallen tree. "Jiraiya," she called. He turned, raising an eyebrow at her expression. "What is the matter? What happened? Come with me." They moved to a secluded spot, and without further ado, Tsunade produced the scroll from her robes and handed it to Jiraiya. He accepted it, his gaze falling upon the sealing technique inscribed on the scroll, his brow immediately furrowing. "Where did you find this?" "From the corpse of a sand ninja on the battlefield," Tsunade replied seriously, her tone laced with coldness. "Take a look at its contents." Jiraiya nodded, scanning the contents. As he read deeper, his expression grew increasingly grave, even tinged with shock. "The roots are colluding with the Rain Village's forces at this time?" he murmured, disbelief coloring his voice. Tsunade nodded, her gaze steely. "I never anticipated that Danzo would resort to such measures. If this intelligence is accurate, then the actions of the roots have crossed a line." Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, then closed the scroll, his demeanor turning serious. Could this be a trap set by the enemy? The sealing technique on the scroll is an A-rank high-level sealing technique, making the possibility of forgery quite low, Tsunade analyzed coolly. Moreover, the details contained within the scroll are too thorough to dismiss. The plan between Danzo's roots and the Shadow's hand, the flow of funds, even specific operational timelines, all laid out clearly. Anger flickered in her eyes. If this is true, Danzo's actions are more than mere overreach. Does he not realize that such actions will place us at a greater disadvantage in this war? Wait, Jiraiya suddenly halted. His brow furrowed as his gaze returned to the scroll's sealing technique. He scrutinized it closely, then looked up at Tsunade. "Don't you think its appearance is rather too coincidental?" Tsunade nodded, her expression composed. "I have also contemplated this. The scroll's contents are excessively detailed. Such a level of classified intelligence should not be so easily found on the battlefield." Jiraiya continued, "Are you suggesting that this scroll may be a forgery? Or perhaps someone intentionally placed it there to lead us to discover it?" Tsunade nodded solemnly. "That possibility cannot be dismissed. The battlefield is chaotic. Any faction could exploit information warfare to disrupt the opponent's judgment. However," she paused, her gaze once again fixed on the scroll's contents. "If this is a forgery, the forger's skill would have to be extraordinary. The details within the scroll are nearly flawless." Jiraiya pondered for a moment before speaking. "There is another possibility. The scroll is genuine, but it was deliberately leaked to us, perhaps to sow discord within Konoha or to instigate suspicion towards Danzo." Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. "Regardless of the scenario, we cannot overlook the contents of this scroll. Even if it is a forgery, it indicates that someone has begun to target Konoha's internal affairs." Jiraiya nodded. "What do you intend to do?" Tsunade inclined her head slightly. "I will discreetly relay a copy of this intelligence to my master. Only he can ascertain the authenticity of this information." Chapter 33, Surveillance Orders in the Land of Fire. Within the village of Konohagakure, the specter of the Second Shinobi World War looms ominously, though it has not entirely cast its shadow over this place. The village's outer defenses are relentlessly harassed by the Sand Shinobi and scattered Rain Shinobi, with frontline reports arriving like snowflakes in a storm. While the atmosphere within the village maintains a facade of tranquility, an undercurrent of tension permeates the air. Pedestrians hurry through the streets. Ninjas wear solemn expressions. and even the children who usually fill the air with laughter seem subdued. At the village's center, the Hokage rock stands majestically, symbolizing the legacy and glory of Konoha, surveying the entire village. Beneath this monument, the Hokage building stands quietly, serving as the core of Konoha's power and the most crucial command center during wartime. At this moment, on the top floor of the Hokage building, a ninja hawk, freshly arrived from the front lines, perches on the windowsill, preening its slightly disheveled feathers, which still bear traces of dust from the distant battlefield. A dark-clad Umbu ninja, his face obscured by an animal mask, appears silently like a shadow. With a gentle yet swift motion, he retrieves a small bamboo tube from the hawk's talons. After inspecting the seal on the tube and confirming its integrity, he turns and strides deeper into the Hokage's office. Passing through the corridor, he ultimately halts before a heavy wooden door. Engraved with the words Hokage Office, the Umbu ninja lightly knocks before entering. Inside, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sits at his desk, holding a document with a furrowed brow. His demeanor is composed, yet a sharp glimmer emanates from his eyes. At this moment, he is not the elderly figure portrayed in manga or anime, but a man in the prime of his life. Sarutobi is at the pinnacle of his strength, possessing mastery over chakra control and ninjutsu that commands respect throughout the shinobi world. Yet, even such a formidable figure cannot disregard the immense pressure the Second Shinobi World War exerts on the village, leading him to develop a habit of smoking a pipe. Hokage-sama. Urgent reports from the front lines, the Umbu ninja states, kneeling on one knee and presenting the bamboo tube. Sarutobi raises his gaze to the tube, nodding in acknowledgement as he reaches for it, sensing the chakra fluctuations contained within. His expression remains steady, though a flicker of intensity crosses his gaze. Thank you for your efforts. You may withdraw, Sarutobi replies coolly. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Umbu ninja responds, bowing his head before vanishing like a shadow into the floor. The room falls silent, leaving Sarutobi alone. He rises and approaches the window, surveying the landscape of Konohagakure. The streets remain bustling with activity, ninjas weaving through the throngs as if life continues as usual. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi returns to his desk, slowly unsealing the bamboo tube. As the seal is lifted, a scroll unfurls, revealing its contents. Upon reading the scroll, a complex emotion flashes in Sarutobi's eyes. The document meticulously details the latest developments from the front lines, alongside intelligence implicating the root organization in collusion with the Rain Shinobi. Additionally, it includes the opinions of Jiraiya and Tsunade. As per protocol, such urgent frontline intelligence requires sharing with the village's advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mido Gate, followed by convening a high-level meeting for open discussion. However, after perusing the information, Sarutobi opts to lock the scroll away in his private filing cabinet, as if the matter had never transpired. That night, he quietly departs the Hokage office, cloaked in darkness, and stealthily heads toward the root base. His steps are steady and resolute, yet a subtle worry lingers in his eyes. The base lies concealed underground within Konoha, known only to Danzo and Sarutobi. His arrival goes largely unnoticed, with only a few root ninjas bowing in silence before fading from view. Sarutobi acknowledges them with a nod, navigating the familiar descent through the root's internal stairway until he reaches Danzo's office. He pushes the door open, locking eyes with Danzo, who sits shrouded in shadow. Danzo. Sarutobi's voice is low and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Danzo lifts his head, a cold glint flashing in his single eye, quickly masked by composure. He rises leisurely, his tone calm, yet laced with a hint of subtle mockery. Sarutobi, what brings you here at such a late hour? His voice is deep and raspy, echoing as if from the abyss, carrying an unsettling chill. Their gazes clash in the air, akin to two invisible blades colliding. The temperature in the room seems to drop. Sarutobi speaks with purpose, tossing a copy of the scroll onto Danzo's desk. The scroll unfurls, exposing its detailed intelligence. Danzo glances down, his expression unchanged, as if he had anticipated this moment. Explain, Sarutobi demands, his voice carrying a cold edge. This intelligence suggests your root organization is colluding with the Rain Shinobi. Is this true? Danzo remains silent for a moment before slowly raising his head, a sharp glimmer in his solitary eye. Sarutobi, do you believe this intelligence? I only trust in facts, Sarutobi replies frostily. The details within this scroll are too explicit, even outlining your financial transactions and actions with the Shadow Hand. If true, your conduct transcends mere overreach. It constitutes a complete betrayal of Konoha. Sarutobi, your naivety remains unchanged. Danzo smirks coldly, his tone dripping with derision. You think you can condemn me based solely on an unverified scroll? This intelligence is clearly an enemy's ploy, designed to sow discord within Konoha and incite chaos among us. Sarutobi's gaze remains stern. The purpose of Root is to protect Konoha, not to conspire with our enemies. If you have not engaged in these actions, why does the intelligence point so explicitly toward you? Danzo's expression remains impassive, his tone calm and unfeeling. Sarutobi, you are too bound by rules. In this world, some matters must be resolved by extraordinary means. Root's actions have always been for Konoha's benefit, This intelligence is merely an enemy's trick. Sarutobi falls silent, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He understands that Danzo would never easily acknowledge his mistakes or alter his course due to warnings. Danzo, I care not for your reasons, nor whether you truly conspire with the Rain Shinobi. From this moment forth, all actions of Root must be reported to me. Should you act unilaterally again, I will personally disband Root. A glint of coldness crosses Danzo's solitary eye as he stands without flinching, replying resolutely, Sarutobi, do you believe your mere words can deter me? The existence of Root was never to conform to your rules. Sarutobi's gaze remains resolute. Yet his voice carries an air of weariness. Danzo, I do not wish for us to reach that point. But if you insist, I shall take the necessary measures. With a cold chuckle, Danzo turns his back to Sarutobi, his tone indifferent. If I were you, Sarutobi, I would choose to act now. Sarutobi watches Danzo's retreating figure, a tumult of emotion swirling within him, turning his back to a formidable shadowy figure. Sarutobi Hiruzen conveyed through his actions that the machinations of Danzo would not be swayed by mere warnings. He clenched his fist, ultimately choosing silence as he departed from the base of Root. Take care of yourself, he sighed, exiting the dim underground palace. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi sat in his chair, his gaze fixed upon the starry night sky. As Hokage, he understood the necessity of decisive action. Yet he yearned to grant Danzo one last opportunity. Come in, he beckoned softly. An Umbu ninja appeared silently within the room, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, how may I serve you? Inform Orochimaru to closely monitor Danzo and the activities of Root. Should there be any irregularities, report to me at once, Sarutobi instructed, his voice imbued with a sense of resolve. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Umbu replied, bowing his head before swiftly exiting the room. Chapter 34. The Transformation of Chakra Nature, Jonin Level. Yaya quietly returned to Orochimaru's stronghold, his figure gliding through the dim corridors like a ghost. A chilling atmosphere still permeated the stronghold, the air thick with the acrid scent of experimental potions. However, at this moment, the stronghold felt particularly desolate, as most personnel had been dispatched to the front lines, leaving only a few ninjas to maintain daily vigilance and oversee experiments. Orochimaru was not present in the stronghold. As one of the pivotal commanders at the front, he had been diligently tracking the movements of Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Hidden Rain village. Hanzo's formidable strength and his elusive methods instilled a sense of urgency in Orochimaru, which afforded Yeye a rare moment of freedom. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Mission complete. Expose Danzo's conspiracy. Based on the mission completion evaluation, Ninja, Attribute 9, Wisdom, Attribute 11, Illusion, Attribute 7. Physical, Attribute 4. Acquired skill, Chakra Nature Transformation, Jonin Level. Chakra Nature Transformation. Yeye murmured, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Simultaneously, a torrent of information regarding Chakra Nature Transformation surged into his mind. It is well known that in the world of Naruto, mastering Chakra Nature Transformation and Form Transformation is a critical juncture in a ninja's prowess, particularly the former. This ability has become a key indicator of whether a ninja has truly stepped into the ranks of Jonin-level powerhouses. Chakra Nature Transformation, as the name suggests, is the ability to convert chakra into different elemental forms. The 5 basic nature transformations, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, constitute the foundational and core power system within the ninja world. Mastering nature transformation not only significantly enhances the potency of ninjutsu, but also allows ninjas to flexibly switch attributes according to battle circumstances, even fusing multiple attributes to create entirely new jutsu. For instance, combining fire release with wind release can yield a more powerful composite jutsu. Merging lightning release with water release could produce paralyzing and dispersive effects. Moreover, chakra nature transformation is fundamental to learning advanced ninjutsu, whether it be the legendary S-rank forbidden techniques or unique bloodline limits. A profound understanding of chakra nature transformation is indispensable. Techniques such as the Uchiha clan's fire release, the Senju clan's wood release, and even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to master all 5 nature transformations are all rooted in this fundamental principle. Logically, a wielder of the Rinnegan should have long been able to adapt to various nature transformations. However, Yeye's situation was akin to Nagato's, and his own physique was far inferior to that of the Uzumaki clan, who inherently possessed vast reserves of chakra. In truth, he lacked the innate qualities of a ninja, having been abruptly endowed with a pair of Rinnegan. Were it not for the system bestowing the Rinnegan while simultaneously limiting certain abilities, he would likely have perished from the strain of sustaining the Rinnegan. Now, despite possessing the exalted ocular technique of the Rinnegan, Yeye remained oblivious to many ninja skills and abilities, relying solely on the completion of system missions to rapidly catch up. With this newfound capability, Yeye could not resist the urge to experiment. He entered the stronghold's ninjutsu training room and softly called out, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, the searing flames igniting the air before him, creating a blazing inferno. The flames rolled and roared, reminiscent of a roaring beast, consuming everything in their vicinity. What was merely a standard C-rank fire release technique now, after undergoing chakra nature transformation, exhibited power comparable to the great fireball technique executed by some Uchiha clan ninjas. The fireball was significantly larger than before, its color shifting from a mundane orange-red to an almost white hue, radiating an oppressive heat wave that warped the surrounding air due to the intense temperature. Yeye's gaze remained fixed on the fireball, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He could distinctly feel that this iteration of the fire release technique was entirely different. The chakra nature transformation had amplified the fire's potency several-fold, rendering the flames more solid and ferocious. The ground beneath was charred black, and the acrid scent of burnt matter filled the air. Yeye did not pause. He proceeded to experiment with the combination of wind release and lightning release. His hands swiftly formed seals, chakras circulating within him, transforming into razor-sharp wind blades and violent lightning. The wind blades intertwined with the lightning, creating a colossal storm that tore a deep chasm into the ground before him. He spent the entire afternoon practicing various nature transformations, only stopping when his chakra reserves began to dwindle. Is this what it means to possess Jonin-level chakra nature transformation? With this ability, my ninjutsu's potency could increase at least threefold, if not more. Yet, while this power is formidable, truly harnessing its potential will demand extensive practical experience and training. After a brief respite and consuming a military food pill, Yeye left the training room and returned to his chamber. The room was simply furnished, but compared to before, a few scrolls of unfinished ninjutsu experiments lay scattered atop the table. With Orochimaru absent, he was spared considerable trouble. Yeye was aware that although Orochimaru outwardly expressed trust in him, he was secretly monitoring his every move. Now, with Orochimaru preoccupied with frontline affairs, Yeye saw an opportune moment to advance his own plans. He did not linger in the stronghold. Instead, he swiftly returned to his room. Approaching the table, he retrieved several ninja tool scrolls and some sealing technique scrolls from a small hidden compartment, along with a set of combat attire belonging to a Konoha ninja. Yeye did not believe that this small compartment could escape Orochimaru's notice. He merely thought that Orochimaru would not mind his slight borrowings from Konoha's storeroom. Having progressed significantly in the main quest, the attribute points required for advancement were also nearing the halfway mark. With a bit more effort in collecting corpses, he could complete the main quest. Yeye was mindful of his primary objective and understood that the power of the Rinnegan was the capital to stand among the top-tier powers beyond the Kage level. However, before that, perhaps it was time to devise a plan to meet those little ones. He mused. Chapter 35. The young trio of Shao. The battlefield's acrid smoke had yet to dissipate fully, leaving the air steeped in the scent of blood and scorched earth. The distant sky, shrouded in thick smoke, was tainted a grim charcoal gray, occasionally pierced by the sporadic sounds of explosions and the thunderous clashes of ninjutsu. This land had been utterly ravaged by war, the once thriving villages reduced to mere remnants of walls and ruins, littered with shattered furniture, charred clothing, and unclaimed corpses. Amidst this desolation, three slender figures cautiously navigated through the rain. Their garments were tattered, their faces smeared with dirt and blood, and their eyes betrayed a weariness and vigilance far beyond their tender years. They moved with an ethereal lightness, as if afraid to disturb the silence. Occasionally, they would crouch down, sifting through the debris for broken cans, withered bread, or salvageable garments. Each discovery of something useful ignited a fleeting spark of joy in their eyes. "Yahiko, over here," Nagato whispered, excitement flickering across his face as he held up an unopened can. Yahiko hurried over, taking the can to inspect it before nodding in approval. "Well done, Nagato. Your keen eye is remarkable. This should sustain us for a day." Konan stood quietly beside them, her expression laden with concern as she murmured, "We must remain cautious. There could be enemies nearby." Yahiko scanned their surroundings warily, affirming, "I understand. We've gathered most of what we can. Let us hurry home." Just then, a faint sound emerged from a corner of the ruins, as a few stones tumbled down from the crumbling walls. The trio turned alertly, only to see a frail little dog struggling to emerge from the debris. Its fur was matted and stained with dirt and dried blood. A noticeable wound marred its hind leg, causing it to limp painfully. The dog approached them unsteadily, lowering its head and whimpering softly, as if pleading for help. Konan knelt down, gently stroking the dog's head, her eyes softening with compassion. "It looks so pitiful. Can we take it with us?" Her fingers brushed against the dog's wound, feeling its body tremble slightly, yet the dog did not retreat, instead nuzzling her palm with its damp nose. Yahiko pondered for a moment, concluding that a small dog would not require much food, and nodded. "Of course. Having another companion is always a blessing." "Yes," Konan exclaimed, her spirits lifting. "Let us hurry back. Nightfall is approaching." Nagato whispered, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a relatively intact section of ruins. Once a quaint shop, it had now been entirely reduced to rubble due to the ravages of war. Let us rest here for the night, Yahiko suggested, weariness creeping into his tone. Suddenly, a low moan emanated from the ruins ahead. The trio exchanged wary glances and crept closer, discovering two lifeless bodies of ninjas sprawled on the ground, evidently victims of a recent skirmish. Scattered around them were several shurikens and broken ninja tools, the air thick with the stench of blood. Just as they hesitated to investigate further, two figures emerged from the shadows of the ruins, swiftly encircling them. These were two Rain Village ninjas, adorned with the village's forehead protectors, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles. Their eyes swept over Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan, filled with disdain and malice, as though they were merely insignificant pests. Well, what do we have here? A few little brats? One of the Rain ninjas sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Aren't you afraid of wandering around in a place like this? The other Rain ninja demanded, enough chatter, hand over your food, or else. He menacingly brandished a shuriken, the threat unmistakable. Yahiko stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Nagato and Conan. We have no food, he retorted defiantly, his voice laced with determination. Humph, stubborn little brat. The Rain ninja scoffed, suddenly delivering a kick to Yahiko's abdomen. Yahiko gasped, crashing to the ground, curling up in pain. Yahiko, Nagato shouted, rushing forward to retaliate, but the other Rain ninja had already knocked him down, his forehead striking the ground, blood trickling down his face. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of anguish. Conan stood by, her eyes brimming with fear and anger. She wanted to assist, but the gaze of the two Rain ninjas was fixed upon her. This little girl is quite adorable, why not take her back for some fun? One of them grinned maliciously, reaching out to grab Conan. Don't touch her. Yahiko struggled to rise, positioning himself in front of Conan, his eyes ablaze with fury. You're asking for death. The Rain ninja scoffed, swinging a fist at Yahiko's face, sending him crashing back to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. In that critical moment, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from the shadows of the ruins. Bullying a few children, the Rain ninjas have certainly grown bolder. The two Rain ninjas whirled around, shocked to see a young man clad in a black cloak standing behind them. The man possessed striking features and carried an enormous coffin on his back, emanating an unsettling aura. He was none other than the disguised Yue. Who are you? One of the Rain ninjas demanded, gripping his weapon warily. You lack the right to know, Yue replied coldly, his voice as chilling as the depths of hell. In the next instant, his figure flickered like a ghost, appearing before the two Rain ninjas in a heartbeat. With a swift motion, the shuriken gleamed ominously, and before they could react, the two ninjas collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from their throats. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan stared in stunned silence, their hearts filled with shock and fear. They had never witnessed such formidable strength in a ninja, who had dispatched the two Rain ninjas in the blink of an eye. As he sheathed his shuriken, Yue turned to face the trio, his gaze lingering on Nagato's face for a moment before he produced some rations from his cloak and tossed them to them. Yahiko caught the provisions, gratitude flashing in his eyes, yet he couldn't help but inquire, who are you, and why did you save us? If you wish to live, follow me. Yue replied tersely, offering them a fleeting glance before pivoting to walk away. Chapter 36. Important side quest. Yue, accompanied by Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan, traversed through the ruins until they discovered a concealed cave at the foot of a mountain. The entrance was obscured by dense vines, making it difficult to discern a refuge without careful inspection. Although the cave was dimly lit, it provided ample space for them to settle temporarily. Approaching the entrance, Yue swiftly formed hand seals and quietly declared, Earth style, rock shelter collapse. With a surge of chakra, the surrounding rocks morphed rapidly, creating a sturdy barrier that sealed the entrance, leaving only a few narrow slits for ventilation. The cave's interior grew darker, but Yue promptly produced a fire stick from his pocket, igniting a pile of hay and wood. The flames instantaneously illuminated the cavern. This place is temporarily safe. Let us rest inside, Yue murmured. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation and unease passing through their eyes. Yue did not press them, instead quietly seating himself beside the fire to prepare a meal. After a moment of silence, it was Conan who first broke the tension. Let us go. If he intended us harm, he wouldn't have brought us here to rest, she said softly to Yahiko and Nagato, her tone laced with reassurance. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a look of uncertainty, but ultimately nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Conan's words. Yue's strength far surpassed theirs. If he truly harbored ill intentions, he would not have gone to such lengths. Cautiously, the three entered the cave and settled beside the fire. Yahiko remained vigilant, occasionally glancing at Yue's face, attempting to glean something from his expression. Nagato bowed his head silently, a hint of anxiety reflected in his pale violet eyes. Conan clutched the small dog tightly, her gaze filled with tension and concern, yet she understood they had no other choice. Yue spoke little, merely distributing the prepared food among the three. His actions were swift and decisive, devoid of superfluous words. Yahiko accepted the food, hesitated momentarily, and finally murmured, thank you. Yue nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining his silence. His gaze swept over Nagato's Rinnegan, a sharp glint momentarily flickering in his eyes before he concealed it. The trio accepted the food, initially hesitant, but their hunger soon overpowered their wariness. Yahiko was the first to open a can, the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air, causing him to swallow hard before he devoured it ravenously. Seeing this, Nagato and Conan shed their reservations, or perhaps they simply did not comprehend the notion of restraint. As they opened their cans and voraciously consumed the food, it had been a long time since they had enjoyed a meal of such substance. The brutality of war had rendered even basic sustenance a luxury. Yue sat quietly, observing the three as they gorged themselves. The firelight cast a warm glow upon his face, accentuating his calm and profound demeanor. His gaze wandered over Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan, and he couldn't help but ponder their fates. These three children before him would become pivotal figures in reshaping the ninja world. Yahiko would sacrifice himself for the ideal of peace. Nagato would succumb to darkness following the death of a dear friend, ultimately rising as the leader of the Akatsuki. And Conan would remain by Nagato's side until her last breath. Yue's gaze lingered on Nagato's face. Through his unruly red hair, he sensed a familiar power stirring within those eyes, the power of the Rinnegan. It could be said that if Nagato were to fully awaken the potential of his eyes at this stage, he would become the strongest ninja of this era. Without a doubt. Unfortunately, this was merely the result of Uchiha Madara's clandestine machinations from years past. In his quest for resurrection, Madara had manipulated Nagato's fate, transplanting the Rinnegan into him. Nagato was but a pawn in Madara's grand scheme, with the Rinnegan serving as the key to executing the Eye of the Moon plan. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Yue's mind. Ding. Important side quest triggered. Protect Nagato's Rinnegan until the trio encounters Jiraiya. Quest reward. Randomly increase attribute points significantly based on completion and acquire a random new skill, shadow level. Protect the Rinnegan until they meet Jiraiya? Yue mused, finding this to be quite peculiar. This was the first time the quest prompt had provided detailed descriptions of significant and shadow level rewards, marking it as important, a first indeed. Though Nagato hailed from the Uzumaki clan, inherently possessing vast chakra and formidable vitality, his strength in childhood was painfully inadequate. The Uzumaki's robust physique notwithstanding, Nagato was still a child, his body yet to fully develop, and his control over chakra and ninjutsu remained immature. As one of the most powerful ocular techniques in the ninja world, the Rinnegan imposed a tremendous burden on its user. Even adult ninjas found it challenging to endure the drain of the Rinnegan for extended periods, let alone young Nagato. Lacking a system to assist in sealing the ocular power of the Rinnegan, Nagato's body was already under considerable strain following the transplant. Each utilization of the ocular techniques exacted a severe toll on his body, potentially leading to chakra exhaustion. In the war-torn Rain Village, the threats of enemy ninja assaults, stray projectiles, and residual ninjutsu were omnipresent, each capable of claiming their lives. The likelihood of Nagato and his companions surviving in such an environment until the war's conclusion and eventually encountering the legendary three ninjas was exceedingly slim. In the original narrative, the survival of Nagato's trio and their eventual meeting with Jiraiya was almost miraculous. Yet, now that this miracle unfolded starkly before Yue, its realization would not transpire as seamlessly as it had in the anime. It appeared that the flaws within this miracle would have to be rectified by him. With this thought, Yue turned his gaze towards the cave entrance. Outside, the sky had gradually darkened, ominous clouds gathering as if a colossal hand were enveloping the earth. Crash! A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder, as torrential rain cascaded down, hammering the ground with a cacophony of sound. The firelight within the cave appeared particularly inviting against the backdrop of the storm. Yahiko finished his last bite of food, wiping his mouth contentedly, his gaze drifting to the downpour outside, feeling a sense of relief. Had it not been for this enigmatic figure guiding them to the cave, they likely would have been caught in the deluge, utterly miserable. Being caught in the rain, in such conditions, signified the risk of hypothermia, illness, and even death. After their meal, the four gathered around the fire, the tempest outside continuing unabated, the flames flickering within the cave, casting a soft glow upon the weary yet somewhat relaxed faces of the trio. Yahiko wiped his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally summoned the courage to ask, "Why? Did you save us?" Yue lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, a faint emotion flickering in his eyes. He did not respond immediately, instead countering with a question, "Why did you save that little dog?" Yahiko was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a query. He glanced down at the small dog nestled by Conan's feet, the creature seeming to sense his gaze, lifting its head and wagging its tail gently. After a moment of silence, Yahiko tentatively replied, "Because it looked so pitiful." Yue nodded calmly, his tone measured. "I have already answered your question." Chapter 37. Evolution of the situation. From Yahiko's expression, it was evident that he was not entirely satisfied with the response, yet he refrained from pressing further. Although Yue's demeanor was aloof, his seemingly indifferent yet direct words provided a modicum of comfort to the trio. Perhaps the other party was not the cold-hearted ninja they had envisioned. What goals do you have moving forward? Yeyue inquired unexpectedly. Conan gently stroked the head of the small dog beside her and whispered, "All of our parents perished in the flames of war. Nagato's parents were slain by the ninjas of Konoha, while my parents fell victim to unknown rogues. We do not know whom to resent. We merely wish to survive." Her voice quivered slightly, glistening with unshed tears. Nagato bowed his head silently, sorrow emanating from his light purple eyes. Yahiko clenched his fists, a flash of anger and helplessness crossing his gaze. Yeyue listened quietly, refraining from interruption. He understood that the trio's experiences epitomized the most common tragedies of war: parents lost to conflict, homes destroyed, and children left to struggle for survival amidst the ruins. Their fates mirrored that of their village. "We have no particular goals, only a simple desire to live," Conan murmured, her voice laced with confusion. "We wish to find a safe place, but where is truly safe?" Her gaze drifted towards the torrential rain outside, filled with resignation and bewilderment. The war had dragged on for far too long, and the entire ninja world seemed ensnared in endless cycles of slaughter and hatred. The three of them were but specks of dust in this war, perpetually at risk of being consumed by the flames of conflict. Conan lifted her head, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet her voice held a note of resolve. "We simply wish to survive. But living is truly arduous. We must worry daily about being discovered by ninjas, about being caught in battles. We do not even know if we will see the sun tomorrow." Yahiko fell silent for a moment before softly stating, "Sometimes I wonder why this world has become such a place. Why must there be war? Why must there be hatred? If only we could change it all, how wonderful that would be." His voice carried a hint of longing, but predominantly, a sense of powerlessness. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, a glimmer of light passed through Nagato's eyes, though it quickly dimmed once more. Yahiko, with a bitter smile, added, "But to change the world? We cannot even protect ourselves. How can we hope to alter the world? Merely surviving is a goal in itself," US stated softly, his voice imbued with an almost imperceptible warmth. "As for changing the world, that is a grander ambition, one that necessitates strength and time." Yahiko raised his head, a flicker of doubt in his gaze. "Strength? Time? But we possess nothing." Yeyue did not respond directly. Instead, he regarded him calmly, his tone steady. "You are still alive. That is your greatest asset." The trio reacted differently to his words. Yahiko furrowed his brow, seemingly skeptical of Yeyue's assertion. Yet he did not dispute it, merely nodding silently. Nagato continued to bow his head, a complex glimmer in his light purple eyes, as if Yeyue's words had struck a chord within him, though he said nothing more. Conan, however, tightened her embrace around the small dog, her eyes sparkling with hope as she gazed intently at the flickering flames. The cave fell into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of wood in the fire and the roaring of the rain outside. Yeyue discerned the varying attitudes of the trio towards his words. Yet they did not pursue the matter further. Perhaps they had already formed their own answers, though they were unable to articulate them just yet. After a moment of silence, a faint rustling noise suddenly emerged. The group looked down to discover the small dog curled up at Conan's feet, fast asleep. Its breathing was steady and even, clearly having relaxed in the relative safety of their surroundings. "It's asleep," Conan murmured softly, her voice tinged with weariness. Yahiko and Nagato felt a wave of fatigue wash over them, yet they hesitated to succumb to slumber. Yeyue's presence instinctively instilled a sense of unease within them. Although he had saved them, his formidable power and mysterious identity kept them on guard. Perceiving their drowsiness and hesitation, Yeyue calmly suggested, "You should rest. I will keep watch." Yahiko hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "You won't do anything to harm us, will you?" Yeyue met his gaze, his tone unruffled. "If I wished you harm, you would have perished long ago." Yahiko was momentarily taken aback by his words, yet he could not deny the logic behind them. Nagato and Conan cautiously tugged at Yahiko's sleeve, seemingly anxious about provoking Yeyue further. Yeyue chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals and announced softly, "Earth release, rock lodging collapse." The cave's floor and walls began to shift gradually, soon forming 3 independent small chambers. Each chamber contained a rudimentary stone bed and a modest fire basin. While simple, they were sufficient to allow for a peaceful rest. "Sleep," Yeyue said softly. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan exchanged glances before ultimately nodding in agreement. They understood that Yeyue's prowess surpassed their own. If he truly intended to harm them, they would be powerless to resist. Given the circumstances, it was better to rest and regain their strength than to remain in constant fear. After they departed, Yeyue did not rest. He sat by the fire, seemingly awaiting something. Moments later, the faint sound of flapping wings echoed from outside the cave. Yeyue looked up to see a raven soaring through the rain, landing steadily upon his shoulder, its eyes emanating a soft purple glow, the mark of a summoning contract from the animal path. Observing this, Yeyue extended his hand, gently resting it upon the raven's head. In an instant, a torrent of images and information flooded his mind, recorded through the shared vision of the raven's Rinnegan. The scenes flashed rapidly before settling on a particular site. Hanzo of the Salamander stood atop a high ridge, his gaze coldly surveying the ninja forces below, flanked by several trusted aides, seemingly engaged in a discussion. While the specifics of their conversation were inaudible, the atmosphere and Hanzo's movements indicated that a large-scale operation was being orchestrated. That cunning old fox Hanzo is indeed taking advantage of the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure. Yue murmured softly, synthesizing the myriad pieces of intelligence gleaned from the raven and the surrounding terrain. He produced a blank scroll from his pocket and, utilizing his analytical capabilities and espionage skills, along with his familiarity with the unfolding narrative, swiftly inscribed Hanzo's operational plans and potential strategic intentions upon it. Chiyo of Sunagakure would likely find this information intriguing. Reports from the front indicated that Jiraiya and Tsunade, after narrowly repelling the first wave of Sunagakure's attack, had retreated due to severe losses and significant alterations to the landscape. This allowed Chiyo's forces, bolstered by the subsequent puppet army, to penetrate the heart of Amigakure. Once the Sunagakure forces infiltrated Amigakure, Hanzo would become a far more formidable adversary than the younger Sannin. Given the evolving circumstances, hostilities between Sunagakure and Amigakure appeared unavoidable. Should she become aware of Hanzo's plans, she would likely take corresponding actions. Yue meticulously rolled up the scroll and retrieved a small sealing tag, affixing it to the scroll. The seal inscribed with complex techniques would ensure that the scroll remained secure during transmission. Go, he commanded. The night moon whispered softly, binding the scroll to the raven's talon. The raven's eyes once again emanated a faint violet glow, and then it flapped its wings and soared out of the cave, vanishing into the torrential rain. Chapter 38. Intelligence delivered by the raven, the frontline camp of Sunagakure. The downpour was relentless, with raindrops pelting the tents, producing a cacophony of sound. Within the camp, the ninjas of Sunagakure busily traversed between the various tents, some transporting supplies, others repairing weapons, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and orderly. Inside a spacious tent, Chiyo was diligently engaged with her team of puppeteers, modifying and repairing the puppets intended for frontline deployment. The interior was cluttered with an array of puppet components. Some puppets were in a state of disrepair, while others were undergoing final adjustments. Chiyo held a delicate tool in her hands, meticulously installing a new mechanism into a puppet's arm. Due to the stark contrast between the humid environment of the Land of Rain and the arid climate of Sunagakure, the excessive moisture caused the wooden and metal components of the puppets to become susceptible to dampness, rust, and even malfunction. Consequently, Chiyo was compelled to undertake extensive modifications on the frontline puppets. She personally designed a new waterproof coating and replaced several moisture-sensitive parts to ensure the puppets could function properly in such a humid environment. This joint's protective measures are inadequate. Let us make further adjustments, she remarked. A nearby puppeteer promptly nodded, taking the tool to adjust the puppet's joints. After assigning this task, Chiyo swiftly moved on to the next location. The unique, damp air of the Land of Rain enveloped her, with fine raindrops cascading onto her shoulders, bringing a slight chill. She gazed upwards at the overcast sky, acutely aware that this rain would not cease, and time was of the essence. Tightening her cloak, she set forth towards the outskirts of the village. Navigating through the muddy path, Chiyo arrived at a concealed valley. This location was one of her previously established secret bases in the Land of Rain, akin to the abandoned temple, surrounded by dense woods and towering cliffs. It was challenging for outsiders to discover. At this moment, several makeshift sheds were vaguely visible deep within the valley, housing Sunagakure's most vital strategic resource, the large puppet sandworms. These sandworms were capable of swiftly traversing the desert, utilizing the properties of quicksand for concealment and ambush, previously serving as Sunagakure's formidable asset on the battlefield. However, the environment of the Land of Rain was entirely different from that of the desert. The soil here was moist and viscous, rendering the quicksand's characteristics non-existent, thus nullifying the advantages of the sandworm puppets. Chiyo approached a sandworm puppet that had been partially disassembled, her fingers gently caressing its heavy armor. A flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. These sandworm puppets are no longer suitable for the battlefield of the Land of Rain, she murmured, her tone laced with regret. We must modify them for terrestrial operations, otherwise they will merely become a burden. One of the puppeteers nodded thoughtfully and quietly inquired, Lady Chiyo, how shall we proceed with the modifications? The structure of these sandworms was originally designed for a quicksand environment. Adapting them for land operations poses considerable challenges. No matter how difficult, we must proceed. A glint of determination shone in Chiyo's eyes as she spoke firmly. Remove their quicksand propulsion devices and replace them with tracks or wheeled structures. Additionally, the armor must be redesigned to meet the rust-resistant requirements of a humid environment. She moved to a nearby table, quickly sketching several modification diagrams. The once streamlined sandworm puppet was transformed into a form more suited for terrestrial movement, with designs for tracks and wheels that would enable stability on slippery terrain. The tracks must be made of slip-resistant, wear-resistant alloy, Chiyo instructed, annotating details on the diagrams. Furthermore, the width of the tracks should be increased appropriately to distribute weight and prevent the puppets from sinking into the mud. Next, Chiyo shifted her focus to the puppet's armor. Although the original armor was robust, it was prone to rust in a humid environment, impacting the puppet's mobility and durability. She decided to utilize a new type of rust-resistant alloy and apply a waterproof coating on the armor surface to enhance its corrosion resistance. The core position also requires realignment. Chiyo continued. The humidity of the Land of Rain will slow the response speed of the mechanisms. We must enhance the sealing and bolster moisture-resistant measures. Just as their work was progressing fervently, a sudden fluttering sound of wings pierced through the tent. A large raven appeared, its feathers soaked and clinging to its body, exuding an aura of formidable presence. Its eyes shone like two purple gemstones, glinting with sharp intensity as it surveyed the individuals within the tent from its elevated position. The patrolling Sunagakure ninjas became instantly alert, drawing their weapons and watching the raven with vigilance. One ninja whispered, "Lady Chiyo, be cautious. This raven may be an enemy reconnaissance tool." Chiyo furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the raven's eyes. She noted the eerie purple glow emanating from them, reminiscent of the mysterious figure who had previously introduced himself as the Grave. The organization's stance was shrouded in ambiguity, yet it did not seem wholly uncooperative. Dispatching such a raven could signify urgent matters at hand. With this thought, Chiyo raised her hand to halt her subordinate's movements. "Do not act hastily." She gradually lifted her hand, palm upward, signaling the raven to descend. The raven, seemingly attuned to her intent, emitted a low croak before transforming into a shadow, swiftly darting through the downpour and landing confidently on the central beam of the tent. Chiyo carefully examined the creature, ultimately discovering an intelligence scroll attached to one of its feet. After confirming that there were no anomalies, she retrieved the scroll. Upon unfurling it, her gaze swiftly scanned its contents, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes. She then handed the scroll to the nearby puppeteer, whispering, "Deliver this intelligence to the frontline commander. They must prepare in advance." The puppeteer took the scroll, glancing over it with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "Lady Chiyo, this raven's arrival is rather suspicious. Can the source of this intelligence be trusted?" Chiyo met his gaze. "I understand your concerns. However, upon entering the Land of Rain, Hanzo poses our true threat. Although the origin of this information remains unclear, its content is detailed and logically sound, with a high degree of feasibility. Even if it were fabricated, it cannot be dismissed lightly." The puppeteer fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "I understand, Lady Chiyo." Chiyo nodded back, her tone grave. "Remember, Hanzo's movements may impact the entire battlefield. We must prepare in advance and ensure he does not succeed." The puppeteer quickly nodded, taking the scroll and departing the tent. Chapter 39. Erasure Task Module. The battlefield, drenched in the aftermath of rain, was permeated by a damp, putrid scent. Shattered weapons and tattered armor lay strewn across the muddy ground, and occasionally, one could spot a few ninja headbands, soaked and powerless, lying in the mire. Yiyu crouched beside a corpse, deftly examining the belongings of the deceased. His fingers sifted through the fabric of the corpse's attire, swiftly uncovering a sealed scroll and several shurikens. He stowed these items into his ninja tool pouch, then rose to survey his surroundings. "Brother Zong, there are more bodies over here," came the voice of Yahiko from a short distance away. He was crouched beside a sand-hidden ninja's corpse, carefully scavenging for spoils. After days of companionship, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan had learned many survival skills from Yiyu. For the trio, this grim task of cleaning the battlefield and looting the dead had become a necessary part of their existence. Yiyu approached another body, squatting down to scrutinize it closely. This was a leaf ninja. After a moment of silence, he drew a short blade from his waist and began to dig a grave in the earth. "Brother Zong, are you going to bury another body?" Yahiko asked, somewhat confused. "We don't have much time. Is it really necessary to waste it on these dead? Would you give me your attributes if I don't?" Yiyu mused silently, yet his hands remained steady. The deceased deserve respect, regardless of their affiliations, be they friend or foe. Once they have departed, they should be honored. Yahiko pursed his lips, clearly struggling to comprehend Yiyu's actions, but he refrained from further comment. Yiyu continued to place the leaf ninja's body into the grave he had dug, covering it with earth. As the body was interred, a surge of life energy materialized in his Rinnegan, flowing into his eyes. Ding. Successfully absorbed a portion of life energy. Main task progress 1, current task target, 446,500. In less than a month, he had personally buried nearly 500 corpses. Such a pace was likely beyond the system's expectations. At this rate, I shall soon complete the main task. Yiyu contemplated, yet his brow furrowed. Unfortunately, to advance his Rinnegan to the intermediate level, all foundational attributes must reach 50 points. His attribute panel revealed that, aside from ninjutsu, which was barely approaching 50, the others fluctuated between 20 and 30. He glanced at his attribute panel, silently assessing his situation. An attribute level of 50 was akin to that of an elite jonin. Although, in the later stages of the Naruto world, jonin were merely marginally competent at this juncture. Elite jonin represented formidable prowess in the ninja realm, capable of ensuring their own survival on the battlefield. Even the youthful Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were of this caliber. Regrettably, Yiyu's attribute enhancement speed lagged far behind the task's progress. He stared at his hands. While absorbing the life energy from corpses could elevate his attributes. The rewards from each corpse gradually diminished as his foundational attributes grew. Initially, 5 or 6 corpses would yield a single random attribute point. But now it took 20 or 30 to barely improve by a single point. This diminishing return left him feeling somewhat vexed. It seems I must devise alternative methods to expedite my attribute enhancement, Yiyu thought, for even if he completed the main task, the advancement of his Rinnegan would still be impeded. Just as Yiyu stood up, his gaze sharpened, and he whispered, "Be cautious. Someone approaches." Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan immediately halted their actions, swiftly gathering around Yiyu, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Moments later, several figures emerged through the curtain of rain, clad in the garb of the rain-hidden village, their faces obscured by breathing apparatuses, exuding an air of indifference. "Reclamation ninjas?" Yiyu observed coldly. "Humph. Since you know who we are, why not surrender?" The leading ninja snorted, signaling his subordinates to encircle Yiyu and the others. Yiyu glanced at the visibly anxious Yahiko and the others, quietly instructing, "You 3 retreat. I will handle this." Yahiko gritted his teeth, knowing he would only be a liability if he stayed, and nodded, quickly pulling Nagato and Konan back. Upon seeing this, several of the rain ninjas attempted to pursue. But Yiyu was quicker. He positioned himself before the pursuers, shurikens glinting coldly in his hand, swiftly deflecting the advancing projectiles. "You face me," Yiyu declared icily, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "Humph. Foolish." The rain ninjas sneered and dispersed, employing the signature ninja steps to engage him. The combat erupted rapidly beneath the rain. The leading rain ninja, closing in for an attack, launched several shurikens aimed at Yiyu's throat. However, Yiyu merely tilted to the side, evading the first shuriken, then countered with a swift flourish of his weapon, the shurikens soaring through the air, effortlessly deflecting the subsequent 3. Seizing the opportunity, a distant rain ninja completed the necessary hand seals, shouting, "Water release, water chaos wave." A stream of water surged from his mouth, heading straight for Yiyu. Yet, his Rinnegan had already detected the chakra fluctuations. As he raised his hand, a faint ripple manifested in his palm, effortlessly dispelling the chakra contained within the water technique. The rain ninja was taken aback as Yiyu's shuriken flew toward his chest with unerring accuracy. The shuriken struck true, and the ninja, caught unprepared, fell to the ground with a muffled groan. "Be careful. This one is peculiar," the remaining rain ninjas noted, launching an assault, attempting to overwhelm Yiyu with their numbers. Yet, Yiyu's speed far exceeded their expectations. His figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the rain, each appearance claiming the life of an adversary. The clash of shurikens and kunai echoed through the air, and within mere minutes, several rain ninjas lay defeated, leaving only the leader to struggle against the onslaught. "Your ninjutsu is ineffective? Who are you?" The leader stammered, clutching his injured shoulder, his voice trembling. "Ask the king of hell," Yiyu replied coldly. Then stepped forward, casually waving his shuriken to end the leader's life. He glanced down at the fallen body, his eyes devoid of emotion, as though this was merely an everyday occurrence. With the enhancement of his attributes, the power of his Rinnegan had significantly increased. While some abilities still required further growth of his foundational attributes to fully unleash their potential, the powers of the Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Azura Path were already beginning to exhibit practical value. The awakening of these abilities allowed him to navigate combat with greater ease. As he contemplated this, a system notification sounded in his mind, detected that the host has killed 50 ninjas. Erasure Task Module has been activated. Issuing an erasure task. Eliminate 10 B rank or higher wanted criminals. Reward, 10 random attribute points. Yiyu's movements momentarily paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. His 6 Paths Rinnegan system could even activate new task modules. For the present Night Moon, eradicating Class B and above felons on the wanted list is no trivial task. However, the allure of a random reward of 10 attribute points is sufficiently enticing. After all, he is in urgent need of enhancing his attributes to meet the requirements for the advancement of his Rinnegan. The timing of the system's activation could not be more opportune. Chapter 40. Accepting B-class bounty missions as per customary practice. After gathering a certain amount of resources on the battlefield, Yue would venture into the black market. However, unlike previous occasions, this time he was accompanied by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. The black market, originally a hub for illicit trade and information exchange within the ninja world, had transformed in the wake of the escalating war in the Land of Rain. It had become almost commonplace, akin to a legitimate marketplace, scattered throughout the corners of the city. Here, one could procure an array of items, from ninja tools to intelligence, medicinal herbs, or any peculiar oddities, provided one could pay the price. Yue led the trio through a narrow alley, entering the black market. The place was teeming with various stalls, where masked vendors whispered cautiously, their tones laced with secrecy and vigilance. Some stalls displayed an assortment of ninja tools, shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags, all glimmering enticingly. Others were run by informants, their eyes darting, ready to sell their secrets to the highest bidder, and still more were piled high with herbs and poisons, emitting a potent and acrid aroma. In a corner of the alley, several guards clad in rudimentary armor patrolled, their vigilant gazes sweeping over the crowd, weapons at the ready to address any unforeseen circumstances. Yeyue observed that the guards bore no insignia of the Shadow Hand, but rather unfamiliar clan emblems. Clearly, the Shadow Hand had recently endured considerable setbacks, he mused. This place truly has everything, Yeyue thought. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan trailed closely behind him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Though they had heard tales of the black market, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Upon entering, Yeyue first guided the group to a shop specializing in the acquisition of ninja spoils. He laid out the items he had collected from the battlefield, ninja tools, scrolls, and some rare pills on the counter. The shopkeeper, shrewd and meticulous, inspected each item before quoting a price that aligned closely with Yeyue's expectations. Without haggling, Yeyue accepted the deal. Next, he took them to another section of the black market, where they exchanged some resources for essential supplies and a modest sum of money. This should sustain us for a while, Yeyue remarked, distributing a portion of the money to Yahiko. You three should procure food and clothing. I will seek out suitable missions. Yahiko nodded and led Nagato and Conan away from the shop. Meanwhile, Yeyue ventured alone to the commission area of the black market, where boards were plastered with various bounty notices and mission requests. His gaze swiftly scanned the dense array of papers, searching for B-class fugitives that matched the system's task criteria. Soon, his attention fixated on a particular wanted poster depicting a man with a menacing visage, beneath which detailed his crimes and the reward amount. Target: Ghost Spider, B-class fugitive. Crimes: repeated attacks on merchant caravans, slaughtering civilians. Reward: 500,000 Rio. A flicker of coldness flashed in Yeyue's eyes. This was precisely the target he sought. He peeled the notice from the board and continued browsing, soon discovering several more that met his requirements. Target: Bloodhand Utian, B-class fugitive. Crimes: human trafficking. Involvement in multiple assassination attempts. Reward: 600,000 Rio. Target: Black Crow, B-class fugitive. Crimes: theft of hidden village secrets. Murder of numerous ninjas. Reward: 700,000 Rio. In total, Yeyue accepted 10 bounty notices, retaining a deposit before stowing them away. Although the whereabouts of these fugitives were often elusive, B-class notices typically pertained to targets active in the surrounding areas. Only A-class and S-class criminals warranted multinational manhunts. For someone with the Rinnegan, locating these B-class fugitives would pose little challenge. Turning away from the commission area, he headed in the direction where Yahiko and the others had gone. However, he was soon alerted by a cacophony of raised voices. Frowning slightly, Yeyue quickened his pace towards the source of the commotion. Upon closer inspection, he found Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan confronting a portly man at a stall. The unscrupulous vendor clutched a battered ninja tool, sneering dismissively as he shouted, "You little brats, if you can't pay, don't cause a ruckus here. This is premium merchandise. If you can't afford it, keep your hands off." Yahiko's face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists and retorted, "You clearly stated this item was only 500 Rio, and now you've suddenly jacked the price to 2,000 Rio. Isn't that blatant extortion?" Nagato stood beside him, visibly uncomfortable, yet a hint of indignation flickered in his eyes. Conan clutched the money pouch tightly and whispered to Yahiko, "Let it go. We should just walk away and not argue with him." The vendor sneered derisively. "Walk away? You damaged my merchandise and expect to leave without compensation? Nothing comes that cheaply." Yeyue stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yahiko and the others, his gaze cold and piercing. "What is the matter here?" Upon noticing Yeyue's arrival, the vendor hesitated momentarily before regaining his brash demeanor. "Oh, you're their leader? Perfect. Your underlings damaged my property, so pay up quickly, or they won't be leaving." Ignoring the vendor's bluster, Yeyue turned his attention to Yahiko. "Is what he says true?" Yahiko shook his head vehemently, indignation clear in his voice. "We didn't damage anything. He is just looking for an excuse to extort us." Yeyue nodded, then redirected his gaze towards the vendor. The man felt the weight of Yeyue's stare, a twinge of anxiety creeping in, but he still insisted, "Stop with the nonsense. Pay up, or don't expect me to be polite." With a sardonic smile, Yeyue slowly raised his hand, a flicker of chakra coalescing at his fingertips. "You may repeat that." The vendor's face drained of color at the sight of the chakra. As a merchant in the black market, he understood the significance of such a display. The ability to manifest chakra in tangible form was not a skill possessed by mere low-level ninjas. Realizing the young man before him was a ninja of considerable strength, he swallowed hard, quickly donning a forced smile. "It was a misunderstanding. I misjudged. Nothing is broken, nothing at all." Yeyue retracted his chakra, his voice as frigid as ice. "Leave." The vendor, relieved, hurriedly packed up his stall and departed in disgrace. The surrounding crowd dispersed, eager to avoid any trouble. Yahiko exhaled in relief, sheepishly addressing Yue. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Yue shook his head, his tone softening somewhat. In the future, should you encounter such situations, come directly to me. Do not engage with them. Conan nodded quietly, murmuring, we understand. Nagato silently regarded Yue, a flicker of gratitude shining in his eyes. Well then, what did you manage to purchase? Yue inquired. A few provisions, some clean clothing, and basic medical supplies. Conan replied promptly, her memory serving her well. Yue inspected their acquisitions and nodded approvingly. Good, this should suffice for a while. Chapter 41, The Hunt for the Ghost Spider. After leaving the black market, Yu led Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan to a secluded, abandoned house. Situated on the outskirts of the Rain Village, the area was overgrown with weeds, and the house itself was dilapidated. Yet this very state rendered it remarkably secure. Yu pushed open the creaky wooden door and ushered the three inside. Though the interior was modest, it was relatively clean. Yu retrieved some provisions and a few flasks of clean water from his ninja gear, placing them on a rickety wooden table. He turned to the group and said, these supplies should last you for a while. Remember, do not leave this place while I am away. It is perilous outside. Yahiko nodded, though a hint of unease lingered in his eyes. Brother Yu, how long will you be gone? Is there anything we can do to help? Yu glanced at him, his tone calm yet resolute. My actions will be swift. Your task in the meantime is to safeguard yourselves. Do not distract me. If danger arises, conceal your presence as I taught you. Do not reveal yourselves lightly. Nagato stood silently to the side, while Conan softly urged, Brother Yu, please be careful. Yu acknowledged her with a nod, then retrieved several smoke bombs and a simple map from his gear, handing them to Yahiko. These smoke bombs can be used in emergencies to aid your escape. The map marks several safe locations. If this place becomes unsafe, follow the routes indicated. Yahiko accepted the smoke bombs and map, solemnly nodding. I understand. Yu then inspected the surroundings once more, confirming there were no obvious threats before he turned to leave. As Yu departed, he swiftly traversed the desolate wilderness, rain drenching his cloak, yet he paid it no mind. While running, he produced the first bounty notice from his pocket, his gaze sweeping across the paper. The notice depicted a sinister man with a prominent scar across his face and a fierce glint in his eyes, detailing his crimes and the reward for his capture. Target, Ghost Spider, B-Class fugitive, crimes, multiple assaults on merchant caravans, slaughter of civilians, reward, 500,000 Rio. Upon formally accepting the mission, the black market's client would provide further intelligence, the target's operational areas, habits, and previous crime locations. These pieces of information quickly knitted together in his mind, forming a three-dimensional intelligence map. The Ghost Spider's recent activities were primarily concentrated in the eastern districts 12 and 13 of the Rain Village, particularly near the abandoned warehouses and docks along the trade route. Yu murmured to himself, swiftly analyzing the interconnections of this intelligence. He noted that the Ghost Spider preferred to operate during rainy nights, utilizing the inclement weather to obscure his movements. Moreover, he vanished rapidly after each crime, indicating he was very familiar with the terrain. Yu speculated that the Ghost Spider had likely established a temporary hideout in some concealed location in the east for shelter and planning his next move. The terrain at the junction of districts 12 and 13 was complex, filled with abandoned buildings that provided excellent cover, Yu pondered. Especially since the Ghost Spider favored nighttime operations, particularly in the rain, which could easily mask his trail. Closing his eyes, he swiftly formed hand seals and softly intoned. Summoning technique. Several large crows emerged from the white smoke, circling above his head. The crow's eyes gleamed with an eerie purple light as Yu transmitted the bounty information to them through chakra, then quietly commanded, go, find him. The crows emitted a low caw before dispersing in all directions. Yu remained in place, waiting patiently. After approximately half an hour, the first crow returned, landing on Yu's shoulder. Its eyes flickered with light before relaying the information back to him through chakra. A vision appeared in Yu's mind, an abandoned warehouse in the eastern district of the Rain Village, yet the warehouse was devoid of life, marked only by some scattered footprints and residual chakra traces. It seems he has already left, Yu murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. He formed seals once more, summoning a second batch of crows, instructing them to expand their search range, focusing on other potential hiding spots for the Ghost Spider. Another half hour passed before the second batch of crows returned with information. A new image formed in Yu's mind, an isolated dock in the eastern district of the Rain Village, where several dilapidated boats were moored, and suspicious traces of ninja activity were evident. However, upon closer examination, Yu discerned that these traces did not belong to the Ghost Spider, but indicated the presence of another group of ninjas. Not here, Yu shook his head, contemplating in silence. He formed seals again, summoning a third batch of crows, directing them to the junction of districts 12 and 13, with a focus on the complex terrain and the abandoned buildings that were seldom visited. This time, the crows returned with crucial intelligence. A clear image emerged in Yu's mind. The Ghost Spider was hiding in an abandoned warehouse in the eastern district 13 of the Rain Village. The area was rigged with traps and alarms, evidently set to ward off pursuers. Found you, Yu whispered, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned and made his way toward the target's location, his figure swiftly disappearing into the rain. In a certain area of the Eastern District 12 of the Land of Rain, the ghost spider, oblivious to his status as prey in the eyes of others, was currently lying low with his underlings, stealthily approaching a slowly advancing merchant caravan. The merchant cart struggled through the muddy path, the wheels creaking almost inaudibly beneath the sound of the rain. The guards, cloaked in rainproof capes and wielding long swords, scanned their surroundings warily. However, most of them were merely ordinary individuals, their capacity for vigilance severely limited in such conditions. The ghost spider's strength was comparable to that of a chunin, a level that, while not particularly noteworthy in the ninja world, was more than sufficient to deal with a caravan protected only by samurai and ronin. He had long since familiarized himself with the caravan's route and the capabilities of its guards, knowing they were transporting a valuable shipment of medicinal herbs and ninja tools. "Fortune favors me," the ghost spider murmured, a hint of pride lacing his voice. He relished operating on rainy nights, as the downpour not only concealed his movements but also dulled his enemies' reactions. With a subtle wave of his hand, his comrades dispersed, surrounding the caravan from various directions. The ghost spider silently leaped into a tree, observing the caravan's every move from above. As the caravan approached a slope, the ghost spider issued his command, "Attack." At his signal, several of his accomplices swiftly launched their assault. They burst from the shadows, their shuriken and kunai aimed directly at the guards. Although the guards reacted quickly, their vision was obstructed by the rain, rendering their movements sluggish. Soon, several guards lay dead in pools of blood. The caravan's leader, a middle-aged man, paled visibly as he shouted, "Protect the cargo. Do not let them near." Yet, his cries rang hollow amidst the rain. The ghost spider descended from the tree, his kunai aimed at the leader's throat. The leader barely managed to raise his sword in defense, but the ghost spider's speed exceeded his expectations. The kunai glimmered coldly as it swiftly severed the leader's throat, blood gushing forth. "An easy target," the ghost spider scoffed, then turned toward the merchant carts. He lifted the curtain of one cart, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Inside lay a trove of precious herbs and ninja tools, precisely the bounty he sought. "Move all of this quickly." The ghost spider issued orders to his companions, his tone tinged with impatience. The comrades swiftly sprang into action, unloading the supplies from the cart and placing them into the pre-prepared cloth bags. Meanwhile, the ghost spider stood by, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Although he possessed confidence in his own strength, he was acutely aware that the ninjas from Rain Hidden Village could appear at any moment. Just a few more heists, and he could finally escape this cursed place. The ghost spider had long devised a plan. Once he accumulated enough money, he would leave Rain Hidden Village and start anew in a location where no one knew him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice pierced his ears. "I fear you may not have that opportunity." Chapter 42. The gradually strengthening eye of rebirth. The body of the ghost spider tensed instantly, and he whirled around, his gaze slicing through the rain towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the curtain of rain was a tall figure, cloaked and billowing slightly in the wind, a cold smile gracing his face. Within his pupils flickered an eerie violet light, sending an inexplicable chill down the ghost spider's spine. "Who are you?" the ghost spider demanded sharply, his kunai gripped tightly, poised for an attack. "If I were in your position, I would refrain from wasting time on questions that are destined to remain unanswered," came the low and oppressive voice of Yu. The ghost spider's expression darkened, but he was not inclined to retreat. Instead, he sneered and gestured for his companions to encircle Yu. "Kill him," the ghost spider growled, launching the first assault. His figure darted like a specter towards Yu, the kunai slicing through the rain, aimed directly at Yu's throat. A glint of coldness flashed in Yu's eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring, "Summoning technique." Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the billowing white smoke, several large wolfhounds burst forth, charging towards the ghost spider's companions. The wolves' eyes glimmered with an eerie violet light, their sharp teeth and claws appearing particularly menacing in the rain-drenched night. Their speed was astonishing, as they darted into the throng of the ghost spider's allies in an instant. "Ah!" The screams echoed through the rain, as the wolves' claws effortlessly tore through the defenses of several companions, blood splattering onto the muddy ground. Although the ghost spider's associates were also skilled ninjas, they were utterly powerless against these summoning beasts, enhanced by the power of the Eye of Rebirth. Seeing this, the ghost spider was momentarily startled but did not falter. Instead, he charged forward. The kunai in his hand glimmered with cold light as it aimed for Yu's chest. Yu slightly sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the attack. A swift side kick sent the ghost spider flying, and a glint of coldness flashed in Yu's eyes as the ability of the Eye of Rebirth activated once more. Azura Path, mechanized armor. With the transformation of the Eye of Rebirth's power, a layer of metallic armor enveloped Yu's arm, sharp blades emerging from his fingertips, glinting with a chilling light. Though Yu could not yet condense high-energy weapons like missiles or lasers, he had mastered the creation of high-quality cold weapons. Clad in armor, Yu advanced rather than retreated, racing towards the ghost spider like a bolt of lightning. The sheer force of his charge, ripping through the air, created a sound that echoed sharply in the rainy night, as if even the raindrops were being repelled by this power. What? The ghost spider was momentarily taken aback by being kicked away, but his reflexes were swift, and he leaned back sharply. However, Yu's blade still carved a deep wound into his shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining his sleeve. Rain mixed with blood dripped from his arm, creating a faint pattering sound against the ground. So close, his arm had nearly been severed. Humph! The ghost spider gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain. A glint of ferocity in his eyes. He did not retreat, but instead seized the moment of Yu's attack to swiftly form hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged forth from his mouth, empowered by the rain, its might unmatched even in the depths of a river. The formidable water dragon, brimming with ferocity, barreled towards Yu, tearing the ground apart, mud flying, and surrounding trees swaying violently. In the face of the roaring water dragon, a flicker of disdain crossed Yu's eyes. These ninjas seemed to recycle the same techniques, lacking innovation. Even the collections of Orochimaru's lair surpassed theirs. Initially intrigued, Yu soon found himself able to predict the techniques based on their hand seal sequences and chakra flow, rendering him disinclined to evade. Seeing Yu stand his ground, the ghost spider's heart surged with joy, believing his water dragon bullet had intimidated his opponent, perhaps even causing a momentary panic. After all, within the environment of the Rain Village, the water dragon bullet technique was even more potent than in the Mist Village, and even seasoned ninjas would hesitate to confront it head-on. Humph, a blusterer. The ghost spider smirked, a glint of triumph in his eyes. He envisioned Yu's demise at the hands of the water dragon and began plotting how to eliminate this overconfident pursuer once and for all. However, his triumph was fleeting. Yu raised his hands towards the water dragon, a faint violet glow emanating from his palms. As the dragon approached, it was completely absorbed by that force, its roar silencing abruptly, leaving only the sound of raindrops and the wind. The ghost spider's face paled instantly. He had never witnessed such a bizarre ability, nor had he even heard of it. The power of the water dragon bullet being entirely absorbed was beyond his comprehension. How was this possible? The ghost spider's heart was filled with shock, but more so, a sense of unwillingness. Clenching his teeth, he exhausted his remaining chakra and formed hand seals once more. Wind release, wind blade technique. Several sharp wind blades shot from his hands, hurtling towards Yu. The wind blades sliced through the rain, emitting a sharp whistling sound. As surrounding trees were shredded, their branches falling, and deep cracks forming in the ground. Yet, Yu's eyes remained unfazed as he observed the sequence of hand seals. He discerned the trajectory of the technique. Wind release, wind blade technique. The trajectory moves from the upper left to the lower right, with intervals of 0.3 seconds between the three blades. Yu swiftly analyzed this in his mind, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Swoosh in the next moment. Rather than retreating as the ghost spider expected, Yu advanced instead. His figure darted like a phantom between the wind blades, effortlessly evading all attacks. Each dodge was precise, as if he had already anticipated the trajectory of the blades. What? The ghost spider's eyes widened. He had never seen anyone evade the wind blade technique so easily at such close range, especially under the obscured visibility of a rain-soaked night. Yu's movements were seamless. Like lightning, he closed the distance to the ghost spider, the blade in his hand again lunging for the opponent's throat. The ghost spider barely managed to evade this strike, yet the blade still grazed his chest, inflicting a shallow wound. The two figures intertwined in the curtain of rain, kunai clashing against the blade, producing a jarring metallic sound. Each collision sparked, sending embers that evaporated the rainwater, creating wisps of white mist. The surrounding trees and ground suffered the ravages of their battle, mud splattering and leaves flying. In this confrontation, Yu was less concerned with slaughter and more focused on testing the synergy of his various abilities. With each test, he grew increasingly aware of the Eye of Rebirth's might, even without utilizing the myriad capabilities of the Eye. Its combat recognition and dynamic vision enhancement alone afforded him an overwhelming advantage in close combat. Ultimately, Yu seized upon a flaw, directing his blade towards the ghost spider's throat, ending the opponent's life. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Detected host has eliminated a B-rank fugitive. Eradication task, Progress 1. Current task, Progress 110. Chapter 43, Covert Collaboration. After successfully completing his first assassination mission, Yu embarked on his journey home. Although the battle had concluded, his mind lingered on the recent confrontation, internally reflecting on the gains and losses of the encounter. The water dragon bullet and wind blade techniques wielded by the ghost spider might be considered potent offensive maneuvers by ordinary ninjas, yet before the prowess of the Rinnegan, these jutsu appeared as mere child's play, their trajectories and vulnerabilities easily discernible. Moreover, the absorption abilities of the hungry ghost path rendered nearly all of Ghost Spider's techniques ineffective. Indeed, the power of the Rinnegan was extraordinary, Yu mused. Despite still being in the nascent stages of mastering his Rinnegan, he had already showcased an overwhelming advantage. Whether it was the summoning beast of the animal path or the absorption capabilities of the hungry ghost path, both conferred him an absolute upper hand in combat. As he traversed a dense forest, he suddenly sensed several unfamiliar chakra signatures not far away. Yeyue's brow furrowed slightly as he swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree, his gaze piercing through the rain to fixate on the figures ahead. They were a group of ninjas clad in black uniforms, brandishing short blades and adorned with animal masks. Although they bore no distinguishing insignia, the distinctive chakra emanating from their throats, indicative of the tongue curse technique, allowed Yeyue to immediately identify them as root ninjas under Danzo's command. What brings root ninjas here? Yeyue pondered, deciding to follow them. He lowered his body, stealthily trailing behind the root ninjas, employing his concealment techniques to evade their vigilance. Despite the root ninjas' cautious movements, occasionally pausing to survey their surroundings, Yeyue's tracking skills evidently surpassed theirs. Before long, the root ninjas arrived at a secluded valley. Yeyue silently approached, hiding behind a massive boulder, and through the rain, he observed several ninjas clad in ponchos already waiting in the valley. Utilizing the unparalleled capabilities of his Rinnegan, Yeyue discerned the symbol of the hidden rain village engraved on their forehead protectors, and judging by their haughty demeanor in the rain, they were evidently subordinates of Hanzo. It appeared that the collaboration between Danzo and Hanzo had commenced, Yeyue thought to himself. He felt no surprise, rather, he regarded the situation as entirely anticipated. Even without referencing the original storyline, the previous actions of Danzo's subordinates, who had pursued the Shadow's Hand in a bid to eliminate Huayu, indicated that Danzo had seemingly abandoned the Shadow's Hand. If he were unwilling to let his arrangements in the Land of Rain come to naught, then an alliance with Hanzo was a natural progression. Danzo had always been a man willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. While Hanzo was the de facto ruler of the Hidden Rain Village, both harbored immense ambitions for individuals like them. Backstabbing one moment and shaking hands the next posed no burden whatsoever. As he contemplated, Yue attentively captured the dialogue between the two parties. Lord Hanzo has already agreed to the collaboration plan, murmured a Hidden Rain ninja, his tone laced with a hint of respect. Though he expressed a desire for greater support from Konoha, one of the root ninjas coldly retorted, as long as Hanzo adheres to the plan, Konoha's resources and manpower will be at your disposal. The Hidden Rain ninja frowned slightly, evidently finding the proposal somewhat challenging. He cautiously replied, "This matter is of great significance. I cannot directly agree on behalf of Lord Hanzo, but I will relay this information for his personal decision." The root ninja scoffed, impatience evident in his tone. "Time waits for no one. We hope for a prompt response from you." Upon hearing the subtly mocking tone, the Hidden Rain ninja's brows knitted tighter, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, recalling Lord Hanzo's instructions, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his ire. "I will convey the message to Lord Hanzo as soon as possible," he replied in a restrained tone. "However, prior to that, we require more intelligence from Konoha regarding the Sand Ninjas to formulate a detailed action plan." The root ninja cast a cold glance at him, retrieving a scroll from his pocket and tossing it to the Hidden Rain ninja. "Let me remind you, the Sand Ninjas have been quite active recently, seemingly sensing something amiss. If you delay further, you may miss the opportunity." The Hidden Rain ninja accepted the scroll, and without further exchange, both parties turned and departed. It was evident that the Hidden Rain ninja's steps bore a hint of suppressed anger, while the root ninja cast a frigid glance around before vanishing swiftly into the rain. Yeyue, concealed in the shadows, absorbed the entire scene. He noted the anger and restraint in the Hidden Rain ninja's eyes. Contemplating, it seems that the alliance between Hanzo and Danzo is not as solid as it appears. Judging by their earlier conversation, it seems Hanzo is preparing to take action against the Sand Ninjas. Indeed, during the Second Shinobi World War, Chiyo of the Sand had engaged Hanzo in battle, yet the specific time, location, and outcome remain obscure. The only certainty is that both sides found each other formidable, and the battle yielded no clear victor. However, from relevant records in his memory, an important piece of intelligence could be analyzed. During that confrontation, Chiyo and Hanzo had personally clashed. Yeyue swiftly assessed the current situation in his mind. Although the Sand Village held a geographical advantage in the Crag Valley, they were, in reality, caught in a precarious predicament, besieged from both sides. The terrain of Crag Valley, while defensible, also limited the Sand's mobility, exposing their supply lines and routes of retreat. A greater concern loomed: time. More precisely, time was not on the Sand's side. Should the main forces of the Sand in the Land of Wind fail to effectively counter Konoha's frontal assault, once Konoha redirected its efforts, coordinating with the three ninjas for a flanking or rear ambush, Chiyo's forces would find themselves trapped in a pincer maneuver. In the worst-case scenario, Konoha might not even need to coordinate. Relying solely on its main forces to launch a frontal assault would inevitably place immense pressure on the Sand's defenses. At that point, Chiyo's incursion into the Hidden Rain would become a solitary endeavor, and it would merely be a matter of time before Konoha's forces consumed them. Chiyo undoubtedly understood this, which explained her urgent and rapid offensive. Moreover, Hanzo's timing of action suggested that he, too, recognized this reality. Yeyue surmised that Hanzo's intentions extended beyond merely restraining the Sand. He likely sought to exploit this opportunity to completely annihilate Chiyo's forces. Chiyo could not afford to ignore Hanzo's threat. She would have to act preemptively to break free from this passive predicament. Chapter 44. The Secret Mission of Orochimaru. After analyzing the situation, Yayue chose not to hastily involve himself in the ongoing war. On the battlefield, both Chiyo of Sunagakure and Hanzo of Amagakure possessed formidable means of mass destruction. Chiyo's puppet techniques and her modified puppet army could wreak havoc on the battlefield, while Hanzo's venomous salamander and instantaneous movement struck terror into the hearts of many. Given Yayue's current strength, recklessly joining this conflict would yield little benefit and pose significant risks. Although his Rinnegan abilities were powerful, they remained in their nascent stages, and facing a still ambitious Hanzo would yield almost no chance of victory. Moreover, without any triggered missions, there was little incentive to engage in this chaos. Rather than risking his safety, it would be wiser to assist in clearing the battlefield, thereby enhancing his own strength. Quietly departing the scene, Yayue returned to the hideout where Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were waiting before nightfall. Upon his return, though none of them spoke, a sense of relief washed over their faces. Over time, the trio had subconsciously accepted Yayue's presence. Yayue glanced at them and cautioned, "The Amagakure village will soon be chaotic. Do not wander far. Stay in this vicinity to avoid unnecessary trouble. I have set up protective techniques and traps to ensure your safety." Nagato and Konan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Konan softly said, "We understand. Please be careful, Yayue." With a slight softening in his tone, Yayue replied, "I will attend to my affairs swiftly. Until then, prioritize your safety." After conveying these instructions, Yayue shared a simple meal of dry rations with the trio before they each settled down to rest. However, Yayue did not sleep for long. In the dead of night, he awoke suddenly, sensing a faint disturbance in his mind. "Your true self, Orochimaru, wishes to see you," relayed his shadow clone through their chakra connection. "Orochimaru?" Yayue sat up from his makeshift bed, furrowing his brow in confusion. Since the last offensive against Amagakure, Orochimaru had not returned to the rear base, so this sudden summons puzzled him. Yayue did not believe that Orochimaru had grown suspicious of him. With the combination of shadow clones and reverse summoning techniques, along with his increasingly adept chakra concealment, no one on the front lines of Konoha could discern his true nature. Nevertheless, the timing of this call still felt peculiar. As Yayue rapidly analyzed the possibilities in his mind, he dismissed them just as quickly, unable to pinpoint a suitable explanation. Regardless, this was not the moment to sever ties with Orochimaru. He needed to meet the man first. Yayue resolved this internally, quickly rising and stealthily departing the hideout. Upon reaching a secluded corner, he swiftly formed hand seals and softly uttered, "Reverse summoning technique." In an instant, his figure vanished from its location, summoned by his shadow clone to Orochimaru's stronghold. Upon his arrival, Yayue promptly dispelled his transformation technique, returning to his youthful appearance. The shadow clone gave him a nod before dissipating into a puff of white smoke. Yayue adjusted his attire, ensuring there were no visible abnormalities, and then approached the tent where Orochimaru awaited. As he drew closer, the power of his Rinnegan subtly activated. Inside the tent, Orochimaru's chakra remained as potent and chilling as ever. However, unlike before, Yayue could now discern the strength of Orochimaru's chakra, rather than merely feeling its cold and unfathomable nature. Taking a deep breath, Yayue raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Enter," came Orochimaru's deep, raspy voice from within. Yayue pushed the door open and stepped inside the tent. Orochimaru sat at a modest wooden table, a scroll in his hands. He looked up at Yayue, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing an enigmatic expression. "You've arrived." Yayue nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Lord Orochimaru, what is it that you require of me?" Orochimaru did not respond immediately. Instead, he placed the scroll on the table, slowly rising to his feet and advancing towards Yayue. His gaze was piercing, akin to that of a serpent, as if he sought to penetrate Yayue's very soul. Suddenly, Orochimaru stepped closer, his pale visage almost brushing against Yayue's body. A shiver ran down Yayue's spine, his instincts urging him to unleash the power of his Rinnegan in defense. The oppressive aura emanating from Orochimaru was overwhelmingly terrifying. After a prolonged moment, Orochimaru spoke in a sinister tone. "It seems you have not squandered your time during this period. Your progress exceeds my expectations." In response, Yayue quickly lowered his head, feigning nervousness. "Thank you for your praise, Lord Orochimaru. I have merely followed your guidance to better myself." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, then took a step back, his voice laden with significance. "Now, I require you to undertake a special mission." Yayue steadied his accelerated heartbeat, responding, "Please, instruct me, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Avoid asking unnecessary questions. It is a commendable habit." With that, he retrieved the scroll from the table and handed it to Yayue. "I need you to proceed to a stronghold near Amagakure and meet with a liaison from Konoha to deliver this scroll." "I understand, Lord Orochimaru." Yayue replied respectfully as he accepted the scroll. "I trust in your abilities," Orochimaru said, nodding with satisfaction. his tone imbued with significance. This mission is of utmost importance. Do not disappoint me. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Yeyue to leave. After receiving the scroll, Yeyue nodded and turned to exit the tent. Once outside, his heartbeat gradually returned to normal, and the fear that had previously gripped him dissipated, replaced by a contemplative expression. Though Orochimaru had not explicitly stated it, Yeyue sensed that this mission was far from simple. As a frontline overseer of Konoha, Orochimaru had a plethora of capable subordinates at his disposal. Yet he chose to assign this task to an outsider, which felt exceedingly odd. Furthermore, the timing and tone of the summons hinted at an air of secrecy. Aside from himself and Orochimaru, there were no other Konoha shinobi in the tent. This mission was either shrouded in darkness or too sensitive for him to handle personally. Given these circumstances, one conclusion became apparent. Orochimaru was likely in contact with Danzo. Chapter 45. Mutual utilization. Upon departing from the outpost, Yeyue hastened directly towards the designated mission site. As he journeyed, he silently assessed the evolving situation in the Land of Rain. The rebel forces, epitomized by the Hand of Shadows, had disbanded, compelling Hanzo to recalibrate his strategy. He could not simultaneously contend with both Konoha and Sunagakure. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to ally with one faction to strike against the other. Yeyue surmised. The question lingered. Whom would Hanzo choose to ally with, and against whom would he direct his assault? Presently, Konoha's strength was evidently superior, while Sunagakure had suffered considerable losses in prior conflicts, placing it at a disadvantage. Should Hanzo opt to ally with Konoha against Sunagakure, the latter's plight would become increasingly dire. Conversely, if he were to ally with Sunagakure against Konoha, the latter's current might would likely render Hanzo's efforts inconsequential. During the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha's core combatants dispatched to the Land of Rain were the legendary three. At this juncture, among the youthful trio, only Orochimaru possessed strength that could be deemed top tier within Konoha. This indicates that Konoha was not particularly invested in the affairs of the Land of Rain. From the narrative developments in later years, it appeared that Hanzo had indeed chosen to ally with Konoha against Sunagakure. Yet, he did not entirely side with Konoha. At a critical moment, he unleashed a massacre upon the forces of the legendary three, sparing only one of them. This capricious strategy evidently aimed to maintain equilibrium between the two major ninja villages while simultaneously weakening both sides. Yeyue contemplated. Thus, Hanzo's objective was not merely to vanquish either Sunagakure or Konoha, but rather to secure the standing of Amigakure within the shinobi world. However, such a precarious approach harbored immense risks. Even with unwavering confidence in his own power, Hanzo ought to rely on Konoha's magnanimity. As he pondered, he quickened his pace. Over an hour later, Yeyue arrived at the mission site. Surrounding him was a dense forest, the air thick with damp mist, mingled with the scents of earth and decaying foliage. Following the intelligence report's instructions, Yeyue approached a colossal ancient tree, its trunk engraved with a clandestine symbol, a twisted serpentine insignia, encircled by several fine scratches. Indeed, this was the place. Yeyue murmured to himself, casting a swift glance around to confirm the absence of any pursuers. He then gently pressed his hand against the trunk, causing the symbol to emit a faint glow before vanishing. Moments later, a shadow emerged stealthily from behind the tree. The figure was cloaked in a dark mantle, wearing a mask that revealed only a pair of icy eyes. Yeyue narrowed his gaze. Through the lens of his Rinnegan, he discerned the clear flow of chakra within the figure's throat, the mark of Danzo's subordinate. The confirmation of the signal is accurate. The figure spoke in a toneless, mechanical voice devoid of emotion. Yeyue nodded, refraining from further discussion, and handed over the scroll he clutched. The root ninja glanced at it, then scrutinized Yeyue before stating, "Follow me." Yeyue asked no further questions and silently trailed behind. The two swiftly navigated through the dense forest, making their way deeper into a valley. Along the route, the root ninja moved with remarkable speed and took an exceptionally covert path, clearly well acquainted with the area. Yeyue observed his surroundings discreetly as he followed. Frankly speaking, Orochimaru's connection with Danzo was not surprising. As the leader of Konoha's root organization, Danzo was known for his clandestine operations and ruthless methods. If Danzo had forged a pact with Hanzo, it would lend substantial backing to Hanzo's endeavors. After all, Danzo's ambition was never limited to merely defeating Sunagakure. He sought to manipulate Amigakure from the shadows and weaken all parties involved in the conflict, even if that meant undermining the Hokage's direct lineage. What role, then, did Orochimaru play in this intricate scheme? As one of the legendary three of Konoha, Orochimaru's status and strength were indisputable. However, his actions often exuded an unsettling ambiguity, particularly following the Second Shinobi World War. Orochimaru should have seamlessly ascended to Konoha's upper echelons due to his military accomplishments and reputation. Yet, he chose to join Danzo's route, a decision that ostensibly defied logic. What was Orochimaru's true aim? Yeyue mused internally. Renowned for his pursuit of power and knowledge, Orochimaru's future obsession with forbidden techniques and human experimentation was no secret to Yeyue. Joining the root could very well be a means for him to access greater resources and opportunities for his taboo research. After all, Danzo's root possessed Konoha's most closely guarded techniques and intelligence, undoubtedly providing an excellent platform for Orochimaru. However, judging by the trajectory of future events, Orochimaru's ambitions reached far beyond mere research. He was not only a researcher but also a ninja with considerable political acumen and the ability to cultivate loyal followers. By joining the root, he likely intended to amass more political capital. Danzo, too, probably harbored similar aspirations. Although Danzo would later commit the grave sin of attempting to assassinate the third Hokage, he maintained relative decorum during the third's lifetime. After all, both men were disciples of the second Hokage, and the third's appointment was directly sanctioned by the second. As long as the third lived, Danzo's ambitions would be effectively restrained. Yet, a temporary retreat did not imply that Danzo lacked aspirations for the Hokage title. If he could not ascend to that position himself, then supporting a Hokage under his control would be a viable alternative. From this perspective, the collaboration between Danzo and Orochimaru appeared to be in natural alignment. Yet, Danzo ultimately underestimated Orochimaru's ambition. The latter's goals extended far beyond the mere title of Hokage. The pursuit of immortality and omniscience would inevitably entail significant risks, all of which required formidable strength and resources. Through collaboration with Danzo, Orochimaru could operate in the shadows, conducting various forbidden experiments and gradually realizing his objectives. Utilizing Danzo's resources and influence would pave the way for his ambitions while also positioning him strategically for future power struggles. Conversely, Danzo would leverage Orochimaru's skills and expertise to further consolidate his own position. Viewed in this light, their relationship resembled mutual exploitation rather than genuine alliance. Unexpectedly, Yayue found himself as the intermediary connecting both parties. Truly, the complexities of fate are unpredictable. After a considerable time, the dense forest began to thin, yielding to steep rock faces and narrow mountain paths, with the ground beneath becoming rugged and uneven. The root ninja led Yayue around several seemingly ordinary rocks before halting before a sheer cliff. He pressed his hand against the rock face, triggering a concealed mechanism. The rock slowly parted to reveal a pitch-black opening. "Stay close to me," the root ninja instructed curtly, his tone imbued with an undeniable command. Yayue hesitated not, stepping into the entrance. Inside, the light was dim, illuminated only by a few flickering torches affixed to the walls, casting wavering shadows. The rock walls on either side were etched with intricate barrier techniques. Yayue's rinnegan flickered. He could sense the powerful chakra contained within these runes, serving dual purposes as both traps and a means to prevent prying eyes from intruding. The pair traversed the passageway for approximately 10 minutes before arriving at a heavy iron door. The root ninja placed his hand upon the door, gently pressing it open, revealing a dimly lit chamber. Completing this task, the guiding ninja stood aside, casting a cold gaze upon Yayue. "Enter, the master awaits you." Chapter 46. The mysterious scroll in the dimly lit room. Danzo sat poised in a grand chair, his gaze cold and profound. His figure was shrouded in shadows, with only his piercing eyes glimmering with a chilling light in the subdued ambience. Upon seeing Yayue enter, he displayed no emotion, merely raising his eyelids slightly, his gaze slicing through Yayue like a blade before dismissively drifting away. The root ninja beside him immediately understood the cue, hastening forward to offer the scroll with utmost reverence. Danzo accepted the scroll, his fingers gliding lightly over its surface before slowly unfurling it, his sharp eyes scanning its contents like a hawk. After a moment, the man who governed the root organization and would soon instigate a series of tragedies and calamities raised an eyebrow. "You are Yayue," Danzo's voice resonated, deep and hoarse, calm as still water, imbued with the authority of a superior, each word curt and direct, as if every statement was a command rather than a conversation. "Yes, Lord Danzo," Yayue replied, inclining his body slightly, his tone respectful yet firm. To avoid attracting Danzo's attention, he deliberately averted his gaze, evading eye contact. Danzo gently closed the scroll, his fingers tapping lightly against its surface, producing a low, resonant sound. His expression remained stern, his tone inscrutable. "Orochimaru's terms are rather reasonable." Yayue continued to keep his head bowed, offering no response. He understood that Danzo's remark was not directed at him. "Return and inform Orochimaru that cooperation can commence," Danzo continued, his voice still low and unruffled, as if stating a trivial matter. "However, I hope he can fulfill his promises swiftly. My patience is limited." With that, Danzo picked up another scroll from the table and casually tossed it to Yayue. He caught it deftly, feeling the faint chakra emanating from within, stirring something in his heart. "This is for Orochimaru." Danzo's tone remained icy, devoid of further elaboration. "Ensure it is delivered to him personally." Yayue was unaware of the specific contents of the scroll, but Danzo's demeanor suggested it was of significant importance. "Yes, Lord Danzo," Yayue responded softly. Yayue was not surprised by Danzo's arrogance. After all, the current Orochimaru did not hold an equal standing in their negotiations. Although powerful, Orochimaru had yet to firmly establish his position within the power struggles of Konoha. Conversely, Danzo, as the leader of Root, wielded considerable authority and enjoyed the backing of Konoha's higher-ups. Thus, Danzo's aloof and condescending attitude was to be expected. Having concluded their exchange, Danzo fell silent, merely gesturing for Yayue to depart, as if Yayue's presence was but a negligible aspect of this transaction. Without further ado, Yayue turned and exited the clandestine stronghold. Once outside, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, striving to dispel the oppressive weight in his chest. Although Danzo was far from a top-tier power in the ensuing events, the pressure Yayue felt in their direct encounter was immense. The chilling and unfathomable aura emanating from Danzo seemed capable of eroding one's will, and had Yayue not been accustomed to Orochimaru's sinister presence, maintaining his composure before Danzo would have been exceedingly difficult. While Orochimaru's aura was equally discomforting, it radiated a fervent pursuit of power and knowledge, whereas Danzo's presence was akin to pure darkness, laden with endless calculations and cold ruthlessness. Shaking his head, Yayue pulled his thoughts back to reality. The scroll entrusted to him by Danzo was evidently extraordinary, and Orochimaru's schemes would undoubtedly be complex. He needed to deliver the scroll to Orochimaru promptly, while remaining vigilant to the shifting tides of the situation. As Yayue made his way back, he walked briskly, endeavoring to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. However, just as he was about to cross an open area, an unexpected event unfolded. A group of sand ninjas suddenly emerged from the woods. Blocking his path, Yayue furrowed his brows. He had no desire to complicate matters, especially during such a sensitive time. Yet, the opposing ninjas clearly had no intention of letting him pass. The leader of the sand ninjas scrutinized Yayue, his gaze landing on the Konoha forehead protector he wore, a flicker of hostility igniting in his eyes. A Konoha ninja? The sand ninja scoffed, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Sneaking around in a place like this. You're clearly up to no good. Yayue offered no reply, merely fixing the ninja with a cold stare. In this scenario, any explanation would be superfluous. The relationship between the sand and Konoha was already tense, and the current animosities had sharpened to a lethal edge. An encounter would lead to inevitable conflict. Our operations must remain concealed. Attack. The sand ninja commanded, and several of his comrades lunged towards Yayue simultaneously. But Yayue was swifter. Before the command's echo faded, his figure vanished like a wisp of smoke. In the next instant, he materialized behind one of the sand ninjas. His kunai ruthlessly aimed at the vulnerable spot of his opponent. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth, and the sand ninja collapsed without uttering a sound. What? The remaining sand ninjas gasped in horror, clearly unprepared for Yayue to initiate an assault despite their numerical disadvantage, and with such ferocity in close combat. Yet, Yayue offered them no time to recover. In mere seconds, 2 more sand ninjas fell to the ground. This guy, something's off. The leader of the sand ninjas finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his face betraying fear. He stumbled back, hands forming seals, attempting to unleash a jutsu. However, Yayue had already anticipated his movements. As the sand ninja retreated, Yayue propelled himself forward, reappearing before him. Wind release. The sand ninja's words were cut short as Yayue's kunai pierced his throat. The skirmish concluded rapidly, Yayue standing among the fallen bodies, blood dripping from his kunai's blade, devoid of any emotional upheaval, as though all of this were merely a matter of course. How perplexing, Yayue murmured to himself, a hint of irritation in his voice. Beyond eliminating specific targets required for his mission, the life energy absorbed from those he had personally slain, once buried, merely provided restorative effects and would not advance his main task or grant him additional attributes. Thus, this encounter bore no significance for him. As he prepared to continue towards Orochimaru's stronghold, an unrolling scroll caught his attention. It emanated a chakra imbued with malevolence and wicked intent, far more sinister and potent than that of Orochimaru or Danzo. This was not merely the chakra of an individual or a thing, but rather chakra akin to that of a tailed beast. Chapter 47. The mysterious tailed beast. The tailed beasts stand as the ultimate weapons in the world of Naruto. Their might comparable to the terrifying nuclear capabilities of a bygone era. Their influence on the battlefield and their strategic significance render them formidable instruments capable of altering the fate of entire villages. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara were able to conclude the Warring States period not only due to their unparalleled prowess, but also because Konoha had successfully subdued the nine-tailed beasts. Utilizing his extraordinary wood release techniques and sage body, Hashirama managed to suppress the nine-tailed beasts, distributing them among various ninja villages to maintain balance within the ninja world. Meanwhile, Madara wielded the power of the Sharingan to manipulate the Nine-Tails, turning it into Konoha's ultimate weapon and solidifying the village's unassailable dominance in the ninja realm. Even in the latter stages of Naruto, the power of the tailed beasts when combined with their Jinchuriki remains significant. For example, the Eight Tails Gyuki and the Nine Tails Kurama. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, with his impeccable control over the tailed beast, has become a top-tier combatant in Kimogakure. While Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, has repeatedly turned the tide of battle during critical moments, proving decisive in confrontations against formidable foes such as Pain and Obito Uchiha. Moreover, the nine-tailed beasts can integrate with the 10 tails, resurrecting as a being with the capacity to obliterate the world. As Yayue traveled, he gently ran his fingers over the surface of a scroll, sensing the faint chakra fluctuations emanating from within. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure possesses the one-tail, Shikaku, and it is rumored that the second Kazekage has long been researching techniques related to Jinchuriki. Ever since the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts, all major ninja villages have been striving to harness their power, attempting to transform them into controllable weapons. However, the tailed beast's power is too wild. Ordinary sealing techniques cannot fully contain them. Despite the significant resources dedicated to research, the villages have been unable to overcome the technical bottleneck associated with Jinchuriki. Eventually, the Uzumaki clan, with their innate talent for sealing techniques, achieved a breakthrough and first developed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Once this information leaked, the relatively weak land of whirlpools became the target of many ninja villages, facing widespread aggression following the death of the first Hokage and the aging of Kushina. With the fall of the land of whirlpools, valuable data on sealing techniques was divided among the major ninja villages, allowing the power of the tailed beasts to be gradually utilized. Could it be that Sunagakure has made a breakthrough in their research on tailed beast Jinchuriki? Just then, a cold and mechanical voice echoed in Yayue's mind. Confidential information detected. Hidden mission triggered. Trace of the mysterious tailed beast. Mission details. Sunagakure has discovered the whereabouts of a mysterious tailed beast. Please swiftly acquire relevant information. Mission hint. The rewards are exceedingly generous. Ensure to act promptly. Yayue's gaze sharpened slightly. A hidden mission? Moreover, the system specifically indicated that this reward is exceedingly generous, igniting a flicker of anticipation within him. The system's rewards have never disappointed him, and this mission clearly stood out. The trace of a mysterious tailed beast. Yayue murmured the mission details, his brow slightly furrowing. The power of tailed beasts has consistently been the focal point of contention among the major ninja villages. The emergence of any tailed beast could incite a bloody conflict. Given that Sunagakure already possesses the one tail, the discovery of another tailed beast's whereabouts is undoubtedly significant news. As Yayue swiftly traversed the forest, his mind raced to recall the information about tailed beasts that appeared in the original narrative. The 9-tailed beasts, from Shikaku, the one tail, to Kurama, the 9 tails, each had their movements and affiliations clearly outlined in the original work. Based on the current timeline, the mysterious tailed beast mentioned by the system clearly does not belong to these 9. So, which tailed beast could this so-called mysterious one be? Yayue swiftly sifted through his memories, attempting to unearth potential clues. Suddenly, another possibility dawned upon him. Could this mysterious tailed beast perhaps not belong to the so-called 9? This is not implausible. After all, tailed beasts can essentially be viewed as large conglomerates of chakra, possessing their own individual consciousness, immortal and indestructible, only capable of being sealed. In the anime, there are indeed several entities that fit this description. For instance, the Waikai of the Land of Demons and the Satori hidden within the Paradise Box of the Land of Grass. Though the former may not be a traditional tailed beast, it possesses power comparable to that of a tailed beast and can command an army of the undead, posing a threat to the entire ninja world. However, the Waikai has remained relatively inactive in the Land of Demons since ancient times, and the priestess of the Land of Demons enjoys a prestigious reputation in the ninja world. Given the current predicament of Sunagakure, attempting to seize the Waikai would not only present a challenge in terms of success but could also provoke the priestess of the Land of Demons, making them a target for the entire ninja world, a consequence too severe to bear. The Satori is a creature that appears in the Naruto movie Blood Prison, birthed from the Six Paths Sage's Six Paths tools, the Paradise Box, and also does not belong to the 9-tailed beasts. It possesses the ability to read minds and manipulate thoughts, its power being exceptionally enigmatic, even capable of influencing the chakra of tailed beasts. The legend of the Paradise Box has always been associated with the Land of Grass. If it were to be discovered, it would likely be by them first. And considering the timeline of the film, the Paradise Box would not appear for at least another 30 years. It seems illogical for news of it to leak at this point in time. After some contemplation, Yayue dismissed these 2 possibilities. However, 2 alternative candidates immediately surfaced in his mind: the dragon vein of the ancient Lulong Kingdom and the artificial tailed beast Zero Tail, Null. The dragon vein of the Lulong Kingdom is a unique energy source. While it is not a tailed beast and lacks self-awareness, it possesses the formidable power to distort time and space. According to his recollection from his previous life, Yayue vaguely remembered that the power of the dragon vein had been fiercely contested between Sunagakure and Kanehagakure at some point, aligning perfectly with the current situation. Furthermore, the ruins of the Lulong Kingdom are hidden deep within the deserts of the Land of Wind, making it plausible for Sunagakure to discover traces of the dragon vein at this time. However, the likelihood of this mysterious tailed beast being Zero Tail is equally significant. As an artificial tailed beast, Zero Tail's emergence is closely tied to the village of Empty Ninja, which, according to the original story, was defeated by Konoha during the Second Great Ninja War, matching the current timeline perfectly. Given the evolving situation, it is highly probable that the village of Empty Ninja has secretly reached some form of collaboration with Sunagakure, jointly targeting Konoha. It appears that the potential identities of this mysterious-tailed beast are either the Dragon Vein or Zero Tail. Yue furrowed his brow slightly. But to ascertain which of the two it truly is, he would likely need to invest time in more detailed perception and analysis of the chakra remnants within that scroll. Chapter 48. The message of Zero Tails. As Night Moon returned to the frontline base, the dawn was staining the borders of the Rain Country with a crimson hue. 3 charred wooden stakes stood outside the hastily erected command post. Remnants of detonation symbols clattering in the evening breeze, a gift left by the Sunagakure ambush team from earlier that day, lifting the rain-soaked canvas curtain. A heavy scent of blood mingled with the aroma of herbs assaulted his senses. Orochimaru was bent over a terrain sand table, his pale fingers delicately tapping a black piece representing Sunagakure, marking the location of the Rain Country Gorge. Upon hearing footsteps, he tossed the piece into the sand table without lifting his gaze. Night Moon approached Orochimaru, maintaining a steady focus, and placed Danzo's scroll on the makeshift table crafted from Earth-style techniques. Orochimaru's eyes lingered on the scroll for a moment, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, yet he made no move to retrieve it. What did Danzo say? Orochimaru's voice, reminiscent of a serpent gliding over damp stones, dripped with an indifferent chill. Night Moon lowered his head slightly. The esteemed one expressed his desire for you to fulfill your promise promptly. His patience is limited. Limited patience? Orochimaru scoffed. Danzo remains unchanged, always believing he can control everything. He turned, his golden snake-like eyes locking onto Night Moon's with an inquisitive gaze. What is your opinion of Danzo? Night Moon paused, seemingly weighing his words. Lord Danzo acts decisively and employs ruthless methods. He is a man who stops at nothing to achieve his ends, he replied cautiously. An apt assessment, yet still insufficient, Orochimaru remarked, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Danzo indeed is a man who spares no means to reach his goals, but his vision is too narrow, fixated solely on the power at hand, neglecting far more significant matters. Night Moon refrained from responding, aware that Orochimaru's words held deeper meanings. As expected, Orochimaru continued, Danzo believes that the strength of the root can ensure his dominion, yet he is mistaken. True power does not lie in controlling others but in transcending oneself. Night Moon remained silent. As a traveler from another realm, he understood the implications of Orochimaru's statement. While Danzo sought power, Orochimaru pursued a more fundamental essence of eternity, strength, and knowledge. You are an astute individual. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Night Moon for a moment, his tone imbued with significance. I hope you comprehend that true power has never emanated from external sources, but arises from within oneself. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, Night Moon replied softly, his tone respectful yet firm. Orochimaru said nothing further but waved his hand, signaling Night Moon to depart. Night Moon bowed slightly and turned to exit the tent. Upon leaving Orochimaru's command tent, Night Moon swiftly returned to his quarters. He wasted no time in forming shadow clones, who immediately began organizing his ninja tools, feigning preparations for the next mission. Meanwhile, Night Moon quietly lifted a hidden compartment beneath the flooring, revealing a summoning array visible only to those with the Rinnegan summoning technique, he murmured, the patterns of the Rinnegan illuminating deep within his pupils. As a wave of spatial distortion enveloped him, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Night Moon found himself in a secluded valley, a hidden refuge he had prepared for Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, surrounded by dense foliage and steep cliffs. It was virtually undetectable to the untrained eye. He stood atop a branch of an ancient tree, his Rinnegan piercing through layers of leaves to ascertain the safety of the trio. Yahiko sat on a rock, a branch in hand, engrossed in drawing patterns on the ground. Konan was folding paper cranes nearby, her fingers deftly crafting lifelike figures. Nagato rested against a tree, eyes closed in meditation, appearing somewhat fatigued beneath his red hair. Yet his breathing was steady. Having confirmed their safety, Night Moon did not rush to reveal himself. Instead, he retrieved the scroll imbued with tailed beast chakra from his robes. The scroll shimmered with a faint golden light, and the chakra's fluctuations rippled through the air. He closed his eyes, the patterns of the Rinnegan rotating slowly in his pupils, his perception extending like invisible tendrils into the core of the scroll. This chakra is suffused with darkness and a sense of devouring hunger, Night Moon contemplated. His consciousness seemed to be drawn into a peculiar space, surrounded by an endless void, akin to an abyss consuming all light. Within this darkness, he sensed a furious and insatiable power, as if it sought to engulf him entirely. Such chakra, with this nature, could only belong to the Zero Tail, a creation of artificial origin, born from humanity's negative emotions and dark chakra. Night Moon murmured to himself, discerning the darkness within the chakra, its essence distinctly marked by human fabrication. This realization led him to pinpoint his target, Zero Tail, nullity. Zero Tail, Nullity was not a naturally occurring tailed beast, but a synthetic creation born from the amalgamation of human negativity and dark chakra. With this understanding, the fluctuations of chakra within Night Moon intensified, the patterns of his Rinnegan glimmering with an eerie light, resonating with the chakra inscribed on the scroll. In the next moment, through this resonance, Night Moon's consciousness was swiftly drawn into a mysterious location. He beheld a vast base, teeming with puppets laboring diligently, seemingly reconstructing some grand device. While within the mountain constructed by this base lay a colossal energy core. Through the unfinished core of the device, Night Moon's Rinnegan could clearly perceive a mass of pitch-black energy brewing and expanding, as if poised to devour everything. Indeed, the Akatsuki has collaborated with the Sand Ninja, both parties working together to develop Zero Tail. Night Moon opened his eyes, the patterns of the Rinnegan gradually dimming. However, he was acutely aware that, given his current strength, he could not infiltrate the joint stronghold of the Akatsuki and Sunagekure alone, nor could he seize the power of Zero Tail under the watchful eyes of many. That core of dark chakra was heavily guarded, surrounded not only by Sunagekure's puppet army, but also by elite ninjas of the Akatsuki. Acting recklessly would only lead to his own demise. He needed to grow stronger. Night Moon murmured softly to himself, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He must hasten his strength, and the quickest way was to complete the assassination mission issued by the system. Assassination mission. Current progress. Eliminate 10 B-rank fugitives, 110. To obtain rewards, 9 more targets needed to be dealt with. The next target. Night Moon extracted several wanted notices from his tool pouch, examining them before locking his gaze onto 2 of them. What a coincidence. Over 70 of the activity areas of these 2 individuals overlap, making it convenient. Let's start with you 2. Night Moon muttered to himself, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. He quickly formed hand seals, summoning a spirit raven. The raven's eyes shimmered with the patterns of the Rinnegan as Night Moon infused it with the intelligence of the 2 targets. Find them, and monitor their movements. Caw. A purple glimmer flashed through the raven's sockets before it took flight into the night sky, vanishing into the inky darkness. Chapter 49. The Void Ninja Shinong. A week later, Yu kicked the corpse at his feet, still warm to the touch. The system's voice echoed in his mind, notifying him that he had eliminated a B-rank wanted criminal, increasing the progress of the eradication mission by 1, with the current task completion at 10 out of 10. The reward was a random allocation of 10 attribute points. The announcement infused his body with a slight warmth, as if every muscle was rejoicing in triumph. At last, it is accomplished, Yu murmured softly, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in an abandoned mine at the border of the Land of Rain, the final hiding place of the 10th B-rank fugitive he had been tracking, a rogue ninja skilled in earth techniques. The battle had not been particularly arduous. Despite the impressive display of earth ninjutsu, the flaws were glaringly apparent under the scrutiny of his Rinnegan. After a long hiatus, he opened his attribute panel to assess the changes. Ninjutsu, 50, current limit reached. Physical, 40 Jinjutsu, 33, Wisdom, 30 Strength, 29 Speed, 30 Spirit, 30 Seals, 29. The allocation of the 10 attribute points was primarily concentrated in Ninjutsu, Physical, and Jinjutsu. Notably, the enhancement of the physical attribute to 40 represented a significant qualitative leap in both explosive power and endurance, as his attributes surpassed 20. The life absorption ability of the Rinnegan had become increasingly ineffective for gaining further enhancements. This recent surge in attributes was a welcome change. With the physical attribute elevated to 40, his body should now be capable of withstanding more intense battles. Yi reflected quietly, his gaze lingering on the ninjutsu attribute. The limit of 50 points caused him to furrow his brow slightly. It appeared that the potential of this body was nearing its peak. To further elevate his strength, he would likely need to enhance the level of his Rinnegan. Regrettably, while the 10-point random reward was substantial, it would still leave him wanting in his pursuit to elevate all attributes to level 50. Shaking his head in disappointment, he sealed the corpse of the B-rank fugitive into a scroll he carried, his figure flickering before disappearing into the night. His speed was remarkable, blending seamlessly with the darkness as he traversed several streets in mere moments, arriving at a concealed entrance to an underground black market. Navigating through several hidden doors with practiced ease, he ultimately reached a dimly lit room. Inside, a short, wrinkled black market merchant sat behind a rickety wooden table, playing with a shuriken, his eyes glinting with cunning and shrewdness. Ah, it is Lord Zong. What treasures do you bring today? The merchant looked up, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. Without wasting words, Yu tossed the scroll onto the table, stating coolly, a B-rank fugitive, the body intact, the bounty remains unchanged. A flicker of surprise crossed the merchant's eyes before he swiftly unrolled the scroll for a thorough inspection. Confirming its authenticity, his smile widened further. Truly, Lord Zong, your prowess is unparalleled. The bounty for this is 800,000 Rio. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it for you. Yu nodded, leaning against the wall as his indifferent gaze scanned the room's contents. Recently, he had been ruthlessly completing missions to hunt down B-rank fugitives under the alias of Zong, earning him a reputation in the Rain Ninja black market. The black market owner, eager to profit from such a lucrative partnership, wasted no time. After a brief moment, the merchant approached with a hefty bag of coins, respectfully offering it to Yiyu. Here is your bounty. Please count it. Yiyu accepted the bag, weighing it briefly before stowing it away in his clothing. He said little, turning to exit. Lord Zong, please remember to visit me again if you acquire more fine goods. The merchant called after him, his tone laced with anticipation. Just as he stepped out of the black market, he sensed a powerful surge of chakra approaching and halted in his tracks. Moments later, several figures emerged from the shadows, the leader clad in a gray robe. His demeanor composed and his gaze lingering on Yiyu for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. You must be the Zong who has recently gained notoriety in the black market? The individual began, his tone imbued with admiration. Indeed, your reputation precedes you. Who are you? Yiyu replied, maintaining a cold stare. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Shinnong, one of the higher-ups in the Void Ninja Village, and these are my guards. The man smiled as he spoke. Shinnong? The name stirred a flicker of recognition in Yiyu's eyes, prompting a closer inspection of the man before him. Although his appearance diverged significantly from the one depicted in the annals of history, certain physical traits and attire confirmed that he was indeed a remnant of the Void Ninja. What a fortuitous encounter, Yiyu mused inwardly, as he had been on the verge of tracking down the traces of the Zero Tails, only to have its creator appear before him. Suppressing the excitement within, Yiyu spoke with a detached demeanor. I do not recall any connection with the Void Ninja. What is your purpose? Shinnong remained unfazed by Yiyu's aloofness, continuing. I have a commission to propose, and I wonder if you might be interested. The remuneration will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Yiyu raised an eyebrow, his tone nonchalant. What is the commission? Shinnong chuckled, a glimmer of significance flashing in his eyes. I am gathering powerful ninjas to assist in a crucial task. The specifics cannot be disclosed at this moment, but I assure you that the reward will be several times that of an S-rank bounty task you would undertake in the black market. Several times that of an S-rank bounty? That is no trifling sum. What are the specifics and risks involved? Yiyu inquired directly, seeing Yiyu's interest. Shinnong's smile widened. The task involves core secrets of the Void Ninja. I can only divulge the details after you accept the commission. As for the risks, with your strength, it should pose no challenge. Yiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a twinge of caution towards Shinnong's enigmatic demeanor. However, he chose not to reveal his apprehension, merely nodding. How much is the remuneration? Shinnong extended a hand, fingers splayed. 50 million Ryo, half paid up front, with the remainder upon task completion. 50 million Ryo, the Void Ninja Village is indeed affluent. Such a fee would not only suffice to hire a bounty ninja like myself, but could even secure the services of a village leader from a reputable ninja village. However, the fact that they chose not to hire formidable figures from major villages suggests that this task must be of significant importance yet cannot be made public, likely tied closely to the Zero Tails. Contemplating this, Yiyu feigned a moment of deep thought before responding. Agreed. Shinnong nodded in satisfaction. In that case, please accompany us back. With that, Shinnong swiftly performed a series of hand seals, softly reciting a complex incantation. As he did, the ground trembled slightly, and a massive shadow descended from the sky, gradually landing before them. It was a uniquely designed flying vessel, crafted entirely from metal, its surface adorned with intricate runes and chakra circuits. The vessel's enormous mechanical wings unfurled, and its rear emitted a soft blue chakra flame, exuding an aura of mystery and advanced technology. Yiyu's gaze sharpened, silently marveling at the extraordinary technological prowess of the Void Ninja, which seemed to exist in an entirely different realm from the mainstream technology of the ninja world. No wonder the Void Ninja dared to challenge Konoha. This is our Void Ninja's flying vessel, capable of far surpassing ordinary ninjutsu movement methods. As Shinnong explained, he gestured invitingly. My esteemed guest, please ascend. Yiyu spoke little, gracefully leaping and landing steadily before the entrance of the flying vehicle. Shinnong and his subordinates followed closely behind, entering the cabin. Subsequently, he approached the main control console and pressed a button, causing the door of the flying vessel to slowly close. With a gentle tremor, the craft began to ascend, the fiery chakra at its rear suddenly intensifying, transforming into a brilliant streak of light that raced towards the distant horizon. Chapter 50. The Sky Ninja Base within the cabin. Yiyu sat in his seat, gazing out of the porthole at the swiftly passing rivers and mountains below. With such advanced technology, the creation of artificial-tailed beasts hardly seemed astonishing. Lord Zong, how do you find our aircraft? The voice of Shun Nong came from beside him, tinged with a hint of pride. Quite impressive, Yiyu replied nonchalantly, his gaze still fixed outside. Shun Nong smiled and continued. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of our Sky Ninja technology. Should our collaboration prove successful, you may have the opportunity to encounter even more intriguing innovations in the future. We shall await that with anticipation. With that, Yiyu closed his eyes, as if to gather his energy. Observing this, Shinnong said nothing more and turned to the control console, commencing the navigation of the aircraft. The vehicle soared through the air, swiftly traversing multiple forests and mountains, ultimately descending into a secluded valley. The valley was encircled by towering cliffs, with the entrance laden with intricate barriers and traps, clearly a highly secretive base. "We have arrived," Shin Nong announced, rising to indicate that Yi Yu should disembark. Yi Yu stepped off the aircraft, his eyes scanning the surroundings, his mind alert. Through the observation of his Rinnegan, he detected numerous powerful chakra signatures concealed within the base, indicating that the Sky Ninja had invested significant resources and manpower here. "Lord Zong, please follow me," Shin Nong beckoned, leading Yi Yu deeper into the base. Yi Yu surveyed his surroundings, noting the room was filled with various peculiar devices and scrolls, evidently related to the technological research of the Sky Ninja. Shin Nong approached a table, picked up a scroll, and handed it to Yi Yu. "This is the preliminary information about the mission. You may review it first," Shin Nong stated. Yi Yu accepted the scroll and quickly skimmed through it. The contents mentioned a covert experiment conducted by the Sky Ninja, requiring several powerful ninjas to serve as guards to ensure the experiment proceeded smoothly. Though the specifics were undisclosed, Yi Yu could ascertain from the text that this experiment likely pertained to the Zero Tail. "Where's the location?" Yi Yu inquired. Shin Nong smiled slightly. "In a concealed base not far from here. I will provide the exact route and entry method before the mission commences." Yi Yu nodded, stowing the scroll away. "I have one condition." "Please, go ahead," Shin Nong replied generously. "During the mission, I require the freedom to act independently," Yi Yu stated coolly. "I do not favor being directed." Shin Nong pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well. As long as it does not impede the mission's completion, I shall not interfere with your actions." With that, he clapped his hands, and the door to the room opened once more, allowing several ninjas to enter. Their attire varied, indicating they hailed from different ninja villages or organizations, yet all radiated formidable chakra. "Everyone, allow me to introduce," Shin Nong said with a smile. "This is Zong, a bounty ninja who has recently gained notoriety in the black market. He will accompany you as part of the mission's escort." Yi Yu's gaze swept over the group, internally assessing their capabilities. One tall ninja bore a massive sword on his back, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Another was a female ninja clad in light leather armor, playfully twirling a kunai, her eyes gleaming with mischief, while a third was shrouded in a black cloak, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes, exuding an air of mystery and danger. "Zong, these individuals are Onikiri, Yashimaru, and Jin Sambansuri, all formidable ninjas," Shin Nong briefly introduced. Yi Yu nodded slightly. These were code names rather than true names, a common disguise among bounty ninjas. The other ninjas exchanged no words, merely casting indifferent glances at Yi Yu, clearly uninterested in the newcomer. Seeing that everyone had made introductions, Shin Nong retrieved several iron boxes from the side, distributing them to Yi Yu and the other ninjas through his bodyguards. "This is half of the advance payment for the bounty. The remainder will be paid upon mission completion." Yi Yu accepted the box, weighing it in his hands before sealing it within his scroll. He cared little for the bounty's amount. His true objective remained the power of the Zero Tail, yet he couldn't appear too dismissive, lest he raise suspicion. "I will inform everyone of the mission's specific time and location tomorrow morning," Shin Nong continued. "You may rest in the base tonight. Rooms have been prepared for you." The ninjas nodded and subsequently exited the room. Yi Yu offered no further response, turning to leave. His steps were steady, yet his mind was already calculating his next moves. The technological prowess displayed by the Sky Ninja did not deter him. Rather, it reinforced his resolve to approach the Zero Tail. Upon entering his room, Yi Yu closed the door and activated his Rinnegan to swiftly scan the layout for surveillance devices. Confirming there were none, he sat on the edge of his bed and began to organize his thoughts. Ninjutsu, 50, maximum for current vessel. Taijutsu, 40 Jinjutsu, 33 Senjutsu, 30 power, 29 speed, 30 spirit, 30 seals, 29 with a ninjutsu attribute of 50. Yi Yu possessed a notably formidable capability. From his recent combat experiences, this level seemed to align with that of the so-called elite Jonin. However, due to a lack of chakra transformation and sufficient combat experience, Yi Yu remained distanced from truly reaching the level of a Kage. Aside from his ninjutsu attribute, his other attributes were still far from the coveted 50 points. Recently, he had absorbed nearly 100 corpses during battles. The main task demanded for the evolution of his Rinnegan had already fulfilled the quantity requirement. Yet the attribute point rewards had only increased his seals and speed by a meager 5 points each. At this rate, relying solely on life energy to enhance his attributes would require thousands of corpses to reach the 50-point threshold. The conclusion was apparent, as his attributes increased. The Rinnegan's absorption of life energy no longer yielded significant enhancement, only restorative effects. Such inefficiency in strengthening was intolerable for Yi Yu. Nonetheless, there was a potential solution to this issue, leveraging the power of the tailed beasts. In the anime, nearly all Jinchuriki possessed extraordinary strength, with the disparity lying in their ability to control the tailed beast within them. However, currently, all 9 tailed beasts were under the control of the 5 great ninja villages. And with Yi Yu's present strength, he clearly could not swagger into their strongholds like later members of Akatsuki and seize their tailed beasts. In contrast, the Zero Tail, being an artificial tailed beast, presented a more accessible opportunity. If he could obtain the Zero Tail and harness its power, it might very well resolve his current deficiency in attribute values. Chapter 51. Control Room. On the following morning, Yu awoke from a light slumber. He quickly organized his equipment, pushed open the door, and stepped out of his quarters. The corridors of the base were illuminated by a faint glow, and the air was infused with a subtle blend of metallic and chakra scents. The walls of the K-Mean base's corridors were constructed from heavy metal panels, intricately etched with chakra circuits, with occasional glimpses of a soft blue chakra light flowing through the pathways. Several chakra lamps hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle white light that illuminated the corridor. The floor, composed of smooth alloy material, echoed with each step, creating a clear and resonant sound. As Yu surveyed his surroundings, he noted peculiar devices embedded in the walls at regular intervals, seemingly serving as some form of defense or surveillance equipment. A low, mechanical hum resonated from the end of the corridor, as if the entire base operated under the influence of some colossal force. With such advanced technology, it was perplexing that the K-Mean had not unified the ninja world. Yu mused to himself. However, if they were truly materialistic, this world would have long been consumed by the Tsutsuki clan. After all, this was an anime world, making it difficult to draw parallels to the reality of his previous life. Turning a corner, he found Shinong, his employer, already awaiting him at the end of the corridor. Upon seeing Yu and several other ninjas arrive in succession, a smile graced his face. Good morning, everyone. Today, we shall familiarize ourselves with the specifics of the escort mission and its location. Please follow me. Yu trailed behind Shinong, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. This was merely the periphery of the K-Mean base, yet its structure was exceedingly complex. With the corridors flanked by various devices and sealing techniques Yu had never encountered, clearly designed to deter outsiders. The group navigated through several corridors, ultimately arriving at a spacious control room. Inside, numerous colossal chakra display screens showcased real-time footage from various areas of the base. Shinong approached the control panel, pressing a few buttons, and a three-dimensional map of the base materialized on the screens. The core area of this escort mission is the underground control zone. He indicated a red mark on the map. Your task is to ensure the safety of this area and prevent any external forces from infiltrating. Yu's gaze fell on the red mark, and he silently committed the location to memory, aware that it likely represented the epicenter of the Zero Tail experiment. The control zone is divided into 3 levels, each equipped with independent defense systems and patrol teams, Shinong continued. Your responsibilities entail guarding the entrances to each level, ensuring no suspicious individuals gain entry. The assignments are as follows. He pointed to Yu. Zong, you are responsible for the entrance to the first level. Then he indicated the other ninjas. Gichi, you will oversee the second level. Yakamaru, the third level. And Zenkienbin Sulong, you will serve as a mobile operative, ready to assist wherever necessary. The bounty ninjas nodded in acknowledgement, while Yu coldly scrutinized the map, calculating how to leverage this opportunity to approach the Zero Tail. Abruptly, Shinong's tone turned grave. I must reiterate to all of you that there are numerous confidential areas within the base. Without permission, no one is to wander freely. The mission commences this afternoon. You may take some time to familiarize yourselves with your posts. After concluding, Shinong waved his hand, granting them the freedom to move about. Yu said little, turning to leave the control room. Following the map's directions, he made his way toward the entrance of the first level, attentively observing the layout of the base and the movements of the patrol teams, mentally noting every detail. Upon reaching the entrance to the first level, he discovered 2 K-Mean ninjas already stationed there. One of them stepped forward upon seeing Yu, addressing him with a chilly tone. You are Zong? I am the officer in charge here. You may call me Taiwan. I hope you will adhere to the regulations and not cause us any trouble. Yu cast a fleeting glance at the individual, assessing him based on the fluctuations and nature of his chakra, concluding that he was merely a mid-level ninja. However, indifferent to the impending fate of these individuals, he nodded slightly and refrained from further conversation. Leaning against the wall, he surveyed the area, quietly evaluating the defensive strength present. Seeing that Yu had not responded, Taiwan snorted derisively and returned to his post. Yu remained aloof, closing his eyes in meditation, appearing utterly indifferent to his surroundings. Meanwhile, deep within the base, in a secret chamber sealed by heavy metal doors, Shinong, having just parted ways with several individuals, was now seated at a round table with several high-ranking Canine officials. The walls of the chamber were adorned with chakra circuits, and at the center hovered a massive crystal ball, within which a dark energy pulsated ominously. A middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat stood beside the crystal ball, holding a document with a grave expression as he reported, Lord Shinong, regarding the progress of the Zero Tail research. We have successfully stabilized the core technology for converting negative emotions into dark chakra. The chakra absorption efficiency of the Zero Tail has improved by approximately 15 since last week. Yet stability issues persist, particularly under high-load conditions, where the risk of chakra overflow remains significant. With hands clasped on the table, Shinong gazed intently at the dark energy within the crystal ball and spoke slowly. The stability issue must be resolved promptly. The Zero Tail is the core power of our K-Nin's future, and we cannot afford any slip-ups at critical moments. Another official frowned and added, Lord Shinong. Recent reports from the perimeter patrols indicate several unidentified chakra signatures appearing nearby. While there has been no further activity thus far, it seems our research has attracted some attention. Shinong chuckled coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. No matter. I have reinforced the defenses surrounding the area and reached an agreement with the Sand Ninjas. As long as the Zero Tail research progresses smoothly, any enemy daring to covet our K-Nin power will pay a heavy price. Afterward, Shinong gestured for the researchers to continue their report. The researcher nodded and continued. Additionally, regarding the physical manifestation experiment of the Zero Tail, we have completed preliminary tests. By infusing the Zero Tail's chakra into the core experimental subject of the fortress, we have successfully achieved a brief physical manifestation, but the subject's lifespan is extremely short, lasting no more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Shinong repeated softly, a frown creasing his brow. The duration is too brief. We must accelerate our progress. What we require is a Zero Tail capable of sustained combat, not a disposable asset. Yes, Lord Shinong, the researcher replied respectfully. We are working to improve the stability of the chakra and expect that in the next experiment, the manifestation time can be extended to over 5 minutes. Shinong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The research of the Zero Tail is our sole opportunity for the K-Nin's rise. I will not permit anyone to hinder our progress. Resources and manpower must prioritize research needs. Do you understand? Understood. The group responded in unison. Chapter 52. The battlefield on the other side. While the night moon cast its shadow, Chiyo led the forces of Sunagakure, confronting the troops of Amigakure commanded by Hanzo. The two armies faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension as if the very air had solidified. Dense, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and a persistent drizzle fell, saturating the air with dampness. The ground was a mire of muddy puddles, occasionally adorned with floating withered leaves, creating a desolate and chilly scene. The Sunagakure forces, unfamiliar with this alien environment, felt distinctly out of place. Their feet sank into the slippery mud rather than the familiar sands, requiring them to tread with utmost caution. In stark contrast, the ninjas of Amigakure moved with ease, as if they were in their natural habitat. At the forefront stood Hanzo, cloaked in black, his face masked, revealing only his piercing, hawk-like eyes. His deep voice pierced through the curtain of rain. Chiyo, how much strength can your Sunagakure ninjas muster amidst this downpour? Chiyo responded with a cold chuckle, swiftly forming hand seals. Behind her, 10 puppets, summoned through her secret technique, stood in perfect alignment. Each modified puppet exuded a chilling aura and a metallic scent, seemingly unfazed by the adverse conditions. The puppet technique of Sunagakure was not merely deterred by rain. Chiyo's voice, tinged with the resilience characteristic of the people of the wind and sand, declared, "Is that so?" Without further ado, Hanzo swung his scythe, unleashing a razor-sharp wave of chakra aimed directly at Chiyo, while the Amigakure forces surged forward. Chiyo's gaze sharpened, and with deft control, one puppet, K, positioned itself to absorb Hanzo's assault with its sturdy frame. Attack! Chiyo commanded, and the Sunagakure ninjas launched their offensive. The puppets darted through the rain, weapons glimmering with lethal intent. Hanzo, with a disdainful grunt, swiftly formed seals, water-style, water dragon bomb. Instantly, colossal water dragons surged from the puddles, roaring as they charged towards the Sunagakure ranks. The ninjas scattered to evade the onslaught, yet many were caught in the deluge and incapacitated. Observing this, Chiyo formed seals once more, the joints of her puppets creaking as sharp blades erupted from within. White secret technique, Gale 10 blades. As chakra coursed through the mechanisms, the puppets accelerated, their blades slicing through the rain, shattering the approaching water dragons into fragments, which then surged towards Hanzo. With a steely gaze, Hanzo evaded the puppet's onslaught, his speed astonishing as he wielded his scythe with the precision of a tempest, forcing the nearby puppets to retreat. Chiyo, your puppet technique is indeed formidable. But against absolute power, it is but a futile endeavor. Hanzo declared coldly, forming seals again, fire-style, exploding flame array. The ground erupted in flames, waves of fire sweeping towards the Sunagakure forces. Although some ninjas reacted swiftly, the sheer scale of Hanzo's jutsu engulfed many, accompanied by their anguished cries. Chiyo's brow furrowed as she deftly maneuvered her puppets, deploying the S-puppet to unfurl a parasol-like shield, its surface glowing with chakra, rapidly expanding multiple times. White secret technique, Iron Wall, 1000 machine umbrella. The S-puppet shield, coated with water-repelling chakra, deflected the water-style attacks while simultaneously launching specially crafted poison needles from its ribs, turning defense into offense. Meanwhile, the remaining puppets released a barrage of chakra threads, aiming to ensnare Hanzo completely. With a cold smirk, Hanzo vanished in an instant. At that moment, the ground beneath the throng cracked open, and a massive salamander emerged, exuding a thick, purple toxic mist. The noxious vapors spread rapidly, clouding the air. As the Sunagakure ninjas clamped their hands over their mouths and noses, desperate to escape the poison's reach. Chiyo's expression shifted with urgency as she maneuvered her puppets to shield the front line, urgently calling out, "Everyone, hold your breath and retreat swiftly." However, the spread of the toxic mist exceeded their worst fears, and several ninjas succumbed to the poison, collapsing with ashen faces and labored breaths. In a moment of desperation, Chiyo formed seals once more, commanding her puppets to erect a chakra barrier in an attempt to halt the encroaching mist. However, this action rendered her vulnerable, and she inhaled some of the toxic gas, her complexion paling dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, Hanzo lunged towards Chiyo, scythe raised to deliver a crushing blow. "This battle, you have already lost. Hanzo, do you believe this will defeat me? The ninjas of Sunagakure shall not fall so easily." Chiyo retorted, her visage ghostly pale, yet resolute, struggling against Hanzo's assault momentarily before leaping back to create distance. With a flourish of her fingers, 7 of her puppets turned to defend her, while 3 broke off to charge the salamander that was generating the toxic fumes. The frontline salamander sensed impending danger and interrupted its toxin production, yet its massive body flailed, sending the encroaching puppets flying. This seemingly sluggish summoning beast possessed remarkable martial prowess. In contrast, the 7 returning puppets appeared woefully slow compared to Hanzo's instantaneous movement. Before they could position themselves, Hanzo's voice echoed behind Chiyo, the icy blade of his scythe pressed against her neck. "It's over, puppet old woman. Surrender your forces if you wish to live." Yet, the corners of Chiyo's mouth lifted slightly in defiance. "Old man with a breathing mask, even in death. I shall not yield." Hanzo's brow furrowed, an unsettling premonition creeping into his mind. "You." Before he could finish, the ground beneath him cracked open, revealing another Chiyo who surged forth, her blade aimed directly at his chest. Meanwhile, the Chiyo who had been confronting Hanzo dissipated into a mere puppet amidst a plume of smoke. Eyes widening, Hanzo recoiled, yet a shallow cut marred his chest. He glanced at the wound, and then at the Chiyo emerging from the earth, astonishment lacing his voice. "So, you anticipated my use of poison and set a puppet decoy in advance." The true Chiyo regarded him with triumph. "Old man, the Shadow's hand has already revealed all your secrets. Did you think your abilities could remain hidden from me?" At her words, Hanzo's expression darkened, gripping his scythe tighter. "Humph, those fools. However, I have underestimated you. But do not grow complacent, puppet old woman. This war has only just begun." Chapter 53. The sudden attack. As Chiyo and Hanzo engaged in fierce combat, a multitude of ninjas clad in black cloaks stealthily approached from beyond the Akunin stronghold. Their movements were synchronized, indicative of rigorous training, and leading them was none other than Danzo Shimura, the embodiment of the dark will of the shinobi. At this moment, he had yet to transplant the eyes of the Uchiha clan, and his emotionless gaze shimmered with a chilling light. Intelligence had confirmed that the Akunin was indeed colluding with the Sand Ninjas. A member of the Oil clan, donning a black cloak and dark sunglasses, whispered, "Lord Danzo, the Sand and Rain Ninjas are locked in fierce battle. Should we wait until they weaken each other before we act?" Danzo shook his head, his eyes icy. "No need. Hanzo and Chiyo are both cunning old foxes. They will not easily determine a victor. Now is the optimal moment for us to strike. Remember, our objective is that secret weapon. Anyone who stands in our way must be eliminated without hesitation." "Understood." The Root Ninjas responded in unison. With a wave of his hand, Danzo signaled for the team to disperse swiftly, stealthily making their way toward the Akunin stronghold. Inside the stronghold, the Akunin researchers were diligently calibrating their equipment. Within the central crystal sphere, dark energy swirled incessantly, as if alive. The energy of the Zero Tail has stabilized. Once we complete the final energy infusion and adjustments, we will harness this power, one researcher exclaimed excitedly. However, as soon as the words left his lips, a resounding explosion echoed from outside the stronghold. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The alarm blared, causing the Akunin guards to rush chaotically toward the entrance. "What is happening?" Shinnon rose from his seat, his expression darkening. "Report. A group of unidentified ninjas is assaulting the stronghold. Their strength is formidable, and our outer perimeter has collapsed." An Akunin Jounin reported in panic. Shinnon's pupils constricted sharply. "How is that possible? The Sand and Rain Ninjas are engaged in battle. How could anyone launch an attack on us at this moment? Quickly, dispatch the Sand Ninja sentry puppets and activate the stronghold's defenses." "Yes." Meanwhile, outside, Danzo's Root Ninjas had already engaged the Akunin patrols. However, the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. The few Akunin guards barely drew their weapons before being swiftly taken down by the Root Ninjas. Wind release, vacuum wave. One Root Ninja formed hand seals and unleashed a sharp wind blade, cleaving through several Akunin guards. Fire release, great fireball technique. Another Root Ninja followed closely, sending forth a massive fireball that reduced the Akunin's defensive fortifications to ashes. Though the Akunin guards fought valiantly, their defenses crumbled like paper before the overwhelming might of the Root Ninjas. Just as the Root Ninjas believed they could easily breach the outer defenses, the technological weapons of the Akunin were simultaneously activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous small openings suddenly appeared in the surrounding cliffs, unleashing a barrage of shurikens and kunai towards the root ninjas. Earth release, earth flow wall. A quick-thinking root ninja formed seals, raising an earthen wall to shield against the projectiles. However, before they could catch their breath, a swarm of flying machines descended from the sky, dropping laser nets that ensnared several root ninjas in place. Where did they get so many contraptions? One root ninja gritted his teeth, clearly vexed by the Acunin's technological prowess. Danzo withdrew his short blade from the abdomen of an Acunin, swiftly surveying the area before issuing a sharp command. Do not engage head-on. Disperse and seek opportunities to breach the outer defenses. The root ninjas quickly scattered, attempting to evade the technological weaponry. Yet, the Acunin's arsenal extended far beyond this. Boom. The ground suddenly split open, and several massive mechanical puppets rose from below, standing imposingly before the root ninjas. Covered in metallic armor, their arms bore sharp blades, and their eyes flickered ominously with an erratic red glow. What are those? A root ninja murmured, astonished. Danzo's expression grew grave as he realized he had underestimated the Acunin's strength. This obscure village harbored such an array of secret weapons, further solidifying his resolve to annihilate them. Within the stronghold, Yue stood at the entrance of the secret base, his gaze coldly fixed on the distant battle. He had sensed the presence of the intruders the moment Danzo's root ninjas encroached upon the range of his Rinnegan. Yet, he made no move. As a bounty ninja, he was contracted by the Acunin, but that did not imply he would risk his life for them. Moreover, his true objective was the Zero Tail, and the emergence of Konoha's forces was precisely the opportunity he sought. What are you still doing? The enemy has breached our defenses. Hurry and provide support. Tekamaru stormed over, his voice brimming with suppressed rage. Yue cast a calm glance at him, his tone serene. My duty is to defend the first layer of the base from breach. The battle on the periphery is not within my purview. Tekamaru's face turned ashen with fury, his fists clenched tightly, nearly ready to strike Yue. However, he quickly composed himself. This was not the time for internal strife. With a huff, he turned to the Acunin guards behind him, commanding, everyone, follow me to the front lines for support. We must hold back those invaders. Yes, the Acunin guards replied in unison, swiftly following Tekamaru toward the front lines. Yue watched their retreating figures with an impassive expression, indifferent to Tekamaru's wrath. The anger of the dead was of little concern. He remained behind solely to fulfill his own objectives, nothing more. In the control room, Shinnon observed the external conflict through the surveillance screens, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Konoha's ninjas are no different. Do they truly believe they can breach my stronghold through sheer force? Shinnon murmured to himself, then ordered the researchers beside him, activate the Destructor Type 2 cannon. Let them witness the true technological might of the Acunin. Yes, the researchers swiftly operated the equipment, and the stronghold's defense systems upgraded once again. Meanwhile, the ground surrounding the outer defenses began to tremble violently, and a colossal mechanical device emerged from beneath the earth, shaped like a massive cannon. Its barrel aimed directly at the root ninjas. What is that? The root ninjas, witnessing this peculiar sight for the first time, were momentarily taken aback. But Danzo quickly sensed impending doom and barked an urgent command. Everyone, disperse and retreat immediately. Yet, it was too late. Boom. In an instant, a violet-black beam, 100 meters wide, sliced through the sky, unleashing a destructive force that swept forth. The ground fractured under the impact of the beam, vast fissures spreading like a spiderweb. As soil and rock vaporized in the searing heat, the acrid scent of charred earth permeating the air, the mountains along the beam's path were obliterated, as if they had never existed. The entire space trembled under this colossal power. The two root teams at the forefront were silenced, like small boats swallowed by a raging current, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 54. Chaos. The sheer might of the weapon was comparable to that of a tailed beast bomb. From a distance, hidden in the shadows, Yue could hardly contain his astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. He observed as several root ninjas met their end within the blinding beam. Their screams cut short, obliterated without a trace. Even a formidable figure like Danzo was compelled to retreat hastily, evading its lethal edge, under the terror of such a weapon. The battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation in mere seconds. The once flat terrain was gouged into a massive crater, surrounding trees reduced to ash amidst roaring flames. The air was thick with acrid smoke, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Despite the distance, Yue felt the searing heat radiating from afar. It was no wonder Shinnon exhibited such arrogance. Possessing technology of this caliber could indeed disrupt the balance of the ninja world. However, Danzo was not so easily vanquished. A glint of cold light flickered in Yue's Rinnegan. His gaze pierced through the smoke and chaos, accurately capturing the details of the colossal cannon. The weapon's surface, following its recent discharge, bore visible distortions and cracks, with wisps of smoke emanating from several areas, clearly damaged from the immense energy output. Indeed, such a weapon could not be without its limitations, Yue mused. While its power was astounding, it was evident that it could not sustain continuous fire in a short span of time, a fatal flaw in its design. Had the Sky Ninjas been capable of mass-producing and deploying such weaponry, they would have long since dominated the ninja world. Though the technological prowess of the Sky Ninjas was formidable, it was still in its infancy, and their resources were limited. Ultimately insufficient to entirely overpower the 5 great ninja villages. In the distance, Danzo appeared to have grasped this reality as well. Concealed within the valley, he surveyed the now deformed cannon and promptly recognized its incapacity to fire again. He then issued new orders to the root ninjas beside him. That cannon is out of commission. Everyone, concentrate your fire and break through their defenses. Understood. The remaining root ninjas swiftly mobilized. Despite the recent artillery strike resulting in significant losses, the root ninjas were indifferent to life and death. Under Danzo's command, they moved like a razor-sharp blade, skillfully penetrating the weak points of the Sky Ninjas' defenses. Observing the unfolding battle from afar, Yayue couldn't help but elevate his assessment of Danzo. One could deem him nefarious, yet in matters of strategy, he was undeniably adept. The situation on the battlefield began to shift. The researchers among the Sky Ninjas evidently recognized the cannon's shortcomings, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. Shinong's face darkened as he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, it's still not perfected enough. Hurry, deploy more security forces for outer support. Yes. Iron Demon Maru, stationed in the command center, monitored the battlefield through surveillance screens. Upon hearing Shinong's command, he swiftly relayed orders. All defense teams, execute the predetermined plan and secure the entrance. Puppet forces, flank from the side and cut off their retreat. With Iron Demon Maru's orders, the Sky Ninjas' defensive forces sprang into action. At the base entrance, dozens of Sky Ninja guards had already erected fortifications, their technological weapons glinting with cold light. Simultaneously, the puppet forces, developed in collaboration with the Sand Ninjas, stealthily advanced from the flanks. These puppets, powered by chakra, moved with incredible speed and tirelessness, representing a significant defensive asset enhanced by Sky Ninja technology. Before long, the root ninjas encountered this formidable force head-on. Engage. Iron Demon Maru's voice echoed through the communication devices, reaching every Sky Ninja guard. In an instant, the technological weapons of the Sky Ninjas unleashed a torrent of firepower, chakra energy projectiles raining down like a storm, obstructing the advance of the root ninjas. Meanwhile, the puppet forces encircled from the side, engaging the root ninjas in fierce combat. Through Yayue's Rinnegan perspective, several elite ninjas surged forth from the root ranks, exhibiting prowess far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. One tall root ninja swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Earth release, earth flow great wall." The ground heaved violently, and a thick earthen wall erupted, shielding against the onslaught of the Sky Ninjas' technological weaponry. Another root ninja seized the opportunity, leaping atop the wall, and with a flourish of his hands, sent dozens of shuriken embedded with explosive tags soaring outward. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of consecutive explosions echoed, toppling several mechanical puppet guards with the shockwaves. However, the Sky Ninjas reacted swiftly. An elite Sky Ninja clad in specialized armor stepped forward, his technological weapon emitting a low hum as it released a chakra beam aimed directly at the root ninja hurling shuriken. The root ninja's pupils dilated, and he evaded just in time, yet the beam grazed his shoulder, searing his clothing and skin. With a muffled grunt, he quickly retreated, whispering to his comrades, "Be cautious. Their weapons possess immense power, equivalent to B-rank ninjutsu. Do not engage head-on." Understood. A cold, composed oil woman ninja stepped forward, raising her hands and intoning. Secret technique, insect sphere. Instantly, countless black parasitic insects poured forth from her sleeves, surging like a dark tide towards the Sky Ninja defenses. These insects not only devoured chakra, but could also corrode metal and ninja tools within a short span. Beware, it's the parasitic insects raised by the Oil Woman clan. A Sky Ninja guard exclaimed, attempting to convert his weapon into a flamethrower to disperse the swarm, but the sheer number of insects made complete eradication impossible. Meanwhile, another root ninja with a ponytail swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, "Shadow imitation technique." His shadow stretched forth like a living entity, swiftly merging with that of a Sky Ninja guard. In an instant, the guard's movements were controlled, and his weapon turned upon his own allies. Bang! A high-energy beam shot forth, catching several Sky Ninja guards off guard, and they collapsed to the ground, struck by their own weapon. The ponytailed ninja deftly manipulated the shadow, branching it out like a forked tree into the ranks of the Sky Ninjas, seeking to amplify their gains. Yet, on another front, the situation was less favorable. The released Sky Ninja puppet forces had now entered the fray. These puppets, developed by the Sand Ninjas and enhanced by Sky Ninja technology, moved with agility and delivered powerful attacks. One root ninja attempted to assault a puppet's joints with kunai, only to discover the puppet's exterior was exceedingly tough, rendering his efforts futile. Ultimately, it was still the Oil Woman ninja who intervened. She commanded the parasitic insects to rapidly climb over the surface of a puppet, where they began to fervently gnaw at its joints. Despite the puppet's hardened shell, the gaps at its joints could not wholly withstand the onslaught of the swarm. Soon, One puppet's movements grew sluggish, and it ultimately collapsed to the ground. Well done. A ninja from the Nara clan nodded in approval, then once again employed the shadow imitation technique, attempting to control more puppets. However, the sheer number of sky ninja puppets meant that destroying a few would not alter the tide of battle. Observing this scene through the surveillance screens, Shinong chuckled coldly and issued another command. Initiate the second wave of puppets and continue to suppress them. An increasing number of puppets surged forth from the depths of the base, their movements becoming ever more agile and their assaults increasingly ferocious. Although the root ninjas possessed formidable strength, they were clearly outnumbered, and the scales of battle gradually tipped in favor of the sky ninjas. At that moment, Danzo's figure quietly emerged at the periphery of the battlefield. His gaze was steely, scrutinizing every detail of the conflict, and he then murmured to the nearby root ninjas, "Alter our tactics. Concentrate our fire on their command center. Once we dismantle their command system, these puppets will fall into disarray." Chapter 55, Shinra Tensei. The orders from Danzo were swiftly conveyed through special channels to every root ninja. They immediately adjusted their tactics, concentrating their forces to assault the command center of the Sky Ninja base. However, from the outset, the Sky Ninja anticipated this move. Their command center was heavily fortified, surrounded not only by robust defensive structures but also by numerous elite Sky Ninja guards and puppet troops. As a result, the root ninjas faced a fierce counterattack as they approached the periphery of the command center. Multiple blade puppets emerged from the ground, their arms equipped with rapidly spinning chakra blades, creating gusts of wind that compelled the root ninjas to retreat. The defense of these puppets was formidable, rendering ordinary attacks utterly ineffective. After failing to breach their defenses with ninjutsu, one root ninja gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Stay calm. We have other means." Another root ninja quickly responded, biting his finger and swiftly forming hand seals before slamming his hands to the ground. Summoning jutsu. As a cloud of white smoke dissipated, 3 massive ninja hounds appeared on the battlefield, their eyes sharp and fangs glinting ominously, clearly elite ninja dogs trained for combat. The root ninja mounted one of the tall silver-furred hounds and commanded, "Tornado, Storm, split up and attack from the sides. Target the joints of these puppets." The ninja hounds sprang into action, their speed remarkable as they deftly maneuvered between the puppets. Their low stature and swift movement baffled the blade puppets, which struggled to land a hit. Instead, upon nearing the puppets, the hounds utilized their sharp claws and teeth to pierce the joints. Although the puppets were encased in hard exoskeletons, the joints, designed to bear pressure and deformation, could not withstand the ferocity of the ninja dog's assault. Soon, several puppets began to move sluggishly, ultimately collapsing to the ground. However, in the sky, a squad of sky ninjas arrived aboard flying ninja tools. Among the root forces, a blonde female ninja with a high ponytail stepped forward, making a hand gesture before targeting a sky ninja above. Mind transfer jutsu. With a hum, her psychic energy invaded the mind of a sky ninja elite, seizing control of his body. The elite's movements halted abruptly, and he turned his weapon upon his comrades. Bang! A high-energy beam shot forth, catching several sky ninja guards off guard, who fell to the ground, struck by their own ally's weapon. "Rintaro, what are you doing?" A sky ninja gasped in shock at his companion's sudden betrayal, but the only reply he received was another chakra beam. The manipulated sky ninja sneered and charged into the ranks of the sky ninja troops, seeking to amplify their gains. On the front line, the sky ninja, bolstered by a second wave of puppet support, maintained an absolute advantage. With resources and puppet assistance from the sand ninja, their production efficiency had significantly increased, a fact even the sand ninja likely did not foresee. Watching the tide of puppets surge once more, a stout ninja from the root forces stepped forward. Without any movement, he spread his arms wide, and his body expanded instantly, becoming giant-like. He swung his colossal fists, smashing down upon a puppet. The puppet's exterior crumbled under his might as if it were made of paper. "The power of the Akimichi clan cannot be resisted by mere puppets," he bellowed, continuing to swing his fists and demolish the surrounding puppets. However, the Sky Ninja guards did not falter. An elite Sky Ninja clad in specialized armor emerged, his technological weapon emitting a low hum before unleashing a high-energy beam directed at the Akimichi clan ninja. The root ninja smirked, swiftly forming hand seals and declaring, "Partial expansion jutsu, needle assault vehicle." A shimmering layer of metallic spikes emerged on his body, reflecting the chakra beam that struck him and transforming him into a terrifying spike giant. In the next moment, the Akimichi ninja curled into a ball, resembling a massive meatball vehicle, and charged towards the Sky Ninja defenses. Boom! The ground trembled violently beneath his weight, and the Sky Ninja's fortifications and puppet forces crumbled like paper in the face of this force. The chakra beams that struck his spiked armor rebounded, destroying several of the Sky Ninja's puppets. The Root Ninja, embodying the meatball vehicle, bulldozed a path through the Sky Ninja's defenses. "Keep up," he shouted, as the Root Ninjas surged through the path he created. However, as they entered the first layer of the control base, they encountered a ninja shouldering a coffin, standing at the center of the passage, arms crossed, coldly observing them. To breach here with a meatball assault technique, it seems the Sky Ninja, despite their technological prowess, lacked true masters, thought Yeyue. Yet, the Root Ninjas were unconcerned by Yeyue's presence. Just one person dares to block our path? Get out of my way. The leading Akimichi ninja sneered, curling into a ball once more, his spiked armor glinting ominously as he charged towards his opponent. Meanwhile, Yeyue remained still, unwavering. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his Rinnegan eyes as he slowly raised his hands and murmured, Shinra Tensei. In the instant the meatball vehicle was about to collide with him, a wave of invisible repulsion erupted violently from Yeyue's center. This force, as fierce as the collapse of the heavens, compressed the surrounding air to its utmost limit, then expanded outward with overwhelming might. Boom. The massive form of the Akimichi ninja crumbled before this power like a mere piece of paper. The chakra glow of his spiked armor shattered in an instant. And he was sent flying. His body traced an arc through the air, crashing heavily into a wall dozens of meters away, which collapsed instantly, sending debris flying and causing the entire passage to tremble violently from the shockwave. The ground cracked open with countless deep fissures under the force of the repulsion. And the overhead lights shattered, showering sparks. The metal walls on either side of the passage warped and twisted, and the air filled with thick dust and the acrid scent of charred materials, as if an invisible hand had crushed the entire corridor. Other Root Ninjas were also swept up in this force, tossed backward. Some crashed into walls, while others fell to the ground, spitting blood. Their eyes were wide with shock and fear, clearly unprepared for the terrifying power of the ninja before them. Chapter 56. The Surge of the Rinnegan's Power. What is this power? A Root Ninja managed to rise, his voice trembling with apprehension. Indeed, Yeyue himself was taken aback by the might of his Shinra Tensei. He had not anticipated that although his Rinnegan was still in its nascent stage, the enhancement of his ninja attributes by 50 points rendered his gravitational control nearly as formidable as that of the Deva path within a limited vicinity. Henceforth, it stood to reason that his other Rinnegan abilities should also have undergone significant augmentation. Perfect, I shall use you as a means to hone my skills. With this thought, Yeyue cast a cold gaze upon the Root Ninjas who struggled to maintain their footing. The ripples in his Rinnegan subtly undulated as he placed one hand on his hip and declared, the ninjas of Konoha cannot be deemed the sovereigns of the ninja world with such capabilities. Damn him. A Root Ninja gritted his teeth, urging, do not let him intimidate you. Disperse and find his weakness. At his command, the Root Ninjas swiftly scattered, attempting to launch an assault from multiple angles simultaneously. One Root Ninja rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, fire style, flame tiger instant kill. With a roar, a ferocious tiger made of flames leapt from the ground, charging toward Yeyue. Concurrently, another Root Ninja appeared at Yeyue's flank and, with a swift formation of seals, unleashed, wind style, vacuum wave. Multiple sharp wind blades surged toward Yeyue from all directions, aiming to hinder his movements. Nevertheless, Yeyue remained composed. He slowly raised both hands and softly uttered, Azura Path, mechanized armor. In an instant, Yeyue's arms and shoulders writhed, transforming in the blink of an eye, enveloped by a layer of mechanized armor, from which sharp blades and cannon ports emerged. In a flash, he lunged forward to meet the flame tiger and wind blades. As his blades danced, the fiery tiger was swiftly cleaved apart, and the wind blades were deflected by his mechanized armor. What? The besieging Root Ninja's pupils dilated in shock, evidently unprepared for Yeyue's capabilities. Without pausing, Yeyue's shoulder cannons quickly charged, and he murmured, Azura Path, missile barrage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several small missiles erupted from the cannon ports, hurtling toward the Root Ninja. Attempting to evade, the ninja found the missiles too swift, which detonated upon impact, engulfing him in flames and smoke. Damn it. Another Root Ninja's expression turned grave. The figure before him seemed less human and more like a terrifying mechanical construct. He rapidly distanced himself while forming hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A robust earthen wall rose from the ground. Observing this, Yeyue refrained from further utilizing the Azura Path's powers. Although the missiles were immensely powerful, they consumed an excessive amount of chakra. However, even without employing the Azura Path, the Rinnegan possessed other abilities. Clapping his hands before him, he coldly stated, summoning technique. Boom. As a cloud of white smoke dispersed, a colossal hellhound materialized upon the battlefield, its immense form glistening with sharp fangs, while three heads simultaneously emitted deep growls. Following its roar, the hellhound lunged toward the earthen wall, its claws tearing through it effortlessly, then barreling toward the Root Ninja riding three large Ninken. The Root Ninja's countenance darkened as he swiftly formed hand seals, shouting, Ninken, triple assault. The three large Ninken, named Whirlwind, Storm, and Typhoon, simultaneously let out low growls, dispersing like lightning from three distinct directions toward the hellhound. Their movements were swift and ferocious, despite being significantly smaller than the hellhound. They displayed no fear, evidently trained rigorously. Each of the hellhound's heads focused on a different Ninken, with the central head suddenly gaping wide. unleashing a torrent of searing flames aimed at one of the ninken. The ninken leapt to narrowly evade the flames, though a portion of its fur was singed. The left head lunged at another ninken, its fangs akin to blades targeting the creature's neck. The ninken reacted swiftly, ducking just in time and retaliating with a bite aimed at the hellhound's foreleg. However, the hellhound's skin was as tough as iron, rendering the ninken's teeth ineffective. The right head engaged in an intense, biting duel with the third ninken, their fangs clashing, producing a piercing sound. Though the ninken was slightly smaller, its agility allowed it to seek the hellhound's vulnerabilities. Yet, the hellhound's three heads coordinated seamlessly, sharing vision, rendering both offense and defense nearly flawless. The root ninja atop the ninken hastily formed seals, declaring, "Ninken, Wind Blade Claw." A sharp layer of wind chakra enveloped the claws of the three ninken, dramatically enhancing their attack speed, the gusts slicing through the air like blades, aimed directly at the hellhound's body. The hellhound's three heads growled in unison as its body spun violently. The sharp claws collided with the ninken's wind blade claws, generating a cacophony of metallic friction. Sparks flew, and the ground beneath them was torn asunder by their fierce clash. The root ninja, observing this, felt a chill in his eyes. He rapidly formed seals again, commanding, "Ninken, combined attack technique." The three ninken quickly retreated, then leapt simultaneously from three different directions toward the hellhound. Their movements were impeccably synchronized, a testament to their extensive training and coordination. Although the hellhound's three heads reacted promptly, they found themselves momentarily overwhelmed by the harmonious assault. Yet, a glint of coldness flickered in Yue's Rinnegan as he intoned, "Beast Path, Contract Enhancement." The hellhound's body suddenly swelled, its fur turning a deep crimson, while its skin shimmered with dark red radiance. Simultaneously, all three heads emitted deafening roars. Its speed and strength surged, and its sharp claws struck out, sending one ninken hurtling away. Caught off guard by the hellhound's sudden burst of power, the ninken was struck head-on, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from its mouth as it lost its combat efficacy. The remaining two ninken hesitated, clearly intimidated by the hellhound's explosive display. "Do not falter. Continue the assault," the root ninja urged through gritted teeth. The two remaining ninken charged once more at the hellhound, but its might had escalated beyond comparison. The three heads simultaneously opened wide, unleashing torrents of searing flames and corrosive acid, forcing the ninken to retreat. Ultimately, the hellhound leapt ferociously, its claws tearing through one ninken's body. The other ninken attempted to counterattack, but the central head lunged down, severing its neck in one swift motion. The root ninja leapt from the ninken's back, his face pale, eyes filled with shock and indignation. He hissed, "Damn. What on earth is this monster? The Inuzuka clan's ninjas are hardly more than this." In the original narrative, the Inuzuka clan was but a marginal ninja clan. Moreover, at this moment, the Inuzuka clan's over-reliance on summoning beasts rendered them ineffectual in decisive combat, ensuring their insignificance. Yue chuckled coldly, poised to summon further, when suddenly, his body stiffened, failing to obey his will. What is this sensation? Yue looked down to discover a slender shadow had, unbeknownst to him, traversed through the debris left by the collapsed earth flow wall, binding itself to his feet. The Nara clan's shadow possession technique. Chapter 57. Orochimaru's arrival. Yu's brow furrowed slightly as he gazed in the direction of the shadow. There stood a ninja from the Nara clan, hands forming seals, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly exerting every ounce of his strength. A shadow manipulation technique. Is it? Quite intriguing, but unfortunately, the moment his voice faded, his body shuddered violently as chakra erupted within him like a torrent, ripples in his Rinnegan expanding rapidly. The root ninja casting the technique paled, sensing that his shadow binding jutsu was being forcefully broken by an overwhelming power. "This level of restraint is insufficient to confine me," Yu said coldly. "How could this be? His chakra is far stronger than mine." The Nara clan ninja gritted his teeth, hastening his hand seals in an attempt to reinforce the binding. However, Yu's chakra attribute had reached an impressive 50 points, the pinnacle of elite J-nin. The Nara ninja, not known for his formidable chakra, felt as though he were staring into an unfathomable abyss in the face of Yu's chakra assault. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the shadow binding jutsu was utterly shattered. The Nara ninja let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "The Nara clan's shadow techniques seem rather lackluster," Yu remarked coldly, casting a scornful glance at the last root ninja standing with arms crossed. "I hope you two do not disappoint me." At that moment, the remaining two root ninjas, undeterred by their comrade's injury, launched an assault on Yu. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. One root ninja swiftly formed hand seals and shouted. A colossal fire dragon surged from the ground, roaring toward Yu. The flames burned with such intensity that the surrounding air warped under the heat. Yet, Yu merely glanced at it, raised his hands, and murmured, "Hungry Ghost Path, Chakra Absorption." A faint glow enveloped his body, and as the fire dragon made contact, it vanished as if it had been swallowed by the sea. The root ninja's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. "What kind of jutsu is this?" he gasped in astonishment. Yu offered no response, slowly raising his hand to press against the ninja's head. Human path, soul extraction, with a ninjutsu attribute of 50 points. You could finally demonstrate the power of the human path in actual combat. Before the enemy could react, he felt as if an invisible hand had seized his soul, rendering his body powerless. No, please. The root ninja's voice was laced with terror, his eyes rolling back, but his struggles proved futile. As Yu's hand tightened slightly, the ninja's soul was forcibly extracted, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What manner of monster is this? The sight left the other root ninja's face ashen. He had never witnessed such a bizarre and potent jutsu. The enemy before him seemed to transcend the limits of humanity. Yu surveyed them coldly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Is this the extent of Konoha's ninjas? Truly disappointing. As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled once more, the purple light in his rinnegan surging. The root ninja had yet to react when a powerful force locked onto him. It is over, Yu murmured, slowly raising his hands. The power of the Deva path had been restored after the recent skirmish. Shinra-tensei, a tremendous repulsive force erupted from Yu, the air around him seeming to tear apart with a piercing howl. The surrounding mountains and ground fractured under the immense pressure, debris and dust swirling into a violent shockwave that spread outward. The root ninja barely had time to evade before being hurled back, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Yu stood amidst the fallen root ninjas, coldly observing them before glancing back at the base's passageway, narrowing his eyes. Is this truly the extent of Konoha's assault? Relying solely on the power of the roots to annihilate a prepared sky ninja is sheer folly. Could history be mistaken, or is there more to come? After a moment of contemplation, Yu decided it best to refrain from immediate action, opting to observe how the situation would unfold. With that, his figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind chaos and fallen ninjas. Meanwhile, in other areas surrounding the base, battles raged fiercely. On the eastern side, ninjas from the Oil Girl clan clashed violently with the Sky Ninja's puppet forces. The insect orbs deftly weaved between puppets, utilizing their unique properties to corrode steel and attack the joints of the puppets. However, the sheer number of Sky Ninja puppets was overwhelming, and the casualties among the insects mounted rapidly, reducing their numbers to less than a tenth of their original size. This cannot continue. We must locate their core. On the western side of the base, ninjas from the Mountain Clan attempted to control the elite guards of the Sky Ninja using the mind transfer technique. But the opponent's armor seemed specially treated, severely diminishing the effectiveness of their mental control. Instead, the technological weapons of the Sky Ninja unleashed a torrent of firepower, forcing the Mountain Clan ninjas to retreat. These fellows have such troublesome equipment. One Mountain Clan ninja gritted his teeth, a glimmer of anxiety in his eyes. In the center of the base, Danzo personally led a team of elite root ninjas, striving to breach the final line of defense of the Sky Ninja. His gaze was steely as he swiftly formed hand seals, proclaiming, "Wind style, vacuum great sphere." A colossal high-pressure wind sphere erupted from his mouth, instantly tearing through the defenses of the Sky Ninja. However, the Sky Ninja guards responded swiftly, activating their final defense systems. Several enormous puppets rose from the ground, their arms equipped with rapidly spinning chakra blades that whipped up fierce winds, forcing Danzo to retreat. "Lord Danzo, the defenses of these puppets are too strong. We cannot break through," a root ninja exclaimed anxiously. Danzo remained silent for a moment, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Continue the assault. Do not give them a moment's respite." Yes, just as the root ninjas around Danzo dispersed, a chilling and potent chakra presence emanated from behind, causing Danzo to halt his movements. He raised his head, locking his gaze on a figure not far away. It seems I have arrived just in time." All eyes were drawn to the sound. Orochimaru stood atop a ridge, flanked by a group of Konoha ninjas, a sinister smile gracing his face. His golden snake-like eyes surveyed the battlefield, as though he were relishing a splendid performance. Chapter 58, A Temporary Alliance, Orochimaru. Danzo's gaze sharpened instantly, his tone laced with caution. "What brings you here?" "Lord Danzo, there's no need to be so tense," Orochimaru replied, appearing beside Danzo in a flash, surveying the surroundings with a grin. "Rather than concerning yourself with me, perhaps you should ponder how to breach the defenses of the Sky Ninjas. From my perspective, the situation of your subordinates does not appear promising." Danzo scoffed, his expression darkening. "Stop pretending. With so many followers in tow, what is your true intention?" Orochimaru licked his lips, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he whispered, "Intention? Lord Danzo, you seem to underestimate me. I have merely come to offer my support. After all, this battle concerns the safety of Konoha, and as a ninja of Konoha, I cannot simply stand by." "Support me?" Danzo chuckled coldly. "Since when did Orochimaru care so much about the safety of Root? Don't think I'm unaware of your recent dealings with those war orphans." Orochimaru's smile broadened, his voice low and taunting. "Lord Danzo, let us not pretend. You two have carried out many good deeds behind the village's back. We are merely fulfilling our own needs." Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone warning. "Orochimaru, some things should not be spoken lightly." Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly. "Rest assured, I have no interest in your secrets. However, my teacher has tasked me with monitoring you, and I cannot return empty-handed. He is quite concerned about your recent actions. Danzo's expression darkened, gripping his cane tightly. Sara, Hiruzen sent you to spy on me? Humph, he still does not trust me. Orochimaru chuckled softly, casting his gaze over the battlefield behind Danzo. Trust? Lord Danzo, we both know that in this world, trust is the most extravagant of commodities. However, I did not come today to debate such matters. At that moment, he slightly turned, raising a hand to signal those behind him. A group of elite jonin emerged, each bearing a stern expression and exuding an intimidating presence. These are the elite of Konoha, whom I have brought to aid you, Orochimaru said, his voice tinged with amusement. What do you think, Lord Danzo? Are you satisfied with this gift? Danzo scanned the ninjas with a calculating gaze. He understood that the strength of those Orochimaru brought signified that Orochimaru's influence had further infiltrated his operations, which unsettled him. Orochimaru, what exactly are you after? Danzo's voice was low and icy. Orochimaru squinted, a dangerous glint in his golden snake-like eyes. Lord Danzo, we both understand that what lies behind this war is far more complicated than it seems. I merely seek to find my own opportunity amidst the chaos. As for you, as long as you do not hinder me, we can continue to collaborate. Danzo remained silent for a moment before finally responding coldly. I hope you do not play with fire. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, turning his gaze towards the battlefield in the distance. Oh, I shan't trouble you, Lord Danzo. But do be careful not to be turned to ashes in this game. Their conversation concluded in a tense atmosphere, each aware of the unspoken understanding between them. Orochimaru, accompanied by the elite jonin, moved slowly towards the battlefield, while Danzo remained rooted, his eyes darkly fixed upon their retreating figures. After a brief moment, he summoned a subordinate and whispered instructively, ensure you cooperate with Orochimaru's actions. Understood, the subordinate replied without hesitation, promptly relaying the orders. Meanwhile, Yayue was hidden in a secluded corner, taking advantage of the rare respite to recover his chakra. Suddenly, he sensed a cold and powerful chakra presence, Orochimaru. A chill ran through Yayue, and he realized this could be the opportunity he had long awaited. He quickly concealed his presence, quietly lurking in the shadows. Observing the unfolding events, Orochimaru and his carefully selected elite jonin, bolstered by the unwavering support of Rudes ninjas, cut through the already weakened defenses of the Sky ninjas like a sharpened blade. Their movements were swift and decisive, leaving little room for the enemy's response. Before long, Orochimaru's group reached the vicinity of the Sky ninjas' command base. However, as they stepped into the perimeter, the sight before them was shocking. Numerous corpses of root ninjas lay strewn across the ground, their blood staining the earth, the air thick with the stench of death. This is... One elite ninja furrowed his brow, warily scanning the surroundings. How could Root's people have perished here? Beside him, a Uchiha ninja activated his Sharingan, the three tomo swirling as he scrutinized the details around them. It appears they were swiftly overwhelmed by a formidable force, and the battle concluded with little resistance. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk, a glimmer of intrigue in his golden snake-like eyes. Interesting. It seems there are guests here that we were unaware of. He crouched down, touching the bloodstains on the ground, his fingers gently probing as if sensing something. Then, he lifted his head, scanning the area, and chuckled softly. Only one? This is rather unexpected. The nearby ninja spoke up. Lord Orochimaru, what should we do next? The situation here seems more complicated than we anticipated. Orochimaru rose, brushing off the dust from his hands, his tone light. Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. Let us press forward. I wish to see who is stirring trouble in the shadows. Simultaneously, hidden in the darkness, Yayue observed Orochimaru and his followers' every move through the perspective of a chameleon summoned by the animal path. Orochimaru, truly a dangerous individual, Yayue mused inwardly. Yet, his appearance might just provide the opportunity one need. If utilized correctly, this chaos could work to my advantage. Orochimaru led his group deeper into the command base, while Yayue maneuvered the invisible chameleon like a ghost, silently trailing behind them. Due to the presence of the Uchiha ninja with the Sharingan, Yayue had specifically summoned an ordinary chameleon, which possessed the ability to blend seamlessly into the surroundings. If not for the extraordinary sensory abilities akin to Sage Mode, the mere three-tomo Sharingan would be unable to detect its presence. As Orochimaru and his team breached the first layer of the base, within the command center, Shinnong was conferring with several high-ranking Sky ninjas regarding the forthcoming battle plans. Suddenly, a panicked Sky ninja burst in, his face pale as he reported, Lord Shinnong, trouble. A group of elite Konoha forces has breached our outer defenses and is advancing towards the command base within the mountain. What? Shinnong sprang to his feet, shock and fury flashing in his eyes. What happened to the outer defense forces? How could they allow such an easy breakthrough? Another high-ranking Sky ninja frowned, unease evident in his voice. The outer troops have been significantly depleted, and what remains cannot withstand their onslaught. Moreover, their strength far exceeds our expectations. Each individual is exceptionally formidable, and leading them is none other than the third Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru. Orochimaru. The atmosphere within the command center grew tense. For although the now youthful Orochimaru had yet to earn the title of the legendary Sannin, his prowess had already begun to echo throughout the ninja world. Upon hearing that it was Orochimaru, all eyes turned toward Shinnong. A senior member whispered, "Lord Shinnong, we must respond immediately. If they breach the command base, the consequences could be catastrophic." Shinnong took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. His gaze swept over the assembled individuals as he coldly declared, "Activate the base's defense mechanisms at once, mobilize all remaining forces, and ensure they are stopped. Furthermore, inform the leader of Zero Tail to expedite their progress. We are out of time." "Understood." The high-ranking ninjas of the Konoha responded in unison, swiftly springing into action. Chapter 59, Fierce Offensive and Defensive Battle at the same time. Orochimaru led his subordinates into the first layer of the control base. However, after just a few steps, they encountered the fully prepared Iron Demon Maru. Iron Demon Maru coldly gazed at the approaching Konoha forces and commanded, "Everyone, prepare to engage. They must not advance another step." In response to Iron Demon Maru's orders, the surrounding Sky Ninjas quickly formed a solid defensive line. Beside him, the guardian of the first layer, Ghost Slash, along with another skilled long-range support ninja, Senbon Akatsuki, arrived at the scene. The weapon he wielded was quite unique, a specially crafted Senbon launcher resembling a handgun. As soon as Orochimaru's team drew near, Ghost Slash abruptly unsheathed his massive blade, its edge glinting ominously in the sunlight. With a fierce roar, he charged toward the Konoha ninjas, his massive blade creating a whirlwind of force. Orochimaru smirked, choosing not to intervene personally. Instead, he waved his hand lightly, and two elite jonin stepped forward to confront the threat. One of them was the Uchiha clan's elite ninja, Uchiha Aoi. Uchiha Aoi's Sharingan spun rapidly, the crimson pupils swirling as he calmly tracked every subtle movement of Ghost Slash. In a flash, he elegantly evaded the deadly blow. The massive blade struck the ground with tremendous force, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a deep fissure in the earth. An Uchiha ninja? Ghost Slash furrowed his brow slightly but quickly adjusted the grip on his blade, countering the attack and cleaving through the flames that erupted. The fireball split in two, the searing flames cascading to either side, momentarily creating a curtain of fire. Yet, in the fleeting moment that the flames obscured the view, Aoi's figure surged forth like a phantom, rapidly closing in on Ghost Slash, his Sharingan locked onto the latter's gaze. Ghost Slash hesitated briefly, sensing an immediate disruption in his chakra, and the scene before him began to distort. Illusion. Alarmed, he realized he had fallen victim to a genjutsu. With his vast combat experience, he did not hesitate to bite his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to clarity. The illusion shattered, and Ghost Slash quickly retreated, distancing himself from Aoi. Truly, the Uchiha clan's ninja can execute illusions without warning in the heat of battle, Ghost Slash remarked coolly, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. Aoi did not pursue but stood his ground, calmly observing Ghost Slash. "Your reflexes are impressive, but the genjutsu is merely the beginning." Ghost Slash tightened his grip on the massive blade, his fighting spirit igniting. Don't get too cocky. I want to grant you another opportunity." Meanwhile, another Konoha Jonin, Akito Ch-Zan, faced off against Senbon Akatsuki. Although not as powerful as his predecessor Akito Torike's, Ch-Zan was a hulking figure of immense strength. He charged toward Akatsuki like a human tank, fist clenched. Seeing this, Akatsuki swiftly retreated, creating distance while aiming his Senbon launcher at Ch-Zan, instantly firing dozens of fine Senbon. Partial multiplication technique. Ch-Zan shouted, his right arm swelling instantaneously, the massive palm acting as a shield before him. The rain of Senbon from Akatsuki was deflected, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds. What does it matter if you grow larger? Your speed cannot keep up, rendering you merely a target. As the words left his lips, Akatsuki lightly adjusted the mechanism, this time unleashing conical spiral Senbon, each aimed at Ch-Zan's joints and vital points, clearly attempting to exploit any openings. However, Ch-Zan remained unperturbed. Though his right arm was massive, his movements were surprisingly agile. He swung his arm, the powerful hand creating a gust of wind that swept aside the incoming Senbon. Simultaneously, he clenched his left fist, forming a punch that he drove into the ground. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the ground cracked, fissures spreading outwards from Ch-Zan. Akatsuki felt the earth tremble beneath him, nearly losing his balance. Cursed! Akatsuki gritted his teeth, stabilizing himself with a flash of irritation. Regaining his footing, he swiftly adjusted his tactics, darting to Ch-Zan's right side like a wraith. "You brute, your movements are as slow as a snail." With a cold smirk, Akatsuki activated his Senbon launcher, releasing dozens of poisoned Senbon that zipped towards Ch-Zan's side. Ch-Zan's right arm bulged with muscle, his massive palm acting as a shield. Clink! The Senbon struck his skin with a metallic chime, leaving not a single scratch. "Annoying flies," Ch-Zan scoffed, lifting his right foot, chakra swirling at its base. Multiplication, earth-shattering stomp. Bang! The ground collapsed as if struck by a meteor, the shockwave radiating outward. The air compressed into a deafening roar. Akatsuki's form faltered midair, his pupils constricting behind his mask. "Now is my chance." Ch-Zan seized the fleeting opportunity, his right arm swelling with muscle, veins bulging like coiling dragons. His enormous palm descended with howling winds, seemingly intent on pulverizing Akatsuki into paste. Body flicker technique. Akatsuki bit his tongue, forcing chakra into action. Just as the palm was about to make contact, his form became a mere afterimage, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Yet, Zan's onslaught was far from over. His left fist, already primed, gathered chakra into a visible vortex at its tip. The explosive punch tearing through the air with a thunderous sonic boom. Bang! With no avenue of escape, Akatsuki crossed his arms defensively, his specialized protective gear activating, forming a faint blue chakra barrier at his surface. However, against Zan's monstrous strength, this layer of protection proved as fragile as paper. Crack! The chakra circuits of the protective gear shattered, and Akatsuki was sent flying like a broken kite, tracing a parabolic arc in the air. His back collided heavily against the rock wall, debris raining down as it marred the protective gear with white streaks. Cough! Akatsuki spat blood. His face pale beneath the mask. He glanced down at his chest, the protective gear now dented and deformed, the internal chakra circuits flickering ominously. This guy. Not only is he incredibly strong, but his battle instincts are razor-sharp. Akatsuki mused inwardly, astonished. Zan stood tall, looking down at Akatsuki. Your speed is commendable, but in the face of absolute power, it is merely a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, on another front of the battlefield, Iron Demon Maru swung his massive iron hammer. The chakra amplification device on the hammerhead glowing with a blinding blue light. Boom. A hammer strike shattered the ground, the shockwave forcing 3 Konoha ninjas to stagger back. Don't even think about getting past. Iron Demon Maru roared, his defensive armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, shuriken impacting against it, sparking without leaving a mark. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A Konoha Jonin quickly formed seals, unleashing a high-pressure wind projectile. Iron Demon Maru did not flinch, swinging his hammer to disperse the wind blast with brute force. Is that all you've got? He sneered, the chakra circuits on his hammer glowing brightly. Try this. Boom. The hammer struck the ground, the chakra shockwave fanning out like a fan. The Konoha ninjas hastily retreated, but one was caught off guard, toppled by the residual force. The prowess of Iron Demon Maru is, in truth, rather unremarkable. He is merely a standard J-nin. However, his hammer is embedded with a chakra amplification device, allowing each swing to unleash power far exceeding that of an ordinary J-nin, coupled with the defensive armor he dons, which can withstand the majority of ninjutsu attacks. He transforms into a veritable mobile fortress upon this confined battlefield. Although the elite J-nin of Konoha possess superior strength, the advanced technological equipment and seamless cooperation of the Sky Ninjas effectively stymie their offensive efforts. Chapter 60. Sacrifice. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly as he surveyed the stalemate on the battlefield, a hint of impatience surfacing on his pale visage. What a waste of time. He extended his crimson tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. It seemed that I must take matters into my own hands. Before his words had fully dissipated, Orochimaru's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving behind only a hissing sound of snake-like tongues in the air. In the next moment, he appeared before Tech Maru, his speed so swift that even the afterimage could not fade. What? Tech Maru's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively swinging his hammer. The chakra amplification device emitted a blinding blue light as the hammer, accompanied by a roaring wind, swung towards Orochimaru's head. Hiss! Suddenly, several giant serpents surged forth from Orochimaru's sleeve, their scales glinting like metal under the sunlight. These colossal serpents coiled around the hammer's handle like animated chains. Such a toy. Orochimaru's voice, laced with a chilling rasp, questioned whether Tech Maru dared to flaunt such power before him. Before Tech Maru could react, more serpentine shadows poured from Orochimaru's sleeve, aiming for his throat. Bang! Tech Maru barely managed to raise his hammer in defense. The snake's head collided heavily with the hammer's surface, producing a dull thud. The immense force caused him to stagger back, his hands tingling with numbness. Quick reflexes indeed. Orochimaru sneered coldly, his slender fingers curling slightly, tightening the serpents entwined around the hammer, which began to creak under the strain of the chakra amplification device. Crack! The hammer shattered with a resounding crash, sparks erupting as the chakra conduit exploded. Tech Maru's face paled as he swiftly retreated while simultaneously pressing the emergency button on his armor. Buzz! A blue chakra shield unfurled instantly, deflecting the snakes that lunged at him once more. Venom splattered against the shield, emitting a hissing corrosive sound. Oh! Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes as he retracted the repelled serpents. Swiftly forming hand seals, he shouted, "Wind release! Great breakthrough!" A powerful whirlwind erupted from his mouth, charging towards Tech Maru. Tech Maru struggled to raise his arm, using his defensive armor to absorb the blow. Yet the force of the wind still sent him reeling backward, carving deep furrows into the ground beneath him. The surrounding Nin were tossed about chaotically, flung in all directions. It is over. Orochimaru's voice, like a ghostly whisper, echoed in Tech Maru's ears. In the next instant, his palm pressed against Tech Maru's chest. Lightning release, lightning serpent. A surge of potent lightning chakra erupted from Orochimaru's hand, coursing through Tekmaru's armor and into his entire body. Tekmaru screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently before collapsing helplessly to the ground. His armor crumbled under the electric assault, emitting wisps of black smoke. Tekmaru, the surrounding Kainin gasped in horror, but Orochimaru's serpents had already subdued them completely. The tide of battle had decisively shifted in favor of Konoha, rendering the Kainin's resistance utterly futile. Orochimaru coldly regarded the fallen Tekmaru, his raspy voice declaring, "The technology of Kainin possesses its merit, yet before absolute strength, it is ultimately in vain." Meanwhile, concealed at the edge of the battlefield, Yayue observed the unfolding scene through the perspective of a chameleon. Orochimaru had indeed taken matters into his own hands. Although Tekmaru was well-equipped, his superficial strength was insufficient to withstand a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber for long. I wonder if Shinnong has any contingency plans. If not, the demise of Kainin following this battle is inevitable. The dire situation at the front lines was transmitted in real time to the command base's lowest levels through Kainin's surveillance system. On the massive screen, the outer defensive forces were overwhelmed by the root ninjas, led by Danzo. Konoha's ninjas surged forth like a relentless tide towards the control center. While Tekmaru and his defensive unit were forced into retreat, the situation spiraling out of control. In the command room, the Kainin high-ranking officials wore grave expressions, the air thick with tension. One of the officials abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with anger and unease. The front line can no longer hold. Konoha's massive offensive is clearly aimed at Zero Tail. Our intelligence has been compromised. Another official spoke solemnly. The progress of Zero Tail has reached a critical juncture. It is but a hair's breadth away from full maturation. But now, we simply do not have the time to procure more experimental materials. All eyes turned to Shinnong. As the leader of Kainin, he stood at the center of the command room, facing away from the others. His gaze fixed on the screen displaying the battle status. Unlike the others, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a near-maniacal calm enveloped his countenance. "Lord Shinnong, we must make a decision at once." An official urged anxiously. "If we delay further, Konoha's ninjas will breach the base, and the Zero Tail project will fail utterly." Shinnong slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over each person present, a peculiar smile creeping upon his lips. "You are correct. We have run out of time." As his words faded, the ground of the command room trembled slightly, followed by the activation of mechanisms within the walls, revealing hidden doors that unveiled complex apparatuses. "Lord Shinnong, what are you?" An official inquired in astonishment, a sense of unease settling within him. Shinnong remained silent, slowly raising his hand to press a red button on the control panel. Instantly, the lights in the command room turned blood red, and a piercing alarm blared. "To be cautious. I have secretly implanted seeds of Zero Tail's dark chakra within you all these days." Shinnong's voice was cold and resolute, as if pronouncing a death sentence. "For the completion of Zero Tail, for the future of Kainin, your sacrifices are necessary." "What? Lord Shinnong, you cannot." One official's words were cut short as the ground suddenly split open, dark tendrils emerging from the fissure and swiftly ensnaring the other high-ranking officials present. "No. Let go of me. Shinnong, have you lost your mind?" Cries of despair and furious shouts echoed within the command room, but Shinnong's expression remained unchanged. He coldly observed the ensnared officials, devoid of any pity, his tone tinged with a pathological fervor. "Curse me, resent me. Such emotions shall allow your chakra to transform into the dark chakra energy required by Zero Tail, and you shall serve as the finest offerings to Zero Tail." With a flick of his finger, the tendrils tightened, dragging the ensnared Kainin officials into the depths of darkness. Amidst the chilling screams and sounds of consumption, their life, energy, and spiritual essence were swiftly extracted, serving as sustenance for Zero Tail's growth. The command room fell silent, leaving Shinnong standing alone, gazing at the screen as the energy response of Zero Tail gradually intensified. At last, it is nearing completion. A mad glimmer shone in Shinnong's eyes. Once Zero Tail matures, Konoha's ninjas, no, the entire ninja world, shall be forced to bow before me. Chapter 61. The Perilous Chakra. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Yiyu sensed an anomaly. His Rinnegan turned towards the command base, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. Something is amiss. The chakra response within the base had suddenly intensified alarmingly. That rascal, Shinomori, has he finally lost his composure and stirred up some trouble? Just as he pondered this, a colossal and chilling chakra erupted from the depths of the base, instantly engulfing the entire Sky Ninja base. Yiyu's Rinnegan narrowed slightly. Clearly discerning the essence of this chakra, it was imbued with an overwhelming aura of greed, hatred, and destruction. Could it be that Zero Tail has finally matured? Yiyu murmured softly, a flicker of involuntary excitement and gravity flashing in his eyes. Simultaneously, on the battlefield surrounding the base, the previously destroyed Sky Ninja puppets and defensive structures began to regain their vitality under the influence of the dark chakra. The battered puppets staggered to their feet, their eyes glimmering with an eerie red light as they lunged towards Danzo's subordinates. As the puppets reanimated, The entire energy system of the Sky Ninja base was also reactivated under Zero Tail's Dark Chakra influence. The lights throughout the valley base flared to life. Mechanical sounds resonated from all directions, and a low hum vibrated from the energy conduits embedded in the mountain walls, as if the entire base were awakening. Within the core energy chamber of the base, the massive energy reactor began to operate, blue chakra coursing through the conduits, gradually filling the entire energy network of the base. The defensive facilities, automated turrets, laser traps, energy barriers, that had ceased functioning due to energy depletion were reactivated at that very moment. Rows of automated turrets on the outer defensive wall slowly turned, targeting the attacking Leaf Ninjas. The energy system has been restored. All defensive mechanisms have been reactivated. An outer Sky Ninja technician, still bewildered by the situation, exclaimed excitedly, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the blaring alarms from within the base. The once blue chakra energy began to be tainted with a sinister black hue. At the core of the energy reactor, Zero Tail's tentacles extended slowly, firmly taking control of the entire energy system. This is bad. The energy system has been contaminated by Zero Tail's chakra, and the system has not yet completed the new chakra adaptation calibration. Another technician shouted in terror, but his words barely left his mouth before the control console of the energy chamber exploded in a shower of sparks, plunging the room into darkness. Outside the base, Danzo's subordinates were engaged in a fierce battle with the reanimated puppets. Suddenly, a black energy barrier surged from the ground, ensnaring several root ninjas within. Immediately, the automated turrets began to fire wildly, black chakra projectiles raining down like a torrential storm, obliterating the surrounding trees and rocks in an instant. What is happening? Weren't these puppets already destroyed? A root ninja exclaimed, swiftly brandishing his kunai to decapitate one of the puppets. However, the puppet continued to move, becoming even more frenzied. Be careful. These puppets are being controlled by some form of chakra. Another root ninja shouted, but it was too late. Multiple puppets pounced upon him, their sharp metallic arms piercing through his body. In addition to these two root ninjas, the Oil Woman of the Oil Woman clan, who had previously wreaked havoc on the battlefield with her insect techniques, could finally no longer resist after exhausting her tools and the parasitic insects. She was struck through the chest by a chakra cannon, dying instantly. Lord Danzo, the situation is dire. For some unknown reason, these puppets, which were already damaged, have become extraordinarily powerful under the influence of the dark chakra. We are suffering heavy losses. A root ninja knelt on one knee, urgently reporting. It appears that Orochimaru's actions have succeeded. The Sky Ninjas are now cornered. Realizing this, Danzo spoke expressionlessly. Relay the order. Everyone retract the defensive line. Do not engage with these puppets. Our objective lies deep within the Sky Ninja base. Do not squander energy here. Understood. The root ninja responded and departed. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had led a large force to breach the outer defenses of the Sky Ninjas, stepping over the corpse of the Yasha ninja and successfully reaching the depths of the base. His golden serpent-like eyes scanned the surroundings, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Deep within the base, Zero Tail's dark chakra surged like a tide, filling the air with a suffocating pressure. Even elite jonin such as Uchiha Qinglong and Akimichi Zhongshan couldn't help but furrow their brows. Lord Orochimaru, the chakra here is exceedingly dangerous, Qinglong whispered, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, attempting to pinpoint Zero Tail's location. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, a hint of excitement in his tone. Dangerous? No, this is an opportunity. The glimmer of greed sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes as if he could already envision himself controlling Zero Tail's power. However, at that moment, a deep growl emanated from the depths of the base, as if some colossal creature was awakening. The ground began to tremble violently, and black chakra seeped from the cracks in the walls, spreading towards Orochimaru and his subordinates like a living entity. Everyone, be cautious. Orochimaru warned coldly. Lord Orochimaru, this dark chakra seems to be attempting to erode our own chakra, Uchiha Qinglong cautioned in a low voice, his Sharingan spinning rapidly to trace the source of this chakra. Erode? Orochimaru laughed lightly, a hint of disdain in his tone. He swiftly formed hand seals and declared, Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful whirlwind erupted from his mouth, driving back the encroaching dark chakra. Immediately, Orochimaru's figure flickered and surged towards the depths of the base. His subordinates followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of the control core. A heavy black energy barrier stood before them, pulsating with Zero Tail's dark chakra, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Humph, a mere barrier dares to obstruct me? Orochimaru scoffed, quickly forming hand seals. Several serpentine shapes composed of lightning shot forth from his sleeves, charging at the energy barrier. The clash of lightning against dark chakra erupted in a blinding flash. The barrier trembled violently under the impact of the lightning release, ultimately cracking open a fissure. Break! Orochimaru shouted, unleashing a surge of chakra that obliterated the barrier entirely. In that instant, the scene within the control core appeared before everyone's eyes. A massive energy core floated at the center of the room. Zero Tail's tendrils entwined around the reactor, dark chakra surging like a tide. Beneath the energy core, a half-human, half-beast creature stood with its back to them, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. Chapter 62. Zero-tailed shinobi versus Orochimaru, what is this? The bewildered ninjas of Konoha were taken aback, yet Orochimaru's expression appeared entirely unfazed. He chuckled softly. Ah, Orochimaru, you have indeed arrived. Shinnong slowly turned, his voice raspy, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. His form had undergone a radical transformation, his once human silhouette now grotesquely twisted by the encroaching dark chakra of Zero-tail. His skin resembled charred bark, cracked and oozing a viscous black chakra akin to flowing tar. Half of his face retained human features, while the other half had completely morphed, the eye socket stretched by bulging muscles, the sclera stained blood red, and the pupil narrowed into a pitch-black slit. Below his neck, the horror intensified. His right arm had been wholly replaced by the tendrils of Zero-tail, 5 slimy black appendages writhing in the air, their tips splitting into serrated moss. Although his left arm preserved its human form, it was riddled with pulsating veins, as if alive with parasitic creatures. Most striking was his back. A jet-black bony spike protruded from his cervical spine, twisting upward and ending in 3 sharp points, covered in crystalline scales of Zero-tail's unique chakra. With each breath, these crystals shed and regenerated, their fragments transforming into black mist that suffocated the surrounding air. Surprised? Shinnong raised his altered right arm, the tendril's tip suddenly splitting open to release a thick black liquid. It splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding a deep, charred pit. Zero-tail's chakra is more than mere power. His voice resonated with a dual tone, a rasp intertwined with a low growl of Zero-tail. It is reshaping my body, allowing me to transcend the limits of humanity. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, surveying the writhing tendrils and crystals on Shinnong's form, a hint of amusement curling his lips. Forcing the fusion of flesh with Zero-tail's chakra, such a barbaric method. He lightly stroked his sleeve, the faint hissing of serpents emanating from within. How long can you maintain your existence in this manner? Yet Shinnong merely laughed, a madness lacing his mirth. Persevere? Orochimaru, you underestimate me. No sooner had he spoken than his body trembled violently, the aberrant tendrils and crystals retracting as if suppressed by some unseen force. At that moment, intricate black patterns emerged on his skin, resembling an ancient sealing technique. These patterns glimmered with a faint light, gradually enveloping his entire being. Medical forbidden technique, bodily activation, Shinnong exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, his body began to regenerate at a visible pace. The aberrant tendrils and crystals were absorbed back, his distorted limbs reshaping into human form. He grew dramatically in size, muscles bulging like steel, his skin glistening with a metallic sheen. Within mere seconds, he transformed from a half-beast monstrosity into an immensely powerful figure. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles rippled with explosive strength. The remnants of Zero-tail's black patterns lingered on his skin, no longer fearsome, while his eyes glowed with a deep crimson light, the slitted pupils having vanished, replaced by profound darkness. This is true power. Shinnong clenched his fists, the air exploding under his grip with a resounding pop. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's gaze, quickly replaced by excitement. Fascinating. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. I never anticipated you could fuse this energy with regenerative techniques to such an extent. My curiosity for the technology of the Void Shinobi grows. Go to hell with your curiosity. Shinnong sneered, lifting a foot and crashing it down upon the ground. The floor of the control core shattered instantly, black chakra surging forth like flames. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, and from his sleeve sprang forth several serpentine shadows, their mouths agape to reveal sharp fangs, lunging at Shinnong. Trivial tricks. Shinnong's right fist swung through the air, enveloped in black chakra, shredding the serpentine figures to pieces. Following this, he roared, his form lunging forward like a mountain, his fist descending with annihilating force, causing the ground to fracture and debris to scatter. However, Orochimaru's figure vanished like a specter. In the next moment, he appeared behind Shinnong, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum blade. A sharp gust of wind shot forth from Orochimaru's mouth, aimed at Shinnong's neck. Yet, before the blade could touch Shinnong's skin, it was intercepted by a barrier of black chakra. With a swift turn, Shinnong swung his left fist, but Orochimaru deftly leaped back, still grazing his sleeve and tearing it to reveal a pale arm. Impressive speed, but still insufficient. Shinnong snarled, his hand striking the ground forcefully. Dark secret technique, bind. Instantly, the ground fissured, black tendrils erupting like venomous serpents toward Orochimaru. With a cold snort, Orochimaru formed hand seals with haste. Summoning technique, serpent's array. Countless snakes surged from the earth, entangling with Zero-tail's tendrils. The cacophony of biting and clashing echoed within the control core, the scene chaotic and terrifying. Meanwhile, the core energy of Zero-tail fluctuated violently, its massive energy core twisting and warping, black chakra seeping from its vessel like liquid, gradually coalescing into a colossal serpentine creature. Its body writhed like a gigantic serpent, coated in a mysterious black chakra, its head adorned with a massive mask emblazoned with a prominent zero. for crimson tendrils extending from above, its eyes radiating an enchanting, eerie light. What is this? The moment the mask's gaze fell upon them, even the elite ninjas of Konoha could not suppress a flicker of dread within. Before they could react, Zero Tail emitted a deep roar, the massive mouth beneath the mask opening wide to unleash a torrent of black chakra. The ground was gouged into deep ravines, and several unsuspecting Konoha ninjas were instantly consumed, turning to ash before they could even scream. Everyone scatter. Do not let its chakra touch you, Uchiha Alan shouted, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he sought to decipher Zero Tail's attack trajectory. Akiyama Chosen called out, partial multiplication technique. His right arm swelled instantly, the massive palm crashing down towards Zero Tail's form. Yet, not only was Zero Tail colossal, but its scales were also impenetrably hard. Chosen's attack merely caused it to sway slightly, while his enlarged arm suffered significant corrosion. This creature, its defense is too formidable. Chosen gritted his teeth, retreating swiftly to evade Zero Tail's counterattack. The serpentine body of Zero Tail rampaged within the control core, each tail swipe demolishing surrounding walls and structures. Like a serpent, the masked head continuously spewed forth waves of black chakra, forcing the Konoha ninjas to retreat in disarray. Orochimaru, while clashing with Shinnon, cast a sidelong glance towards Zero Tail, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Zero Tail's true form is far more intriguing than I had imagined. As Shinnon's fists came crashing down upon Orochimaru once more, the latter deftly evaded. Meanwhile, serpentine shadows surged from his sleeve, counterattacking toward Shinnon's face. Shinnon roared in defiance, black chakra erupting from within, shattering the serpentine figures. Orochimaru, your tricks are futile against me. The voice of Shinnon resonated with a low-frequency roar, his body swelling once more, the black patterns on his muscles becoming increasingly pronounced. Orochimaru chuckled softly, swiftly forming hand seals. Is that so? Then let us see how you fare against this. Wind release. Vacuum blade slash. A series of chakra-infused wind blades, altered through high-intensity transformations, erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, aimed directly at Shinnon's limbs. Unflinching, Shinnon allowed the ninjutsu to strike his form. In the next moment, his muscles writhed as if imbued with life, not only restoring to their original state, but also becoming even more formidable. In addition to physical activation, there is also regeneration? Observing this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment crossed Orochimaru's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a glimmer of greed. Simultaneously, the roar of Zero Tail echoed within the control core, its massive body thrashing violently, sending several leaf ninjas sprawling. Uchiha Qinglan's Sharingan whirled rapidly as he bellowed. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon surged forth from Qinglan's mouth, aimed squarely at the mask of Zero Tail. Zero Tail's gaping maw unleashed a torrent of black chakra, colliding with the fire dragon. Flames entwined with dark chakra, erupting in a blinding explosion of light. Far from the heart of the battlefield, Yu began analyzing the characteristics of Zero Tail's chakra through his Rinnegan. Intriguing. This medical forbidden technique of Shinnon can actually suppress Zero Tail's corruption. It appears he was well prepared. The variables in this battle exceed my expectations. However, the corrosive influence of Zero Tail's chakra on his rationality seems quite severe. To harness and control it, I must devise another strategy. Observing Shinnon's method of controlling Zero Tail, his thoughts raced, calculating in silence. Chapter 63. The mantis stalks the cicada as time progressed. The battle within the control core grew increasingly ferocious. The serpentine body of Zero Tail moved freely across the battlefield, each lash of its tail conjuring violent winds that obliterated nearby structures and walls. The elite ninjas of Konoha fell one after another, leaving only two of the strongest ninjas still engaged with Zero Tail. Secret technique, Phosphorus Insect, Erosion Domain. One of the ninjas invoked a technique, unleashing countless mutated venomous insects from his skin and sleeves, resembling a dark cloud that surged towards Zero Tail. These phosphorus insects, nourished by a special concoction, would trigger small-scale self-detonations upon absorbing a certain amount of chakra. The swarm of insects descended upon Zero Tail, enveloping its body, while the surface of its scales erupted with faint sparks of fire. Though the explosions of the phosphorus insects were not lethal, they successfully disrupted Zero Tail's movements. The other ninja, a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, utilized the Byakugan to swiftly locate the chakra transmission center on Zero Tail's mask. Gathering chakra in his hands, he shouted, 8 trigrams air palm. Revamped. A spiraling air bullet shot forth from his palm, striking Zero Tail's mask. Upon impact, the internal chakra of Zero Tail became chaotic, eliciting a pained roar from it, as a fine crack appeared on the mask's surface. Effective. The Hyuga ninja's face lit with joy, but Zero Tail's counterattack was imminent. Its massive maw opened, unleashing a torrent of black chakra while a tentacle lunged towards the Oil User clan's ninja. Seeing this, the Oil User quickly performed hand seals and shouted, Insect Replacement Technique. Just as Zero Tail's tentacle pierced through his chest, his body exploded into a cloud of insects, reassembling from the swarm. Although he evaded a fatal blow, his complexion had noticeably paled. Returned to heaven. Meanwhile, the Hyuga ninja swiftly executed the unique secret technique of his clan. As he spun rapidly, he not only defended himself, but also temporarily channeled the overflowing dark chakra of Zero Tail underground. Now, the oil user commanded, directing the phosphorus insects to burrow into Zero Tail's maw. The swarm detonated at Zero Tail's throat, the resulting shockwave forcing it to momentarily close its mouth. The Hyuga ninja, understanding the signal, halted his technique and instantly dashed within 3 meters of Zero Tail, pressing his palms against the mask. An invisible 8 trigrams formation unfurled beneath his feet. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless sound of strikes emanated from Zero Tail's body. The Hyuga clan's technique was not limited to humanoid beings. As long as the target possessed chakra flowing within, and if the user's palm strength or acupuncture precision was sufficient to penetrate the skin and tissues, the gentle fist could indeed affect large creatures. This Hyuga ninja was evidently an elite of his clan. As the cracks on the mask widened, Zero Tail let out a deafening roar, its body writhing violently in an attempt to shake off the 2 attackers. Simultaneously, the battle between Orochimaru and Shinnon reached a fever pitch. Shinnon's massive physique resembled a mountain, with black chakra patterns coursing beneath his muscular skin. Each swing of his fists brought overwhelming force, creating deep craters in the ground. Orochimaru, akin to a specter, weaved through Shinnon's assaults, his golden snake-like eyes glimmering with a cold light. Suddenly, Shinnon let out a low growl, his chakra and speed surging dramatically. In an instant, his fist nearly grazed Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly as he swiftly retreated, yet still felt the rush of the punch. With a resounding bang, Orochimaru was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through rubble and dust, skidding several meters across the ruins before barely coming to a stop. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The 8 gates. Orochimaru slowly rose, his chest completely torn, revealing pale skin and several gaping wounds. You've even learned Konoha's forbidden techniques. Shinnon sneered, the black chakra patterns on his body becoming increasingly pronounced. It's hardly a difficult martial art. With medical forbidden techniques and Zero Tail's chakra, I can endure the repercussions of the 8 gates. Orochimaru, stop pretending. Show me your true abilities. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes narrowed as shadows of snakes unfurled from his sleeves, coiling around his arms. The snake's mouth opened slightly, and suddenly, a gleaming long sword burst forth. The Kusanagi sword. Shinnon's pupils dilated, clearly recognizing the legendary artifact. Orochimaru caressed the sword's blade, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since you've forced me to reveal my trump card, let us see if your 8 gates can withstand this Kusanagi sword. Before his words faded, Orochimaru's figure vanished. The next moment, he appeared beside Shinnon, the Kusanagi sword slicing towards Shinnon's neck with a sharp gust. Shinnon reacted swiftly, raising his right arm, where black chakra solidified into a thick armor. The Kusanagi sword struck the armor with a resounding clang, sparks flying. Humph! The Kusanagi sword is nothing special. Shinnon roared, his left fist swinging fiercely towards Orochimaru's abdomen. Orochimaru quickly retreated, but was still grazed by the punch, blood seeping from his mouth once more. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he rapidly formed hand seals. Shadow of the serpent technique. Countless snakes surged from the ground, charging at Shinnon. Shinnon bellowed, the black chakra on his forehead erupting as he swung one hand violently. A wave of dark chakra slicing through the air, instantly shredding the serpentine shadows into countless pieces, which dissipated into white smoke. Yet, amidst Shinnon's moment of triumph, one of the snake's shadows transformed into the Kusanagi sword within the smoke. From a distance, Orochimaru shouted, forming seals with his fingers. Sealing technique, serpent shadow disc punishment. From the sword emanating a cold light, numerous transparent snake-like chakra threads abruptly split off, burrowing underground to ambush Shinnon's feet. The moment Shinnon's lower body was ensnared, the threads hardened into chains, immobilizing him. Shinnon glanced down at the chains, a scornful smile creeping onto his face. Do you think this will be of any use to me? Foolish. However, Orochimaru merely chuckled coldly, tossing a shuriken that accurately struck the end of the sword's hilt, activating its mechanism. With a hiss, the Kusanagi sword released a bizarre adhesive substance towards Shinnon. Upon contact with Shinnon's black flames, the substance exploded, generating a purple mist. Humph. Do you think poison will work on me? Shinnon sneered, preparing to expel the toxins from his body using chakra. Yet, the next moment, his expression faltered, revealing a rare uncertainty. His muscles began to swell uncontrollably, moving without his command, inflating alarmingly. How is this possible? The poison shouldn't affect me. What have you done? The toxin is naturally ineffective against you. Orochimaru replied with a cold laugh, stepping closer. But what if it's not poison? Impossible. How can it not be poison? The violent activation and inflation of his body distorted Shinnon's form, leaving him almost unrecognizable, racked with agony. Did you think your body regeneration technique was a profound ninjutsu? Orochimaru rasped, stimulating cellular division and repair is merely the most fundamental of medical ninjutsu. Fortuitously, I have a companion adept in such healing techniques by my side. Since your muscles cannot resist this activation, I shall assist you further by employing medical ninjutsu to enhance your muscle growth tenfold. What? Shinnon was utterly stunned. You dare to use medical ninjutsu on me? Coughing up blood, Orochimaru's face illuminated with an expression of exhilaration. Well, the explanation is complete. Now die? Yet, Orochimaru's figure surged forward once more. The Kusanagi sword slicing through the air with lethal intent aimed at Shinnon's chest. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, a figure suddenly darted out, moving with such speed that it was impossible to blink, instantly positioning itself between Orochimaru and Shinnon. Without even glancing at Orochimaru, the newcomer raised a hand, palm directed toward him, and coldly uttered, Shinra Tensei. Boom. Chapter 64. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. A wave of invisible repulsion erupted from the figure at the center, sending Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword flying before it could even reach its target. Already gravely injured, Orochimaru was flung backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a wall. The already cracked wall collapsed instantly, sending debris and dust scattering in all directions. Coughing, Orochimaru, who had endured a devastating blow from Shinra Tensei, surprisingly still found the strength to rise. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his collar. His golden serpent eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with a chilling light as he fixed his gaze on the silhouette that had suddenly appeared before him. You are the one lurking in the shadows, Orochimaru murmured, his voice laced with a mix of surprise and caution. From the moment he stepped into the Akatsuki stronghold, he had sensed the presence of the hidden figure. However, he had not anticipated that the one who absorbed the power of the Zero Tails would prove to be so formidable, exhausting him considerably before he could subdue it. The individual before him, now transformed into the embodiment of death, possessed strength that far exceeded his expectations. Standing before Shinra, the figure known as Yayue, with the Rinnegan shimmering with a cold light, aimed his palm at Orochimaru, seemingly poised to unleash another attack. Orochimaru, your ambitions end here. In that moment, Yayue fully embraced the role of death, his voice deep and frigid, concealing the fact that he was merely a youth. Behind him, Shinra trembled violently, his muscles in disarray, struggling to maintain his stance. Finally, he stumbled, collapsing to his knees as if all strength had abandoned him. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Yayue, desperation tinged with madness in his voice. Death, you have arrived just in time. Excellent, kill him, quickly. Yayue offered no reply, merely casting a cold glance at Shinra. At that moment, Shinra's pupils constricted, beholding a pair of swirling, purple-patterned eyes that seemed to reveal a horrific existence beyond comprehension. His chakra trembled uncontrollably, rendering even his breath a struggle. You. Before he could finish, Yayue's voice cut through, icy and resolute. Your value has run its course. The rest, leave to me. As the words fell, Shinra felt an overwhelming gravitational pull, yanking him toward Yayue. Helpless to resist, he could only watch as Yayue's hand pierced his heart. Black chakra coursing rapidly from Shinra's body into Yayue. Preta path, chakra sealing. Simultaneously, the human path's ability activated once more, allowing Yayue to absorb numerous forbidden medical techniques, including Shinra's medical forbidden technique, bodily activation secret art, and medical forbidden technique, bodily regeneration secret art, as well as the control techniques of the Zero Tails. Shinra let out a piercing scream as his once bulging form rapidly shriveled, as if every ounce of vitality was being drained from him. As he withered, Yayue underwent a dramatic transformation. Complex black patterns emerged on his skin, mirroring the chakra markings of the Zero Tails. Yet these patterns did not render him grotesque. Rather, they exuded a mysterious and formidable aura. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in Yayue's ears. Ding. Detected that the host has acquired all information regarding the mysterious tailed beast. Task updated to the beast without a tail, Zero Tails void. Ding. Task completed. Reward for the host. Absolute affinity for dark chakra. Absolute affinity for dark chakra. With this trait, the Zero Tails will consider you as its progenitor, allowing the host to wield the power of the Zero Tails void without any side effects. Ding. Detected that the host has absorbed the Zero Tails chakra. The beast without a tail, Zero Tails void. Task completed. Ding. Reward for the host. Significant increase in base attributes. Chakra morphology change, shadow level. Yayue felt the surge of power within him, as if every cell was rejoicing. His chakra ballooned, the air around him becoming heavy, as if even space itself was distorting under his might. His body slightly levitated, black chakra resembling flames engulfing him, perfectly controlled, with no trace of overflow. The purple light of his Rinnegan intertwined with the crimson hue of the Zero Tails, creating a heart-pounding pressure. Is this the power of the Zero Tails? Yayue murmured, excitement barely concealed in his tone. With a gentle grasp, the surrounding dark chakra coalesced into a colossal black crystal, its surface adorned with the unique scale-like chakra patterns of the Zero Tails, the jagged tip seemingly capable of piercing anything. The black crystal floated in his palm, radiating a menacing pressure that warped the surrounding space. Meanwhile, the already battered Zero Tail's energy entity, engaged in combat with the elite ninjas of Konoha, seemed to sense something. Its serpentine form convulsed violently, breaking free from the Hyuga's gentle fist restraints, emitting a low whimper as it swiftly returned to Yayue's side. The semi-transparent body of the Zero Tails coiled around Yayue, the Zero on its mask flickering with a faint light, as if expressing its pain and grievance. Its form trembled, emitting soft cries, akin to a wounded cub seeking its parents' protection. Yayue extended his hand, gently stroking the mask of the Zero Tails, his voice low and soothing. Do not fear. From now on, I shall protect you. The energy entity of the Zero Tails seemed to comprehend Yayue's words, its form curling slightly as the light on its mask gradually stabilized. Subsequently, its chakra fused with Yayue's dark chakra, as if they had always been one. Orochimaru, standing not far away, narrowed his golden serpent eyes. Fixated on the amalgamation of Yayue and the Zero Tails, his tone tinged with caution. You can so effortlessly command the power of the Zero Tails. Truly unexpected. Yayue casually discarded Shinra's lifeless body into a nearby coffin, turning to Orochimaru, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his Rinnegan. Orochimaru, do you still wish to fight me? Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes narrowed further as he glanced at his two remaining subordinates, both of whom were battered and low on chakra. With the ever-watchful Danzo lurking outside, he realized that continuing the battle would only deepen his predicament. How intriguing. This is growing increasingly fascinating, Orochimaru rasped, a hint of amusement in his voice. I never expected that I, Orochimaru, would face the yellow sparrow lurking behind. Your name is Death, correct? Yayue did not respond, merely gazing coldly at Orochimaru. With a light chuckle, Orochimaru sheathed his Kusanagi sword. I shall remember today's defeat. I believe we shall meet again in the future. With that, Orochimaru turned to his remaining subordinates, gesturing for them to leave. The two elite ninjas from Konoha exchanged reluctant glances, but quickly followed Orochimaru's lead. The trio soon vanished into the shadows of the control core, leaving Yayue and the Zero Tails fusion amidst the rubble and remains. Yayue watched the direction in which Orochimaru had departed, then extended his hands toward the energy core above, now devoid of any Zero Tails chakra. The ultimate mechanism, the dark self-detonation, is now activated. Toby, I trust this encounter will leave a lasting impression on you, whispered Yagami with a smile as he initiated the device. In an instant, his body transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the depths of the control core. After a few seconds of eerie silence, boom, the thunderous explosion engulfed the entire Air Ninja base, with searing flames soaring skyward, painting the night sky in hues reminiscent of Amaterasu's black flames. Chapter 65. The Evolution of the Rinnegan and a Leap in Power. Yue, unaware of the devastating losses suffered by Danzo's carefully arranged subordinates in the Land of Rain due to the recent explosion, hurried back to the hideout of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Upon confirming from a distance that their chakra and life energy remained stable and secure, he felt a slight sense of relief. He sought refuge in a secluded cave, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes, delving into the system panel to examine his attributes. Name: Yayue Ninjutsu, 50, reached current physical limit. Strength 50, reached current physical limit. Illusion 50, reached current physical limit. Wisdom 50, reached current physical limit. Power 50, reached current physical limit. Speed 50, reached current physical limit. Spirit 50, reached current physical limit. Seals 50, reached current physical limit. Below this, a plethora of Rinnegan abilities had also reached their current physical limits, such as the capabilities of Shinra Tensei and Basho Tenin. These abilities, derived from the manipulation of gravity, had been enhanced through his chakra and ocular power, remaining fundamentally within the realm of gravitational control. Gazing at his attribute panel, Yayue could hardly contain his excitement. The rewards from this undertaking far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he acquired the Zero Tails, but he had also obtained the dark medical forbidden techniques of Shinnon. Furthermore, he had remarkably elevated all attributes to the current physical limit of 50 points, fulfilling the advancement requirements for the Rinnegan. Although his chakra and life energy had surged, rendering his Rinnegan powers vastly more formidable than upon their awakening, he remained hindered by the Rinnegan's lack of advancement, leaving numerous profound ocular techniques yet to be unlocked, such as the abilities of the Hell Path and the laser weapons of the Azura Path. Naturally, premier abilities such as Tian Ai Xing or Luan Mu Bianyu were beyond his reach at present, as they required the Rinnegan to be developed to its zenith. He hoped that this evolution would unlock even more capabilities. Upon reviewing the bottom of his system panel, he found the following. Main quest. 1. Elevate Rinnegan level to intermediate. Task requirements. Bury 500 ninja corpses unrelated to the host, absorbing their life, energy, and chakra. Task progress. 500 advancement requirement. All attributes must exceed 50 points. Met. Detecting that the host had fulfilled the conditions for Rinnegan advancement, intermediate. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? Without hesitation, Yayue selected yes. At the moment he made his choice, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within him. Yeyue's body trembled violently as his chakra surged dramatically, akin to numerous torrential rivers coursing through his veins. His eyes began to emanate a profound purple light, the patterns within his pupils growing increasingly intricate, as if countless seals were swirling within. Under the onslaught of this power, the curse mark left by Orochimaru shattered instantaneously. Then, excruciating pain radiated from his eyes, as if innumerable tiny needles were piercing his eyeballs. Yeyue gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he uttered not a sound. The evolution of the Rinnegan, akin to that of the Sharingan, was inevitably accompanied by intense suffering, a realization Yeyue had long accepted. However, this agonizing sensation did not linger for long. The Zero Tails chakra within him seemed to sense this distress, as if it had gained awareness, actively absorbing the pain the moment it manifested and subsequently returning it as relief. It was uncertain whether the connection between the Zero Tails dark chakra and the peculiar substances produced by the Uchiha clan's eyes under strong stimuli were related. Nevertheless, after encountering the unique energies emitted by the Zero Tails, Yeyue could distinctly feel his Rinnegan power escalating at an astonishing rate, accompanied by a sinister and ominous aura. As this aura expanded, a faint purple glow enveloped Yeyue's body, within which numerous small magatama swirled, reminiscent of the ancient patterns found in the garments of the shinobi sect, embodying boundless mysteries and power. Simultaneously, a colossal Rinnegan silhouette materialized in the cloud layer thousands of meters above him, slowly rotating, unleashing a chilling pressure that suffused the air, as if a deity were observing the world from above. As the pain gradually dissipated, Yeyue's eyes burst open. His Rinnegan had now deepened, the intricate patterns within possessing an endless enigma. Ding. Congratulations, host. Rinnegan, intermediate, evolution successful. Boom. As this system notification echoed, the entire space seemed to tremble. The sky darkened with gathering clouds and crackling thunder, as if the heavens themselves shuddered at his evolution. On the ground, countless small fissures radiated outward from Yeyue, revealing glimpses of flowing purple light within. Above him, the massive Rinnegan silhouette began to fade, yet in its final moment, the Rinnegan within the shadow abruptly opened, releasing a blinding beam of light that surged directly into Yeyue's eyes. Yeyue let out a muffled groan as his Rinnegan began to transform. Initially resembling the purple hue of Uchiha Madara's eyes, they now bore a faint, murky layer after merging with the Zero Tails dark chakra. The once simplistic spiral pupils now exhibited a plethora of complex patterns, as if countless serpentine magatama were swirling within. These serpentine magatama emanated an aura of darkness and foreboding, rendering him a harbinger of pure malevolence. Feeling the surging power emanating from his Rinnegan, Yeyue gradually rose to his feet. He lowered his gaze to his hands, noticing that the black patterns resulting from the Zero Tails fusion had vanished, reverting to his originally fair skin, yet his eyes had become even more profound and mysterious. Is this the power of the Rinnegan post-evolution? Even Yeyue, who typically maintained a composed demeanor, could not help but burst into hearty laughter as the dark chakra of the Zero Tails transformed into black flames that danced around him. He could distinctly sense that, compared to his previous Rinnegan, this new incarnation had conservatively increased in power by more than tenfold. After a considerable time, Yeyue finally stifled his laughter and, unable to contain his excitement, opened the system panel. The myriad of dazzling abilities before him left him utterly astonished. Chapter 66. 0. Dark-tailed beast transformation. The foremost change was in his foundational attributes, all of which had surpassed the 50-point mark, now reaching a remarkable 60 points. This signifies a tremendous enhancement in both his physical capabilities and chakra capacity. Whether it be strength, speed, endurance, or chakra control, all aspects had undergone astonishing improvements. Ninjutsu, 60 physical, 60 Jinjutsu, 60 wisdom, 60 power, 60 speed, 60 spirit, 60 seals, 60 with these 60 points in foundational attributes. He had unequivocally transcended the realm of elite Jonin, now standing at the level of a true Kage. At this moment, even without employing any abilities related to the Zero Tail or the Rinnegan, Yeyue possessed the capacity to contend with conventional Kage-level shinobi and mid-tier members of the Akatsuki, relying solely on his innate ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, should he encounter formidable Kage-level opponents like the 3rd Tsuchikage, the 4th Hokage, or the 3rd Reikage, Yeyue would need to harness the power of the Rinnegan. These powerful Kage-level ninjas not only boasted exceptional attributes, but also exhibited capabilities that allowed them to battle beyond their ranks. Unless one reached the extraordinary levels of the 1st Hokage or Uchiha Madara, they would still pose a considerable challenge. While the increase in attributes was formidable, it was merely the tip of the iceberg. What truly elicited a joyful laugh from Yeyue was the transformation of his Rinnegan abilities. After advancement, his conventional 6 paths abilities had experienced a revolutionary change. The foundational powers he once possessed had now achieved a Kage-level intensity, free from previous limitations and weaknesses. Their potency amplified manifold. With his current chakra and condition, Yue was capable of unleashing a Super Shinra Tensei powerful enough to obliterate a village the size of Konohagakure, akin to Pain in the original narrative. Other conventional Six Paths abilities had similarly undergone significant enhancements. One could assert that Yue, at this stage, equated to a youthful version of Nagato, possessing Rinnegan abilities that, while not fully developed, were formidable nonetheless. In addition to the substantial augmentation of his original abilities, Yue had acquired several new powers with the elevation of his Rinnegan. These included Rinnegan, Dark Pressure, Yin-Yang Release, Chakra Black Rod, Phantom Body Technique, Transfiguration Technique, Dark Secret Technique, Weakness of the Heart, Dark Medical Forbidden Technique, Body Activation, Dark Medical Forbidden Technique, Body Regeneration, Hell Path, King Inma's Judgment, and Hell Path, Cycle of Rebirth. These abilities, some inherent to the liberation of the Rinnegan's ocular power and others bearing the mark of darkness, suggested that the influence of Zero-Tail Chakra during the Rinnegan's ascension had played a role. Although Zero-Tail was defined as an artificial tailed beast in the films, its composition differed entirely from that of conventional tailed beasts, being derived from the darkness within the human psyche. This metaphysical darkness bore little relation to the chakra created by the Tsutsuki clan. Rather, it was more akin to the Uchiha clan's Eye material or the Senjutsu chakra extracted in Sage mode. To some extent, this power had the potential to withstand the pursuit of truth. Of course, Yue could not yet condense the pursuit of truth, leaving that uncertain. Beyond the amplified Rinnegan abilities, Yue also acquired two additional powers due to the presence of Zero-Tail, Dark-Tailed Beast Transformation, and Zero-Tail, Dark-Tailed Beast Ball. Tailed Beast Transformation? This ability is arguably one of the most useful enhancements throughout the narrative of Naruto. The reason Uzumaki Naruto is the protagonist is not only due to being the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, but also owing to the vital role played by the Nine Tails within him. Even in the future series, Boruto, the various special forms derived from Tailed Beast Transformation serve as indispensable assets against the Tsutsuki clan. Now, possessing the ability for Tailed Beast Transformation, Yue could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment. Unlike Uzumaki Naruto, who needed to adapt and understand the tailed beast within him, Yue, endowed with the trait of absolute affinity for dark chakra, faced no such requirement. As a newly birthed entity, Zero-Tail viewed Yue as its progenitor, bestowing upon him unconditional trust. However, mere absolute affinity for dark chakra was insufficient. An abundance of dark chakra could erode both mind and body. Fortunately, Yue had observed Shinnong utilizing Zero-Tail's power and noted this concern. He had cleverly employed the ability of the human path to extract the dark medical forbidden technique from the opponent's mind, enabling him to resist such erosion while wielding the power of tailed beast transformation. One might say Yue was inherently a perfect Jinchuriki. With this thought in mind, Yue raised his hand as dark, void-like flames coalesced around him, enveloping his form in a layer of sharp, purple-black crystalline substance. These crystals were not smooth, but featured distinctly angular geometric structures, resembling countless sharp shards assembled together. His head was encased in a crystalline armor, with two twisted black crystal horns sprouting from the crown, entwined with purple flames of dark chakra. His visage was obscured by a semi-transparent mask inscribed with the symbol 0, allowing only his Rinnegan, glowing with a purple hue, to faintly be seen. His upper body was shrouded in dense purple-black crystalline armor, studded with sharp protrusions, and two immense crystal pauldrons jutted from his shoulders, their edges as keen as blades, seemingly capable of effortlessly slicing through an adversary's defenses. His arms were entirely covered in purple-black crystalline scales, with sharp black crystal spikes emerging at the elbows. His palms were encased in a layer of translucent crystal, while his fingertips extended into sharp black crystal claws. His legs bore massive black crystal spikes at the knees, and his feet extended into razor-sharp black crystal talons, entwined with purple flames of dark chakra. Additionally, a tail fashioned from purple-black crystal emerged from his back, its surface adorned with sharp projections, resembling a crystal whip that could pierce foes at any moment, culminating in a substantial purple crystal. Despite being enveloped in this dark crystalline armor, his overall form conveyed a sense of elegance, sharpness, and extreme danger. Upon transforming into this state, Yue experienced an explosive surge in power, each movement leaving a violet afterimage in the air, making it difficult even for his Rinnegan to track his trajectory. He need not exert force. The mere turbulence generated by his bodily movements was sufficient to unleash astonishing destructive power. Just as Yue prepared to further test the capabilities of the tailed beast ball, he suddenly sensed a surge of potent dark energy flowing into his body from a distance. Chapter 67, Dark Sage Arts. Energy balance. As the dark power surged within him, Night Moon remained unfazed. Through his absolute affinity for dark chakra, his body had seamlessly integrated with the characteristics of the Zero-Tails, becoming its perfect Jinchuriki. However, Night Moon had somewhat underestimated the nature of the Zero-Tails. To put it bluntly, the very existence of the Zero Tails was akin to an insatiable black hole, perpetually attracting the dark energies of those around and converting them into its own power. This force was inexhaustible, seemingly boundless. Experiencing this power firsthand, one could comprehend why Shinong dared to confront Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages. However, such a magnitude of dark energy, had there been some grand conflict? Night Moon pondered. He closed his eyes, allowing the powers of the Zero Tails and his Rinnegan to operate in tandem. Beginning to trace back the source of this dark energy, the vision of the Rinnegan pierced through the barriers of space, while the power of the Zero Tails followed the flow of darkness, tracing it back to its distant origin. Moments later, Night Moon's consciousness seemed to transcend thousands of miles, arriving at a battlefield shrouded in smoke. The sight before him was heart-wrenching. The earth was torn asunder, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and scorched earth. The ground was littered with corpses, the bodies of ninjas scattered everywhere. Some were grotesquely disfigured by toxins, others pierced by the blades of puppets, their blood staining the soil. In that chaos, he recognized 2 familiar figures, Hanzo of the Salamander and Granny Chio. Hanzo's poisonous mist enveloped a vast area like a shroud of death, with vegetation wilting and the air becoming heavy and lethal. Meanwhile, Chio's puppet army functioned like merciless killing machines, mechanically executing their master's commands and shredding everything that stood in their way. Beyond these 2, the battlefield was rife with fierce encounters. From the Sand Village's position, several modified giant puppets resembling sandworms rampaged through the battlefield. Compared to their previous appearance in the Cliff Valley, these sandworms had evidently assimilated some of the technology from the Sky Ninjas. They were massive, their exoskeletons transformed from wood to an alloy, equipped with sharp rotating blades on their backs and track-based mobility devices on their undersides, enabling swift movement across various terrains. Like true behemoths, they crushed the ground beneath them. Uprooted trees, and those ninjas caught off guard were mercilessly dragged beneath their tracks, reduced to mangled remains. Additionally, the heads of the sandworms retained jetting devices, occasionally expelling scalding steam or toxic smoke, further intensifying the battlefield's chaos. Hanzo's counterattack was equally formidable. His summoned beast, a colossal salamander, lay entrenched in the center of the battlefield, resembling a mobile fortress of poisonous mist. The salamander's skin was coated in deadly slime. With every breath, it exhaled thick, purple poison that rapidly suffocated the surrounding air, transforming it into a silent purgatory. Any ninja who inhaled the mist, be they from the Sand or Rain villages, would find themselves gasping for breath, their skin succumbing to decay, ultimately collapsing in agony. Every lash of the salamander's tail could create massive fissures in the earth, even repelling the approaching sandworms. The battle had escalated to an intense climax, with each clash accompanied by devastating sacrifices. The dark energy on the battlefield surged like an invisible tide, emanating from every fallen ninja and every despairing heart. Fear, anger, hatred, and pain intertwined, transmuting into boundless, unseen energy that permeated the air. This dark energy was irresistibly drawn to the Zero Tails within Night Moon, as if an invisible tether connected him to the source of this negativity. Night Moon gently closed his eyes, savoring the dark energy flowing into him, a smile of enjoyment curling at the corners of his lips. This power was immense, seemingly infinite, filling his being with an unprecedented sense of completeness. The Zero Tails within him thrived on this negative energy, greedily devouring it as if it could never be satiated. Yet, just as the Zero Tails reveled in this nourishment, Night Moon abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of cold determination flashing within. Without hesitation, he severed the process of absorbing the dark energy, causing a wave of confusion to ripple through the Zero Tails, as if questioning why Night Moon halted this splendid feast. Fortunately, the Zero Tails held a warm disposition towards Night Moon, resulting in no backlash. However, he could sense its restless movements within him, striving to reconnect with the source of dark energy. Night Moon's expression grew grave. He could now confirm that the essence of this dark power bore a resemblance to natural sage arts, whether natural sage arts or dark energy. The crux lay not in the quantity absorbed, but in achieving equilibrium with the power within. Night Moon's current strength had reached an optimal balance. The dark energy he had absorbed earlier was solely intended to mend the injuries of the Zero Tails, which had suffered in its prior battle against the Konoha ninja. Thus, he initially welcomed the absorption of this dark energy. However, once the Zero Tails had fully recovered, he promptly severed his connection to it. Yet it appeared both sides were embroiled in a fierce conflict. Night Moon's gaze shifted toward the distant battlefield, where Hanzo and Chio continued their relentless struggle. Ninjas fell in agony and despair, causing the dark energy to thicken even further. In the past, such matters of death on the battlefield would not have concerned Night Moon. However, the circumstances had shifted. His body now possessed an absolute affinity for the darkness within human hearts, akin to a magnet, inevitably attracting the surrounding dark energies. If left unchecked, the accumulation of dark power would eventually disrupt the balance within him, potentially leading to complete loss of control. If he greedily absorbed this energy without the ability to manage it, he would ultimately be consumed by it. Much like those who failed in their sage training at Mayaboka Mountain, transforming into stone statues of toads, this cannot continue, Night Moon murmured, resolving to personally intervene on the battlefield to halt the carnage. Only by stopping the conflict could he temporarily sever the source of this dark energy, preventing an imbalance within his own power. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a system notification echoed in his head. Ding! Important side quest triggered. Prevent the War of the Rain Village from escalating. Quest reward. Upon completion, the host will receive Dark Sage Arts, Energy Balance, granting absolute control over dark energy, ensuring the host's internal power remains unaffected by dark energy, a prerequisite for perfect sage mode. Chapter 68. The elegance of catastrophe on the battlefield. The atmosphere of slaughter weighed heavily and oppressively in the air, saturated with the stench of blood and toxic fumes. The conflict between the two sides had persisted for several days and nights, leaving their ninjas weary from relentless combat, yet the fighting showed no signs of abating. Hanzo stood on one side of the battlefield, his black robe marred by splotches of blood and poison mist. His breath came in short gasps. The scythe in his hand stained with the blood of enemies, while a deadly veil of toxic fog swirled around him. Beneath him loomed a massive salamander, its skin coated in venomous slime, each breath emitting thick purple miasma that rendered the surrounding air a lifeless hue of violet. Despite Hanzo's formidable strength, his stamina was nearing its limits. Days of battle had drained his chakra significantly, even diminishing the potency of the salamander's toxic fog. However, as a demigod, retreat was not an option. Doing so would severely undermine his prestige and the honor of the Rain Village. On the opposite side, Granny Chiyo's condition was equally dire. Her white hair was drenched in sweat, plastered to her forehead, and in just a few days, the wrinkles on her face deepened, as though she had aged decades overnight. Her puppet army had suffered tremendous losses, with the remaining near 10 puppets mostly in tatters. Yet, the once celebrated Kunoichi of Sunagakure retained her sharp gaze, deftly manipulating the remaining puppets with her chakra strings. In the central battlefield where the two leaders confronted each other, several modified giant sandworm puppets rampaged, their shells marred by cracks, and their treads screeching from prolonged operation. These sandworm puppets had valiantly contributed to resisting Hanzo's pressure over the past few days. However, their movements were no longer as agile as when they first entered the fray, even with the support of technological advancements. Their internal energy and operational lifespan were dwindling under such intense combat. Yet, like Hanzo, Chiyo could not afford to concede defeat. Just yesterday, she received news that scouts dispatched by Sunagakure along the border with the Rain Village had detected an elite squad from Konoha. Though small in number, their combat prowess was astonishing, capable of overcoming even the elite puppet forces led by her son and daughter-in-law. This revelation filled Chiyo with dread. If she failed to create an opening in the Rain Village, this squad would soon ascertain her vulnerability, prompting the main force of Konoha to pivot from the Wind Country and swiftly crush her isolated contingent within the Rain Village. Yet, the battle was also at a stalemate. Both sides boasted rare strength within the ninja world, and after days of conflict, they had grown familiar with each other's capabilities. Hanzo's toxic mist and scythe, Chiyo's puppets and sandworms, could no longer deliver decisive blows. Thus, the battlefield had devolved into a grueling war of attrition. Both sides understood that continuing in this manner was futile, yet neither was willing to retreat. At that moment, Chiyo and Hanzo exchanged a glance across the expanse. Though no words were spoken, they recognized the same resolve in each other's eyes. This battle must reach a conclusion. Notify the front lines to fall back 3 miles. Chiyo suddenly commanded in a loud voice. The Sand Village ninjas, though puzzled, swiftly complied and began an orderly retreat. Simultaneously, Hanzo waved his hand, signaling the Rain Village ninjas to withdraw. The ninjas on the battlefield retreated rapidly, leaving only Hanzo and Chiyo standing in the desolate expanse, facing each other. It seems we can finally settle this, Hanzo said coldly, his scythe raised slightly, the toxic mist swirling around him. Chiyo did not respond. Instead, she slowly raised her hand, extending her chakra strings from her fingertips to control the remaining puppets. Her gaze was calm and resolute, as if to convey to Hanzo that she was prepared for the final confrontation. In the next instant, both figures vanished from their positions. Hanzo's scythe swept up a torrent of toxic purple mist, while Chiyo's puppets surged forward with gleaming blades, both extracting the last remnants of chakra to charge at one another. The distance between the poisoned scythe and the puppet's blade was but 3 inches, with Hanzo's pupils reflecting Chiyo's determined visage, her chakra strings taut to the brink of snapping. Just as their blades were poised to clash, boom! The heavens erupted with thunder, a shadow streaking through the air at blinding speed, accompanied by a violent gust that crashed between the two. As it touched the ground, crack! The earth within 1,000 meters did not merely collapse. It fractured vertically as if pierced, with layers of rock and mud not shattering but transforming into countless crystalline shards that shot skyward, halting in midair upon brushing against the hem of a black robe. Dust and debris dissipated like subjects bowing in deference, revealing a crystalline mask aglow with purple light, its eerily twisted expression, half crying, half laughing, distorted by a dark halo. with a fissure shaped like a arrow, at its center seeping forth black mist, as if some concealed malevolent force was on the verge of manifesting. As the newcomer's feet touched the ground, the sounds of the battlefield were instantly snuffed out. In this profound silence, the figure raised both hands, and a whispering voice, reminiscent of grinding gears, emanated from beneath the mask. It's time to clear the field. In the next moment, the world crumbled at his fingertips. What? Hanzo watched in horror as his companion of 20 years, the scythe, disintegrated into dust. In that instant, he heard the brittle snap of his ribcage breaking, its sound as crisp as a child crushing a wafer. Chiyo's white hair stood on end in the turbulent winds. The pride of her near 10 puppets disintegrated in the repulsive force, a masterwork from the revered puppet master, Monzaman, containing 320 mechanisms and 49 seals, evaporating faster than morning dew. Yet, the destruction did not cease there. An invisible force exploded from the newcomer as the epicenter, obliterating the sand village's defenses upon contact with the shockwave. Ninjas were flung like autumn leaves, shuriken and kunai merging in the air into a twisted metallic storm. The rain village's toxic devices, pierced by debris, unleashed a ghastly green mist, with their respirators disintegrating, leading to the collapse of the elite forces amidst the double assault of dust and leaking toxins. As for the salamander, once a creature that instilled dread, it was now pinned against the rock face by an invisible force. Its struggles etched bizarre totems into the stone with its corrosive venom, until a nearby stone pillar shattered, causing the entire mountain to collapse like a child's toppled tower of blocks, burying it within, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of white fog. When the dust settled, the surviving combatants beheld not ruins, but rather a battlefield transformed into a macabre masterpiece by some horrific force. The ground displayed perfect radial cracks, revealing dozens of meters of bedrock, the remnants of Sunegakure's shuriken and puppet parts, along with fragments of toxic sacks from the rain village, floated in midair, forming a bizarre constellation. Yet, the architect of this cataclysm stood nonchalantly at the center of his own infernal tableau, elegant, as if observing a hanging scroll in a tea room. Chapter 69. An eye for an eye. Do you still wish to fight? The voice beneath the crystal mask was as gentle as a casual afternoon conversation. Hans's expression was as stern as iron, his brows knitted tightly as he struggled to wipe away the crimson foam at the corner of his mouth. With great effort, he forced himself to stand. His gaze inadvertently fell to his feet, where he discovered that his scythe had been reduced to a pile of fine dust, quietly scattered on the ground. This detail caused his pupils to constrict. Such a devastating power had been so precise that not a single iron splinter had struck the retreating forces of the rain village. The newcomer had reached a level of mastery over chakra that was almost unfathomable. If they truly intended to unleash a massacre here, it was likely that no one on this battlefield would remain standing. You, the leader of the reincarnation organization. Zong. Chiyo's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, incredulous at the revelation. It is truly you. Your gaze is as sharp as ever, Lady Chiyo. Yue interjected with a light laugh, his fingers brushing over the intricate patterns of the mask, exuding a casual arrogance. In fact, perhaps you both should turn and observe the situation behind you. At these words, Hans and Chiyo felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively turning to look. Before them, the elite poison fang unit of the Rain Village, usually so proud and formidable, was now trembling uncontrollably. This tremor did not stem from physical pain, but from a profound terror emanating from the very depths of their souls, a pure, unadulterated fear. These seasoned ninjas, who had faced countless trials in the chaos of battle, were now barely able to hold their kunai. On the side of the Sand Village, the situation was even direr. With the loss of their puppet support, the overall strength of the Sand Ninjas had diminished drastically. The remaining Sand Ninjas were devoid of morale, each face etched with an overwhelming dread of Yue's unfathomable power, completely stripped of the will to continue fighting. In an instant, Yue swept through the battlefield like a tempest, obliterating the already fragile fighting spirit of both armies. Bastard, do you think such petty tricks will? Hans' eyes widened in fury, his voice hoarse with rage. But before his angry words could fully escape his lips, they were abruptly cut off. Beneath the mask, Yue's mysterious and profound purple eyes suddenly contracted like cold stars, as if an invisible, formidable force was coalescing. Kneel. The two words, laden with a power akin to an abyss, descended upon him. Hans felt darkness envelop him, his consciousness dragged into the illusion constructed by the reincarnation eye. Upon entering this realm of illusion, he beheld an expansive, desolate void, steeped in a chilling, eerie atmosphere. Just as he was reeling in astonishment, countless black-purple crystalline chains erupted from the depths of the void, piercing through his limbs and body with blinding speed. These chains were not of physical substance, but were instead formed from pure, dark chakra, directly penetrating Hans' being and pinning him firmly in place. Panic surged within him, and relying on years of accumulated combat instinct, he immediately struggled to free himself from the dreadful bindings. However, he soon despaired as he realized that his body was utterly immobilized within this abyss, unable to move even an inch. Moreover, The chakra within him was being uncontrollably siphoned away, like a flood breaking through a dam. This is an illusion? Hans' extensive combat experience alerted him to his dire predicament. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to disrupt the flow of chakra within him to escape the illusion. Yet, to his horror, he found that his chakra was entirely beyond his control. The black-purple crystalline chains not only bound his body, but also acted like numerous conduits, relentlessly draining his chakra. Each time he tried to gather chakra, the ancient runes on the chains glowed ominously, turning all his efforts to naught in an instant. How is this possible? Just an illusion, yet why is my chakra sealed? Cold sweat beaded on Hans' forehead. He had faced ninjas skilled in illusion before, having personally experienced the Uchiha clan's bewildering Sharingan Jinjutsu and the unique, bizarre illusions of the Akimichi clan. But he had never encountered such a terrifying, inescapable illusion. Just as he prepared to bite his tongue, forcing pain to awaken his consciousness, a chilling shriek suddenly echoed from the depths of the chains. The sound was filled with endless malevolence and terror, sending shivers down Hans' spine. He instinctively looked up, only to see that the heavy clouds above had been torn apart by an unseen hand, revealing a gaping maw that resembled an abyss. A terrifying, gigantic serpentine entity slowly emerged from the cloud, unmistakably the Zero Tail. Compared to its initial appearance, the Zero Tail, now nourished by Yeyue's reincarnation, eye power, and chakra, was enveloped in a layer of purple-black crystalline scales that glimmered with a mysterious and perilous sheen, akin to impenetrable armor. On its head, besides the ever-present enigmatic mask, an enormous reincarnation eye had formed. The now revealed Zero Tail loomed over Hans, who was bound by chains, and its massive reincarnation eye suddenly radiated a blinding purple light. A wave of purple energy, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, surged forth like a catastrophic tide, sweeping towards Hans with apocalyptic might. Hans attempted to close his eyes, but found even this simple act impossible, left powerless as the wave penetrated his being. In that fleeting moment, after 37 years of navigating the ninja world, facing countless storms, the indomitable psychological defenses he had built crumbled like paper. This formidable demigod, once feared and revered in the ninja realm, now lost all semblance of his former glory. Reduced to a state of utter despair, his legs seemed to lose all strength, and he involuntarily knelt in the blood-soaked ground. What? Do you not use your full power to kill me? Hans howled in agony, yet he realized that the masked figure was gazing down at him. The mask's expression reminiscent of a human observing struggling ants. Yeyue approached slowly, towering over the fallen demigod. You should be grateful for my mercy, he remarked, tracing a finger over the Rain Village symbol on Hans' forehead protector. A deep gash suddenly appeared on Hans' ninja headband. After all, making ants recognize their insignificance is far more entertaining than crushing them. Hans felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in shock. His expression locked in place as if time itself had stopped. The swirling purple light within Yeyue's reincarnation I seemed capable of piercing through the pride and arrogance he had cultivated for 50 years. In a moment of disorientation, he seemed to hear a crisp, shattering sound emanating from within, not of bones, but of something far more significant. The sound of his once proud demigod dignity crumbling under the weight of absolute power disparity. Night Moon gazed quietly at the man who had once commanded great respect in the ninja world, a hint of amused intrigue flickering in his eyes. He could have easily crushed Hanzo's spirit, akin to squashing an ant, yet the existence of the system's mission prompted a change of heart. Preventing the expansion of war in the Rain Village was no trivial task, and Night Moon understood that sheer brute strength would not suffice to achieve this objective. The demigod, revered in the land of rain, possessed an accumulated influence that could not be overlooked. Thus, after careful consideration, Night Moon resolved to spare Hanzo for the time being. After all, this former demigod's mental defenses had already collapsed under the formidable might of the Rinnegan, dark pressure. Keeping him as a mere puppet might yield greater value in the future. He cast a final glance at the fallen Hanzo before turning his attention to the vigilant Chiyo. The legendary puppet master of Sunagakure clutched the remnants of her chakra threads, yet Night Moon could discern the slight tremor in her hands, not from fatigue, but from fear. Lady Chiyo, Night Moon's voice was eerily gentle. Shall we continue to fight? Chiyo's gaze swept over the scattered remnants of puppets, over the terrified faces of the Sunagakure ninja, finally resting on Hanzo's disheveled figure. She opened her mouth, but found herself unable to utter a sound, not ensnared by illusion, but rather, her rationality as an authority figure warned her. The Sand Ninja had lost the will to continue fighting. Faced with the terrifyingly powerful leader of the Rinnegan organization, any resistance on her part would be futile. All Sand Ninja, retreat. With great effort, she managed to articulate the command, leading the remaining Sand Ninja forces swiftly away from the battlefield. Chapter 70. Watching in the shadows in the Rain Country, within a concealed and damp underground cavern. A tranquil yet slightly sinister atmosphere permeated the air. Drip. Water droplets struck the rocks, producing a crisp sound. The damp walls of the cave suddenly dried and cracked 3 meters from the stone seat, as if an invisible barrier severed the moisture. A man, hunched over and ensconced in the stone seat, had his neck wrapped in bandages that had long since turned yellow, with edges stained by a dark red substance. His empty eye sockets were covered by a metal forehead protector bearing the Uchiha clan symbol. His gnarled fingers rested on the armrest of the stone seat, nails exhibiting an unnatural dark purple hue. The faded armor hung loosely from his shoulders, the fan emblem of the Uchiha having decayed and faded, but below it, a knot of rope split open a gap on his right cheek, revealing a grotesque visage on his chest. Pale flesh writhed beneath the bandages, attempting to mend the old wounds left by the Valley of the End battle 60 years prior. However, the injuries inflicted by his most respected and formidable friend-turned-foe continued to haunt him even in death. Senju, Hashirama. The man's voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, softly uttering that name, imbued with a complex array of emotions, nostalgia, resentment, and an ineffable reverence. As he spoke this name, the tiny stones on the ground began to levitate, forming a slowly rotating ring of stars at his feet, despite his advanced age. The chakra emanating from this man still unconsciously manipulated the laws of physics around him. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, and two enormous pitcher plant leaves rose slowly from the earth. At the center of the leaves revealed an extraordinarily eerie face, half white and half black, evoking a strong visual impact and an inexplicable sense of dread. The man seated in the cavern remained as steadfast as a rock, showing no signs of movement. Once he had gradually collected his swirling thoughts, he spoke with a casual tone, as if foreseeing everything. It's Zetsu. How curious to see you in such a state of panic. Have you found a suitable vessel in Konoha? The damp cavern suddenly crystallized with ice, and the dew on the plant leaves emitted a metallic clanging sound upon touching the ground. The man's age-spotted fingers tapped rhythmically on the stone seat's armrest, his hollow eye sockets turning towards the source of the sound. Despite his loss of the Rinnegan, he could still keenly sense everything around him through his acute perception of chakra. Lord Madara, it's not a matter of the vessel. The black half of Zetsu reported, his tone carrying a rare hint of unease. On the battlefield in the Rain Country, a second pair of Rinnegan has appeared. The rhythm of Madara's tapping momentarily halted, and the stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling suddenly shattered into dust, the falling particles eerily suspending 3 meters away from him, forming a floating ring. Elaborate, he commanded. Although he had lost his eyes, the ancient weight of his voice still harbored the authority that once subdued an era. The user, who wears a crystal mask inscribed with the character 0, calls himself Ketsu, and is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. As Zetsu spoke, smoke emanated from the leaves, infiltrating Uchiha Madara's body, allowing him to conjure images of the past through the illusion, despite his blindness. Before Madara, a vision materialized, Yamato descending from the heavens, resembling a divine being. Strange, Madara mused. The chakra nature does not fully encompass the 7 transformations, yet it can surpass the limits of ocular power. After a moment's observation, the corners of Madara's parched lips curled into a smile. Even I, back in the day, could not achieve such a level without borrowing from Hashirama's cells. The white half of Zetsu recoiled in fear. Moreover, I sensed within that individual a terrifying dark energy. Dark energy? Madara's wrinkled eyelids quivered slightly, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the armrest. 20 meters away, the underground river suddenly flowed backward, the reversing water coalescing behind him into a massive Uchiha fan totem, displaying images of Senju Tobarama dissecting the Sharingan in his laboratory. Black Zetsu's raspy voice interjected. Just as described in Tobarama's research report from back then, when Uchiha clan members experience intense emotional stimuli, their brains secrete a special chakra substance. The river water coalesced into the experimental report regarding the Uchiha clan that he had secretly reviewed when he returned Konoha. This substance catalyzes the evolution of the Sharingan, but possesses significant corrosiveness. Temporarily named In-Release Chakra Crystal, Madara suddenly chuckled coldly, the text on the water screen igniting into ashes from his black flames. That peeping Tom has indeed glimpsed half the truth. However, he will never understand that true darkness is not a curse. The white half of Zetsu mustered courage to interject. Shall we initiate the contingency plan? That young one from the Uzumaki clan. Though that pair of eyes bears a resemblance to mine, it is not my Rinnegan. I can sense it. Madara leaned back against the stone seat, curiosity lacing his voice. However, a second pair of Rinnegan? I was unaware that another Uchiha could reach such ocular prowess in the days of the shinobi world. Black Zetsu remained silent. In truth, he was even more perplexed than Madara. As a sentient creation of Kaguya before her sealing, he understood the essence of the Rinnegan better than anyone. The so-called Eye of the Moon plan was not a method of saving the world. It was merely a ruse to manipulate others into liberating their mother, Kaguya Tsutsuki. Could there be other means to awaken the Rinnegan aside from the merging of Indra's and Azura's chakra? This thought caused the veins on Black Zetsu's leaves to turn blood red. For millennia, he had orchestrated countless battles between the reincarnations of Indra and Azura, akin to nurturing 2 vines destined to entwine in fatal conflict. Yet now, a third plant had burst forth from the soil. Madara's acquisition of the Rinnegan had already been established. The resurrection of the Ten Tails was no longer feasible. If that pair of eyes gained control of the outer path's golem first, the plan to liberate his mother would be irrevocably thwarted. As long as that individual did not become an enemy of the world, he could persist eternally within the realm of shinobi. This would mean that Kagaya would remain forever sealed upon the moon, an outcome Black Zetsu could never accept. Thus, he controlled White Zetsu, speaking in an innocent tone, "Lord Madara, do you require me to approach this newly emerged Rinnegan holder?" The outer path's golem indeed required the Rinnegan as a key. Madara's hoarse voice carried the weight of aged years. "We cannot allow the plan to be hindered. Temporarily halt the vessel, plan regarding Konoha, and immediately investigate 3 matters. First, the relationship of this individual with the Uchiha clan. Second, the dark power within him is not the in-release chakra crystal. Ascertain the source of that dark energy. Third, clarify his stance and determine whether this descendant can be of use to me." Having finished, Uchiha Madara waved his hand. "Go." "Understood." Receiving the command, Zetsu's form slowly descended into the earth. However, as he submerged underground, a glimmer of inscrutable intent flickered in Black Zetsu's gaze. Chapter 71. The controlled demigod on the outskirts of the Rain Ninja Village, a concealed hideout of Yahiko and his companions. As Yuyue pushed open the creaking wooden door, 3 transparent metal wires tightened silently above the threshold. These were special transparent iron wires treated by the Uchiha clan, poised to trigger a poison spike mechanism. Such bespoke ninja tools were rare and expensive in the black market of the Land of Rain, with a set fetching nearly 10,000 ryo. A mere 7-degree angle deviation would render it even harder to detect. Amidst the swirling red clouds of his black cloak, Yuyue ghosted through the trap's blind spot. He flicked his fingers towards the left pillar, and the explosive tags hidden in the shadows disintegrated automatically, 30 talismans fluttering down like withered leaves. He then remarked, "The detonation point is too concentrated. Dispersing it across the roof beams could triple the lethal radius." The steel wire controlled by Konan hung, suspended in the air. While further inside, Yahiko burst forth from the bonfire, his concealed kunai poised for action. Yet, he halted as the newcomer lifted his hand to remove the mask covering his face, revealing a visage they were all too familiar with. "Your vigilance has improved," Yua noted, using his toes to flick up an ineffective explosive tag, which ignited in black flames at his fingertips. "It seems you have not been idle during this time." So, in the wake of Conan's exclamation, the 3 emerged from their respective hiding spots, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. "Your hair." Conan hesitated. She recalled their last parting when Mr. Zhang's hair was grayish-white. Now it had transformed to black, the ends shimmering with a faint violet hue. And the coffin he typically carried was nowhere to be seen. Had it not been for the slight change in his appearance, they might have failed to recognize him altogether. Just a minor mishap. Yuyue casually brushed aside, producing 3 metallic plates from his sleeve. "This is a pass order," he said, placing the metal plates embossed with rain cloud patterns before the 3 kneeling on the straw mat. "Gather your belongings. We shall move to the Tower of Gods immediately. There, you will find complete training facilities." The Tower of Gods was a familiar landmark to all in the Land of Rain. Once the domain of the demigod who ruled over the entire region, and it stood as the tallest edifice in the land. Yahiko's hand froze as he took the metal plate. "But, how could Hanzo possibly allow us?" With no time to dwell on such trifles, Yuyue nonchalantly cast a glance at Nagato's Rinnegan, continuing with an impassive demeanor. "Hanzo has recently engaged in a large-scale conflict with the Sand Ninja Village, suffering considerable losses on both sides. Hence he was compelled to seek assistance from the Rinnegan organization." Upon hearing this, the trio nodded in agreement, swiftly gathering their things before following Yuyue on the path to the Tower of Gods. As they journeyed, the skies of the Land of Rain remained overcast, with a persistent drizzle. After an hour of traversing, the silhouette of the Tower of Gods gradually came into focus, its towering metallic structure seemingly merging with the clouds above, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Rusted steam pipes coiled around the tower like the remains of a colossal beast, moss creeping through the crevices of steel, while newly installed chakra conduits gleamed with a chilling silver light, a violent amalgamation of the old and the new. As the 4 crossed the steel bridge enveloped in rain, Yahiko noticed something amiss with the guards stationed at the entrance. Their demeanor shifted upon spotting Yuyue. They halted, bowing their heads in deference, their eyes betraying an unmistakable mix of reverence and fear. Those who had once knelt before the statue of Hanzo were now dropping to one knee before the approaching Yuyue. Conan, Yahiko, and Nagato exchanged puzzled glances, but seeing Zhang's composed expression, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Yuyue seemed unfazed by the reverence, his stride unbroken, his expression still impassive. He led them through the labyrinthine external structure of the Tower of Gods to a metallic door adorned with intricate machinery. The exterior of this metallic wall bore no distinct features compared to the other pipes, covered in gears, with the occasional mechanical whir and hiss of steam echoing. "Stay close," Yuyue instructed, placing his hand against the verdigris-covered surface of the pipe. With a rumble of steam, the gear lock clicked open automatically. The interior was dimly lit, with sporadic lights illuminating the path ahead, and a faint scent of rust permeated the air. After passing through 3 10-meter thick gear gates, they arrived at the central area of the Tower of Gods. Here, the space opened up dramatically, with a soaring ceiling adorned by a massive chandelier. Its light cascading onto the polished floor, reflecting the slightly tense expressions of the three. Before them stood a tall figure, clad in heavy armor and wielding a colossal scythe, Hanzo, the demigod of the Land of Rain. In that moment, his imposing silhouette remained formidable, akin to an unshakable mountain. However, an inexplicable dissonance lingered in the air. As they approached, Hanzo slowly turned to face them, his breathing echoing through the mask, resembling a mere puppet under control, rather than the fearsome demigod who had once instilled terror throughout the ninja world. Zong, you have brought them? His tone bore a mechanical stiffness, low and devoid of inflection. Yuyue nodded slightly, his voice calm. Yes, Lord Hanzo. They will be new members of the Rinnegan organization. Hanzo's gaze swept over the three, eventually resting on Nagato's Rinnegan. A fleeting flicker of something unidentifiable crossed his eyes, as if some repressed instinct were struggling to surface, but it quickly faded back into an empty state. His voice remained mechanical. Very well. Since you are members of the Rinnegan organization, it signifies your right to stand here. I shall provide you with ample resources for your training. I hope you will not betray the goodwill of the Land of Rain and the Rinnegan organization. Yahiko clenched the metal plate tightly, doubt lingering in his heart, yet he resolutely nodded. We are deeply grateful, Lord Hanzo. Dismissed, Hanzo replied curtly, waving his hand mechanically. His gaze, veiled beneath the respirator, shifted back to Yuyue, an inscrutable subservience evident, as if awaiting the next command. Yuyue casually nodded, then turned and led the three away from the central area. Once outside the Tower of Gods, Conan could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, Zong, why do those rain ninjas regard you with such reverence? And Lord Hanzo, he seems somewhat off. Indeed, Conan, your perceptiveness is commendable. Yuyue paused, glancing back at her, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. I merely attended to certain necessary matters. As for Lord Hanzo, he sustained significant injuries on the battlefield. Hence he appears somewhat fatigued. Chapter 72. The second member, Yami as Night Moon watched the three figures retreat towards the eastern fortress. His fingertips gently caressed the metallic plate concealed within his sleeve. The emblem inscribed with the character 0 glimmered with a ghostly light, resonating with the chakra fluctuations of a certain demigod. A bitter smile curled upon Night Moon's lips. How ironic it was that a once mighty demigod had been reduced to a mere marionette. The memory of the battle that altered the course of the Land of Rain flashed vividly in his mind, when Night Moon infused the Rinnegan, dark pressure into Hanzo's soul. The will of this demigod shattered like fragile glass. Subsequently, he transformed the dark chakra of Zero Tail into countless tendrils, which slithered into Hanzo's body like venomous serpents. Hanzo's form stiffened abruptly, his pupils constricted in terror, and the sound beneath his breathing mask became frantic and disordered. Had he possessed a resolute heart, the mental control of Zero Tail would likely have failed. However, Hanzo's will had already been utterly crushed by the presence of the Rinnegan, leaving him defenseless against that dark force. In the blink of an eye, the dark chakra of Zero Tail had infiltrated the very essence of this demigod, gradually tearing apart his will. Through the Rinnegan, Night Moon witnessed the disintegration of Hanzo's resolve beneath the weight of the dark energy, akin to fragile glass, ultimately shattering into oblivion. His gaze transitioned from shock to emptiness, and his body ceased its struggle, resembling a soulless husk. Now, a full month had passed since that fateful battle. After a month of meticulous adjustments, Hanzo had been transformed into a carefully crafted puppet by Night Moon. His mechanical demeanor and actions were programmed by Night Moon. The flickering purple light at his throat was a sealing technique derived from yin-yang release, ensuring Hanzo could not resist his commands. Even the compliant gaze behind the respirator was a result of the transformation technique. Most gratifying for Night Moon was that Hanzo retained a modicum of independent thought and his full combat prowess. The body of this demigod remained formidable, his chakra still immense. Yet his soul had been thoroughly erased by Night Moon, leaving behind a flawless combat machine, an unthinking blade entirely under his control. Additionally, seizing the opportunity presented by Danzo's severe blow from the self-detonation of the Sky Ninja base, Night Moon had devoted the past month to purging the infiltrators within the Rain Ninja ranks. In truth, various departments and reconnaissance intelligence within the Land of Rain now reported directly to him. Hanzo merely existed as a relic and a seal of a bygone era. Returning to a secluded chamber within the Tower of Gods, Night Moon pushed open the heavy stone door, revealing a dimly lit and spacious room. The walls were adorned with several ghostly blue chakra lamps, their faint glow illuminating the contours of the chamber. The room was cluttered with scrolls, documents, and maps. The table strewn with various intelligence reports, dense with text and markings that illustrated the movements across the ninja world. He approached the table, casually picking up a scroll, his gaze swiftly scanning its contents. The intelligence encompassed various activities from the Leaf Village, the Sand Ninja Village, and internal affairs within the Land of Rain, each meticulously organized and analyzed, as though piecing together a complex chessboard. The movements of the Leaf Village and the Sand Ninja, he murmured, lightly tapping his fingers against the table. The intelligence indicated that the three legendary ninjas of the Leaf had suffered significant losses in their previous confrontation, particularly Orochimaru's forces. Orochimaru had participated in the raid on the Sky Ninja base. Although he successfully destroyed the core facilities of the Sky Ninja, his elite troops had been nearly annihilated. This battle had severely weakened Orochimaru, necessitating his withdrawal from the front lines to recuperate and replenish his forces in the Leaf Village. Jiraiya and Tsunade had adopted a more cautious strategy. Following the last battle, they had consolidated their defenses, reorganizing the remaining troops and reinforcing their fortifications. However, unexpectedly, they had not initiated any further offensive actions. Night Moon suspected that the higher-ups in the Leaf had turned their attention towards him as a significant threat. After all, even excluding the incident where he had seized Zero Tail from Orochimaru, the spectacle of his emergence during the conflict between the Sand Ninja and Rain Ninja could not have gone unnoticed by the ninja world. The Leaf would undoubtedly view him and any potential organizations behind him as vital targets for strategic evaluation. The situation in the Sand Ninja village was even more intriguing. Night Moon's gaze fell upon another intelligence report. Following the month-long battle, the Chiyo forces that had retreated from the Rain Ninja village found themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. Having suffered significant casualties after encounters with both the three legendary ninjas and Hanzo's army, this force had lost over half of its composition. Currently, the allied Sky Ninja had been completely obliterated by a surprise attack from the Leaf, exacerbating the situation as their logistical supply points discreetly stationed within the Land of Rain were consecutively dismantled. The most dire predicament arose from the battlefield engagement between the Sand and Leaf villages. Led by the legendary Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang squad launched a ferocious offensive, successfully breaching a division of the Sand's defenses. They now advanced like a dagger, poised to cut off the retreat of Chiyo's isolated forces. Hatake Tsukumo, a figure of great potential. Night Moon was not unfamiliar with him. Indeed, any traveler from another world would have an understanding of this legendary Leaf ninja. Beyond being the father of the future protagonist's mentor, Copy Ninja Kakashi, his reputation alone was enough to leave a lasting impression. In the original narrative, Hatake Tsukumo was lauded as the White Fang of the Leaf, one of the village's most elite jonin. At this stage, his prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of the three legendary ninjas, earning him the title of a legendary ninja. What made this ninja truly fearsome was not his ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but rather his unparalleled swordsmanship and fierce fighting style. He could swiftly exploit the enemy's weaknesses, delivering lethal strikes, simple, swift, and deadly. Even top-tier powerhouses like Chiyo from the Sand Ninja village had to regard his presence with trepidation. However, this formidable warrior had sacrificed his mission to save a comrade, ultimately succumbing to the pressures of village opinion and choosing to end his own life, evoking a mixture of admiration and regret. Nevertheless, to take a step back, Tsukumo's weakness lay in his sentimentality towards his own, while to outsiders, his existence was undeniably formidable. Should he continue his advance unchecked, the defenses of the Sand Ninja village might entirely collapse, a scenario that could prove detrimental for the Land of Rain, as the Sand's defeat might compel the Leaf to redirect more of its forces towards the Rain. Setting the scroll aside, Night Moon walked to a corner of the chamber, where a massive map of the ninja world hung. His gaze traversed the map slowly, finally resting upon the location of the Land of Rain. He stepped closer, his fingertips gliding over the expansive map. However, there was no need for him to intervene personally. His gaze lingered on the gorge along the border of the Land of Rain, the very route that the White Fang squad would take in pursuit of Chiyo. No sooner had he spoken than a tall figure clad in the same black attire adorned with red clouds appeared behind Night Moon. Turning, he caught a glimpse of the pallid and rigid features of Shinong beneath the brim of a conical hat. After a month of medical forbidden techniques and nurturing with dark chakra, let us see what remnants of your former strength you still possess. From this moment forth, you shall be the second member of the Rinnegan organization, Yami. With that, Night Moon conjured several black rods of yin-yang release, plunging them into Shinong's body. As the candlelight flickered, accompanied by a chilling disturbance, the eyes of Shinong transformed into swirling spirals. Subsequently, his form vanished amidst a swirl of black flames. Chapter 73. The intricate designs of Sand Ninja Yakura on a windswept hillside at the border of the Land of Rain. Several ninjas clad in specially designed combat attire from the Hidden Leaf village appeared atop a cliff like phantoms, either crouching or standing, their postures erect and exuding an aura that deterred any approach. At the forefront stood a tall man, his silver hair fluttering gently in the breeze, his gaze deep and composed. He was none other than the elite jonin of the Leaf Village, Hatake Tsukumo, the executor of this mission. Tsukumo, there is no chakra response from the Sand Ninjas within 10 miles. It appears their forces have yet to arrive, reported a skilled ninja from the Hyuga clan, his unique eyes displaying the empty void characteristic of his lineage, save for a striking white iris. At this moment, the veins on his temples bulged, resembling twisted earthworms pulsating beneath the skin. This was the fearsome Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan. Acknowledging his comrade's report with a slight nod, Tsukumo instructed, maintain vigilant observation with the Byakugan. The sand ninjas, particularly Chio, are not to be underestimated. Despite their previous defeat, intelligence indicates they retain significant strength. Our objective is to disrupt their supply lines. We cannot afford any negligence. The other ninjas nodded in agreement, adjusting their stances and concealing their presence, ever ready for action. As tension filled the air, time slipped by unnoticed, swiftly reaching noon. Suddenly, the Hyuga ninja, focused intently on their surroundings, pointed towards a distant cliff, exclaiming, "Look over there." The group turned to see several figures rapidly approaching atop a sand dune, identifiable by their attire as sand ninjas, with the foremost being the rising star of the sand. Yakura. Tsukumo's gaze darted like lightning towards the figures, his brow furrowing slightly. He bore no fear of Yakura. Although the young sand ninja possessed formidable abilities with his powerful Kekkei Genkai, the scorching release, Tsukumo deemed him still too inexperienced in the eyes of a seasoned warrior. Even against the sand's Kazekage, one would need to tread carefully to ensure a full retreat. "Captain, shall we engage?" Came a low voice from behind. It was Kuratsuchi of the Oil Girl clan, whose parasitic insects had silently spread throughout the area. Tsukumo did not respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of chakra in the wind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a sharp glint illuminating them. No, this is not an ordinary reconnaissance team. Their true main force lies beneath the ground. Before he could finish speaking, the sandy earth erupted, dozens of figures bursting forth from below. Simultaneously, a piercing shriek filled the air as numerous mechanized birds descended, their wings aglow with explosive seals. "Everyone scatter." Tsukumo's pupils contracted slightly, his white dagger unsheathing partially. Amidst the swirling sands, the blade reflected a chilling light, glaringly prominent against the backdrop of chaos. The elite ninjas of the Leaf Village instantly dispersed, seeking cover. The Hyuga ninja activated his Byakugan, veins on his temples more pronounced. There are 30 more underground, closing in rapidly. Tsukumo remained steadfast, his focus locked onto Yakura, who stood atop the dune, surrounded by a halo of distorted chakra indicative of his scorching release. No wonder they call Yukinoha's White Fang. "You've seen through my plan so swiftly," Yakura's voice sliced through the winds. Tsukumo remained silent, his attention diverted to the ground below. His innate perception of murderous intent allowed him to clearly observe the lurking sand ninjas swiftly maneuvering into a perfect encirclement. "Kuratsuchi," he whispered, "prepare the swarm." "Understood." Kuratsuchi formed hand seals, countless minuscule parasitic insects pouring from his ample sleeves, silently burrowing into the sand. At that moment, the mechanized birds were at their lowest point. Tsukumo's eyes hardened, and his white dagger was fully unsheathed. Lightning release, Chidori. A massive bolt of electricity surged forth like the sharpest blade, targeting the mechanized birds above. As the electric current tore through the air, it emitted a deafening roar, engulfing swathes of the mechanical birds, reducing them to countless fragments. Their explosive demise illuminating the sky with fiery brilliance. Amidst the blinding light, Tsukumo moved like a phantom, each swing of his dagger resulting in the collapse of a sand ninja, his strikes precise and lethally efficient, devoid of any superfluous flair. Merely seeing through the ruse does not equate to dismantling it. Yakura's voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of excitement and fervor. She rapidly formed hand seals, her scorching chakra coalescing in her palms. Scorch release, overheated extermination. With a cry, a blazing orb of heat surged forth, akin to a burning sun, hurtling towards everyone in its path. As it traveled, the sand grains melted into glistening glass, carving deep trenches into the earth. "Humph, just a little brat. Don't get too cocky." As the scorching orb advanced, Kuratsuchi formed hand seals, directing his parasitic insects to coalesce into multiple spheres of black insect balls, charging towards the incoming fiery sphere. Yet in the next moment, Kuratsuchi's pupils constricted, helplessly witnessing his meticulously bred swarm turn to ash under the orb's intense heat. The chakra-consuming insects stood no chance against such overwhelming temperatures. How could this be? Kuratsuchi's voice brimmed with disbelief. His insects had never encountered such a scenario. Even against fire techniques, they had always thrived due to their chakra absorption properties. "Don't be careless." Tsukumo's figure suddenly appeared before Kuratsuchi, his white dagger slicing through the air in a dazzling arc, cleaving the approaching fiery sphere in two. The split orb grazed past them, detonating in the distant sands, creating two massive molten craters. "Do not take it head-on." Tsukumo's voice remained calm. "Scorch release is not mere fire. It is a fusion of wind and fire attributes. A bloodline limit your insects cannot withstand." Kuratsuchi gritted his teeth and formed hand seals again. "Then I shall compensate with numbers." In an instant, more parasitic insects surged forth like a torrential tide from Kuratsuchi's sleeves. This time, they did not coalesce but transformed into countless minuscule individuals, overwhelming the landscape as they surged towards Yakura. Yakura sneered, her hands swiftly weaving through seals. Scorch release, 5-wheel fire. 5 scorching orbs materialized around her, each soaring towards the swarm along different trajectories. The searing heat ravaged the air, an acrid scent permeating the atmosphere. Yet this time, a hint of a smile graced Kuratsuchi's lips. Those seemingly charred insects suddenly detonated, releasing vast plumes of purple smoke. Poisonous insects? Yakura's expression shifted as she hastily held her breath and retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Kuratsuchi lunged forward, eager to capitalize on his success. However, a warning rang in his ears from the Hyuga ninja. Be careful. There's an ambush underground. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the warning, Tsukumo reacted, driving his white dagger into the ground. Wind release, rapid vacuum burst. The sharp wind blades surged through the dagger, forcing several sand ninjas attempting to ambush from below to the surface. However, the situation did not improve. Instead, more shinobi surged forth like a relentless tide from all directions. In their hands, the shuriken and kunai glimmered with a chilling light under the sun, raining down upon Shuan Mao and his companions, accompanied by a chorus of piercing sounds as they sliced through the air. Just then, at a critical moment, a ninja from the Hyuga clan suddenly appeared beside Shuan Mao. In an instant, his chakra erupted like boiling lava, surging forth from his chakra pathways and enveloping him in a rapidly spinning chakra shield. The shield, akin to an indestructible barrier, deflected the incoming projectiles like raindrops, resonating with the incessant clashing of metal. Chapter 74, An Unexpected Interference. As the effects of regeneration faded, the Hyuga ninja deftly deflected the incoming projectiles with gentle fist techniques, remarking, "Captain, the main force of the sand ninjas is rapidly approaching. Submit, leave shinobi." Came the boastful declaration from the distant Yakura, "You are already surrounded." However, amidst the encirclement of numerous sand ninjas, Shikomo remained unfazed. Suddenly, he spoke, "Indeed, we are surrounded." But, at that moment, Shikomo's figure froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. His silver hair flowed without wind, and a dense aura of lightning began to radiate from him, filling the air with an oppressive pressure that was nearly suffocating. Yakura's pupils constricted sharply. She found her breath constricted, as if an invisible hand were clasping her throat. The surrounding sand ninjas also sensed the shift in atmospheric pressure, their weapons trembling involuntarily in their grasp. What is this terrifying killing intent? Yakura's voice quivered as she realized she had made a fatal mistake. They had been battling a monster who had been deliberately suppressing his true power. Shikomo slowly raised his short blade, the lightning flickering along the edge producing a sharp, buzzing sound. "It is you who are surrounded." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. In the next instant, his figure vanished. No, he did not vanish but moved with such incredible speed. Yakura could only perceive a streak of silver lightning darting across the battlefield. In its wake, sand ninjas fell without a cry, their weapons severed with clean cuts that emitted wisps of smoke. So swift. The Hyuga ninja widened his eyes, unable to fully capture Shikomo's movements despite his Byakugan. His expression was filled with shock as he muttered, "Is this the true strength of our captain?" Even the swarm of parasites controlled by the oil girl, Haisha, instinctively recoiled from the lightning, as if sensing a formidable predator, scattering away in haste. Realization dawned on Haisha as she murmured, "So that was it." The captain was waiting for their main force to reveal themselves. Yakura felt a cold sweat soaking her back. She finally understood why the upper echelons of the sand village regarded the name White Tooth with such trepidation. He was an adversary beyond their capability to confront. "Scatter," she commanded, issuing the most prudent order of the mission, and quickly formed hand seals, flame release, firewall. A blazing wall of fire erupted, attempting to obstruct the lethal lightning. In motion, Shikomo's eyes glinted with sharpness as the white tooth blade, enveloped in lightning, transformed into a streak of lightning itself, effortlessly slicing through the barrier of flames with a sizzling sound, tearing it apart into a flurry of embers. The lightning-like figure plunged into the ranks of the sand ninjas, a cacophony of sounds erupting as he did. The sweeping blade resembled the scythe of death, cleaving everything in its path into shadowy silhouettes, as sand ninjas collapsed, blood gushing onto the sandy ground. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Witnessing Shikomo traverse the battlefield as if it were an unoccupied realm, Yakura, though astonished, fought to suppress her fear, quickly regaining her composure. She rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, "Flame release, overheating kill, continuous shots." Fiery orbs of scorching chakra coalesced in her palms and transformed into multiple lines of fire shooting towards Shikomo. Simultaneously, her hands spread wide, releasing several puppet strings that shot forth. This Yakura possessed a commendable skill in puppet manipulation. As her fingers danced, several mechanized puppets sprang from the ground, brandishing sharp blades, and swooped in from various directions to encircle Shikomo. Puppet technique, fire blade decimation. The joints of the puppets emitted a screeching sound as the flaming, high-temperature blades sliced toward Shikomo. Yet, Shikomo's expression remained stoic, as if the onslaught before him were mere child's play. He intensified the lightning around the white tooth blade, and in a flash, he navigated effortlessly between the incoming fire and puppets with the technique, lightning release, lightning flash. His speed was astounding, resembling true lightning. causing all attacks to miss their mark. In the next moment, he stood before Yakura, the blade pointed directly at her throat. How could he be so fast? Yakura's pupils dilated as she hastily retreated, forming a firewall with the scorching orbs to fend off Shikomo's assault. However, his blade did not falter. With a flicker of lightning, the firewall was instantly shattered. Bang! Yakura was forcefully pushed back several steps by the impact of the chakra-infused blade, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. As a prodigious talent of her generation among the sand ninjas, she had never anticipated that her pride and flame release would be rendered so utterly ineffective against a true powerhouse. It's over. Just as Shikomo's lightning thrust was about to pierce Yakura's chest, a low, resonant hum suddenly filled the air. A towering shadow, as imposing as a tower, materialized without warning, swiftly positioning itself before Yakura. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated, causing the air to tremble. The legendary white-tooth thrust was firmly caught by this figure's single hand, the lightning flickering on the blade, unable to advance an inch further. Shikomo's eyes widened in surprise. His blade was firmly restrained by the opponent's hand, as though it were trapped beneath a mountain, immobile. The figure, clad in black garb adorned with red clouds, slowly raised his head, revealing eyes gleaming with a dark, spiraling light. Indeed, the white tooth from Konoha lives up to its reputation. The mysterious voice was low and gravelly, imbued with an unsettling chill. Simultaneously, a powerful chakra erupted from him, instantly weighing down the air around them. Shikomo frowned slightly, quickly retracting his blade and pushing off the ground to create distance, his gaze scrutinizing the enigmatic figure before him. Yakura stood frozen, utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. She gazed at the black-clad figure blocking her path, her mind a tumult of thoughts. Although she had seen many powerful figures within the Sand Village, this peculiar individual was entirely unfamiliar to her. The newcomer ignored Yakura's bewilderment, instead slowly raising his hand, gathering a mass of pitch-black chakra that consumed the residual lightning chakra. But this time, the white tooth from Konoha will likely leave empty-handed, the mysterious figure stated calmly, his voice devoid of any inflection. Shikomo tightened his grip on the white tooth blade, lightning sparking anew along its length, coldly demanding, "Who are you? Why interfere in this battle?" "The Akatsuki Organization, Darkness. However, my name is of little consequence," the figure replied in a peculiarly calm tone, as if nothing in the world could stir his emotions. "What matters is that I have come, and I have seen." So, before his words could conclude, he suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Shikomo in an instant, moving with unbelievable speed. "I win." Shikomo reacted swiftly, turning to swing his blade, but the opponent's assault was already upon him. Bang! Their powers collided violently in the air, erupting in a burst of brilliant light, the tremendous force radiating outward like a surging shockwave. The surrounding sand shinobi and leaf ninjas were utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying force of the shockwave, being sent reeling like kites severed from their strings. Some fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, while others were hurled through the air, crashing heavily onto the distant dunes. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with cries and exclamations echoing all around. Chapter 75, Darkness vs. Kakashi Hitaki. The silhouettes of the two combatants darted across the battlefield with astonishing speed, each clash unleashing violent waves of energy. The air seemed to be mercilessly kneaded by an unseen giant hand, shattering into fragments and creating visibly distorted ripples. How swift! Yakura's eyes widened in disbelief. In the Sand Village, although there were many ninjas renowned for their speed, such as the wind-style adept Maki, his velocity paled in comparison to that of the two warriors before him, resembling a stumbling infant in its clumsiness. On the sidelines, the Hyuga ninja activated his Byakugan, his gaze fixed on the battlefield with an expression of shock. Is this person truly human, to withstand Captain Kakashi's white-toothed short sword, imbued with both nature and form transformations? If Yuzuki were present, he would respond, yes, and yet, no. Transformed by Yuzuki's Rinnegan, the once divine Shin Gnome had now become the embodiment of darkness. Retaining most of his former abilities, he had also assimilated certain powers of the Rinnegan through the Black Rod, thus becoming a veritable machine of slaughter. If Orochimaru were to face this newly transformed darkness, the outcome would differ drastically from their last encounter. On the battlefield, Kakashi's blade traced a perfect arc, lightning chakra surging chaotically, producing a shrill sound akin to a chorus of birds. The dazzling electric sparks danced merrily upon the blade, emitting a cacophony that was painful to the ears. Lightning release, White Tooth. Kakashi's white-toothed short sword clashed once more with Darkness's arm, intertwining lightning and pitch-black chakra in a blinding explosion of light. This formidable force even managed to deflect Kakashi's short sword. In that fleeting moment, Darkness's lips curled into a sinister grin. "It is over, White Tooth." His right arm emitted a mechanical clicking sound, the muscle tissue beneath his skin writhing violently, as if something were about to burst forth. From a distance, the Hyuga ninja, with his Byakugan, could clearly see the chakra pathways within Darkness's arm frantically restructuring, forming an unprecedented energy circuit. What is this? The Hyuga ninja's voice trembled with fear. His chakra was reversing its flow. Darkness's arm suffered a gradual rupture, revealing a metallic structure that shimmered with an eerie gleam. Countless tiny gears and energy conduits began to whir, producing a grating hum, while his elbow folded backward and his forearm split into 3 segments, exposing a dark cannon muzzle. Azura Path, destruction cannon. With a low roar, the surrounding air thickened. Both the sand and leaf ninjas struggled to breathe, as if the very chakra of the space had been siphoned away. At the cannon's muzzle, a sphere of energy, as dark as ink, began to coalesce, pulsating with erratic purple arcs. As the energy sphere expanded, the surrounding grains of sand were drawn into a powerful gravitational field, swirling around the sphere, forming a miniature sandstorm. Retreat. Beside him, Akatsuki's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Simultaneously, Kakashi had already distanced himself. Yet, it was too late. Darkness's arm had fully transformed, the cannon's diameter exceeding 40 centimeters. The purple arcs on the energy sphere became increasingly dense, crackling ominously. Before this devastating jutsu, Kakashi's figure appeared insignificant. However, he showed no inclination to evade. The white-toothed short sword in his grasp emitted a clear hum, and the cracks along its blade not only failed to diminish its might but instead rendered it even more perilous. Lightning release. White 2,000 birds flash. With a fierce shout, Kakashi was enveloped in a fine radiance of lightning. This lightning was not the ordinary blue but a searing white brilliance. Fire. Darkness coldly uttered the command. As the words fell, the battlefield seemed to freeze, buzzing. In the next instant, accompanied by a piercing high-frequency sound, a black energy beam over 3 meters in diameter shot forth with a furious howl. Where it passed, the fabric of space appeared to buckle under this terrifying force, contorting as if grasped by an invisible hand. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning erupted from Kakashi's sword tip, followed by a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, thousands of lightning strikes cascaded like torrential rain. Each strike of the white 2,000 birds flash precisely targeted the weak points of the black energy beam, producing thunderous roars. The ground began to crack, molten lava bubbling forth from the fissures, while distant cliffs crumbled under the immense force. A mere brush with the residual wave caused a section of the cliff face to vanish without a trace, as if it had never existed. Is this truly something a ninja can accomplish? The young Yakura led the sand ninja forces in a disordered retreat, feeling utterly dwarfed by the overwhelming energies before her. Meanwhile, the Hyuga ninja's Byakugan had long since lost its ability to perceive chakra amidst the dazzling clash of energies. Darkness and light remained locked in a stalemate for several seconds. Ultimately, under Kakashi's relentless lightning onslaught, the black energy beam began to fissure, resembling shattered glass. Humph. Yet Darkness's mechanical arm whirred furiously. More dark energy from the Zero Tails pouring into the beam. An immense flow of energy formed a colossal magnetic field, drawing in surrounding sand, rocks, and even air. The light at the vortex's center intensified, blindingly bright, as if it threatened to consume the entire world. Boom. A cataclysmic roar erupted as an energy pillar over 100 meters in diameter shot skyward, piercing the clouds. The brilliance of this column was visible from the borders of the land of rain, while the tremors beneath felt akin to an earthquake, resonating for miles and causing the earth to shudder. It was not until half a minute later that the radiance finally began to dissipate. When the spectators regained their sight, the battlefield had been irrevocably altered. The once sandy terrain had transformed into a vast pit over a kilometer in diameter, steam rising ominously from its depths. Kakashi, his determined form now somewhat disheveled, stood amid the chaos. His short sleeves had long since evaporated under the heat and energy shock of battle, revealing his sinewy muscles, while his once formidable white-toothed short sword now bore the scars of conflict, having lost a third of its length. Yet, despite this, the blade still radiated a chilling luminescence, as if whispering tales of its glorious, unyielding past. On the other side, Darkness, operating the Azura Path, destruction cannon at an overload, found himself in dire straits. His mechanical arm crackled with energy, black smoke billowing from the cannon muzzle, a protest from the overworked components. How intriguing. I never anticipated my first battle would be against such a formidable foe. Darkness spoke in a low voice, tinged with admiration and excitement. At this moment, his conical hat had vanished amidst the fray, revealing a face still bearing remnants of Shinnong's features. However, I have stated, since I have arrived, victory is mine. With that declaration, without any visible movement, Darkness's muscles began to undulate rhythmically, akin to surging dark currents. The damaged, shattered cannon gradually contracted, as if imbued with life, reintegrating into its core. Simultaneously, the wounds previously inflicted by the White Fang's 1,000 blades began to heal at an astonishing pace. This was, indeed, the remarkable effect of the secret technique of bodily regeneration. Chapter 76, Ceasefire. On the other side, Shuo Mao slowly raised his blade, the broken white-toothed dagger still emanating a chilling gleam in his grasp. His chest heaved violently, sweat cascading down his well-defined muscles, evaporating into wisps of white smoke upon contact with the scorching sand beneath. Faced with the rapidly regenerating figure of his expression remained unwavering. "Captain." At that moment, the Hyuga ninja, having regained his sight, spoke up. "Chiyo's main forces are less than 10 miles away, and 3 elite squads are swiftly approaching." The oil woman, Haisha, commanded her swarm of parasitic insects to form a vigilant barrier in the air, her demeanor tense. "Captain, we must retreat at once. Your chakra is already." Shuo Mao raised a hand to silence his subordinate, his gaze fixated on and observing the latter's astonishing recovery. The damaged mechanical arm was already cloaked in flesh, the wounds healing rapidly. "This level of regeneration. It seems you are not an adversary to be trifled with," Shuo Mao murmured, an inexplicable air surrounding his words, and flexed his newly formed arm, the joints emitting a disconcerting creaking sound. "The battle is over. Chiyo's forces will soon arrive, and you and your men will not escape." Before he could finish, Shuo Mao's figure abruptly vanished. "What?" In's previously composed demeanor faltered, his pupils contracting as an overwhelming aura of menace surged from behind him like a tidal wave. Realizing the gravity of the situation too late, he could only instinctively evade. Lightning release, white tooth flash, revised. A bolt of lightning, more intense than before, streaked across the battlefield. This time, Shuo Mao's speed reached its zenith, and barely managed to sidestep, yet the ferocious lightning sliced through, severing his right arm at the root. With a resounding thud, the dismembered limb struck the ground, producing a metallic clang, and staggered back, his typically impassive face finally betraying shock. "You still have strength left." Shuo Mao materialized behind him, lightning dancing upon his broken blade. "You are correct. This battle should conclude, just not on your terms." As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from Shuo Mao, causing the very air around him to tremble. This time, even the sky seemed to react to this terrifying force, swiftly darkening. The once clear heavens became shrouded in ominous clouds, gathering ominously above the battlefield, as if heralding an impending storm. "This is..." The voice of the Hyuga ninja trembled. "Is the captain about to wield that technique?" Haisha immediately directed her swarm to retreat. "Everyone, fall back to a safe distance." Leaf Village's Kage also sensed the shift, loudly ordering the sand ninjas to halt their advance. Shuo Mao's eyes were now entirely consumed by lightning, his voice resonating like thunder across the battlefield. "Forbidden technique, Hitaki Kiyomi Raijin." In an instant, countless pillars of lightning descended from the heavens. Each bolt was as thick as a giant tree, the blinding white light illuminating the battlefield as if it were midday. The lightning pillars intertwined, forming a vast and terrifying net that enveloped the entire combat zone. Within this electric web, everything appeared minuscule and fragile. The ground was mercilessly torn apart, gaping fissures spreading like a monstrous spider's web, rocks shattering into dust under the overwhelming force. The sand was instantly vaporized, leaving behind only charred remnants. At the center of the battlefield, Shuo Mao hovered midair, the white-toothed dagger transforming into a streak of lightning, merging seamlessly with the pillars above. His body had become pure electricity, every inch of his skin flickering with blinding light, his very breath accompanied by the roar of thunder. The sand and leaf ninjas had exerted every ounce of strength to retreat miles away, yet the suffocating pressure persisted, casting a shadow of dread and terror over them. The Hyuga ninja activated his Byakugan, attempting to discern the battlefield's circumstances, yet the furious lightning enveloping Shuo Mao inflicted excruciating pain upon his eyes. "The captain's chakra has completely surpassed its limits. I fear even Lord Hokage." Haisha's parasitic swarm was reduced to ashes amidst the lightning, her voice tinged with awe. "Is this the forbidden technique developed by the captain? Its power surpasses any S-rank forbidden technique I have witnessed." In stark contrast, En's expression transformed, brimming with intrigue. "Fascinating. I have only heard of the Hozuki clan from the Hidden Rain village possessing secret techniques to transform their bodies into liquid water. But to think there exists someone capable of converting their very essence into lightning." En's fighting spirit was ignited, the fragment of consciousness belonging to Shin Nome within him stirring to life, becoming exceptionally active. "But explosive power is not solely your domain." En's voice was now imbued with excitement and murderous intent. "The 8th gate of the 8 gates, open." With a low growl, a torrent of terrifying chakra erupted from him, compressing the air around him and distorting the surrounding scenery. His form was cloaked in dark chakra, resembling a colossal beast emerging from the abyss, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Simultaneously, in a distant ruin, 2 petals of a pitcher plant silently emerged from the ground, revealing a pair of icy eyes. It was Kuro, who had rapidly arrived on the scene through his spores hidden across the ninja world, utilizing the ephemeral technique. Kuro's gaze pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, fixated intently on the 2 figures engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Shiro maintained a tone of innocent surprise. What an unexpected battle. The white tooth of Konoha, along with an unforeseen wielder of the Rinnegan, appearing simultaneously. Kuro's attention flitted between Shuo Mao and Un, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "Is this the power of the Rinnegan?" Why does it feel so diminished compared to what I sensed from Otsutsuki Kagaya on that day? His gaze remained locked on it at the center of the battlefield, his mind racing with thoughts. The power of the Rinnegan he had only fully experienced once. A millennium ago with Otsutsuki Kagaya, that vastness akin to the cosmos, depth like an abyss, capable of controlling life and death, manipulating time and space. Still vivid in his memory. Though Uchiha Madara's eyes had evolved into Rinnegan in his final moments, his body was already on the brink of collapse. Unable to withstand the ocular power, rendering it an insufficient reference. Could it be that this Rinnegan is not fully awakened? Kuro mused internally, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Regardless, the value of these eyes remains immeasurable. The secrets within must be uncovered swiftly. At the very moment Kuro revealed himself, thousands of miles away, Yue was observing the battlefield's developments through the shared vision of the Rinnegan. His consciousness was intertwined within, allowing him to perceive every change on the battlefield with clarity. However, in that fleeting moment, thanks to the unique perception granted by Zero Tail, Yue keenly sensed Kuro's presence the instant his malevolent and vengeful gaze scrutinized the scene. The malice and resentment embedded in that gaze were as palpable as substance. And through the heart-sensing ability bestowed by Zero Tail, Yue accurately captured this malicious scrutiny. To think this fellow was drawn out? Yue couldn't help but frown slightly, contemplating. He suddenly realized that he had long overlooked the hidden threats posed by Uchiha Madara and Kuro. These two individuals. One a mere pawn manipulated by the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the other a schemer lurking in the shadows for millennia. In his subconscious, he had always regarded these two as foes to confront in the future, yet, in reality, they still drew breath at this moment. Compared to the immediate threat posed by Kakashi Hatake, these two were far more perilous. Night Moon's mind raced, thoughts coursing through him like lightning. After a brief deliberation, he swiftly arrived at a resolution. In the next instant, the eyes of his Rinnegan flickered subtly, and an invisible force transcended space, directly impacting the battlefield where Yami stood. In the heart of the battlefield, Yami, poised for a life-and-death confrontation with Shikumo, suddenly froze, his movements abruptly halted. The once vibrant purple glow of the Rinnegan dimmed and faded away. It appeared that today's battle must come to an end. Yami spoke abruptly, noticing his opponent's abnormality. Shikumo's brows furrowed slightly. The lightning on his short blade continued to flicker, yet his gaze held a newfound wariness. Are you attempting to escape? A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Yami's mouth as his form began to disintegrate, transforming into countless black particles that dissipated into the air. Though his voice reverberated unaffected through the atmosphere. Escape? No, this is merely a temporary truce. Kakashi Hatake, we shall meet again soon. Chapter 77. Reflections after the battle. Shwomo's gaze swept across the battlefield, the lightning flickering from his short blade, white fang, gradually dimming. His eyes remained sharp. Yet the cold sweat trickling from his brow betrayed his current state. Continuous use of forbidden techniques had nearly depleted the chakra of this legendary ninja. As the shadow of Yami vanished from the field, the once tumultuous space, filled with fierce combat and overwhelming energy, fell into a strange and oppressive silence. Captain. A Hyuga ninja approached Shwomo swiftly, lowering his voice. Chiyo's vanguard team is rapidly closing in. If we do not retreat promptly, our escape route may be cut off. YN Kurishimo also chimed in. According to the information relayed by the insects, those 3 elite squads are advancing quickly and will arrive within 10 minutes at most. Shwomo inhaled deeply, his gaze darting across the encirclement of sand ninjas. Although the leading female ninja of the sand had been injured in their recent skirmish, the fatal blow he aimed for had been intercepted, leaving her with some combat capability. Given his current condition, while he could defend himself, he could not hope to dispatch her swiftly. Engaging in a prolonged battle would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Not only would he risk depleting his chakra and falling into despair, but his comrades might also become ensnared in this crisis, ultimately leading to their demise. Reincarnation Organization. Is it Yami? Shwomo murmured softly, marking the name of an adversary with unusual seriousness for the first time on the battlefield. As the lightning surrounding him dwindled, his eyes scanned the encirclement of sand ninjas rapidly. Meanwhile, the sand ninja, Yakura, stood at the forefront, her scorching chakra forming a circle of distorted light around her. Under her extraordinary perception, the sounds of Chiyo's vanguard team manipulating their puppets drew closer, faint yet audible. Prepare to retreat, Shwomo instructed quietly. I will clear the path. Captain. Your chakra. The Hyuga ninja's expression turned worried, but the words lingered unspoken. Shwomo gently shook his head. The faint lightning once again shimmering on his short blade. It is sufficient. At that moment, Yakura's voice rang out. Kakashi White Fang, surrender. You have no way to retreat. Shwomo did not respond. His figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across the sky like a bolt. The silver afterimage piercing through the seemingly impenetrable lines of sand ninjas, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous explosions. The sand ninjas barely had time to react before several of them fell. Yakura's scorching chakra sphere whistled forth, but merely struck Shwomo's afterimage. Pursue. Yakura gritted her teeth. though her vision was engulfed by the storm of dust raised by the thunder. Amidst the dust storm, Kurashimo's parasitic swarm provided perfect concealment, while the Hyuga ninja expertly guided the retreat route. The other members of the White Fang team flitted through the dust like phantoms, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When the dust settled, the battlefield was left with sand ninjas exchanging bewildered glances. Report. A sand ninja rushed to Yakura. The leaf ninjas have all disappeared. Yakura bit her lip, her hands clenching into fists, the scorching chakra in her palms swirling furiously before dissipating helplessly. Ultimately, she sighed, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her eyes as she gazed toward the direction Shwomo had vanished. In the land of rain, within the Tower of God, Yayue stood silently at a height, the cool moonlight filtering through the colorful stained glass, gently cascading down to cast a mosaic of light and shadow upon his youthful visage. Imbued with an air of mystery, turning, he gently pushed open the coffin lid, revealing the form of Yami, this being, akin to a fierce beast on the battlefield, now lay tranquil like a slumbering child. Such astonishing destructive power. Yayue mused softly, a glimmer of violet flashing in his Rinnegan as he meticulously examined Yami's injuries. Yami's right arm lay entirely wrecked, its mechanical structure twisted and deformed, the residual lightning chakra sizzling ominously. 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes marred his torso, the edges charred, evidently inflicted by White Fang's lightning techniques. Most grievous of all was the left shoulder, completely perforated, and despite the application of dark medical jutsu, the remaining chakra continued to erode the surrounding tissue. The alteration in Kakashi Shwomo's chakra properties far exceeded that of an ordinary ninja, approaching the realm of natural energy, which stirred a sense of caution within Yayue, alongside a profound yearning for exploration. Yayue extended his slender fingers, gently brushing over the wounds. In an instant, the mysterious abilities of the hungry ghost path activated, an unseen force emanating from his fingertips, voraciously drawing in the residual lightning chakra from the wounds, as if devouring it whole. Subsequently, he released the dark energy of Zero Tails into Yami's body, causing the chakra to writhe like living beings, commencing the repair of damaged tissues. The precision of remote control remains inadequate. Yayue furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Though I have mastered the manipulation techniques of the 6 paths of pain, a delay still occurs in practice, especially against an opponent of Kakashi White Fang's caliber. Any delay, even as slight as 0.1 seconds, could prove fatal. He recalled every detail from the battlefield. White Fang's lightning was unfathomably swift, while his swordsmanship was nothing short of divine. In a full-speed eruption. Even though Yami sensed Shwomo's attack, the reaction still lagged, resulting in the grievous cost of losing a hand. However, this trial yielded substantial gains. It at least demonstrated that even a ninja of Kakashi White Fang's level could not easily vanquish my creation. He slowly retracted his hand, resealing the coffin inscribed with the character for Yami, allowing Yami's body to undergo self-repair through medical techniques, before returning to his seat, rhythmically tapping the armrest, producing a steady sound. Zetsu. The embodiment of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will in contrast to the encounter he had just experienced with Kakashi White Fang. Yayue's thoughts were evidently more focused on Zetsu's sudden appearance. To him, Zetsu, though appearing as merely a peculiar existence with strength currently far inferior to his own, resembled a treasure trove brimming with hidden secrets. As the embodiment of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will, although Zetsu's current strength was lacking, the intelligence and knowledge he possessed might far surpass Yayue's imagination. The Otsutsuki clan, the secrets of immortality and the golden Rinnegan. A glimmer of greed and desire flashed in Yayue's eyes. As the wielder of the Rinnegan, his pursuit of power had never ceased. However, since advancing to the intermediate Rinnegan, the 6-path system that had previously guided him along the path of strength seemed to have fallen into slumber, no longer issuing subsequent mainline tasks. Past experiences informed him that this was likely due to his failure to meet the specific conditions required to trigger the tasks. In this world of ninjas, if one were to speak of who possessed the most profound understanding of the Rinnegan and was most likely to assist him in triggering subsequent tasks, Yayue already had an answer in his heart. Aside from the unfathomable Uchiha Obito, it was this enigmatic Zetsu. Uchiha Obito was currently too perilous. Despite having entrusted the Rinnegan to Nagato, his body, fused with Hashirama cells and backed by years of experience, placed Yayue at a disadvantage in dealings with him. However, engaging with Zetsu would afford him an advantage, as a traveler well aware of the other's foundation. If he could obtain information about the Otsutsuki clan from Zetsu, perhaps he could uncover the path to higher levels of power. In the depths of his heart, Yu contemplated. He understood that Ju would never easily divulge these secrets to him. Yet, Yu remained unperturbed. Since Ju had already taken note of his Rinnegan, it was inevitable that the other party would eventually approach him. He possessed ample time and patience, biding his moments for the instant when Ju would reveal a flaw. Chapter 78. Movements in the ninja world at the border of the Land of Rain. In a temporary camp set up by the Sand Ninjas, Yakura finally reunited with Chiyo. Yakura, you have worked hard, Chiyo said as she sat beside the campfire, her gaze warm upon the young kunoichi before her. I heard that you encountered Hatake Kakashi at the border. How was the situation? Yakura nodded slightly, her expression grave as if she was still immersed in the fierce battle. Yes, Lady Chiyo, we indeed crossed paths with Hitaki Kakashi. His strength is even more terrifying than the rumors suggest. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Reincarnation Organization, we might not have returned unscathed. The Reincarnation Organization? At the mention of this name, Chiyo's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern and vigilance flashing in her eyes. They have reappeared? Yakura, puzzled by Chiyo's words, nodded again and replied solemnly. The one who intervened was a ninja named Yami. His combat style is exceedingly peculiar. He seems to disregard physical attacks and possesses formidable regenerative abilities. Additionally, he can transform his body into various high-powered technological ninja tools. Had he not restrained Kakashi at a crucial moment, my team would likely have been annihilated by his squad. Chiyo fell into silence, contemplating the intricate connections in her mind. The emergence of the Reincarnation Organization had played a pivotal role in significant events within the ninja world on more than one occasion. Yet, it appeared that their stance remained ambiguous. While they seemed to lean slightly towards the Sand Village in some matters, the true intentions concealed behind their actions were elusive. Was this a gesture of goodwill? Or did they harbor ulterior motives? What exactly is the purpose of the Reincarnation Organization? Chiyo murmured softly, then raised her gaze to Yakura. Did you sense anything unusual about that, Yami? Yakura pondered for a moment before responding. His eyes, there seemed to be a peculiar spiral pattern within them. I could sense an unfathomable power emanating from it. It must be some form of ocular technique. Moreover, his movements were incredibly swift, leaving us little opportunity for observation. However, from his combat style, it seems he does not rely solely on ninjutsu, but rather integrates a unique energy system. That power resembles the thing that Lord Kazekage is currently researching. Chiyo's brow furrowed even deeper. As one of the most senior puppeteers in the Sand Village, she possessed profound knowledge of various energy systems within the ninja world. Yet, Yakura's description instilled a sense of unease within her. What is Lord Kazekage researching? For someone of Chiyo's stature, it was hardly a secret. If the Reincarnation Organization harbored powers akin to Shikaku, the One Tail, then the existence and strategic deterrence of this organization could rival the 5 great ninja villages. This was undoubtedly a grave issue that demanded her utmost attention. Observing Chiyo's troubled expression, Yakura's eyes reflected concern. Lady Chiyo, should we promptly report this matter to Lord Kazekage? The existence of the Reincarnation Organization transcends just our Sand Village's concerns. You are correct, Chiyo replied, rising with determination in her eyes. Upon our return to the Land of Wind, I shall personally report this to Lord Kazekage. The movements of the Reincarnation Organization must command our highest vigilance. Yakura also stood, clenching her fists. Lady Chiyo, if necessary, I am willing to continue pursuing leads on the Reincarnation Organization. During the battle, I sense that they do not pose a threat to our Sand Village. There may be opportunities for collaboration between us. Chiyo glanced at Yakura, a glimmer of appreciation crossing her gaze. Yakura, your courage and resolve are commendable, but the power of the Reincarnation Organization is unfathomable. We should discuss this matter with the village before proceeding. In response, Yakura nodded, refraining from further comments. Well then, it is getting late. Everyone should rest. Chiyo waved her hand, signaling the surrounding sand ninjas to disperse. We shall set off for the Land of Wind early tomorrow. The sand ninjas responded in unison, returning to their tents to prepare for the journey ahead. Yakura remained in place, gazing at the dwindling campfire, her heart unsettled. She recalled her encounters with Kakashi and Yami. The overwhelming sense of helplessness akin to facing a natural disaster still lingering in her mind. One day, I too shall become such a formidable warrior. Yakura murmured softly before turning to enter her tent. The impact of Yami's intervention on the ninja world far exceeded Yakura's initial estimations. Not only the Sand Ninja, but even the 3 legendary ninjas received detailed accounts of the intense battle from their respective subordinates. Now reunited, the 3 ninjas bore expressions of unprecedented seriousness. Jiraiya held a scroll of intelligence in his hands, his face unusually grave. Orochimaru, Tsunade, have you received word regarding the battle between Kakashi and that Yami? Orochimaru nodded, a flicker of interest in his golden snake-like eyes. We are all aware of Kakashi's strength to emerge unscathed from a confrontation with him, even forcing his team to retreat. Indicates that Yami's power should not be underestimated. Tsunade's expression grew solemn. What is even more concerning is the Reincarnation Organization behind Yami. Their involvement has repeatedly played a critical role in significant events within the ninja world. Now they have assisted the Sand Ninjas in repelling Kakashi's squad. Could it be that they have secretly reached an agreement with Tsunade? Uncertain, Jiraiya sighed, unfurling the intelligence scroll on the ground. According to the information, the ninja named Yami primarily employs body techniques, yet his chakra appears highly peculiar. From its characteristics, it bears similarities to the natural energy I encountered during my training in Mayaboka Mountain. Natural energy? A glint of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. His raspy voice tinged with enthusiasm. Are you suggesting it is the energy that constitutes sage arts? Jiraiya nodded, continuing, moreover, his abilities extend beyond that, according to the intelligence. He possesses unique weapon transformation ninjutsu, the potency of which rivals that of S-rank forbidden jutsu. Tsunade nodded, her expression increasingly grave. This is not their first intervention. Just days ago, their leader interfered in the battle between the Sand Ninjas and the Rain Ninjas. And now they have meddled in the conflict between the Sand Village and us. What exactly does this organization intend to achieve? The three fell into silence, each contemplating the motives and objectives of the reincarnation organization. However, no matter how they scrutinized the situation, they could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. The actions of the reincarnation organization appeared erratic yet consistently emerged at pivotal moments, as if they were manipulating the dynamics of the ninja world from the shadows. After a moment, Jiraiya broke the silence, turning to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, have there been any new directives from the Hokage? Should we continue to remain stationed here? Orochimaru shook his head, his raspy voice responding. There have yet to be any clear instructions, though there are whispers suggesting that within the village. There has been ongoing debate regarding how to handle the aftermath in the Land of Rain. Oh, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. What exactly is the situation? Orochimaru elaborated. Some advocate for the complete control of the Land of Rain, integrating it into the influence of Konoha to strengthen the village's strategic advantages. Conversely, others believe that excessive interference in the internal affairs of other nations may provoke resentment from other ninja villages, potentially igniting a new round of ninja world conflict. Both sides hold firm to their positions, and thus far, no consensus has been reached. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya scoffed at such a critical juncture. It is absurd that there are still those within the village embroiled in disputes over these interests. Beside her, Tsunade sighed. This is an inevitable circumstance. Within the village, factions abound, and the intertwining interests are exceedingly complex. Everyone has sacrificed their lives for this war, and naturally, some form of recompense is required. Although our teacher holds immense prestige within the village, it is impossible to disregard the voices of all parties involved. Chapter 79. The Konoha High-Level Meeting in the Conference Room of Konoha Village, located in the Land of Fire. Discussions regarding the future trajectory of the Rain Country have been ongoing for 3 consecutive sessions, yet no definitive conclusions have emerged thus far. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occupies the central position, his ever-present pipe absent from his lips and instead resting quietly on the table beside him. Behind him stand Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu with unwavering posture. To his left sits Shimura Danzo, while Mito Gate-in and Ketsu Koharu occupy the right side. Additionally, several promising young ninjas, regarded with high expectations by Konoha, stand neatly within the conference room. The presence of nearly all Konoha's senior officials at this meeting underscores the gravity of the Rain Country situation. My stance remains unchanged, Danzo asserts, breaking the silence. Even within the confines of a Konoha meeting, his tone carries an undeniable weight of authority. The Rain Country occupies a strategically critical location. Controlling it would not only effectively sever the potential alliance between the Sand and Rock Ninjas, but also expand the strategic depth available to Konoha. This moment undoubtedly represents an opportune time for our village to extend its influence. Noticing the silence that envelopes the room, he pauses momentarily, directing his gaze toward the third Hokage. The strength of Konoha has never been built upon compromise or concession. The first Hokage and the second Hokage did not secure peace in the ninja world through retreat. Rather, their signing of treaties invited peril. If we fail to act now, when the Sand or Rock Ninjas gain control of the Rain Country, Konoha will face an even greater threat. His words crash into the tranquil atmosphere like a boulder into a still lake, sending ripples of concern throughout the assembly. It is widely acknowledged that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, despite being the strongest in the ninja world and revered as the god of shinobi, chose to pursue peace by signing treaties and distributing the 9-tailed beasts among other ninja villages. While this action temporarily quelled the flames of war, it also sowed the seeds of future conflict. As other villages gained the power of the tailed beasts, their ambitions swelling uncontrollably, ultimately igniting the first great ninja war. One could argue that the first Hokage's idealism, though noble, was excessively naive, and this naivety has since cast a shadow over Konoha's enduring strife. As the younger brother of the first, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, inherited his brother's legacy, dedicating himself to maintaining Konoha's stability and prosperity. In contrast to his predecessor, Tobarama was undoubtedly more suited to leadership, yet his raw strength paled in comparison to that of Hashirama. Coupled with Konoha's diminished power following the first Great Ninja War, the second Hokage paid a heavy price in his pursuit of peace. In a moment of desperation, he even set aside his previous resolve to eradicate enemies, personally leading a delegation to negotiations, only to be ambushed by the Kinch and Gink forces during the meeting. Despite his exceptional abilities and the protective flying thunder god technique, he ultimately fell in battle while attempting to delay the enemy. The sacrifice of Tobarama is a poignant memory for many present at the meeting, marking a painful chapter in Konoha's history. Danzo's words serve as a stark reminder to all. Peace in the ninja world cannot be maintained merely through signed agreements. Although Danzo's assertions resonate with authority, not everyone concurs with such a hardline approach. Mito Gate-in, One of Konoha's advisors slowly interjects, Danzo, while your perspective holds merit, excessive interference in the domestic affairs of other nations will only breed animosity towards us from other ninja villages. The Rain Country, despite its weakness, occupies a pivotal geographical position, making it a focal point for all major ninja villages. If we act recklessly, we risk igniting a new wave of conflict, with the Rain Country bearing the brunt of the consequences. Cowering in fear will only lead us to miss our opportunities. If we do not fill the power vacuum, others will. Danzo scoffs derisively, retorting, are we to wait until the sand or rock ninjas seize control of the Rain Country before we lament our inaction? War cannot be avoided through retreat. Konoha's strength lies in our ability to make decisive judgments at critical junctures. To forfeit an opportunity out of fear of conflict would constitute true failure. Mito gaped and is momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Tiketsu Koharu quickly adds, indeed, while war cannot be evaded through retreat, unyielding stubbornness will not resolve our issues either. Though Konoha currently stands as the foremost among the 5 great ninja villages, our strength has waned significantly. If we allow ourselves to be consumed by greed and find ourselves besieged on all sides, that would be the true failure. A brief silence envelopes the room, thick with tension as each individual weighs the pros and cons, contemplating Konoha's future. Perhaps we could consider a more moderate approach. At this moment, a young ninja, previously silent in the corner, steps forward slightly. His demeanor is respectful yet resolute, displaying no signs of trepidation despite the presence of Konoha's higher-ups. This young ninja is Kato Dan, Tsunade's partner, renowned for his calm demeanor and wisdom. Though his abilities and talents are well acknowledged, Dan's relative inexperience renders him without the standing to directly voice his opinion, relegating him to speak only after the higher-ups have expressed their thoughts. Lowering his head slightly, he addresses the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the assembled officials with respect. Hokage-sama. Esteemed seniors, I humbly ask for permission to propose a somewhat immature suggestion. His voice, though soft, is clear enough to reach every ear in the room. All eyes turn toward him, a mix of curiosity and mild frowns evident, signaling their surprise at his sudden interjection. Sarutobi Hiruzen raises his gaze to Kato Dan, a hint of approval and encouragement present in his eyes. He nods gently and speaks warmly. Go ahead, Dan. As the younger generation of our village, your opinions are equally significant. With the Hokage's endorsement, Kato Dan nods slightly and then lifts his gaze, his determination sweeping across the room. As I previously mentioned, we could adopt a compromise, neither directly controlling the Rain Country nor entirely relinquishing our influence over it. In essence, we could gradually extend Konoha's sphere of influence through economic aid and diplomatic means, ensuring our presence while simultaneously avoiding exacerbation of tensions with other ninja villages. His proposal piques the interest of some, particularly those who favor a more cautious strategy. Mito Gate In and Tiketsu Koharu exchange glances, subtly nodding in approval of Kato Dan's suggestion. However, Danzo scoffs derisively. Compromise? The rules of the ninja world have always favored the strong. The Rain Country will not express gratitude for our goodwill, nor will other ninja villages show mercy due to our concessions. Young man, your perspective is excessively naive. Undeterred by Danzo's derision, Kato Dan responds with calm conviction. Danzo-sama, I understand your concerns. However, through economic and diplomatic initiatives, we can gradually expand Konoha's influence without igniting large-scale conflicts. For Konoha today, nurturing our strength and expanding our reach are equally critical endeavors. Danzo, hearing this, lets out a disdainful huff, his expression one of contempt, clearly dismissing Kato Dan's rationale. Just as he prepares to continue his rebuttal, Sarutobi Hiruzen raises a hand, signaling Danzo to halt. Enough. I have grasped the sentiments expressed by all. Regardless, we must reach a consensus promptly. I have made my decision. It is time for Konoha to take a definitive stance on the matters concerning the Rain Country. The conference room once again fell into a brief silence as everyone pondered over Kat's suggestion. Although Danzo's expression remained grim, he refrained from voicing any further objections. Chapter 80. Speculation. As the meeting concluded, the night had deepened, leaving only a few scattered lights along the streets of Konohagakure. The third Hokage, having wrapped up the discussions, did not return to his residence but instead made his way directly to the Hokage office. Upon pushing open the door, he found 2 freshly brewed cups of tea awaiting him on the mahogany desk, which was already cluttered with scrolls. The third Hokage paused in the act of removing his Hokage hat. Moonlight streamed through the lattice window, casting a silver silhouette that had long been standing in the shadows. Shikamaru, you always outpace my messenger squad. Upon recognizing the figure, the third Hokage revealed a hint of weary amusement, raising his hand to light the oil lamp on the desk. In the flickering glow, the silver hair of Hatake Shikamaru shimmered coldly, with a bandage on his left shoulder still seeping blood. Lord Hokage. White Fang turned, crouching before the Hokage, his sleeve brushing against the uncleaned wound, which flashed briefly as he moved. The third Hokage noted that Shikamaru's breath was heavier than usual, and the knuckles of his right hand displayed an unnatural shade of blue and purple, evidence of overexertion from his swordsmanship. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have anticipated this. He lifted his head, his tone imbued with concern. Shikamaru, you have worked hard. I have already heard about the situation at the front lines. You and your team performed exceptionally well. Rising to his feet, Hatake Shikamaru's expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as he shook his head. Although we made smooth progress at first, our final attempt to intercept the Sand Shinobi's retreat ended in failure. The sudden appearance of Akatsuki and the Reincarnation Organization has brought us considerable trouble. Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, gazed into the distance, his expression wavering. After a moment, he spoke slowly. What are your thoughts on this Reincarnation Organization? Significant, Hatake Shikamaru replied succinctly. For you to deem them thus, they are certainly no ordinary force within the shinobi world, Hiruzen thought, his brow furrowing. Shikamaru, do you believe this Reincarnation Organization could be a power secretly cultivated by Danzo? Shikamaru fell into a brief silence, then slowly shook his head, affirming, thwarting this operation does not align with Danzo's interests. Moreover, after engaging with them, I believe their stance is more about maintaining a certain balance. Maintaining balance? Hiruzen took a deep draw from his pipe, releasing the smoke as his gaze wandered to the village of Kanahegakure, seemingly lost in thought. Maintaining balance, he murmured, echoing Shikamaru's words. If this Reincarnation Organization truly aims to maintain balance, what could their ultimate goal be? Is it to prevent any one faction from becoming too powerful, or to avert uncontrollable events? Shikamaru, too, had no conclusions, only stating, from the intelligence we've gathered, their actions appear to target specific missions or individuals rather than engaging in outright conflict with Kanahegakure or other shinobi villages. Hearing this, Hiruzen turned to face Shikamaru. Locking eyes, Shikamaru, in your view, does the existence of this Reincarnation Organization pose a threat or an opportunity for Kanahegakure? Shikamaru pondered for a moment before responding. At present, their actions do not directly threaten Kanahagakure's core interests. However, if their goal is indeed to maintain a certain balance, should Kanahagakure's influence exceed their expectations, they may become our adversaries. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shikamaru's assessment. It seems we must remain vigilant regarding this Reincarnation Organization, while also further investigating their background and motives. If their existence truly contributes to stability in the shinobi world, perhaps we could consider engaging with them, even collaborating. But if their intentions remain unclear or pose potential threats, we must be prepared in advance. Hatake Shikamaru nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will do everything in my power to safeguard the peace of Kanahegakure. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Hiruzen's face as he patted Shikamaru's shoulder. With ninjas like you, the future of Kanahegakure holds promise. Take some time to rest. I have heard your son has begun attending the Ninja Academy. That little lad's achievements are certainly not inferior to your own in your youth. As the Hokage shifted the conversation to more personal matters, Shikamaru's expression softened, and after a casual exchange, he bowed and took his leave. Left alone, the third Hokage returned to his desk, pondering for a while before sitting down to write, his pen gliding smoothly across a scroll. After a brief moment, he set down the pen. Come in, he called softly. Almost instantaneously, a member of the Umbu appeared like a phantom in the office. Kneeling respectfully with bowed head, Lord Hokage, what are your orders? Deliver this intelligence to Orochimaru at the front lines. It contains instructions for their next steps. Understood. The Umbu ninja took the scroll, vanishing like a specter from the office, leaving only a slight ripple in the air. Hiruzen watched him depart, then slowly sank back into his chair, his gaze once again falling upon the stacked documents on his desk, his expression growing ever more somber. Reincarnation Organization. What are your true intentions? This question remained unanswered. For in the ensuing 3 months, no intelligence regarding the Reincarnation Organization emerged from the Land of Rain. Following the retreat of the Sand Shinobi, the entire Land of Rain seemed to plunge into an eerie silence. Even the black market traders began to lower their prices on goods. Meanwhile, within the Tower of God, the orchestrator, Yeyue, was tirelessly at work. Standing in an unfinished laboratory surrounded by various complex instruments and scrolls, the air was thick with the pulsating energy of chakra and the hum of machinery. Yeyue held a pristine scroll in his hand, densely inscribed with the technological principles and designs of the Sky Shinobi. His mind replaying information extracted from the memories of the Sky Shinobi leader, Shinnong. He approached a semi-finished mechanical apparatus, gently caressing its surface, feeling the chakra contained within. This device was a prototype of the Sky Shinobi's flying apparatus, which he attempted to recreate using the resources of the Land of Rain. Based on the memories of the now modified Akatsuki, although not yet fully successful, it was beginning to take shape. With just a few adjustments to the flow of chakra, perhaps we can resolve the issue of energy instability, Yeyue mused, picking up a nearby tool to meticulously adjust the internal structure of the device. In truth, over the past 3 months, he had devoted nearly all his time to researching the technology of the Sky Shinobi. In the shinobi world, flight was a rare capability but immensely practical. The era of Hokage ninjas often emphasized personal martial prowess, yet, akin to most Japanese anime, great power and talent frequently hinged on lineage. Within the world of Hokage, the strongest were often confined to a select few closely related to the Otsutsuki clan. However, this landscape began to shift during the era of Boruto, particularly with the emergence of artificial beings and scientific ninja tools, which subtly indicated that the prospects of scientific advancement were equally formidable. Chapter 81. Improvement and Testing. Certainly, Night Moon remains a considerable distance from the level of scientific ninja tools exemplified by Shell Organization, a gap that spans an immeasurable expanse. Despite possessing a wealth of research data and memories from Shinnon, he lacks capable assistants and, more critically, the genius akin to Orochimaru. At the present rate of progress, even a hopeful estimate suggests that it would take at least a decade to recreate the technological prowess of the peak era of Sky Ninjas. After documenting his daily experimental records, Night Moon turned away from the laboratory dedicated to the recreation of Sky Ninja technology. He traversed the metallic conduits unique to Rain Ninja Village, descending until he reached the deepest recesses of the Divine Tower, where a secret laboratory lay concealed. The air within the laboratory was cold and arid, the walls adorned with chakra circuits mimicking those from the Sky Ninja base. Numerous areas within the lab were still undergoing renovations, not yet fully realized. To the left stood a row of immense incubation chambers, one of which housed a familiar figure, Yin. In stark contrast to his dire state upon returning from the battlefield, Yin's body now floated in the chamber, fully restored, with a severed arm having regrown. Night Moon approached the incubation chamber, gently touching the wall, feeling the flowing chakra through the barrier. It appeared that the restoration process was progressing even better than anticipated. He murmured softly, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. He then moved towards a nearby workbench, where several sleek black chakra rods were meticulously arranged. Grabbing one at random, he activated his Rinnegan, causing intricate chakra patterns to emerge on its surface. The original black rod demonstrated a noticeable delay when controlling Yin. While this presented no issues against ordinary ninjas, it could become a fatal flaw when faced with elite Jonin or even Kaga-level opponents. To address this, Night Moon first optimized the internal chakra circuits of the rod, adding multiple parallel pathways to facilitate faster and more even chakra flow, significantly reducing reaction time. Moreover, he enhanced the surface patterns of the rod to improve chakra conduction efficiency, further augmenting Yin's combat capabilities. Ultimately, Night Moon infused the rod with the dark energy of Zero Tails, granting it the ability to absorb and convert chakra for self-repair. These enhancements reduced the rod's reaction time from the initial 0.5 seconds to under 0.032 seconds, greatly improving the precision of controlling Yin, while the regeneration capability markedly increased the rod's resilience, preventing a repeat of the previous battle's mishap that had led to Yin's loss of control due to rod damage. While not yet perfect, at the very least, such errors would not arise again. Night Moon placed the improved rod back on the workbench and turned his attention once more to Yin within the incubation chamber. Approaching the control panel, he lightly traced his fingers across it, activating the chakra circuits inside the chamber. The liquid within began to flow slowly, causing Yin's body to tremble slightly. Moments later, his eyes gradually opened, revealing emotionless purple-black spiral pupils, reminiscent of a cold machine. "How do you feel?" Night Moon inquired, his voice calm and detached. Yin slowly lifted his right hand and clenched his fist, seemingly assessing his physical strength. His body had fully healed, and his chakra was stronger than before. Unlike Nagato, who manipulated 6 corpses as puppets, Night Moon still had Shinnon alive while controlling Yin. He had first extracted the secrets of Sky Ninjas from Shinnon's mind using the human path, then preserved his soul consciousness with the Hell path, allowing Yin to not only strictly obey his commands but also retain a degree of self-awareness. A faint smile graced Night Moon's lips, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "Excellent. Next we shall conduct a practical test to ascertain whether the improvements made to the chakra rod meet our expectations." Yin remained silent, his demeanor cold as he stepped out of the incubation chamber. The liquid evaporated rapidly, revealing his robust physique. Approaching a nearby clothing rack, he donned the prepared undergarments and a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Once attired, his gaze sharpened, becoming even colder and more focused, akin to a predator poised to pounce on its prey. Night Moon moved to the opposite side of the laboratory, activating the runes on the floor, which conjured a vast training ground before them. The area was littered with various obstacles and targets, the air thick with palpable chakra fluctuations. "Let us begin," Night Moon murmured, stepping aside while keenly observing Yin's every move. As the test primarily aimed to evaluate the performance of the Black Rod, Night Moon did not require Yin to utilize the destructive abilities of the Azura path, instead focusing on speed and accuracy. In an instant, Yin's figure vanished from sight, reappearing at the center of the training ground. His movements, in stark contrast to his imposing stature, were astonishingly swift, his fists striking like cannonballs, shattering multiple targets in an instant. Night Moon's Rinnegan meticulously tracked Yin's motions while simultaneously gauging the control effectiveness of the chakra rod. He noted that the enhancements had indeed significantly reduced reaction time, resulting in Yin's movements becoming fluid, with almost no delay. whether during high-speed maneuvers or rapid directional changes. Yin's performance was nothing short of perfect, entirely fulfilling Night Moon's expectations. Excellent. It appears the improvements have been quite successful, Night Moon quietly remarked, a hint of delight flickering in his eyes. The testing persisted for approximately an hour, during which Yin maintained an exceptional level of precision and fluidity, showing no signs of losing control. Satisfied, Night Moon nodded and signaled the conclusion of the test. Upon receiving the command, Yin promptly halted his actions, swiftly returning to Night Moon's side. His breathing remained steady, as if the intense trial had left no impact on him. The control effectiveness of the black rod exceeded expectations, with reaction times nearly negligible. Night Moon regarded Yin with a tone of admiration, knowing that the next step would involve further validating performance under conditions of real combat with ultra-long-range manipulation. Leaving the laboratory alongside Yin, they ascended through the metallic conduits of the Divine Tower, arriving at the command center where Hanzo resided. Initially, Hanzo had been one of Night Moon's potential six-paths puppets, but considering his future utility in diplomatic negotiations, Night Moon had refrained from taking action against him, instead utilizing his Rinnegan to thoroughly suppress his autonomy. The command center was cluttered with intelligence scrolls from the front lines. Night Moon casually perused several, pausing briefly on reports from various conflict zones. Let us select these locations, he murmured, tracing his finger across the scrolls to identify several areas plagued by insurrections as testing grounds for Yin's practical missions. Turning to face Yin, he instructed, your task is to eliminate the insurgent forces in these regions. Remember, your actions must be swift and decisive. Yin uttered no further words, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Chapter 82. Encounter with Kakuzu. A week later, Yami sat upon a stone slab, surrounded by the remnants of corpses, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. His crimson cloud-patterned cloak billowed gently in the wind, while his purplish-black, spiral-patterned eyes revealed no hint of emotion, as if the gruesome scene before him bore no relation to his existence. This location was a rebel stronghold in the northern territory of the Land of Rain, once a residential area, now reduced to a breeding ground for malevolence due to years of conflict. Grass ninjas and rogue samurai occupied the area, clandestinely engaging in human trafficking and black market smuggling, a common occurrence in a nation long ensnared by war. Initially, Yami held no concern for these matters. However, considering the demands of his mission, he recognized the necessity of preventing the war from escalating. In addition to expelling the military forces of major ninja villages, other smaller nations and those with ulterior motives must also be eradicated. Thus, Yami designated this rebel stronghold as a trial ground for Yami's capabilities. Through the shared vision of the Rinnegan, he meticulously observed Yami's actions over the past week. During this period, he noted that the control exhibited by the Black Rod in real combat was remarkably effective. Whether confronting multiple adversaries or navigating complex battlefield environments, it performed with seamless grace. The stability and precision of the Black Rod's manipulation exceeded his expectations, proving its real-world efficacy to be exceptionally promising. Yami murmured to himself, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Soon, further verification of its performance under ultra-long-range control would be necessary through additional combat experience. Just as Yami prepared to depart, a faint ripple of chakra resonated in the air. His movements paused slightly as his purplish-black Rinnegan swiftly locked onto a specific direction. A low, raspy voice emerged from the shadows. Did you kill all these people? Before the words had fully settled, a tall figure draped in tattered robes emerged. His face obscured by a black mask, only his icy green eyes were visible. Despite his simple attire, he emanated an overwhelming aura, exuding an unsettling presence. Kakuzu? Yami recognized the identity of the man through his Rinnegan's sight. At this time, Kakuzu had yet to join the Akatsuki. As an S-rank rogue ninja wanted by all major nations, he could not accept official missions from the ninja villages and was forced to rely on bounty tasks within the black market for survival. Given the turmoil of the Land of Rain, it was the most suitable refuge for him. Here, he could acquire the bodies of skilled ninjas to refine his forbidden jutsu, while also amassing considerable bounty, entirely catering to Kakuzu's needs. The encounter with Kakuzu was not overly surprising. Just when a sufficiently powerful opponent was required for Yami to hone his skills, Kakuzu arrived at an opportune moment. Yami pondered silently, promptly issuing an order through a special connection to engage Kakuzu in combat. Upon receiving the command, Yami slowly rose, his purplish-black spiral eyes fixated on Kakuzu. Even in the presence of a top-tier powerhouse like Kakuzu, Yami radiated an aura that was equally formidable. He coolly responded, yes. Then, extending a finger, he pointed directly at Kakuzu. You are too. Such provocative words ignited a tense atmosphere on the battlefield. Kakuzu momentarily paused before a smirk crept across his lips, his green eyes swirling with murderous intent. Interesting. It has been years since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. It seems you have great confidence in your abilities. Yami remained silent, standing still, his purplish-black pupils devoid of any ripple, as if Kakuzu were merely an ordinary target. Kakuzu, noticing this, narrowed his eyes. As an experienced warrior in the ninja world, he was accustomed to gauging his opponent's strength through subtle movements. Yet, Yami's presence stirred an unsettling feeling within him. The aura he projected was entirely different from that of an ordinary ninja, and his cold indifference appeared genuine. Not a mere fayade. Very well, let me see your skills, Kakuzu declared with a low growl, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, pressure damage. In an instant, a violent gale erupted from Kakuzu's mouth, surging forth with a devastating force aimed directly at Yami. Even in the future, amidst the monstrous ranks of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu was considered formidable. Following the narrative of the Shippuden, even the powerful Kakashi Hatake faced overwhelming pressure in a one-on-one confrontation with Kakuzu. Had reinforcements not arrived in time, Kakashi might have lost his heart and life that day. It is worth noting that by then, Kakashi was no longer the ordinary ninja who merely relied on his copy ninja title. He had mastered the Manjiki Sharingan, capable of wielding powerful space-time ninjutsu, and had reached the threshold of a quasi-Kage level. Shortly thereafter, he ascended to the position of the 6th Hokage, demonstrating the extent of Kakuzu's strength. Now, although many years remained before the timeline of Shippuden, Kakuzu's prowess had already been honed to perfection. The wind release technique he unleashed was unlike anything Yami had ever witnessed, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary ninjutsu. As the wind release was unleashed, the ground was violently torn apart, massive fissures spreading like a spider's web. Debris and dust were swept into the air, forming a towering wall of wind that soared dozens of meters high. Compared to the colossal wind wall rushing toward him, Yami appeared minuscule, as if he would be completely consumed in the next moment. However, standing his ground against Kakuzu's wind technique, which had been enhanced to nearly S-rank levels, Yami remained unmoving, crossing his arms before him, his purplish-black pupils revealing no hint of fear. Boom. Upon impact, the air seemed to buckle under the immense force, producing a deafening roar. The violent gusts erupted instantaneously, akin to a massive bomb detonating at the center of the battlefield. The ground was violently upheaved, debris and dust spiraling into the sky, forming a massive tornado that reached for the heavens. The entire battlefield felt as if it had been torn apart by an invisible force, even the sky tinged with a somber hue. Yet, as the dust settled, Yami stood resolute, arms crossed before him, his crimson cloud-patterned cloak fluttering gently in the wind, as if the cataclysmic onslaught had merely been a gentle breeze. Kakuzu's pupils constricted slightly. However, he did not retreat. Rather, he felt exhilaration. It seems your bounty is sufficient to compensate for my losses in this endeavor. Before his words had faded, Kakuzu's body suddenly split apart, four masked figures launching from his back, each representing one of the 4 elemental natures: fire, wind, lightning, and water. This was the most formidable technique of the immortal ninja, Doton, Domo. Chapter 83, Fierce Battle-O? Has the tedious probing come to an end? Yin lowered his arms, his violet-black pupils betraying no emotion. Kakuzu's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "You are courting death." As his words fell, the infamous immortal ninja swiftly commanded the 2 masked creatures of fire and wind, approaching Yin like phantoms. The fire attribute masked creature was the first to strike, unleashing a searing pillar of flame from its mouth, hurtling towards Yin. Simultaneously, the wind attribute masked creature released a sharp blade of wind, intertwining with the fire pillar. Together, they merged in the air to form a formidable firestorm, warping the surrounding air with its intense heat. In the face of such a powerful combined ninjutsu, Yin remained composed, showing no intention of evasion. He slightly raised both hands, palms steady and directed towards the oncoming firestorm. Just as the fire pillar was about to strike him, a violet-black energy barrier unfolded before him, effectively halting the firestorm. The flames collided with the barrier, erupting in a deafening roar, yet the barrier remained unyielding. Through the shared vision of the Rinnegan, the distant Yue observed this scene, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Kakuzu's strength was indeed formidable. A conventional ninja would likely stand no chance against such a coordinated attack from the Earth Grudge Fear, awaiting inevitable demise. However, the energy barrier Yin had conjured was constructed from the fusion of the Azura Path's mechanical structure and the Zero Tail's dark energy, inherently superior to ordinary chakra. Before their departure, Yue had tested its defensive capabilities, and this encounter proved it could withstand Kakuzu's assault, marking an apex in ninjutsu defense. Though this ability bore little utility for himself, who possessed the Hungry Ghost Path, it could be extended to enhance the defenses of other Rinnegan puppets, effectively preventing future embarrassments akin to Pain's 6 paths, who were swiftly defeated by a mere Rasengan. On the battlefield, Kakuzu showed no signs of halting his furious onslaught. Seeing the fire and wind attribute creatures fail to make an impact, Kakuzu's mind raced, and the remaining 2 masked creatures suddenly launched their attacks. A bolt of lightning shot from its mouth, aimed directly at Yin's head, while the water attribute creature unleashed a colossal water sphere, attempting to ensnare Yin within. Unfazed by the dual assault, Yin's expression remained calm. Utilizing the keen insight of his Rinnegan, he slightly tilted his body, effortlessly dodging the lightning strike. In the next instant, his right hand formed a fist, engulfed in swirling dark zero-tail energy, akin to an imminent black hole. Azura Path, active punch. Yin's fist crashed heavily into the approaching water sphere, the dark chakra erupting in a visible shockwave. The water sphere shattered upon contact like fragile glass, disintegrating into a cloud of vapor. The shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, violently expanding across the ground, resembling a minor earthquake that tore deep fissures into the battlefield. Kakuzu's four-masked creatures struggled to maintain their footing against the shockwave. The tendrils of the earth grudge fear writhed in the air, desperately trying to stabilize themselves. Yet, the force of the shockwave exceeded their expectations, forcing the four-masked creatures to interrupt their ninjutsu and ascend into the air to evade the ground's impact. This fellow Kakuzu, watching from a distance, was compelled to leap away, using the tendrils on his arms to ensnare one of the flying masked creatures, his green pupils reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. He had never encountered anyone capable of so easily dismantling his combined ninjutsu, even compelling the earth grudge fear's masked creatures to take flight. At the epicenter of the shockwave, Yin retracted his fist and raised his gaze towards Kakuzu. It seems your attacks lack sufficient potency. His voice remained calm, yet to Kakuzu, it resonated with unprecedented mockery. Then let me witness your limits. Kakuzu growled, and the four masked creatures simultaneously launched their assault. In an instant, fire, wind, lightning, and water attributes converged chaotically, forming a colossal energy storm that surged violently towards Yin. This time, Yin finally moved. He slightly lowered his body, yet his arms spread wide at his sides, the cold glint of determination flashing in his violet-black pupils. Just as the energy storm was about to engulf him, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Kakuzu in the next moment. Azura Path, active thrust. His right hand swung out fiercely, unleashing a violet-black energy blade from the edge of his palm, aimed directly at Kakuzu's chest. Nani! Kakuzu gasped in shock. However, as a seasoned warrior, he remained composed. Without flinching, he condensed a vast amount of earth attribute chakra around his fist and launched a powerful strike towards Yin's palm blade. Clang! The moment their attacks collided, a metallic clash echoed, generating a formidable shockwave that distorted the surrounding air. Boom! A dull thud followed, sending both combatants reeling backward from each other's terrifying strength. Kakuzu's body crashed into the ground like a cannonball, the impact creating a massive crater. Yin, too, was pushed back several dozen meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the earth, leaving behind two striking scars upon the land. As the dust settled, both adversaries rose from the rubble, facing each other from a distance. Kakuzu hung his arms limply, his once impenetrable earth spear ninjutsu shattered from the collision. His skin marred by a myriad of cracks, blood seeping from his wounds, presenting a disheveled appearance. Yet, he chuckled coldly. The tendrils of the earth grudge fear swiftly extending from his body, coiling tightly around his injured arm, initiating a rapid healing process. Observing Yin's now distorted fist, Kakuzu scoffed. Humph, you dare to confront me head-on? It seems your strength is formidable, yet your intellect leaves much to be desired. However, before he could finish his taunt, Yin had already straightened himself. Medical forbidden technique. Physical regeneration. Under Kakuzu's astonished gaze, Yin's fist began to undergo a miraculous transformation. The muscles and bones beneath the skin healed at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye. The once horrific state of his fist restored to pristine condition within mere seconds, leaving no trace of the earlier injury. Kakuzu's pupils constricted slightly, the mockery on his face freezing instantly. He had not anticipated that Yin possessed such potent regenerative abilities, even swifter than his own earth grudge fear. Kakuzu's voice carried a hint of reluctance, quickly suppressed and replaced by a glint of greed. Very well. It seems your heart possesses great value for acquisition. With a wave of his hand, the four masked creatures circled around him once more, the fire, wind, lightning, and water chakra fluctuating violently in the air. Yet, in the face of Kakuzu's taunting words, Yin stood unperturbed, raising his healed right arm and nonchalantly rotating his wrist to inspect the restoration, as if the earlier fierce clash had merely been an inconsequential trial. I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Yin's voice remained calm, yet laced with a subtle undertone of mockery. Chapter 84. Uchiha Madara emerges as the battle between Yami and Kakuzu reached a fever pitch. In a distant concealed location, Kuro had been quietly lurking underground. Perceiving the fluctuations of chakra around him through his spore clone, suddenly, half of Kuro's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of unusual light flashing in his eyes. This chakra belongs to Kakuzu, and that individual from the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu? That immortal ninja? Bai, intrigued, inquired, hasn't he been preoccupied with making money? Why is he suddenly engaged in combat with someone from the Akatsuki? Kuro answered grimly, that individual named Yami seems rather formidable. His chakra fluctuations are exceptionally powerful, capable of contending with Kakuzu. Bai, with a cheerful tone, exclaimed, it seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. Should we not go and join in the excitement? Kuro replied coldly, do not act rashly. We must report this situation to Lord Madara. Bai, somewhat resigned, said, all right, you are the boss. However, hasn't Lord Madara been engrossed in that project recently? Will he be interested in this battle? Kuro's voice remained icy. Lord Madara has already issued orders to engage with the opponent. Bai nodded. Understood. Let us hasten to convey this news to Lord Madara. I would rather not be scolded for delaying. In the next instant, a spore clone of Bai appeared at Uchiha Madara's hiding place. Lord Madara. We have located the whereabouts of the mysterious wielder of the Rinnegan. He is currently engaged in battle with Kakazu, and both parties are exhibiting extraordinarily powerful chakra fluctuations. Oh. Uchiha Madara's voice carried a hint of interest. Bai continued, Lord Madara, do you wish to personally investigate? This battle may yield valuable intelligence for us. Uchiha Madara remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well, let me see what this junior is truly capable of. Before he could finish his sentence, a branch suddenly sprouted from Madara's body. Once it grew to a certain extent, it snapped, gradually transforming as his body split, a wooden clone separating from his original form. Clad in crimson armor, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes radiated an innate pride and oppressive aura, resembling the young Uchiha Madara almost perfectly. Let us go, Kuro, the wooden clone of Uchiha Madara remarked nonchalantly, swiftly making their way towards the battlefield alongside Kuro. Utilizing Bai's mayfly technique, Uchiha Madara's clone moved rapidly underground, its speed only marginally slower than that of space-time ninjutsu. As they sped along, Bai cheerfully remarked, Lord Madara. Your wooden clone remains as striking as ever. Yet, that pair of three-tomo Sharingan truly evokes nostalgia. Kuro's voice remained grim. Lord Madara, this battle may expose our existence. Should we proceed with caution? The wooden clone of Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain coloring his tone. Caution? Humph. Merely Kakazu and an unknown junior do not warrant my concern. Bai continued to smile, echoing, you speak the truth, Lord Madara. However, the chakra fluctuations from that Uchiha junior are indeed remarkable. Perhaps they will bring us some unexpected surprises. Until now, both believed that the wielder of the Rinnegan was a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Bai's words, the wooden clone of Uchiha Madara's gaze turned cold, a touch of mockery in his tone. Surprise? In this era, those who could genuinely surprise me have yet to be born. However, if he piques my interest even slightly, it would not be in vain for me to make this journey myself. In a short while, they traversed much of the land of rain, discovering ominous clouds gathering on the horizon, lightning flashing as immense flames occasionally illuminated the sky, painting it a fiery red. Bai halted the mayfly technique, expressing surprise. Kakuzu's ninjutsu is indeed terrifying. Such destructive power could likely overwhelm even an average Kage-level ninja. On the battlefield, the collision of water and fire techniques generated a mist that enveloped the forest, rendering it hazy, while the gentle rain falling from the sky added an ethereal quality to the atmosphere. Yami and Kakuzu had exchanged blows several times. Kakuzu realized he was at a loss against the individual before him. The opponent's defensive capabilities were so robust, they could withstand attacks from his 4 Earth Grudge Fear masks. And even as Kakuzu himself engaged in close combat, employing his most potent Earth release techniques, he could only match the other blow for blow. Despite leveraging his immortality to trade injuries, the opponent possessed a similar ability for self-recovery. After an extended struggle, aside from wreaking havoc on the surrounding terrain, the tangible damage inflicted was negligible. Meanwhile, Yami's actions leaned towards defense and counterattack. In truth, this was a long-range test by Yayue to assess the resilience of the Black Rods in actual combat. Kakuzu's formidable taijutsu delivered a powerful punch that reverberated through Yami, causing the Black Rod within to fracture significantly. However, with the newly acquired self-repair capability, the Inyang released Black Rod reassembled in the blink of an eye, restructuring itself to enhance its resilience further. To this point in the battle, it had managed to withstand 3 direct strikes from Kakuzu without breaking. Yami's performance has exceeded my expectations, yet the self-repair capability of the Inyang released Black Rod still requires improvement. Yue mused quietly, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes, realizing that the battle no longer needed to continue. With this thought, he prepared to command Yami to retreat. After all, his primary objective had been to engage in a fierce battle with a strong adversary, to test the limits of the Inyang released Black Rod and the stability of the Zero-Tailed Dark Energy. Kakuzu was an ideal test subject. He could wield powerful lethal ninjutsu of almost all attributes and possessed formidable taijutsu, making him a valuable asset to retain. However, just as Yue was about to issue the order, he suddenly sensed several immense chakra signatures rapidly approaching the battlefield. He promptly activated his Rinnegan. 1. No, 2. And this chakra presence. The opponents were moving with remarkable speed, and by the time Yue became aware, they were already perilously close. Simultaneously, on the other side of the battlefield, Kakuzu also detected the powerful chakra fluctuations. A hint of wariness crossed his gaze, tinged with disbelief. The newcomers were clad in crimson armor, their backs adorned with the iconic Uchiha fan. Merely standing there, they resembled an insurmountable mountain, evoking a sense of awe. Uchiha Madara? Impossible, you are alive? Kakuzu's green pupils constricted slightly, and the four-masked monsters instinctively positioned themselves defensively. Although the newcomers did not exude any murderous intent or chakra, their mere presence caused Kakuzu's earth grudge fear to tremble, as if in terror. Uchiha Madara's gaze swept coldly over Kakuzu, a hint of disdain in his voice. So many years have passed, Kakuzu, yet you remain so stagnant. Chapter 85, The Era of Suppression. Kakuzu, aware of his inferiority, yet proud as a seasoned warrior who has survived since the era of the first Hokage, coldly snorted and spoke. Uchiha Madara, I never expected you to still be alive. However, even you shall not easily gain the upper hand against me. I have faced the first Hokage in battle. Madara Uchiha let out a scornful laugh. Faced Hashirama? You are merely a lucky insect that has survived. If Hashirama had been serious back then, your so-called immortality would have been extinguished with a mere flick of his finger. Kakuzu's expression darkened slightly. The events of that time were known only to him and Hashirama, and Madara, being a contemporary, was well aware of their respective strengths. If he wished to boast, he could have sought out someone like Kakashi or Sakura, but before the man capable of intimidating the entire shinobi world, he knew he was far from deserving that privilege. At that moment, Madara's gaze shifted to the figure of Yami. His eyes lingered on Yami's Rinnegan, a flicker of unusual light crossing his features. Indeed, a Rinnegan, Madara remarked, his tone condescending. I never anticipated there would still be a member of the Uchiha clan who could awaken such eyes in this era. Boy, what is your name? Yami's expression remained indifferent, yet Yayue sensed the gravity of the situation. Madara and Zetsu had come in person? Yayue, far away in the Tower of God, furrowed his brow. Zetsu's appearance was not surprising. He had been monitoring the movements of the shinobi world from the shadows during this period. But why had Madara chosen to appear in person? Shouldn't he be focused on Konoha, searching for someone to act as his proxy? As Yayue contemplated this, his gaze pierced through Yami's eyes to observe Madara on the battlefield. Quickly noticing something amiss, this Madara appeared unusually youthful, and his eyes were still the three-tomo Sharingan, which did not align with the state of Madara in this era. It seemed that this was not his true form, but rather a clone or something akin to it. With this realization, Yayue felt a slight sense of relief, though his vigilance did not wane. Even so, Madara's clone was by no means a trivial opponent. Even a mere clone, with Madara's strength and experience, could easily overpower both him and Kakuzu. In the original narrative of the Fourth Shinobi World War, even Madara's clones could activate the complete Susanoo, leaving the five Kage in disarray. Such a formidable presence, even in a clone form, was exceptional at this stage. Yayue quickly weighed the pros and cons and internally resolved, now was not the time for a direct confrontation with Madara. He must ensure Yami's swift withdrawal from the battlefield to avoid further entanglements. Just then, Madara's voice rang out again. Boy, where did you acquire your Rinnegan? From Nagato? Or did you awaken these eyes yourself? Faced with Madara's condescending inquiry, Yami remained silent, merely coldly regarding Madara. Yet, chakra began to coalesce within him, preparing to respond to any potential attack. Madara's Sharingan spun, and noticing Yami's reaction, a smirk crept onto his lips. It seems you do not intend to answer. Very well. Let me personally ascertain the worth of those eyes of yours. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Madara's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing before Yami, his right hand reaching for Yami's throat. Yami reacted swiftly, retreating while a surge of chakra erupted from within, unleashing a formidable wave of dark energy. Even Madara had to pause for a moment, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Oh, that chakra flow, the Eight Gates technique? Yami maintained his stoic demeanor. But within him, Yayue had already issued a retreat command. He understood that even a wooden clone of Madara was beyond Yami's current capabilities. However, Madara clearly had no intention of letting him leave easily. With arms crossed and a hint of mockery in his tone, he declared, Want to escape? Not so fast. Let me see how many surprises you can still bring me. At that moment, White Zetsu's voice emerged from below. Lord Madara, this fellow's chakra fluctuations are somewhat peculiar. He does not seem to be purely of the Uchiha clan. Black Zetsu's voice soon followed. Lord Madara, perhaps he harbors more secrets. We must proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, Madara's gaze turned cold. Caution? A mere junior is hardly worthy of my concern. However, since you both suggest it, let me further test his strength. Before he finished speaking, Madara swiftly formed seals with his hands and shouted, Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive inferno erupted from Madara's mouth, instantly engulfing the battlefield where Kakuzu and Yami stood. However, before Yami could respond, Kakuzu acted first, controlling the water-based masked monster. He opened its mouth and unleashed a tremendous wave of water. The enormous wave collided with Madara's flames, generating copious steam and enveloping the entire battlefield in a thick mist. It was within this fog that Kakuzu's voice emerged. Madara Uchiha, have you forgotten my presence? It seems you possess quite a few tricks, Madara replied. His tone chilling as the mist swirled around him, failing to obscure his overwhelming presence. Do you truly believe you have the right to interfere in this battle? Face reality. Madara, your era has long since passed. Within the mist, Kakuzu's figure appeared especially grim. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his green pupils as he rapidly formed seals. The tentacles of the earth grudge fear swirling around him like four menacing serpents, exuding a suffocating aura of pressure. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, head hardening. Lightning style, false darkness. Water style, water dragon bullet. Kakuzu's incantation echoed through the rain, unleashing four elemental techniques simultaneously, causing an alarming surge of chakra to erupt in the air. The four elemental techniques intertwined, forming a devastating torrent of energy that surged toward Madara. Such terrifying power caused Yayue, observing through Yami's perspective, to glance sideways in astonishment. Yet, in the face of this annihilating assault, Madara remained unfazed, standing his ground with an expression of indifference. A mere fish dares to act recklessly before me, he thought, a flicker of disdain crossing his red pupils. Very well. Let me allow you a glimpse of the Uchiha clan's power. In the next moment, Madara summoned a fan into his hand with a swift gesture. Grasping the fan with one hand, he faced the onslaught of the four S-rank techniques and gently waved the fan, declaring, Uchiha, rebound. Instantly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from the fan, and the four techniques, upon contact, were reflected back in their entirety. The wind blades, flames, lightnings, and water dragons surged back toward Kakuzu's four earth grudge fear-masked monsters with even greater force. Boom. Chapter 86. The Disguise, neither more nor less. Boom. 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 The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, as if it were determined to shatter the tranquility of the world. The intensity of the sound was such that even the heavy rain clouds were violently torn apart by the shockwaves, creating a massive rift. Four different ninjutsu struck simultaneously, and the resulting explosion unleashed shockwaves akin to furious tidal waves, instantly rending the surrounding ground into countless fragments. The earth, fragile as parchment, was turned over, with enormous fissures spreading like spider webs. Debris and dust were swept into the air, forming a colossal pillar of smoke that soared hundreds of meters high. At the center of the explosion, searing flames intertwined with blinding lightning, creating a vortex of destructive energy. The entire battlefield seemed engulfed by this cataclysmic force, descending into chaos and ruin. Even the distant mountains trembled slightly under the immense pressure, as if to demonstrate the terrifying power of this confrontation. The four earthbound Waikai mask monsters, the intended targets, were utterly obliterated, leaving no remnants behind. Although Deidara, the original body, withdrew swiftly, the residual shockwave caught up with him, propelling him through the air. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, having sustained severe injuries from a single strike, his face displaying an unprecedented expression of fear. How is this possible? He had never witnessed anyone capable of so effortlessly rebounding his combination ninjutsu. Not even the mask monsters of Waikai were spared. His chest heaved violently, the residual tendrils of Waikai scorched and damaged from the recent explosion. Ahead, the smoke was swept aside as if by invisible hands. Uchiha Madara stood at the center of a 100-meter-wide circular pit, his crimson armor unmarred by a single scratch. He casually brushed away non-existent dust from his shoulder, a nonchalant gesture that caused Deidara's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Those flames of chakra he once controlled now curled around Madara's fingertips like obedient pets, surprisingly docile. Do you understand now? Madara's voice was deep and arrogant, each word striking Deidara's heart like a hammer, leaving the immortal ninja feeling an unprecedented sense of suffocation. This is the power of Uchiha. His tone held no mockery or disdain, only a calm assurance. To a being of such strength, exhibiting such power was the most natural thing in the world. To him, Deidara's existence was perhaps as insignificant as an ant, unworthy of even a mere glance. Deidara's throat involuntarily tightened. He could sense the tendrils of Waikai spasming beneath his skin, not merely fear, but a primal instinct quaking before a superior force. The oppressive aura that took Senju Hashirama time and seals to manifest was effortlessly conjured by the man before him with nothing but his gaze. Yet, it was not just Deidara who was shaken by Madara's terrifying might. Far away in the Tower of God, watching the battle through the Rinnegan, Yayue felt his heart churn like a tempest, despite being a traveler who knew precisely how formidable Madara was in that moment. Yayue suddenly grasped a profound truth. Some powers defy description and can only be truly felt through personal experience. Suddenly, Madara's Sharingan fixed its gaze upon Yami. Hiding behind this body, I ask you again, what is your name? From where did your Rinnegan originate? In the Tower of God. Yayue's heart skipped a beat at Madara's words, yet outwardly, Yami remained unresponsive. Noticing this, Madara's impatience grew. Still unwilling to reveal yourself? Do you think I am unaware of such remote control techniques? Truly worthy of Lord Madara, it seems nothing escapes your keen eyes. Yami finally spoke, his voice unexpectedly youthful, contrasting sharply with his earlier cold demeanor. At the same time, a powerful chakra surged into Yami, transforming his appearance into that of a young boy, much to Deidara's astonishment. Through the technique of transformation, Yayue infused a portion of his will and Rinnegan power into Yami's body, allowing him to confront one of the strongest in the ninja world face to face. Oh, Madara's expression shifted slightly upon realizing he stood before a remarkably youthful figure. Though Yayue maintained utmost vigilance within, he outwardly strove to appear composed, concealing any emotional fluctuations. For now, it seemed Madara bore no intention of hostility, repeatedly inquiring about the origins of his Rinnegan and his name, thus prompting a thought within Yayue's mind. Lord Uchiha Madara, Yayue spoke, a hint of respect in his tone. Your reputation is legendary. I am merely a fortunate junior who has awakened this pair of eyes, unworthy of showcasing my skills before you. Madara's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fortunate? The Rinnegan is not something one awakens by mere chance. Boy, what is your name? Indeed. This was the third time he had asked. Within such a short span, he had inquired thrice about Yayue's name. Thus, Yayue declared without hesitation, Yayue. I am Uchiha Yayue. Uchiha Yayue. Madara murmured, repeating the name softly. In an instant, the imposing aura surrounding him diminished. The strongest of the Uchiha clan contemplated. It seems not all members of the Uchiha clan in this era are ineffectual. However, if you can awaken the Rinnegan, why not return to Konoha and seize the Nine Tails? Still fixated on the Moon Eye plan, are we? Yayue could not reveal his true intentions of not wanting to transform into Kagaya Otsutsuki, internally scoffing. He maintained a respectful facade. Lord Madara, Yayue replied with a note of resignation, ever since Senju Tobirama became Hokage. Konoha has ceased to be a stronghold for the Uchiha clan. The current leadership harbors deep-seated suspicions towards us, even suppressing our clan in secret. Even if I were to return, I would struggle to find footing, let alone seize the Nine Tails. A flicker of coldness ignited in Madara's eyes upon hearing this. The leadership of Konoha? Humph, after Hashirama's death, Konoha should rightfully belong to the Uchiha clan. Boy, since you can awaken the Rinnegan, have you never considered vying for the position of Hokage? Yayue casually replied, of course, I have considered it. But a single person cannot shake the very foundations of Konoha. Engaging in open conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. So I choose to bide my time and gather strength. Madara's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Oh? It seems you are not without wisdom. However, boy, do you understand that true power cannot simply be acquired through waiting? Only by taking the initiative can one seize their destiny. Yayue nodded, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Lord Madara, are you suggesting? Uchiha Madara suddenly spoke. Join me and become my ally. I can assist you in seizing the position of Hokage, allowing you to lead the Uchiha clan's resurgence, and even grant you the power to reshape the entire ninja world. Before Yayue could respond, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 87, Collaboration Ding Dong. A hidden main quest has been detected. The invitation from Uchiha Madara. Accepting Uchiha Madara's invitation. Reward. Unknown. Should you choose to refuse, the host will face the pursuit of Uchiha Madara with clone. Faced with these two paths laid before him, Yayue found himself at a loss for words. The system's prompt was exceedingly clear. The consequence of refusal was to confront Uchiha Madara's with clone directly. Given his current strength, even with the enhancement of the Ketsuryugen and the Rinnegan, it was impossible for him to contend with a superpower like Uchiha Madara. Not to mention, a complete Susanoo at this stage was beyond his capability to handle effortlessly. Conversely, accepting Uchiha Madara's invitation would at least temporarily allow him to avoid a direct conflict with him. As for his collaboration plan, Yayue was aware that it involved either seizing the nine-tailed beasts to resurrect the Ten Tails or, in the future, utilizing Nagato to resurrect himself through the Rinnegan's natural technique. However, the risks associated with this were relatively low. Being a transmigrator, he was well aware of absolute plans and schemes, and he would not be as oblivious as Madara, allowing himself to be manipulated. More importantly, although the reward provided by the system was unknown, being classified as a hidden main quest indicated its considerable value. It seemed that I truly had no other choice. With this thought, Yayue swiftly adjusted his mindset, utilizing the vision shared through the Rinnegan to manipulate the body of Yami, and slowly spoke. Lord Madara, I am deeply honored by your invitation. However, there is one point I do not quite understand. Uchiha Madara slightly raised his gaze, a glint of cold light flashing through his crimson Sharingan. Oh? What do you not understand? Yayue's voice emerged through Yami's mouth, tinged with a hint of probing. Lord Madara, with your strength and prestige, you have no need for my power. Why have you chosen me? Madara glanced at Yayue, calmly stating, young man, you underestimate yourself. Those who can awaken the Rinnegan are exceedingly rare, even in my era. Moreover, you possess a certain quality that piques my interest, ambition. Ambition? Yayue was momentarily taken aback. Madara's gaze deepened, as if piercing through Yami's body, directly observing the hidden Yayue. Indeed, it is ambition. I see in your eyes a glimmer of unwillingness to be ordinary. Your gaze reveals a thirst for power, a desire to change the status quo, and an aspiration to dictate your own fate. This yearning and ambition are precisely what the Uchiha clan needs today. Yayue fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Lord Madara, if I agree to collaborate with you, what must I offer, and what can I gain? Yayue's reply elicited a flicker of satisfaction in Madara's eyes. The formidable figure who co-founded Konoha with the first Hokage proudly declared, you need only follow my plan. As for what you will gain, power, status, and even the opportunity to surpass the pinnacle of the ninja world will belong to you. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone laced with a hint of threat. Of course, should you choose to refuse, you should be well aware of the consequences. My patience is notoriously thin. Do not disappoint me. Very well, this is a standard case of coercion and inducement. Yeyue chuckled bitterly in his heart, realizing that his choice was now quite evident. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke with newfound determination. In that case, I am willing to collaborate with you, Lord Madara. Simultaneously, the system chimed in. It detected that the host had accepted Uchiha Madara's invitation, and the hidden main quest was preserved. In reality, a satisfied smile crept across Madara's lips. Excellent. Your choice is quite wise. Remember, from this moment forth, you shall bear the future of the Uchiha clan. Do not let me down. Beside them, White Zetsu seized the opportunity to speak. Lord Madara, with the assistance of Yeyue's Rinnegan, our plan can be significantly expedited. Uchiha Madara raised a hand and said, there is no rush regarding the plan. After saying this, the pinnacle figure of the ninja world slowly shifted his gaze towards Kaku, his red Sharingan exuding an air of superiority. Kakuzu stood in place, his green pupils shimmering with a complex light. From the beginning, their conversation had not concealed Kakuzu's presence. As a seasoned ninja who had survived in the ninja world, he prudently chose not to flee. This was indeed a wise choice, Kakuzu, Madara began. Your recent performance reminds me of the unwise insects that once dared to challenge me. Kakuzu's expression darkened slightly, yet he refrained from retorting. However, you are somewhat smarter than those insects. At least you know when to keep silent. Thus, I present you with two choices. First, join Yeyue's organization, obey his commands, and become part of our plan. Second, his voice suddenly turned cold, the surrounding air seeming to freeze. Death. Humph, Kakuzu scoffed. Uchiha Madara, do you think I would easily submit to you? I have lived for many years, not to become someone else's pawn. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Madara's eyes. Kakuzu, your pride means nothing in my presence. Your so-called immortal body is a mere joke to me. Had Hashirama been serious back in the day, you would have long since vanished without a trace. A flash of anger crossed Kakuzu's green pupils, but he quickly suppressed it. He knew he had no room for negotiation. Faced with a powerhouse of Uchiha Madara's caliber, even he, an immortal ninja, dared not provoke easily. Fine. I will accept your terms, but I have one condition. Madara replied coldly. Condition? Kakuzu, do you think you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me? In the face of Madara's intimidation, a fierce determination flickered in Kakuzu's green pupils, unexpectedly holding his ground. Even if I join this brat's organization, my salary must not be delayed, and I will only engage in battles against high-bounty targets. That is not an issue, Yeyue interjected before Madara could respond. The Rinnegan organization has completely established itself in the land of rain and lacks for funding. Moreover, I will ensure that you, Lord Kakuzu, have a place within it. One that aligns with your prolonged life. Kakuzu was known as a diligent worker in the Naruto universe, wholly focused on accumulating wealth. He was a man who could secure ample funds for Conan's ambitious plan to prepare 6 billion explosive tags in the future. Such an invaluable member should not be hastily disposed of by Uchiha Madara out of anger. Upon hearing Yeyue's self-introduction, Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly. As a ninja who had long operated in the black market, he had certainly heard of this recently renowned organization. The Rinnegan organization, you say? That sounds intriguing. It seems I may have joined an organization where I could potentially earn a fortune. Chapter 88. The elder Uchiha Madara with a sharp whoosh. Three figures descended upon a devastated battlefield, like phantoms emerging from the shadows. Clad in the attire of Konoha's ninja, the leading J-Nin wore mysterious black sunglasses, carrying an enormous jar on his back. His expression was grave, and his piercing gaze scanned the surroundings with vigilance. This individual was none other than Konoha's special J-Nin, Oil Woman Shima. The two team members following him, a boy and a girl appearing to be around 14 or 15, still bore traces of youthful innocence on their faces. The male ninja sported a neat head of black hair, his forehead protector firmly affixed, and his unique eyes bore the distinctive white pupils of the Hyuga clan. The female ninja had a spiky hairstyle, adorned with prominent red triangular markings on her cheeks, accompanied by an astute ninja dog. The boy was Hyuga Kazama, a branch member of the Hyuga clan, while the girl was Inazuka Paws from the Inazuka clan. After surveying the area, Hyuga Kazama murmured incredulously, could it be that a ninja battle erupted here? Beside him, Inazuka Paws wore a serious expression as her ninja dog, Kuro, cautiously sniffed the air filled with complex scents, occasionally emitting a low growl. The vast forest before them had transformed into a brutal battlefield. A mere glance revealed the remnants of water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth release techniques, leaving the landscape scarred and in disarray. Such a scale of devastation was typically witnessed only in large-scale ninja wars. With a stern demeanor, Oil Woman Shima ordered, Kazama, pause, you two should search the perimeter carefully for any valuable clues. Understood. Both Hyuga Kazama and Inazuka Paws replied immediately before dispersing. Shortly thereafter, Inazuka Paws halted at a massive pit. Observing the shattered remnants of masks within the pit, A wave of confusion washed over her. She slowly crouched down to examine them closely. Moments later, as if recalling something, her expression changed abruptly. Upon regrouping, Inuzuka Paws hurriedly reported to the leading J-Nin. Captain Shima, I found these mask fragments. Judging by the black tendrils and the characteristics of the masks, I believe these battle traces were left by the S-rank rogue ninja Kagaya from Takigakure. What? At the mention of the S-rank rogue ninja, both Oil Woman Shima and Hyuga Kazama's expressions shifted dramatically. In the ninja world, S-rank rogues were no ordinary criminals. Their power and threat level exceeded common imagination. Inuzuka Paws turned to Oil Woman Shima and asked, Captain, what should we do now? Oil Woman Shima furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. Since this matter involves an S-rank rogue, it surpasses our capacity to handle. We must report the situation here. Just then, the ninja dog Kuro emitted a low whine. Its fur bristling as if sensing an unsettling presence nearby. Inuzuka Paws frowned and said, Captain Shima, Kazama, we should leave quickly. The atmosphere here is uncomfortable. And Kuro might have sensed something dangerous watching us. Oil Woman Shima nodded slightly, releasing a swarm of parasitic insects from his sleeve, whispering, I will send the insects ahead to scout for a safe retreat route. Stay close to me and do not fall behind. Understood. Shortly after they departed, two enormous leaves of a pitcher plant slowly emerged from the ground, where Black Zetsu lay hidden, silently observing the retreating trio. Shall we deal with them? Black Zetsu inquired innocently. They are merely a few inexperienced children. There is no need to complicate matters here. White Zetsu responded, his thoughts solely occupied with Kagaya. Clean up the scene and then depart, Black Zetsu commanded, slowly sinking into the ground, contemplating. I hope this time we have indeed found suitable pawns for our plan. In the dim, damp cavern, the sound of dripping water echoed crisply against the rocks. Led by Uchiha Madara's wood clone, Yuyue and Kagaya traversed the winding passageway deep into the cave's heart. As they ventured further, Yuyue keenly sensed that the moisture clinging to his skin was being drawn away by an invisible, mysterious force. He paused, astonished. This power is familiar. The force ahead is quite familiar, I senti it, the wood clone remarked. If your Rinnegan ever reaches the level of my true form, you may also come to grasp this power. Upon hearing this, Yue immediately deduced the truth. If all went as expected, this force emanated from the legendary and immensely powerful Outer Path Golem. In his elder years, Uchiha Madara, despite possessing Hashirama's cells, was gravely injured and relied on the Outer Path Golem to continuously supply him with chakra merely to sustain his life. Thus, feeling the power of the golem in this place was hardly surprising. Kagaya, meanwhile, remained silent, his 4 Earth Grudge Fear masks having been utterly destroyed by Uchiha Madara, leaving him with only the prowess of an elite ninja skilled in earth release techniques. As they continued onward, the rocky walls around the corners suddenly transformed into a smooth surface, replaced by white, tubular patterns that pulsed rhythmically. These conduits converged from all directions towards a throne-like seat, ultimately coalescing into a singular mass that flowed into the ancient figure seated behind it. Upon beholding this figure, Yue and Kagaya's breaths momentarily caught in their throats. The elderly man, sitting upon the colossal stone seat, resembled less of a human and more a living sculpture, seamlessly integrated with the cave. His once proud black hair had become sparse and lifeless, akin to withered grass. His pale skin was marred with cracks, reminiscent of a statue eroded by time. With countless chakra conduits piercing his spine, pulsating with a faint green luminescence in sync with his breath. The deep blue robe had faded to a ghostly white, while a gaping void on his left chest was filled with tendrils from the golem, some of which writhed ominously, hinting at a distorted human visage. As Yue and Kagaya stepped into the stone hall, the elderly man's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of Sharingan with 3 tomo. Uchiha Madara still possesses eyes at this age? Yue was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the reasoning. As the former leader of the Uchiha clan, even after giving his Rinnegan to Nagato, it would be no difficult feat for Madara to acquire a new pair of Sharingan, given his capabilities and heritage. With a soft thud, the elderly Madara's gaze swept across Yue and Kagaya, his gnarled fingers tapping on the armrest of the stone seat. This simple motion abruptly altered the flow of chakra throughout the cave. Yue felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, the suffocating sensation only easing when Madara turned his attention to the wood clone guiding them. Madara slowly rotated his neck, the vertebrae emitting a disconcerting crack. When he faced Yue completely, countless chakra conduits swirled like serpents behind him, intertwining to form a massive mass reminiscent of Susanoo. Intrigued, the elderly man gazed at the moonlit night, realizing that the information inscribed on the family monument was not entirely accurate. Even without the aid of the Senju clan cells, the Uchiha clan could indeed awaken the Rinnegan. Chapter 89. The agent. The hoarse voice of the old man, resembling the rasp of sandpaper against stone, echoed through the dark, damp caverns. It seemed the information inscribed on the family monument was not entirely accurate, even without the cells of the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan could similarly awaken the Rinnegan. A sense of unease gripped Yayue's heart. Fortunately, he was merely a clone conjured by his own transformation technique. With this thought, Yayue spoke, Lord Madara, it was merely a coincidence. Coincidence? Madara interrupted. The Rinnegan is not something that can be awakened by mere chance. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, his gaze becoming distant, as if lost in a far-off memory. In my battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End, I truly grasped the ultimate secret of the Sharingan. Yayue noticed that when Madara mentioned Hashirama's name, the chakra within the cavern began to surge chaotically. The conduits of the outer path golem trembled violently, seemingly enraged by the name. The evolution of the Sharingan requires profound emotional fluctuations, and the cells of the Senju clan provide the vitality needed to endure such evolution. At this point, Madara's gaze fixed on Yayue. But you seem to have found another path. A chill ran down Yayue's spine. Just as he was about to explain, Madara waved his hand dismissively. No need to be anxious. I have no interest in your secrets. On the contrary, your presence has opened new possibilities for my plans. He slowly rose to his feet, the chakra conduits behind him writhing like a mass of serpents. I have lived far too long, Madara remarked, glancing at his wrinkled hands. His tone tinged with a sense of weariness. As you can see, this broken body cannot sustain itself for much longer, yet I cannot die, not until my plan is complete. His gaze deepened, and a strange gleam flickered within his three-tomo Sharingan. I need an agent to carry on my plans after my demise. Although Nagato possesses my Rinnegan, he is not yet mature enough. Having heard such blunt words, Yayue inferred Madara's intentions. Lord Madara wants me to. Indeed, Madara's eyes locked onto Yayue's. I want you to be my agent. Monitor Nagato in secret, ensuring his Rinnegan develops smoothly. Additionally, you must guarantee that he can use the Rinnegan's inherent techniques to resurrect me in the future. As expected, Madara intended for Yayue to take on the role of a Bito Uchiha in the future, bearing the mantle of the great antagonist. Yayue had no intention of refusing. After all, as a transmigrator, his emotional ties to this world were rather shallow. His experiences in the Land of Rain had only deepened his disdain for the major ninja villages. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and met Madara's gaze. Lord Madara, I understand. I will act according to your plan. In truth, Nagato was already under his protection and would soon be entrusted to Jiraiya's care. Agreeing or disagreeing made little difference. Excellent, Madara nodded in satisfaction. From this moment onward, until my resurrection, you shall embody Uchiha Madara. However, to successfully play my role, ambition alone will not suffice. With that, Madara resumed his seat. You will also need sufficient strength. I am aware your true body is not here, but soon I shall lead you to the Uchiha clan's hidden secrets that I have accumulated over the years. There, you will learn all that you wish to know. As the words fell, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, cheerfully approaching Yayue. Come with me, Yayue-kun. Lord Madara's training grounds are not places one can enter casually. Yayue bid farewell to Uchiha Madara and followed the white Zetsu out of the cavern. Meanwhile, another white Zetsu emerged beside Kakuzu. Hey Kakuzu-san, Lord Madara has asked me to take you to a resting place. Follow me. Kakuzu had been silently listening to the entire exchange, fully aware that he was merely a peripheral figure in this grand scheme, insignificant. Yet, he also recognized that this plan held opportunities for substantial profit. Thus, he merely snorted in response to the white Zetsu, saying nothing further as he followed it out of the cave. Once Yayue and Kakuzu departed, Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the shadows. Watching Yayue's retreating figure, he turned and asked in a low voice, Lord Madara, are you certain he won't turn against us at a critical moment? Even though he is of the Uchiha clan, he is still an outsider. Why do you trust him so? Madara chuckled lightly. Trust? No, aside from you and Izuna, I have never trusted anyone. And then, but I understand him. From the moment my clone encountered him, I knew he was of the same ilk as I. Ambition, discontent, a thirst for power. These traits ensure he will never settle for mediocrity. He may betray me, but so what? As long as he inherits my will and upheaves the ninja world, my purpose will be fulfilled. Black Zetsu frowned momentarily, but after a brief pause, he seemed to comprehend something and nodded, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, Yayue followed the white Zetsu through a concealed passage, arriving at Uchiha Madara's training grounds. The room was cluttered with scrolls, ninja tools, and various precious materials, including secrets regarding the Sharingan and Rinnegan. This is the treasure accumulated by Lord Madara over the years, the white Zetsu remarked with a grin. Lord Madara said you may browse freely, but remember, some of these items are quite dangerous, so do not carelessly risk your life. Yayue disregarded the white Zetsu's jest and approached a pile of scrolls, casually scanning them to discover numerous fearsome ninjutsu that had appeared in later great wars. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo Rinnegan technique, God of Destruction would release. Birth of the Woodland. Upon seeing these renowned ninjutsu, excitement sparkled in his eyes, as if he had found the key to reach the pinnacle of power. He picked up a scroll labeled Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo, and slowly unfurled it. Susanoo, One of the ultimate ocular techniques of the Sharingan materializes a colossal armor formed from chakra, combining both offense and defense. Yue murmured the contents of the scroll, a fervent glimmer flashing in his eyes. The scroll meticulously detailed the methods and techniques for utilizing Susanoo, including evaluations of its various stages and chakra utilization, accompanied by annotations written by Madara himself. With this knowledge, Yue, utilizing the ocular power of the Rinnegan, could bypass the gradual refinement process akin to Uchiha Sasuke's. As long as his ocular power sufficed, he could summon the complete form of Susanoo directly. In the next moment, Yue became utterly immersed in the myriad of secret techniques laid before him. Chapter 90. The inertia of history since Yue engaged with the legacy left by Uchiha Madara through his shadow clone. His true self has been concealed within the secret stronghold of the Tower of God, wholly absorbed in his training, rarely venturing outside. Apart from occasional involvement in the technological research of the Sky Ninja, his time has been entirely devoted to mastering the remnants of Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu. His foundational attributes, coupled with the existence of the Rinnegan and Zero-Tail Void, have provided a substantial base. Yet what he lacks at this moment are those supreme and formidable ninjutsu. The inheritance from Uchiha Madara arrives at a time when he needs it most, akin to a timely rain for a parched land. Unbeknownst to him, half a year has swiftly passed. During Yu's fervent study of Madara's secret arts, a peculiar group of visitors arrived at the Tower of God. Emerging from the curtain of rain, several figures approached, the foremost clad in a flowing black kimono, leaning on a cane. A slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding confidence for the negotiations to come, it was Shimura Danzo. Following closely behind him were several root ninjas, their features concealed beneath masks, emanating an inhuman chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Stop. A rain ninja guard stepped forward, unceremoniously blocking Danzo's path. This is the Tower of God. No one may enter without permission. Danzo paused, his gaze coolly sweeping over the guard. Without uttering a word, a companion accompanying him spoke up. We are representatives from Konoha, sent by the Land of Fire to negotiate a ceasefire with Lord Hanzo. Please relay our arrival. The Rain Country, fully aware of their adversarial stance towards Konoha, nonetheless recognized the extraordinary identity of the individuals before them. After a moment's hesitation, the guard turned to his companion and whispered a few words, then coldly stated, I will inform them. Danzo remained unfazed, his gaze calmly fixed on the towering structure of the Tower of God, raindrops cascading from his robe, seemingly oblivious to the weather, his demeanor undisturbed. A short while later, the guard returned hastily, regarding the Konoha delegation with a wary glance. Lord Hanzo has agreed to meet you. Follow me. Leaning on his cane, Danzo proceeded into the tower, where the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. The walls were lined with pipes, dim lights casting mottled shadows, as if danger lurked around every corner. After traversing a lengthy corridor, the guard halted before a heavy wooden door, turning to Danzo. Lord Hanzo is inside. Please enter. As the stronghold's door creaked open, Shimura Danzo, accompanied by several root ninjas, ascended to the upper levels of the Tower of God. Upon seeing Hanzo of the Salamanders seated regally upon his throne, Danzo inclined his head slightly. Lord Hanzo, it is an honor to meet you. I am Shimura Danzo from Konoha, here on behalf of the third Hokage to discuss a ceasefire. Seated above, Hanzo's aura remained undiminished from his peak, and after 6 months of meticulous adjustment, Yu's control over Hanzo had reached an exceptional level, rendering his outward demeanor indistinguishable from his former self. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Danzo as he spoke in a low voice. It is neither those 3 young subordinates, nor the famed Hitaki Kakashi who defeated the main forces of Sunagakure, but rather you who has come to negotiate. I must say, I did not realize the third Hokage had become so feeble-minded. Yu was indeed taken aback. Danzo had previously collaborated with the Shadow's Hand, only to later betray them in favor of an alliance with Hanzo. However, that partnership had not officially commenced before being halted due to setbacks during the Sky Ninja operations. Upon returning to Konoha, the development of the Root organization faced immense resistance within the village. Yet, unexpectedly, in such a challenging position, this man had still managed to secure an opportunity to negotiate with the Rain Country. Was this a testament to Danzo's skills, or merely a sign of Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisiveness? Danzo paid no heed to Hanzo's words. Instead, he tapped his cane lightly and spoke leisurely. The war in the Rain Country has persisted for nearly 2 years, proving detrimental to both sides. Konoha is willing to cease hostilities, but on the condition that the Rain Country acknowledges its defeat and accepts our terms. Hanzo frowned slightly. One of the Rain ninjas accompanying him immediately understood and stepped forward. Acknowledge defeat? Konoha is being overly presumptuous. While we may not possess the strength of Konoha, we have never cowered before any enemy. A root ninja behind Danzo stepped forward coldly, retorting, impudence. How dare a mere Rain ninja speak disrespectfully to Lord Danzo? The Rain Guard was about to respond, but Hanzo raised his hand to halt him, then addressed Danzo. As you can see, the Rain Country may be small, yet we shall not yield to the pressures of any great nation. If you wish to cease hostilities, you must demonstrate sincerity. Even Yu, who orchestrated Hanzo's words and those of his guards from behind the scenes, found this statement rather audacious. What predicament does the Rain country find itself in to negotiate terms with Konoha? However, Danzo's position was exceedingly delicate. As a member of Konoha, he harbored personal ambitions. His interests did not entirely align with those of Konoha. Such individuals possess both value and potential for manipulation. Indeed, in response to Hanzo's remarks, Danzo's eyes merely flickered momentarily before he replied. Konoha is willing to halt military actions against the Rain country and withdraw all stationed troops from the borders. Is that not sufficient? That is merely a tactical maneuver on your part. Hanzo coldly regarded Danzo. True sincerity would require acknowledging the Rain country's independence and ensuring no further interference in our internal affairs. Danzo furrowed his brow, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Lord Hanzo, you should understand that Konoha, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, cannot easily make such a promise. Moreover, the Rain country has found itself at a disadvantage in this war. Continuing hostilities would yield no benefit for you. Disadvantage? Hanzo's voice suddenly elevated. Danzo, you are overly confident. The ninjas of the Rain country have never feared any enemy. Even Konoha cannot easily defeat us. If you believe a few words can compel us to submit, you are gravely mistaken. Danzo tapped his cane once more before slowly stating, Lord Hanzo, let us dispense with the pretense. Konoha is willing to cease hostilities, but you must agree to one condition. While the Rain country may retain its independence, you must publicly acknowledge your defeat. Hanzo's gaze sharpened, his voice tinged with coldness. Publicly acknowledge defeat? Danzo, do you wish for me to lose face in the ninja world? Danzo shook his head, his tone laden with significance. Lord Hanzo, you are revered as a demigod and hold immense prestige in the ninja realm. Only by your acknowledgement of defeat can the ninjas of the Rain country be persuaded to bow their heads, ensuring Konoha's protection and granting you the respect you deserve. After a moment of silence, Hanzo finally replied, Danzo, I can accept your condition, but one thing must be clear. I can allow the Rain country to be defeated, but I, myself, cannot be defeated. Hearing this, a knowing smile crept across Danzo's lips. Lord Hanzo, I fully grasp your intentions. As long as you are willing to cease hostilities, Konoha can cooperate with you in staging a performance. Following that, I hope you will publicly declare the Rain country's defeat while maintaining your esteemed status as the demigod of the ninja world. Would this outcome be to your satisfaction? Yi Yu sat quietly in the secret chamber, observing the unfolding scene, his heart stirring with tumultuous thoughts. Is this the truth behind the battle that left the legendary 3 ninjas gravely wounded, yet allowed their name to endure? Such an outcome would significantly diminish the power of the Hokage faction, augmenting Danzo's influence within Konoha, while simultaneously rendering the 3rd Hokage unable to find fault. Seated in a clandestine chamber, Yeyue observed the scene with tranquility, suddenly experiencing the illusion that the history of the ninja world was being woven by his own hands. Chapter 91. Subsequent arrangements. Yeyue stood atop the Tower of Gods, his Rain Tiger free technique enabling him to lock onto Danzo's receding silhouette through the downpour. The damp, chill air carried a metallic tang, heralding the impending conclusion of the protracted war in the Land of Rain. After such an extended period, the conflict was finally drawing to a close. Despite the inevitability of this historical turning point, Yeyue felt an unsettling sense of unreality, having grown accustomed to turmoil and death. He remained silent for a long while before slowly turning and making his way into the tower. Upon arriving at a concealed mechanism within the tower, he spoke in a low voice. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, come to me. Moments later, the 3 youths hurried into the chamber. Having spent more than half a year in the Tower of Gods, they had undergone arduous recovery and training, and their transformation was evident. Yahiko had grown nearly to adulthood. With a newfound resoluteness in his demeanor, Nagato's crimson hair had thickened, and his Rinnegan occasionally shimmered with profound insight. Konan had blossomed into a more refined beauty, exuding a touch of elegance in her every movement. Brother Yeyue, the 3 greeted respectfully. Since their arrival at the Tower of Gods, they had completely lowered their guard, embracing Yeyue as their mentor, who had revealed his true name and appearance without reservation. Yeyue regarded them thoughtfully, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Over the past 6 months, he had witnessed their growth firsthand. Just as in the original narrative, Yahiko's leadership abilities had begun to shine, while Nagato, as the destined child, started to unveil the potential of the Uzumaki clan, mastering the Rinnegan with increasing finesse. Although Konan's strength lagged behind, her affinity for paper jutsu and explosive tags was beginning to emerge. Nevertheless, their power remained insufficient. Their late start, coupled with Yeyue's limited time to mentor them, meant that their abilities had only just scratched the surface of chakra training and basic jutsu. It was time to steer the course of destiny. With that thought, Yeyue spoke slowly. The war is nearing its end, and you must soon depart from here. The 3 exchanged surprised and reluctant glances. Konan, cradling her now considerably grown puppy, voiced her concern. Brother Yeyue, are you sending us away? Not sending you away, but rather guiding you to a broader stage for growth, Yeyue replied, shaking his head. Here, your potential for advancement is ultimately limited. Moreover, I will be unavailable for an extended period. But, Yahiko interjected eagerly, Brother Yayue, we still wish to continue learning from you. Yayue shook his head again. Your path does not lie here. The land of rain is on the brink of peace. Yet the turmoil in the ninja world is far from over. After a brief pause, Yayue continued, I recall you once expressed a desire to achieve world peace through nonviolent means. However, persuading those who harbor hatred to let go of their grievances and understand one another is far more challenging than simply eliminating them. To attain such a goal, beyond making people recognize their own suffering, you must possess absolute power. Thus, you require a teacher more suited to your needs. At this point, Yayue turned his gaze toward Nagato, his words laden with significance, especially you, Nagato. Your eyes, like mine, harbor immense potential, yet my experiences may not serve you well. This power requires proper guidance. Nagato had intended to speak, but was silenced by Yayue's statement, rendered momentarily speechless. But if not you, who else can be our mentor? Yahiko persisted. To persuade others to relinquish hatred, you must first accomplish it yourselves, Yayue stated, looking at Nagato. Your parents perished at the hands of Leaf Village Ninja. If you are to advocate for peace, can you also let go of this hatred? Or is this ideal merely a facade? Upon hearing this, both Yahiko and Konan turned their attention to Nagato, who lowered his gaze in silence. Advocating for magnanimity and generosity towards others is a simple task. Yet when the need to sacrifice and release falls upon oneself, can one remain steadfast? Yue understood all too well that he could not. Having survived amidst the corpses in the land of rain, he recognized that survival surpassed all else and comprehended the intricate chaos of human nature. The founding principle of the Akatsuki organization was never peace, but rather deterrence. This ideology was not aligned with the aspirations of Yahiko and the others. Retaining them would inevitably lead to conflicting values. It was better to entrust them to Jiraiya, who shared similar ideals. From a pragmatic perspective, while Yue himself could not embody idealism, he harbored no objections to a faction of idealists like Yahiko emerging within the Land of Rain, for it would benefit the future reconstruction and recovery of the region. After all, the most significant variable, Hanzo the Salamander, had already been subdued by him. Even if Yahiko were to re-establish the Akatsuki, it was unlikely to devolve into a harbinger of destruction. As his thoughts flitted through his mind, Yue regarded the three silent figures and spoke. Remember, ideals are pursuits, but reality is fraught with compromise. Regardless of what the future holds, since you have chosen your own path, you must adhere to your convictions. Observing the three children with expressions of partial comprehension, Yue sighed inwardly. He knew he was propelling them onto the trajectory of destiny. Yet after the battle that would determine the three legendary ninjas titles, their fates would enter a new phase. After bidding farewell to the trio, Yue returned to the training chamber he had constructed for himself. Prior to immersing himself in his lineage of training, he had a task to assign to Yami. The black market in the Land of Rain perpetually reeked of money and blood. Yami and Kakuzu emerged from a shadowy alley, shoulder to shoulder. Numerous bounty hunters, upon catching sight of the bounty bag slung over Kakuzu's shoulder, could not help but swallow hard. However, upon noticing his distinctive black attire adorned with red clouds, they unanimously chose to retreat. A mission had been dispatched from the leader, prompting Yami to halt suddenly. A glimmer of purple light flickered in his rinnegan as he said, we are to invite Orochimaru to join the organization. Orochimaru? That guy from the Leaf? Kakuzu mused, weighing the bounty bag on his shoulder, his tone laced with disdain. What do we need him for? The organization requires not just funding, but also talents and technological research, Yami explained as they walked. Orochimaru's expertise in this area is precisely what we need. It would merely be a technical collaboration. Kakuzu scoffed, that guy is from the Leaf. Are you certain he will be interested in our invitation? Kakuzu had never harbored any fondness for the Leaf Village. After all, in his memory, the two most significant defeats he had suffered were both inflicted by the founders of that very village. Chapter 92, The Hunt for the SH-Go Clan. Thus, we must prepare ourselves. Yami turned to JK and stated, the leader has acquired precise intelligence. Orochimaru is currently researching a novel curse technique that requires a significant number of experimental subjects. We can provide him with resources in exchange for his expertise. There has never been a conclusive answer regarding when Orochimaru commenced his human experimentation and technological research. Even Yayue, relying solely on the memories of his past life, could only approximate that Orochimaru began this dark path after the Second Shinobi World War, spurred by the trauma of battlefield deaths and his subsequent interactions with Danzo's roots. However, after personally encountering Orochimaru, he realized how absurd this notion was. During their initial meeting, Orochimaru had cast a rudimentary curse mark upon him. This curse mark, a product of sage arts, indicated that even in those early days, Orochimaru had already been exposed to such techniques. At that time, Yayue was merely an inexperienced ninja, limited to hearsay and superficial observations regarding Orochimaru, hence failing to draw deeper connections. Yet later, when the Kainin were attacked and Orochimaru arrived just in time, Displaying not only impeccable timing but also an understanding of the Zero Tail's abilities, it became evident that he had conducted private research on tailed beasts. Clearly, Orochimaru had been clandestinely engaged in extensive studies and experiments long before. Possessing a familiarity with tailed beasts and sage powers that allowed him to contend with Shinnong in that state, even gaining the upper hand at times. From these experiences, Yayue concluded that Orochimaru's research journey had begun much earlier than he had previously imagined. The so-called war-induced stimulus held little significance for someone as obsessively driven by forbidden research as Orochimaru. If one were to pinpoint when he began his pursuit of immortality, Yayue would lean towards the notion that it was during his childhood, when he stood before his parents' monument and fortuitously discovered a shedding of a white serpent symbolizing immortality, quietly planting the seed of this ambition in his heart. Of course, Yayue was indifferent to the exact moment Orochimaru embarked on this path. What truly mattered to him was Orochimaru's scientific prowess. Thus, upon learning through his hidden shadow clone stationed at Orochimaru's base that the latter was engaged in research related to sage arts, Yayue had already contemplated a collaboration. His objective was clear: the Go clan, or rather, its members in this era, represented the most suitable targets. In fact, ninjas capable of absorbing natural energy are not uncommon. The Senju and Uzumaki clans both inherit sage bodies, naturally possessing such potential. However, over time, the capabilities of the Senju clan have become considerably diluted. Apart from Senju Hashirama, the average Senju member merely exhibits slightly higher chakra reserves and physical strength. As for the Uzumaki clan, while they demonstrate superior overall performance, they have not reached the level of bloodline limits. At best, they possess slightly greater vitality, and their absorption and application of natural energy pale in comparison to that of the Go clan. Moreover, given the relationship between Orochimaru and Danzo, it is likely that research into the first Hokage's cells has already been prioritized. Yet, entities like Senju Hashirama owe their prowess more to the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra than mere bloodline advantages. No matter how extensively Orochimaru researches, he could at best produce a mere prototype akin to Yamato. In contrast, the unique physiology of the Go clan stands as particularly valuable. They possess a natural ability to absorb natural energy. Although this ability, if untrained and uncontrolled, can lead to an imbalance of natural, physical, and spiritual energies, resulting in users transforming into grotesque, temperamental sages. They do not face the risk of petrifying into toad statues like practitioners from Maibokuzen. This indirectly proves that the Go clan's constitution can withstand the formidable impact of natural energy, making them exceptionally rare and desirable subjects for Orochimaru's experiments. Contemplating this, a glimmer of light flickered in Yami's Rinnegan. Moments later, a white Zetsu clone emerged slowly from the ground. Upon appearing, White Zetsu, with his characteristic flippant tone, inquired, "Oh, you summoned me. Is there something you need?" Yami cast a cold glance at him, stating, "We are seeking individuals." He then proceeded to meticulously describe the detailed characteristics of the Go clan. After listening, White Zetsu tilted his head in thought before suddenly brightening up, exclaiming, "Ah, you mean those humans capable of absorbing natural energy, right? Oh dear, those fellows can be quite terrifying. They can turn into monsters, you know." Kakuzu, standing beside them, interrupted with a dark tone. "Enough with the theatrics. Quickly disclose their precise location, or I shall take your heart." Feigning fear, White Zetsu hid behind Yami, only to peek out moments later and mockingly respond, "Oh my, Mr. Kakuzu, still as frightening as ever. However, I regret to inform you that I possess no heart for you to take. Oh heartbroken Kaku." A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. "You seek death. Enough bickering. Let us focus on the matter at hand." Yami interjected, his tone laced with impatience. "Quickly inform me of their location." White Zetsu shrugged and closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to something. After a moment, he opened his eyes and spoke. "In the northern mountains of the Land of Rain, there indeed exists a similar clan. They dwell in a secluded valley, isolated from the world. However, that location is rather difficult to locate, and those fellows are not easy to deal with. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply lead the way." Several days later, in the northern mountains of the Land of Rain, Yami and Kakuzu swiftly navigated through the dense forest. "What a hassle," Kakuzu muttered impatiently, "all this trouble just to capture a few wild men." Yami paid no heed to Kakuzu's complaints, a purple glow flashing in his Rinnegan. According to Zetsu's intelligence, the Go clan resides in the valley ahead. They are naturally capable of absorbing natural energy but lack control, frequently going berserk. Kakuzu's green pupils gleamed with interest. Uncontrolled natural energy? That does sound intriguing. As they continued onward, they soon arrived at the edge of a steep valley, where clouds and mist swirled below, revealing several rudimentary wooden huts. "This is the place," Yami murmured. "Remember, we need them alive. Their research value is paramount." Kakuzu scoffed. "Got it. But if they resist too fiercely, I cannot guarantee their intact condition." Before he could finish, a wild beast-like roar erupted from the valley. A burly man burst forth from one of the wooden huts, his skin rapidly darkening, sharp bone spurs sprouting from his arms as he bellowed furiously. It seems we have arrived at the perfect moment. Kakazu smirked slightly. Let me see what these sages are truly capable of. Chapter 93. The drawbacks of a natural immortal body. Upon concluding his words, Jiao Du leaped off the cliff without hesitation. In midair, his right arm instantly hardened as he charged towards the towering man. Though this individual, transformed into a ferocious immortal, had lost his rationality, the heightened instinct bestowed by his transformation allowed him to keenly sense the impending danger as Jiao Du approached. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the air like a tempest, lifting clouds of sand and debris into the atmosphere. Jiao Du landed firmly, retreating a few steps as he flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph. It seems you possess some skill, monster. However, the ease you experienced thus far is about to vanish. With a furious roar, his entire body became further enshrouded in a layer of hardened black skin. Sharp, bony protrusions extended from his shoulders and elbows, while a massive tail sprouted from his back, transforming him into a creature reminiscent of an ancient beast. Before the echoes of his roar faded, he lunged at Jiao Du like an arrow released from a bow. His expression twisted with madness and violence, as if intent on obliterating everything in sight. Upon meeting the aggressive gaze of his opponent, Jiao Du let out a cold snort and leaned forward, crossing his arms defensively over his chest in preparation to absorb the blow. Boom. The immense force sent Jiao Du sliding back several meters, carving deep ruts in the ground beneath his feet. Yet, that was the extent of the impact. Meanwhile, standing atop the cliff and observed the battle below, his Rinnegan shimmering with a thoughtful glint. The feral immortal indeed possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of a typical elite shinobi. However, his combat style was exceedingly primitive, relying solely on instinct and failing to harness his formidable power to its fullest. Moreover, the chaotic energy within him was causing his bodily functions to spiral out of control, leading to an overwhelming secretion of adrenaline and various hormones, rendering him unable to manage his own actions. Thus, it became evident that among the natural immortals, Rengu was indeed a rare talent. Not only could he control the degree of his transformation, but he also possessed a degree of self-regulation even in his feral state. Although his personality had undergone significant alteration, it was still preferable to the complete loss of self-awareness exhibited by his current adversary. Others, too, could perceive the opponent's weaknesses. As the relentless assault continued, Jiao Du raised one arm, this time enveloped in a greater volume of earth-release chakra. The rampaging man charged once more, but Jiao Du chose not to defend. Instead, he met the attack head-on. Their clash resounded with a deafening boom. This time, the earth spear technique Jiao Du unleashed was far beyond the previous tentative strikes. The explosive force shattered the bony spikes extending from the man's arm. He was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, leaving a long gouge in the earth. The valley erupted in chaos, with debris flying and dust swirling. Yet, Jiao Du did not pause after landing a successful blow. With a mocking laugh, he vanished from sight, appearing instantly behind the man. He lifted his right leg high, gathering earth-release chakra in his limb. Bang! A sweeping kick thundered through the canyon, the sound akin to metal clashing. Although the mutated man reacted swiftly, he was still struck in the waist. His body twisted and flew away, crashing into a massive boulder. Under the tremendous force, the stone shattered into countless fragments, while the man continued to soar backward for another 20 to 30 meters, demolishing trees and rocks along his path, only coming to a halt upon colliding with a sturdy tree. For an ordinary person, enduring such an assault would leave little more than a corpse. However, through Win's Rinnegan, it appeared that the man, despite suffering Jiao Du's relentless barrage, remained largely unharmed. Within mere seconds, he staggered back to his feet. This scene even elicited a flicker of surprise in Jiao Du's eyes. The man's form had completely abandoned its human shape. The bony layer covering him had proliferated, resembling the bizarre structures observed in Rengu after his transformation. His once upright posture had devolved into a quadrupedal stance, entirely forsaking human characteristics. Were it not for the absence of the distinctive Maru eyebrows of the Kagaya clan, and might have suspected a connection between this creature and that lineage. Suddenly, with a sound akin to slicing wind, the figure vanished from view. Jiao Du's green pupils contracted slightly, his acute senses alerting him to the imminent threat. He swiftly sidestepped and raised his arm. Clang! The sharp sound of metal scraping echoed as Jiao Du narrowly blocked a lightning-quick strike from the man's bony protrusions. The sharp edges grazed his arm, leaving a deep gash. Humph! With a snort, Jiao Du summoned strength into his other arm to retaliate. But this punch met only empty air. The man had already evaded his grasp. His speed had more than doubled since their last encounter. Do not let your guard down. Unwarned from a distance, I can handle myself, Jiao Du retorted coldly. Almost simultaneously with his words, the ominous beast-like shadow reappeared. Die, die, die. The man, now more beast than human, drooled at the corners of his mouth, unleashing a savage grin as he lunged once more at Jiao Du in an instant, their forms intertwined, the sounds of their collisions ringing out incessantly. However, as Jiaodu focused intently on the battle, the tide began to shift in his favor. While the man's strength had surged dramatically, his loss of reason rendered his combat style exceedingly simplistic, lacking in variation and tactical awareness. In this clash, he could only rely on instinctive, blind attacks, utterly incapable of unleashing the true potential of his transformation, against an experienced and formidable opponent like Jiaodu. This flaw was magnified, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. Furthermore, it noted a critical vulnerability inherent in this natural immortal body, an excessively high affinity for natural energy that rendered the ability to control the absorption of such energy nearly impossible. Without control, there could be no balance between the three forces within him, which would impede the formation of Senjutsu Chakra. In the realm of ordinary individuals, mastering Senjutsu Chakra required meticulous balance of these three energies, yet those endowed with this unique physique had lost the potential for balance from the outset, unless they possessed an innate power akin to the first Hokage, capable of generating a robust spiritual and physical strength that corresponded to this chaotic natural energy. However, such a possibility was minuscule, almost as absurd as the notion of dying and being reborn with the chakra of Ashura. At the very moment when the enigmatic observer was engaged in his scrutiny, his Rinnegan subtly shifted, detecting several sources of frenzied chakra converging towards him at an alarming velocity. A frown creased his brow as he pondered. It appears that this fellow's companions have also been alerted. There is no time to delay. Kakuzu, cease your games and expedite the resolution. Chapter 94. The Deal with Orochimaru Humph. I initially intended to prolong the encounter, but since you insist, let us bring this to a close. As the words left his lips, Kakuzu forcefully flung open his voluminous coat, revealing the 4 earth grudge fear masks concealed upon his form. Although previously teased by Black Zetsu as the heartbroken man, it was merely jest. Over the past 6 months, Kakuzu had replenished his heart supply through various means, restoring his power to its zenith. Earth grudge fear, release. Kakuzu intoned, as his body became enveloped in a multitude of black, tentacle-like chakra strands. These appendages writhed eerily, akin to living entities, slithering from his mouth and the joints of his arms, emitting a spine-chilling hiss. At this moment, Kakuzu appeared more monstrous than his adversary. In an instant, the black tendrils lunged forth, coiling around the towering figure before him. Though the man had succumbed to a primal fury, he instinctively attempted to evade the unexpected onslaught. However, with the summoning of Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu was a transformed being, his power vastly superior to before. The launched tendrils moved with astonishing speed, securing the man's limbs in the blink of an eye. The man roared in furious defiance, his sharp, bony spikes thrusting fiercely against the tentacles in a desperate bid for liberation. Yet, the Earth Grudge Fear's tendrils were as resilient as forged steel, showing no signs of yielding to the relentless assault. With a guttural roar, the sage-transformed man summoned forth additional bone growths, striving to break free. Yet, Kakuzu's grasp only tightened, the black chakra threads embedding deeply into the man's flesh. The tendrils burrowed further, penetrating even his bony structure, numbing his control over his own body. Besides the basic 5 elemental affinities, the black threads possessed the ability to paralyze foes. Kakuzu had once employed this tactic to seize Kakashi's heart, immobilizing him at close range, only for Naruto to intervene just in time to save Kakashi's life. However, the savage sage before him was evidently devoid of such fortune. It is over, Kakuzu declared coldly, forming hand seals. The black tendrils retracted violently, draining the chakra from the man's being. His struggles waned as his sage-like musculature rapidly deteriorated, ultimately rendering him powerless and collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, Yami's Rinnegan flickered, sensing the approach of the frenzied chakra sources closing in. He lowered his voice, instructing, Kakuzu, take him with us. We must depart swiftly. Kakuzu rose, coiling the unconscious man within his tendrils, and swiftly leaped towards Yami's direction. In a heartbeat, both figures vanished from sight. Moments after their departure, several silhouettes surged forth from the dense forest, akin to phantoms, companions of the fallen man. Upon witnessing the remnants of battle and the plight of their ally, they erupted in furious roars, yet Kakuzu and Yami had long since disappeared into the ether. At a considerable distance from the battlefield, Yami progressed onward, casting a glance back as he stated coolly, we should vacate this area promptly. Their sensory abilities are formidable. Merely a pack of beasts. Even should they pursue, it would be a futile endeavor, Kakuzu retorted disdainfully, lacking any desire to squander time on such unprized targets. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a ravaged battlefield and the echoes of enraged howls. Days later, Yami and Kakuzu arrived at an abandoned structure within the Land of Rain, accompanied by the unconscious man. The walls were entwined with creeping vines, and the roof bore numerous gaping holes, casting an eerie pallor over the space. Moments later, a chilling aura wafted in like a specter. Orochimaru entered slowly, his golden slit-like eyes sweeping over Yami and Kakuzu, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I never anticipated you would seek me out. Yami regarded Orochimaru with an icy stare. Transformed by the modifications of Yue, his visage and chakra were unrecognizable from the former Shinra, allowing him to face Orochimaru without fear of his puppet identity being unveiled. Orochimaru, we come to propose a transaction. Orochimaru, unfazed, displayed a smirk before his gaze fell upon the unconscious man slung over Kakuzu's shoulder, intrigue flickering in his eyes. It seems you have brought something of value. Kakuzu cast the man to the ground, while Yami nonchalantly kicked a nearby bench to use as support, calmly elucidating. This individual is a descendant of the Sage clan, harboring potent natural energy within. I suspect you would find him intriguing. Orochimaru knelt, pale fingers brushing lightly over the man's skin, meticulously examining his physique. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction, remarking, indeed, he is a promising specimen. However, I am curious, why would you choose to collaborate with me? Our history with your organization is far from amicable. Yami dismissed the concern, stating, you possess what we require. Just as we have what you seek, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. We are here because your research capabilities align with our interests. Oh, for you to approach me suggests a significant need, Orochimaru replied, crossing his arms. However, I am not so easily swayed. Yami's tone remained steadfast. The terms are simple. We provide the experimental subject, and you deliver the research results. As for our past grievances, let us set them aside for now. A glint of cunning crossed Orochimaru's gaze. Interesting, but I must remind you, your leader previously seized the Zero Tails from me. That debt remains unpaid. At this, Kakuzu scoffed, his voice laced with menace. Orochimaru, do not overestimate your position. We possess the capacity to resolve matters by other means. The notion of an immortal ninja joining the ranks of the Rinnegan organization was indeed surprising to Orochimaru. I am curious, what exactly do you all aim to achieve by gathering in such numbers? Yami replied coolly, that is of no concern to you. We are aware of your ongoing research into natural energy. In exchange, we can provide additional experimental subjects and even intelligence that may pique your interest. After a brief silence, Orochimaru spoke, that sounds like a fair trade. However, I have a condition. What condition? Yami inquired. Orochimaru's gaze fixed upon Yami, his tone laced with curiosity. I require information regarding the Rinnegan. After all, such legendary ocular techniques are rare. Yami's Rinnegan flickered slightly, maintaining his frosty demeanor. Information regarding the Rinnegan is not up for negotiation. However, should you provide valuable research results, we may consider collaboration in other areas. Seemingly having anticipated this response, Orochimaru merely smiled, stating, very well. In that case, I shall accept this experimental subject without reservation, and I will deliver the research results when the time is right. A warning glimmered in Yami's eyes. I trust you will adhere to our agreement. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, assuring, rest assured, I have no intention of turning against the organization behind you in the short term. Nearby, Kakuzu let out a cold snort, clearly skeptical of Orochimaru's promise, yet chose to remain silent. After reaching a preliminary agreement, Orochimaru hoisted the unconscious man onto his shoulder and slowly turned, making his way toward the temple's exit, gradually vanishing into the lush greenery of the forest. Both Demon and Kakuzu stood in place, watching his figure disappear among the trees. Can we trust him? Kakuzu asked in a low voice. Demon replied calmly, he is indeed untrustworthy, but as long as he delivers the research results as promised, we need not concern ourselves with other matters for the time being.